He lived in shadow, in silence, in dirt, but his eyes never left the stars. The world tried to bury this orphan, but he chose to rise. His blade was not forged from steel, but from hunger, pain, and unbreakable will. He defied fate, challenged heaven itself, and became the brightest star in a sky of darkness. But can even a star burn forever, without losing something? Let's find out. The story begins with the protagonist thinking that even a star that doesn't shine at night above the clouds, but is hidden from human eyes at the very bottom, is still a star. If it wants to shine, it means that its heart still holds the light. At present, he came to the forge, looked at the sword with a smile, and said that it was cool no matter how he looked at it. He turned around, because someone said that she knew he would come here. He turned to the red-haired girl who said that and called her Zamina. She told Vlad with a displeased look that he had given up this activity. He, with a serious expression, said that she should stop annoying him, because this was one of his breaks. She asked if he knew that rumors had started circulating about him. He calmly looked at her and asked what rumors she was talking about. She looked around and quietly asked if he still heard voices when he held a stick or something. He remained silent, and because of this, she asked what sins he had committed in his past life. Who would have thought that lightning would strike him in the middle of the day, and black lightning at that? He should keep a low profile for a couple of days. They say that the new bishop is sensitive to signs and such. He used to be an inquisitor for heretics, so if he noticed anything suspicious, he would send you to the stake. He asked with a calm expression why she was telling him this. She became indignant because of this, and said that she was worried about him. She knew perfectly well that many people saw him get struck by lightning. They were already gossiping behind his back, so he should stop walking the streets. What if the church suddenly took him away? He continued to look at the sword and said that they wouldn't take him away for just looking at the sword for a while. Zamina sighed with displeasure and said that he was incredibly stubborn. If he wanted it, he should buy it. He calmly said that it was too expensive. She looked at him and said, "This is just an ordinary blacksmith shop in the alley. Maybe she can buy it?" MC was silent for a few seconds, then said, "It costs 5 gold coins." She looked surprised because of this and asked, 5 gold coins for a piece of metal? He looked away with a sad smile and said that he knew that with that money, he could not work for a whole year. The blacksmith came out of the building, very displeased, and loudly asked, "Did she call this a piece of metal? Those damn children should leave here immediately. This is not for people like them." She asked with a calm expression, "Then who is this for? It is sold in the slums. Who other than the residents will see it and buy it? Is he even crazy?" He became even more angry at them and asked, were they not taught any manners at all? She asked with a calm expression, "Why is he making a fuss over a sword that only a knight will use?" He insulted her loudly and said that it was because his days on this earth were numbered. Why doesn't she go back to her place and wash the dishes? She got angry because of his insults and asked loudly what he just said. She was, after all, a grown lady. Vlad started to lead her away and said that she should calm down. They were already leaving. She asked him to let her go with a displeased look and said that she didn't even say anything. He drove them away with a displeased look, and when they left, he said that this fool was full of malice. He used to feed her so much. He was still angry about what happened, but he turned around and looked at the ground. He noticed deep marks near the sword and said that it seemed like he had been standing there for a long time. Even the ground had dented. He should have thought about making ends meet instead. If he kept dreaming about such things, it would only get harder. He knew very well that the children of the slums would never get out of here, so he will sell the sword to someone who can benefit from it. He can't let his latest work rot in a place like this. He and his sword shine in a place like this. The center of the northern economy, the beacon of the northern region, representing the strength of the Bayazid family, Sora. It is only natural that in such a bright place, there are also dark shadows. The slums where the dirtiest things happen. In the cat house, a man pulled a girl by the hair, loudly insulted her and asked if she dared to deceive him. She tried to resist and asked loudly, how could she deceive him? He asked loudly with a displeased look, he has been working as a mercenary for 20 years. How dare she slip him a fake? The protagonist passed by them and said that it was noisy here as always. He noticed, loudly called him a candlestick, and said that he came just in time. He must bring the madam here. He said with a calm expression that in order to meet their madam, one must pay in gold coins, not silver. He asked loudly with a very displeased expression on his face, what gold are you talking about? If madam is not here, then he should bring his mother. He looked at him silently with a very serious expression on his face. The mercenary asked loudly with a very angry expression on his face, time candles, that's a scam, right? Why does it burn out when he hasn't done anything yet? He sighed calmly and asked, how can he do anything in 5 minutes? He can go to his wife since he has no money. He became very angry about this and asked loudly, what did he just say? He calmly said that he was making too much noise. Maybe he wants to test it? He took one candle from the box, pointed his finger to the side and asked, Can't he see the clock? They will see if the candle burns out for 5 minutes or not. If not, then he can do whatever he wants with this woman. The mercenary asked with an angry expression on his face. Why should he listen to a swindler? He said with a very serious expression that he would repeat it again. They should check it. However, if the candle would burn for the full 5 minutes, he would beat him up very badly. The mercenary looked at him with a very scared look and wondered what was wrong with his eyes. The MC lit a match on the floor and asked which one of them was the cheater now. He lit a candle, and the rest of the customers discussed what was happening and watched it closely while they silently waited for the result. When the candle went out, the man turned around and looked at the clock standing next to him. He wondered with a very worried look, since what time did they start counting? He turned around because he called this mercenary and immediately got hit in the face with a stick. From such a strong blow, his nose started bleeding and he fell to the floor. He told this freak with a serious expression on his face that it was exactly 5 minutes there. After that, he kicked him, and he fell to the floor in the next room. He went inside, closed the door behind him, and said with a serious expression that he was finished. The mercenary raised his hand with a frightened look and loudly asked him to wait. He did not listen to him, started hitting him with a stick, and said that he wanted to deceive them. What kind of mercenary is he, with such a big belly? Earlier, he asked him to bring his mother. He should be more tactful with people without the participation of mothers. The mercenary screamed loudly in pain after the blows, and he ordered him to shut up. After some time, Vlad said that it seemed that someone had damaged the candles. They were not 5 minutes. He does understand what he just said, right? He called Jorge, who was eating his breakfast, and said that someone had damaged the candles. He did not react to this in any special way and agreed with him. A girl came up to them and loudly asked who dared to ruin their precious candles. He looked at her and said that this needed to be found out. She loudly agreed and said that he must find the culprit. He pointed at himself with a confused look and asked how he would find the criminal. The madam of the establishment smiled like a rose. Marcella said loudly that she had already found it. He was surprised by this and asked who did it. She said with a smile that she was just joking a little. She wanted to deceive those drunks and get more money. After that, he went up the stairs and asked, does it mean that he beat up that man for nothing? Although, what should he, an ordinary worker, do now? He met a guy who said with a smile that he heard about yesterday and was proud of him. He did a great job. Did something happen while he was gone? He put his hand on his shoulder and asked, did he learn a few secrets about selling candles yesterday, right? They need money, but now they have no money at all. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, asked Burley what he wanted from him. He immediately walked away from him to the guys who were standing nearby and said that he should not be so nervous. He said with a smile that he was not asking him to give it to him. He was offering him a good deal. He would give him something in exchange for money. He grabbed the boy with the bruises on his face by the hair and said that he was a stupid, clumsy, and incompetent pickpocket. He recognized him, didn't he? He was willing to give it back for 40 pieces of silver. That was a good deal. He looked at them with a serious expression and asked what was wrong with his fingers and toes. Burley said with a smile that if it had been cut off, he wouldn't have called him. He was just teaching him a lesson. On the whole, he was all right. He threw the bag of money on the floor with a disgruntled look, which made him happy, and he said loudly that he knew he could be relied on. He said that next time he could just kill him instead of looking for him. He started to leave with the others and said that he shouldn't say that. They were bandits, not murderers. He said with a disgruntled look that they were cheating a colleague of his own family. Burley continued to leave and said that he told them that it would work. After all, he was in charge of the stray children. He looked at the boy with a serious expression and called out to Ned. He asked him for forgiveness with a scared look and said that he was trying to be careful. MC, with a serious expression, was silent for a few seconds and asked if he had any broken bones. He refused, and then he said that in that case he should leave now before he did it. He agreed and thanked him for that. He walked away with a dissatisfied look and said that just like that, he was further away from the 5 gold coins again. After a while, the whale hunter from Captain Hoover's family showed his hand and said with a smile that he was lucky, however, because he did not lose his fingers. What happened to him was a lesson for everyone. By the way, he heard that they argued over the candles. Was that true? Vlad asked if he knew about it yet. He continued writing something in the book and said that rumors spread quickly, but no one seemed to believe it. Madam makes candles, but Marcella would not do that, right? He said with a serious expression that it seemed so to him too, and Jorge knew about it too. They would not do that. He said with a serious expression that, however, if they did it, then they must have a reason for it. There is a 90% chance that they need the money, and quite urgently. He must be careful. The organization might urgently need to get money only in one case. He immediately realized that he meant the war against the other organization. 5 heads who ruled the slums of Sora. Jorge, the pig butcher, the black bear, the dice player, the whale hunter, Captain Hoover, and the money bug, one-armed Jack. All the darkness of life, silently hidden in the shadows, would find him, as it did now. After some time, Jack entered the cat house with a crowd of people and asked with a serious look, "Where is its leader?" They looked at each other with a serious look, and the protagonist thought that accidents happen unexpectedly, and destruction is unnoticed. The money bug came here in person? So this is preparation for war? One of the crowd cried out loudly and asked, "Did he hear what the boss just said? Where is his boss now?" He looked at him with a sullen look and said that he was a simple candle seller, so he did not know. He got angry because of this and began to insult him. He punched and broke the candle box and said loudly that if he didn't know, he should go and find it. This caused all the candles to fly in different directions. Everyone who saw this was very surprised and watched what was happening intently. He took a stick and started picking up the candles from the floor and said that all the expensive candles were broken. It seemed that there would be no more sales today. The guy got indignant about this and asked, "Does this impudent person not understand anything at all?" He stopped next to him and said that he should put his feet up. He looked at him with a very displeased expression on his face and asked what he said. He looked at him with an angry look and said that he told him to put his feet up. He got angry about this, insulted him loudly, and swung his leg to hit. The MC looked at this with a serious expression on his face and thought that the fight was a microcosm of war. An appointed battlefield, planned circumstances, and complete determination. He hit him with a stick in the legs with a sharp movement, which made him lose his balance and start to fall. He immediately delivered another blow, which knocked out his teeth, and thought that this was the only way to be sure of victory. What happened was very surprising to everyone who was nearby and saw what happened. He stood over this guy, pointed the stick at him, and thought that the invariable rule of the alleys, the winner is on top and the loser is on the bottom. The other bandits got angry because of what happened and loudly asked how dare he do this in front of them. Jack raised his hand with a hook and said that they should stop. They listened to him, and he said that he liked him. He only has one arm, so he hoped that he would be understanding. Vlad looked at him with a calm expression on his face and said that he did not discriminate against cripples. He started laughing loudly because of this and called him crazy. He approached him and with a frightening smile said that they would talk in private later. Whose tramp did he take again? Judging by what he doesn't know, they died quickly. Jorge came to them and attracted their attention by calling loudly to the money bug and asking what was going on here. He should have warned them about his arrival, then he would have fried some meat for him. He looked at him with a small smile and said that it seemed to him that they were not that close. He came closer and asked if, since they had guests, maybe they should go upstairs. Jack refused the meat with a smile and asked if he had any good alcohol. He said with a serious expression that Marcella did not disappoint in matters of hospitality. He also became serious and said that in that case, he would not mind trying. They left after him, and the protagonist sighed and said that he almost died. After some time, he collected all the broken candles in a box and asked how many he had broken. Jack came back, called him a rising star, and said that his boss had not refrained from complimenting him. Apparently, he had an excellent sense of smell. When he got tired of the burning smell, he could come to work for him. A guy like him could be useful. He said with a calm expression on his face that he liked it here too, because he was fed, paid, and given a place to sleep. He laughed out loud because of this and said that they could offer him that too. He threw him a gold coin and said what kind of broken candles they were. He caught the coin with a little surprise and said that it was too much. The money bug said with a smile that he should work for him and that he would give him as much money as he wanted. He left with the others and said loudly that it was very tasty here. Now they were leaving. MC looked at him and thought that he looked satisfied. Maybe they could come to an agreement? Zemina stood on the second floor, called his name and said that Jorge was calling him. After that, he sat down next to him. He gave him the dagger and said that he wanted to give it to him later. But circumstances forced him to do it now. He should always keep it with him. He looked at the worried people around him and thought that from the atmosphere in the room, he could tell that his conversation with Jack was a disaster. He said that he might not sell candles anymore. He asked, then what should he do? Collect money or patrol the area? He said with a serious look that they had received a tip that the one-armed Jack was attracting people from the outside. Most likely, mercenaries who used to be knights. Vlad asked with a serious look, are they the same as him? Having received a positive answer, he thought that the money bug had an incredible number of people. However, even he had a hard time defeating the former knight Jorge. After all, a flock of sheep is no match for a wolf. However, if you bring in swordsmen of the same level as the knights, the balance will be upset. He said that they are currently at a disadvantage, so they need him. Soon he will give him his first task. He remembered Harvin and thought that he was a cripple without fingers, even the ability to walk. Thanks to his sharp mind, he studied language and mathematics and began to work for Captain Hoover. Looking at him, he realized that it is important to study hard because the engagement will lead to the top. He remembered that earlier, when he was practicing fencing, he heard a voice that said that he should make the angle between his elbows smaller when swinging. He said with a slightly worried look that he hears it with every swing. He remembered the past and thought that a month ago, after being struck by pitch-black lightning, he began to hear a voice. The whisper of a demon begins to sound every time he picks up a sword or something similar. He said with a displeased look that, before buying a sword, he needs to buy holy water. He thought he shouldn't pay attention to it. They say the more he answers, the more that voice will stick. He has to concentrate and just try. He has to concentrate all his thoughts and strength, and then strike. He swung his sword, and before he struck, the voice said he should bring his hands together. Thanks to that advice, he struck hard and thought everything had become different. Before, he just swung, but now it was more like the way of the sword. What kind of voice had entered his head? Sometime later, at night, the man was wiping blood from his sword and said that age cannot be fooled. Now, the winter wind chills to the bone. He heard approaching footsteps and said with a small smile that he understood everything. However, is he an idiot or on purpose? He doesn't know who he is, but he has to come out to him. The protagonist standing in the forest asked if he was Sir Stanga. He went to him, agreed, and said that it turned out that he was the guide from the slums. A blonde man with blue eyes, people thought he was a nobleman. He took out a letter and said that his boss asked him to deliver this. He started reading it and asked with a small smile, "Did the competitors hire a man who used to be a knight?" Now it was clear why they needed his help. He said with a calm expression that in that case he would take him. They should be there in 2 days, closer to night. He started to leave, and Stanga sighed and said that he wasn't sure about following someone so stupid. He turned to him and said that he could at least take him. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that you can't be smart about anything if he does such stupid things. If he says that this is the wrong road on the way, then he will kill him. He reacted calmly to this and moved on and said that he should keep up because he didn't want to fail his first mission. He felt a little embarrassed by his reaction and wondered if he had intentionally put on a threatening look, but he just ignored him. He smiled and thought that now it was clear why Jorge liked him. He was worth the effort put into him. After a while, they stopped in a small cave and made a fire. MC was staring at him. He noticed this and asked why he was looking like that. Was this his first time seeing a retired knight? He said that it was the first time he had seen such a person up close. He asked what village he lived in. He didn't answer this question and asked, by the way, where was he from? Stanga said that he was from Dikia. He chuckled because of this and said that it was a real city. He got angry because of this and said that he shouldn't act like that because he could cut him in half. He took out the meat with a calm expression and said that he asked him not to say such terrible things. He had heard that Knight's jokes were a threat. He was a little surprised when he saw fresh meat and asked if he would share with him. He said that he had not been given any more. Didn't he have any food with him? He took out some pieces of dried meat and said that he had some. Vlad started roasting the meat over the fire and he looked at it intently and thought that it smelled so delicious. He called him and asked if he wanted to know anything from him. He looked at him and asked why he suddenly asked that question. Stanga said with a small smile that for a piece of meat, he would answer one question. Such an opportunity does not present itself every day. He was eating his meat and asked how much meat he needed. If he wanted, he could just ask. He got angry because of this and said that he actually had honor. Knights get everything in exchange for something. He looked at him calmly and said that he was retired now. He said that even now he still adheres to this rule. He then calmly asked him his name and age, which he quickly answered, and after that he asked if he at least knew how to use aura. He smiled at this question and said that now it was clear that he was only innocent in appearance. Not all knights knew how to use aura, and using aura in real combat was completely different. The protagonist asked with a serious expression, so could he or not? He still didn't want to answer this question. Then he had an idea. He handed him all his meat and said that he could take it all. Stanga thought about it and said with a smile that a knight should only take what he could repay. He took out his sword from its sheath and said that there were times when he did what he wanted. However, for the past few days, he had only eaten jerky. He looked at what was happening very closely and wondered if he could really look at this. He stood up, held the sword in front of him, and looked at it with one eye. This caught his attention, and he asked why he closed his left eye. He did not answer this question. Began to concentrate and thought that he needed to generate peace from the depths of his soul. Energy began to appear around his sword, and he said that he should look closely. This is the essence of knights. He opened his eye, filled with energy against the background of the moon, and said that this is what is called an aura. After some time, They reached the city, and Stanga said that it was disgusting. He felt like a vagabond. MC said that it was good that they were dirty. After all, in this place it was better to look like a vagabond than a knight. He said with a displeased look that he was not talking about appearance, but about condition. He has a knight's honor. Why should he go through this hole? He said with a calm look that he was told to secretly escort him, so you can't go through the main gate. They had to move on, and when they got there, he would prepare a bath for him. They moved on, and he looked around and said it was so quiet here it was even alarming. He walked ahead and said it was because it was night. They noticed something on the street, and he asked with a serious expression on his face, "Was it always like this?" He looked at it with a surprised expression on his face too, and said, "It wasn't." They looked at the many dead people lying on the ground, and Vlad said it looked like they had already fought. They needed to split up. He would tell them where the back entrance was that only their people knew about. Stanga turned around and asked, "What about him then?" He ran ahead and said he would go through the front entrance. It was better to split up now. They would meet later. He ran very quickly to the right building and became very worried when he saw the mess in the cat house. Marcella was bandaging Jorge's wounds with a sad expression, who said that it was good that he had returned in one piece. The money bug had attacked them first. It was obvious that those with money were on a completely different level. He looked at them with a worried expression and asked if they were okay. He said that it had been a long time since he had encountered someone on the night level, which was why it had ended like this. However, he did bring him in the first place. Right? The protagonist agreed and said that the front entrance was being watched, so he told him to go through the back entrance. He should have arrived by now. He said with a serious expression that they would attack the money bug tomorrow and finish it this time. By the way, is he okay? He agreed and said that he seemed like a good person. Jorge asked if he had lost weight. In order to live long, you have to take care of yourself. He agreed and said that he also knew how to use aura. He was confident that they would succeed tomorrow. This news shocked him, and he heard footsteps and said that it seemed like he was already here. He called him by name and asked, did he just say that he used aura? He was a little embarrassed by this, agreed, and said that he saw it himself. Jorge immediately took his sword and said that he should stand behind him. Stanga does not know how to use aura. Because of what MC heard, he was very surprised and asked what he meant. He came out of the door, his clothes and sword were covered in blood, and he said that he settled quite far away. They had not seen each other for a long time. Earlier, this unknown man killed the real Stang before meeting him in the forest. He stood in the room with a smirk and said that he had changed a lot. Jorge looked at him with a displeased expression and asked why he came now. He was a little surprised when the man said that Count Gaidar had passed away. He started pouring alcohol into the glass and said that due to some complications it had not been announced, but that everyone would find out about it soon. He raised the glass and said that they should drink to poor Count Gaidar. He became very angry with him, insulted him loudly, and ran to attack. He struck a very strong blow with his sword as soon as he ran close enough, but he couldn't hit. The man was standing behind him and said that they should also drink to the new Count Sigmund. Jorge turned to him with a very angry expression on his face and called Godin. He ran up to him very quickly, and they crossed swords. He looked at him with a serious expression on his face and said that the new Count's first order had demanded the immediate return of the deserting knight. He said loudly with an angry expression on his face that Sigmund was not his master. He continued to hold back his attack and said that the Count had not expected him to obediently return. He had not even counted on it. After that, they started fighting each other, destroying everything around them with their blows. Vlad ran up to Marcella, started to take her away, and said that it was too dangerous here. They went into another room where Burley noticed them, loudly called his name and asked what was that noise. He called him loudly and said that he should call everyone here. He was about to say something else, but at that moment, a strong blow threw Jorge back, and he flew next to him. They were all very surprised when they saw his body flying next to him. Godin, who attacked him, asked with a serious expression, "Is he still making naive decisions?" He fell on his back from the second floor and the worried people loudly called for the leader. He was still conscious and started to get up while he was watching this from the second floor. Someone threw a dagger at him, but he immediately noticed it and blocked the attack with his sword. The one who did it turned out to be the protagonist, and they looked at each other with a serious expression. He did not get distracted by him and jumped to the first floor. He noticed this, loudly called Jorge, and warned him of the danger. He gathered all his strength and at the last moment managed to jump aside from the sword strike. Godin looked at him with a serious expression and asked why he didn't just obey the order. He said with a serious expression that he was a human and did not obey the orders of trash. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he was wrong because first of all, he was a knight. He saw the guys who were holding swords next to him and said that the night was dragging on. He closed his eyes and said that now he wanted to rest. MC began to go down the stairs to them and became very worried when he saw that he began to use aura. He loudly asked him not to do it, but he didn't listen to him and released a very bright energy. He closed his eyes after that and asked with a surprised look, what was that anyway? He looked around and saw that everyone around him was very badly injured. He got very angry because of that, and then looked to the other side and called out to Jorge. He fell silent when he saw something and remembered the past and thought that he was the first one to extend his hand to him while he was in the dirt of the alley. He was the first one to teach him, and the strongest one he had ever seen. Quietly, the blue moonlight appeared and villainously smashed his world into pieces. He got very angry because of that and grabbed the sword from the floor and ran forward and tried to attack despite the voice asking him to stop. He missed his strike, and a little surprised Godin wondered how a street boy could know the way of the sword. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that it was impressive. Vlad ran towards him and loudly wished him death. He didn't have time to strike because he kicked him in the stomach very hard and threw him away. Because of this, he flew across the room and he looked at it from the side and thought that it was innate. He can't believe that he instinctively turned to parry the blow. He held his stomach after that strong blow, and the voice said that he had to breathe, he can't pass out now. He looked at him with a calm expression and thought that it was pointless to ruin his promising future. Even if he comes back with a sharper sword, he remembered the past when Jorge said that it was always nice to see such potential. He smiled because of this, called him and said that a knight takes only if he can give something in return. He looked up at him and asked what he meant. He threw him 2 pieces of meat and said that his name was not Stanga and that he was not 42 years old. He had taken too much from him, so he was returning it. However, he would take it. It was an acceptable price and his right as the winner. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression on his face and said that he would kill him. Godin started to leave and said that in this state, he could not even ask for compensation for the pieces of meat. He became even more angry, called him loudly by name, and said that he would kill him. He must wait for this. After some time, Zemina helped him walk along the street of this city. His stomach hurt very much because of the last blow and he fell to his knees. Earlier, as he sat in the destroyed cat house, Marcella came up to him and told him that he should get up. Or did he want to die here? He did not answer her and continued to look down with a sad expression on his face. She slapped him hard across the face with her palm to bring him to his senses and said that he should pull himself together. Does he know the difference between the people living in the city center and the losers from the slums? The main difference is opportunities. They are able to get up even if they fell once, because they can afford it. He should look back, and then he will see the result of this failure. They die if they fall once. This is their fate, so he should not miss the only opportunity. Currently, Zemina looked at him with a worried look and asked if he was okay. Maybe they should go slower? He refused and said that she should go further because it was impossible for everything to end like this. A guy with a sword noticed them and said loudly that he found him. Jorge's favorite is here. MC held his aching stomach with one hand. The other grabbed her hand and said loudly that they need to run. They were running away from a crowd of armed guys and thought that their nest was destroyed. Even though they were just chicks, it was time for them to soar through the skies on their own. This group of guys lost them and asked where they had gone. Had they gone into another alley? They needed to check every nook and cranny. He wouldn't skimp. The guy whose teeth he had knocked out earlier said with an angry expression that he would make him pay for his shame. He said loudly that they should split up. He couldn't get far. They were hiding in a building, Zemina holding her breath out of fear, and he was holding the dagger Jorge had given him. He thought that if things continued like this, they wouldn't be able to escape. He called her by name and said that she should leave when things calmed down. She asked worriedly, what would happen to him? He said that they needed to get out of here somehow. They were close, so it was dangerous to move around together. She refused worriedly and said that she wanted to stay with him. He said that she had promised Marcella that she would only help him find a good place and then leave. She had to go back or to Harvin before dawn. She said with a displeased look that she had already said that she didn't want that. He said with a serious expression that she wasn't listening to him at all. Did it look like he could protect her? She was about to say something with a sad expression, but their attention was drawn to the fact that the one who lived there came up to them and asked who was there. She immediately picked up the knife that was lying on the floor, turned around, and they saw a man holding a lamp in his hand. The blacksmith looked at them with a displeased look and asked what they were doing there. She looked at him with a very tense expression and said loudly to the old man that he should stand still. He looked at them with a calm expression and asked what was wrong with them. They were the ones who broke into his house. She said loudly with a serious expression that she had told him not to move or she would hit him. They looked at each other in silence for a few seconds, and he said that he understood what situation they were in, so she could lower her weapon. Zemina thought about it for a few seconds and said loudly that he should give them the sword. The old man was surprised by this and asked what she said. She said loudly that she meant the sword that he had hanging. It was not safe outside the city now either. She was not joking, he should give it to them. Vlad looked at her with a serious expression, called her name, and said that she should put the knife down. She did not listen to him and loudly demanded that he bring the sword. The blacksmith looked at her and thought that this is what the slums are really like. The true nature of people who need to take something from others in order to survive. He was the same as them. It seemed that now it was her turn. He said with a serious expression that it was sad. He did not have time to finish because she squeezed the knife in her hand and screamed loudly. The main character was very worried about this. He reached out his hand to stop her and called her by name. The blacksmith closed his eyes with a calm expression on his face, and she unexpectedly cut off her hair. She started crying, held out the hair and said that it wasn't enough, but she would definitely repay him later. She begs him to give him this sword. The blacksmith looked at the hair lying on the ground, then looked at him and asked, "Are they going to leave?" He agreed with a serious expression on his face. He looked at them and thought that the only thing he dreamed of doing in his life, but he could not. However, this guy can handle it, but he has not yet spread his wings. He made a dissatisfied look and said that they, the youth, are making everything difficult for him. He turned around and said that they should follow him. After a while, they went outside. The blacksmith was dragging a cart with garbage, and Zemina was helping him and said that it stinks very much here. He said that this was their only way. There were several armed guys standing on their way. One of them called him and asked what he was doing here so late. He looked at them with a slightly worried look and wondered if these freaks were even waiting here. The guy looked at the contents of the cart behind him and asked if he was throwing out the trash at such an hour. He made a displeased expression and said loudly that they had blocked the whole alley with their fights. The forge was almost bursting from the accumulated trash that he still couldn't throw out. He looked at his assistant and asked who it was. Wasn't he the only one working? He said loudly that he was too tired to cope on his own, so he gave her some bread for her help. Or did they want to throw out this trash themselves? The boy came up to her and said that he was the only blacksmith in the area, so everything was fine, but he thought he should check who it was. He lifted her hood with his sword and said with a serious expression that she shouldn't move unless she wanted him to cut something off. He cut Zemina's hood with a swing of his sword, and she made a face and said how hard it was to make a living. Because she had cut off her hair, he didn't recognize her and said that they could move on. The blacksmith looked at him and asked what they were even trying to find. He looked at him and said that they were looking for the blonde man Jorge was taking care of. They couldn't find him. He was still looking at him and asked if they could go. The boy said that he would have to make sure. He called one of his comrades and said that he should check the carriage. They were all very surprised by what they heard and began to worry. The guy said that, however, they should not do it here, they should move after him. The old man thought with a dissatisfied and worried look. Do they need to go somewhere? They cannot go somewhere after him. They walked away together, with this guy. Walked away from the rest, he began to examine the contents of the cart and said that they had a lot of things. His attention was drawn to the stick that MC had practiced with earlier. She began to panic very much because of this, and he looked at her with a serious expression on his face silently. He squeezed his spear in his hand and said that he asked them not to be angry because this was his job. He stuck his spear into the garbage lying on the cart, which made them very worried. He deliberately missed and said that he heard that Harvin launched a ship and everyone went there. They think that he has some reason for this. He should just keep it in mind. He pulled out his spear and said that they can go on. They went further, and he said that this was for the 40 silver coins that his brother owed him. Vlad heard him, called him Otar, and thanked him for it. After some time, they reached the right place, and the blacksmith said that they had finally arrived. From here, the garbage falls outside the city. Zemina could hardly hold back her tears, said goodbye to him, and said that she hoped that everything would be fine with him. After that, they threw a pile of garbage along with him into this hole. The old man with a slightly sad expression on his face thought that the star he was holding in his hands was what the old man had created, putting his dreams into it, and it was paid for with the girl's tears. After some time, the main character went into a cave, made a fire, took the sword in his hands and asked if anyone could hear him. The voice in his head agreed, and then he asked who he was. The voice answered that he did not know that. He said that he knew so much about swords, but did not even know who he was. It seems like it's for the best, they can help each other. He will help him get his memory back, and he should be his sword. He doesn't care even if he is the devil. He is only afraid of the fact that he is nothing. The voice agreed to this and said that he will tell him about his sword. After some time, in the military camp, the second son of the Bayazid family, Joseph put a chess piece on the map and said that it was too easy. A man named Jagger entered his room and told his master that he had just returned. He looked at his expression and said that something seemed to be bothering him. Is he worried about something? He said with a serious look that it was too easy. He came to his desk and said that the monster hunt was going smoothly. There were few victims. They were all mercenaries. He asked, aren't deserters considered missing? A steady result with no deserters. Everyone will doubt his ability to command. Father and vassals, that's understandable. And of course, Rudiger, his half-brother on his father's side. He thought that at this rate, it would be the end. If he didn't become the next count, then his half-brother would obviously. The Bayazid clan, famous for its army, had already left its mark on history. His father and his blood brothers were vying for the post. He said with a calm expression that he didn't have enough swordsmen except him. He stood in front of him and told the Lord that he still had something to inform him about. He gave him permission and he said that there was one suspicious soldier. He asked with a calm expression, was this his brother's spy? Jagger said that wasn't the case. He would understand when he saw it. After that, they came to the place where the dead goblins were hanged, and Joseph said that it was disgusting. He was most likely killed by a child who had just started holding a sword. He stood nearby and told the Lord that he should take a look at this too. He looked at some more goblins and said, they are all the same. However, these cuts are getting better. He was surprised because he realized something and thought that they were the same, but still different. He called him and said that he hoped that he did not want to say that one person did this. He agreed and told the master that they found these yesterday and those a month ago. He was surprised because of this and thought that this was impossible. Such progress in just a month? He turned to him and asked with a surprised look, who did this? At the same time, a group of warriors were fighting against the goblins. One of them said loudly that the line must tighten. They cannot let them get away. One of them killed the monster with his goblin spear and said that the end is finally near. They must get rid of these monsters. The rest of the warriors looked at him with surprised faces and could not say anything. He looked at them and did not notice the huge monster that was standing behind him. It struck very hard with its club and killed that warrior. The others looked at the monster with a confused look, who screamed loudly and ran towards them. It ran up to him very quickly and started attacking them. They were surprised by this and asked loudly, where did he come from? He broke through the fifth group. They need to retreat. Sir Borden was standing next to them on a horse and asked loudly, what were they doing here? Should they move forward quickly? Or do they want to be paid for this? They said loudly that they had not heard that there would be hobgoblins there. They should hire mercenaries instead, or he could fight back himself. He started to take out his sword with a displeased look, a serious expression on his face, but stopped when he noticed the body of the warrior who was thrown towards him. After that, he looked at the very angry monster, who was growling angrily with rage. He became scared at what he saw and put his sword back into its sheath. MC walked out of the crowd of monsters and calmly walked towards the monster that had its back to him. They saw him and loudly called him Praying Riemann. He said with a calm expression that he would take on this monster. Immediately after that, he took out his sword, threw the sheath on the ground, and ran towards the hobgoblin very quickly. It noticed this, but he was faster and stabbed it with his sword. He looked at the wound left on the monster's body and thought that it was a weak blow. It started to attack, and he heard a voice that said that he should dodge. He noticed the hobgoblin's blow and jumped to the side at the last moment. He stopped and said, with a dissatisfied look, that he failed again. The voice called him an idiot and asked, can't he even do what it tells him? He thought with a dissatisfied look that you need to be a genius to do everything right away as told. He said that he was just taking the long way. It ran towards him and screamed loudly in anger. It began to strike many fast blows with its club, but he closely watched its movements and easily dodged these attacks. It raised its club, screamed loudly in anger, and struck a very strong blow. Because of this, the snow flew into the air, but it noticed that there was no one there. Vlad stood behind the monster and thought that this time he would definitely defeat it. At the same time, Jaeger told him about the Praying Riemann, and Joseph said that he should immediately find out about this person. He agreed with the master with a calm expression. He continued to examine the killed goblins and thought that there was no point in this. Crooked, sloppy blows, just think. He walked the path of the sword in a month. At the same moment, he struck a very strong blow with his sword and cut off the hobgoblin's head. After that, they began to collect the bodies of the defeated monsters in carts and said that there was only trash here. He thought that there would be at least something good here because of the hobgoblins. The guy named Goith said loudly to the captain with a happy look that he had done a great job this time too. The protagonist said with a calm expression that he should stop talking and load up those he had killed. He said with a smile that he had already done it. Who would dare touch what was his anyway? By the way, they were almost done. What were they going to do now? Did he need anything else? With his swordsmanship and brains? He didn't get to finish because he said that he doesn't work with scammers. He looked at him with a sly smile and said that he doesn't have a mercenary badge. He knows a man who is very good at forging. He turned to him, called his name, and with a serious expression said that he must know that such talk kills. He thought that if it was a warning, then he would just warn him, but if it was a threat, then he would kill. Goethe was confused by this and said that he said it for his own good. It's a shame that he makes so little money with such skills. MC with a serious expression said that he should shut up and continue cleaning, or he would say goodbye to his head. He agreed, started to leave and said that he was leaving already. He thought with a displeased look that sometimes something needs to be done with him. He started to walk into the forest. The other warriors noticed and asked, "Is Riemann going to pray again?" He was doing what he always did. He stopped, knelt down on one knee and put his sword in front of him. They looked at it from the side and said that it looked really cool. Maybe he really was a nobleman. He was definitely not their equal. Vlad, looking very displeased, quietly said that he couldn't cut that monster with one blow. The voice called him an idiot and said that he had said that the one blow, one kill principle depends on the element of surprise. He quietly asked, "What does that even mean?" The voice said that when he takes up the sword, the enemy does this, and he must do otherwise. He continued to kneel down with a displeased look and asked, how is he supposed to understand that? He asked, does he still not understand that? After all, he says, first this, then something else happens. He didn't understand what he meant at all, and the other warriors began to pray, looking at him. After a while, the protagonist sat at the table, took a spoon with food and asked what kind of meat it was, and was it even that? Goethe ate calmly and said that he did not know. What difference did it make if it was free? It was hard to find a place where workers were fed. The other warrior said that it was Bayazid after all. Exactly. It was salty, but it was better than nothing. He started to leave and said that then they could eat. They looked at him and asked, is he going to the priest again? Maybe he should start praying too? He would never be like him. After some time, the priest Andreas called him Riemann and greeted him. He bowed, also called him by name and asked how he slept. He said that everything was as usual. He had heard that he had also prayed last night. He must have been quite cold. He was a little unhappy with what he had heard from the voice, but he smiled and said that he did not know that, because he was in the arms of God. The priest laughed and said that he looked more like a priest than he did. A boy in a church robe came up to him and told his father that the food was ready. He turned to him with a smile, thanked him and said that he understood him. He was just about to have breakfast. He could join him. MC was confused by this and said that he did not come to eat. This did not bother Andreas at all. He sat down next to them and said that they should pray. They all folded their hands in prayer, and he said that they were grateful to the Almighty for this food. They hoped that he would send them strength with this food and help them do good to others. He looked at him and thought that he was such a sincere believer. Even in such a terrible place, he did not lose faith. It was necessary to guide this young man, whose hands will always be bloody in battle. This must be the destiny that God has bestowed on him. He finished reading the prayer and said that they could eat. He looked at him, agreed, and thanked him for it. Vlad looked at the food and thought that it was rare wheat bread and soup, real food. Andreas said that he wanted to talk about his swordsmanship. He had heard a lot about it, but it seemed that Sir Joseph knew too. 2 days ago, he came and asked about him. He was a little embarrassed by this and asked what of it. He looked at him with a kind smile and said that he had given a recommendation for him. He also said that he was looking forward to being promoted. The Bayazids are a famous family in the north. Just being able to work for them gives much better conditions, and he has the right to do so. After some time, he again pretended to pray with his sword in his hands and said that things were bad. Apparently he was too noticeable. The voice said that they had no choice. His skill could only be mastered through real combat experience. The bigger problem was his friendship with the priest. Now he's finally convinced that he's not an evil being? The protagonist said that he'd heard that he was respected and had great divine power, enough to become a bishop. If he didn't see anything in him, now he seemed sure of it. Anyway, maybe we should run away from here? The voice said that they would turn a blind eye to the fake name if he was capable enough. He said with a slightly worried look that they would eventually find out that he had killed a mercenary who was stealing. Then he would be tried for both the fake name and the murder. The voice jokingly called him a villain, and he pointed at the sword with a displeased look and said that he was his accomplice. He said that it seemed like it would be better for him to run. Self-defense could only be done in front of witnesses. MC, with a calm expression, said that they would then escape at night. If he took Goethe with him, he would be able to get a fake badge. The voice said that it seemed like it might be really difficult. He felt a presence and said that someone was coming. It was a skilled knight. He grabbed the sword, turned around sharply, and got into a fighting stance. Jaeger looked at him and thought, did he feel his presence? This is better than he thought. He said that Sir Joseph wanted to see him. Vlad lowered the sword and thought that he should have left at once instead of hesitating. If he did not behave correctly, he could find himself in a difficult situation. He said with a small smile that it was an honor for him. He thought that he had heard that composure was the most important part of the card game. Jaeger approached him and asked, does he know why he came? He said that he heard it from the priest, but did not think that he would come so soon. He looked at him with a small smile and thought that it was interesting. He was a young guy, but he was not afraid of him at all. He turned around, started to leave, and said that he should follow him. The protagonist looked at him and thought, maybe he should try to run away? The voice said that he didn't even have to think about it. He wouldn't have time to take 3 steps before he, a knight of his level, would kill him. He put away his sword and thought he had no choice. After some time they came to the tent. Joseph was reading a book and said that he was finally here. He was glad to meet him. He bowed to him and said that it was an honor for him. He didn't look at him and asked if he was experiencing any inconvenience in his work. He calmly said that everything was fine thanks to his prudence. He said with a calm expression that the blonde man with blue eyes, it seemed to him that he was from some noble family. His name is Riemann, isn't it? Having received a positive answer, he closed the book and said that he should have said about it earlier. Immediately after that, Jaeger hit him very hard in the face with his palm. He was a little surprised because of this, and they looked at each other after that. Joseph looked at him with a serious expression, told him his real name, the city he was from, and said that he hated liars. MC wiped his face with his hand and said that it turns out they already know about it. He said that it was confirmed that his mother was a woman with low social responsibility, but they couldn't find out who his father was. Does he know about it? He looked at him with a serious expression and said that it was a good joke to ask someone like him. Because of this, Jaeger kicked him really hard in the knee, causing him to fall to the floor. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he should know when to stop. Joseph went to him and said that actually, it was a good joke. That group of mercenaries, they must have killed someone and brought them back. He already understood why he ran away from Sora, but where did he learn to handle a sword? He looked deeply into his eyes and said that there was so much hidden in those eyes. He was very worried when he heard Jaeger behind him start to draw his sword from its sheath. Vlad decided to be honest and said that the lightning strike was his teacher, who appeared out of nowhere. He did not give his name, but said the following. The power of vision of extraordinary skill should not be available to everyone. Joseph noticed that his eyes were not moving and said that he was ready to forgive him for such treatment. He looked at him with a worried look and wondered, did it work? He said that he did not know about him, but now he is in a difficult situation, so he has a proposition for him. He called him by name and asked if he would like to take a higher position, power, freedom, survival, chivalry. He talks about it. He said his name and said that he wants to support him. After some time, the protagonist started to fight with wooden swords against Jaeger. The other warriors watched their fight and said that he holds on so easily. It is because he has given in. Did he become Sir Jaeger's apprentice? He definitely has outstanding skills. He is jealous and wants to join them. He threw a punch which MC blocked, then swung his sword again and called him a trickster. He asked if it was worth it to be so cocky in front of Joseph with such skills. He should know his place. He blocked his attacks with difficulty and thought that they were of different levels. If he dodges, he immediately follows and his punches are difficult to block. He got an idea. He redirected his punch and threw a punch back which was blocked. The warriors looked at what was happening in amazement and said loudly that he had done well. He was very good. Jaeger easily held back his blow and said that it was good that at least he could do that. He looked at him tiredly and thought that it had failed again. He simply let him show himself. He said that in the morning and in the evening, they would continue such sparring twice a day. He began to leave and said that for now they could finish so that he would not overexert himself. Vlad, with a serious expression on his face, quietly said that he had no sense of loyalty and did not even give a single piece of advice. The voice said that it was a good fight. He mercilessly cut off everything that was superfluous from him. Such things can only be understood in practice. He said with a displeased look that they were all against him. After this duel, Joseph asked, so what would he say now that he had seen it himself? Jaeger stood in front of him and said that he was not bad, so much so that if he were from a noble family, the Count himself would have noticed him. He looked at him with a smile and said that he knew that his eyes did not deceive him. He said that, however, the problem was that he knew no boundaries and was quite arrogant. He said with a calm expression that it was understandable, since he had grown up on the streets. They could only gradually teach him etiquette. It seemed that the right person was standing right in front of him. He said with a serious expression that one could not trust a sword without loyalty. Joseph said with a smile that even if he bowed his head when he saw it, he still would not believe it. It was good that he had shown his true nature right away. It seemed to be for the best. A wonderful relationship when people give each other what they want. Jaeger nodded with a calm expression and said that if he thought so. He asked if he was not like a wolf. Arrogant, unreliable, living with a sense of superiority. He did not want to rush, since it would take time to create a large cage. So large that the wolf could confuse it with freedom. After some time, Goethe stood outside at night, shivering from the cold, and asked why there was such a fog in winter. Who would have thought that the captain would become a Jaeger apprentice? He should have been noticed earlier. By the way, success is one thing, but to get into such a situation in such weather? Sir Roderick came up to him and asked if everything was all right. He was surprised when he saw him, loudly agreed, and said that it seemed like nothing unusual here. He said with a calm expression on his face that he should pull himself together and give it his all. He loudly agreed, and said that he didn't need to worry about it. He walked away with a calm expression on his face, and left him standing in the same place. Goethe looked at him and said that he was so strong that even a needle couldn't pierce him. He went out on patrol, so he won't be back for a while. Maybe he should get some sleep? He was just starting to fall asleep when he suddenly heard Roderick, who asked what she was doing here. He woke up immediately and with a frightened look wondered if he had left yet. He asked, "What do you mean? Is she looking for a child?" He listened to this and wondered who he was talking to. He turned around at the voice and wondered who he was talking to. Roderick was standing not far from him and told the woman that she was crazy. The woman was about to say that she was looking for her child, but did not finish. Goethe watched this from the side and wondered why she stopped. He began to slowly approach him and wondered where he went. The camp was on the other side. He noticed dark energy around Roderick, and looking closer, he saw a frightening and elongated face of the woman. After some time, Vlad was walking through the forest and said that his whole body hurts. Could he slow down a little? The voice called him a newbie and said that such an opportunity only happens once in a lifetime. Many are willing to pay for the opportunity to fight Jaeger, because he is a knight of such a high level. He remembered with a displeased look how he looked during sparring and said that it seemed like he just wanted to beat him. He said that thanks to this the quality of the fight increases. Anyway, it is important. He looked away with a slightly displeased look and said that it upset him. His attention was attracted by the fact that Goethe began to quietly call him. He noticed him and he, hiding behind a tree, called him and said that he should come to him for a minute. The protagonist looked at him and asked when he came back. It seemed that the team of fighters had not returned yet. He looked around warily and told the captain that he was planning to escape at night. He must not forget that he came here to find him. They should definitely meet up later and have fun. He looked at him with a serious expression and asked what the hell he was saying. Goethe with a worried look said that he asked to take his words seriously. He saw it with his own eyes. This forest they are taking over is cursed. Does he know that some soldiers have escaped? Although the pay is good here and the supplies are pretty good. In fact, they didn't escape. It was the forest that took them. They weren't deserters. They were missing. He remembered the woman's scary face and said that he had seen it himself. There are ghosts in the forest that kidnap people. MC didn't believe him, raised his hand to hit him, and said that he should know when to stop, even if he is talking nonsense. He raised his hands to defend himself and said loudly that it was all true. He swears. Even a knight went missing yesterday. He immediately lowered his hand and asked, "Is he talking about Sir Roderick?" He agreed and asked, "Did he check on the way back and does he know what was there?" Everyone who went missing had black hair. After a while, Goethe walked through the forest with the army following him and thought with a disgruntled expression that he should have just packed up and run without thinking about politeness. Jaeger rode on a horse and asked if he could be trusted. Vlad walked next to him, refused and said that, however, he was not mad. He thought with a serious expression that Sir Joseph considered this an opportunity and not an ordinary show fighting monsters. If they found something unusual, it would be more useful. However, it worried him. He asked, "All the missing ones were black-haired, right?" He looked at him and said that there were 3 knights at this post, but they did not notice anything. He said with a calm expression that this meant that they were useless. He thought that, however, he cannot stay here either. If even Roderick was missing, someone more experienced should go. Goethe turned around, called him and said that the fighters had returned. They all stopped in front of them, bowed, and one of them said that he was Aaron, Sir Roderick's apprentice. Jaeger looked at them and asked if they had checked the entire forest, but found nothing. He agreed with this and said that despite the fact that experienced mercenaries were walking ahead, they had not found a trace. He thought that it seemed like he needed to verify this personally. He waved his hand and said that they should split into groups of 3 and explore the area. They should disperse, but be within sight of each other. After some time, Goethe, with a displeased expression, said that this was not right. How could he do this to him? He was a swindler who enjoyed the respect of others. The protagonist was walking next to him and said that he should stop talking and continue searching because he would give him something. Jagger approached them and asked if they had found anything. He refused, and then he called them useless. MC, with a calm expression, looked at him and said that he was from the city. He asked how they found the missing people in the alleys. He said with a calm expression that it was easy. You could catch someone and demand information. He looked at him with a displeased expression and said that he was really useless. He looked around and thought that the sun was setting, which meant the day would soon be over. Maybe it was time to return to camp. He looked to the side and asked if they had searched on the other side of the river. Goethe said that as far as he knew, he had not crossed the river. There was no such direction of attack. Jagger thought with a serious expression that they had not found anything in the forest so far. They would not be able to find Roderick and the unknown woman here. He said that they should gather all the mercenaries and then cross the river. He agreed and started whistling loudly. He stood on the river and said that the ice was quite thin. Vlad stood next to him and said that it was because winter was ending, but it was still possible to cross. He said that if they spread out, everything should work out. Warriors came to them and one of them asked, "Did they find him?" Goethe looked at them and said that they could not find anything. Jagger turned to them and said that they were expanding the search area to the territory beyond the river. Since they all agreed to this, after which the first group of warriors went across the river. Goethe sighed heavily and worriedly, which the protagonist noticed, turned around and asked what was wrong with him. He looked at the river with a very tense expression on his face and said that he had a bad feeling. He said calmly that it was natural, he was just afraid. He was indignant about it and said that of course he was afraid. He was not like him. People like him could survive only thanks to their instinct. However, now it was telling him not to cross the river. He looked at it with a calm expression on his face and said that he did not know much about instinct, but he knew one thing. If he ran away, he would die an unpleasant death. The only one who would run away from the scene? Even if it were him, he would kill himself. He should stop worrying and move on. He would only survive if he crossed the river. Goethe, looking frightened, began to slowly follow him and said that he was warning them not to do it. He called out to the captain in fear and asked, "The ice could crack, right?" He calmly agreed and said that if he kept talking, it would break and he would fall into the water. He fell to the floor and said that he could not go on. MC grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and said that he should go, only they were left. He looked down with a very scared expression on his face and started screaming loudly in fear. He was unhappy with his behavior and was about to say something about it, but immediately changed his mind when he noticed the same thing as him. Goethe looked under the ice with a very scared expression and said loudly that there were corpses in the river. The other warriors immediately stopped and looked there too. They started to panic and said loudly that the ice was breaking, they should cross the river faster. Unexpectedly for them, the dead began to float up from the bottom and break through the ice to the outside. The warriors found themselves surrounded, and one of them asked loudly, "What is this? What should they do now?" Jagger looked at what was happening with a serious expression on his face and thought that it was a trap. A carefully prepared trap, as if they knew that they would come here. Night and darkness, this is no place for the living. At the same time, Andreas prayed in front of the cross and told the Lord that he was grateful for watching over them. He asked that he continue to show them the way with his light. Jin was a little embarrassed because he stopped praying. He started shaking, and he called for the Lord priest. He looked at the bowl with a surprised look, which began to be engulfed in dark energy. At the same time, a woman in a white dress came out to the river and asked where her child was. One of the living dead ran to the frightened Goethe, who was very scared, and loudly called for the captain. Vlad killed this monster with one blow of his sword, which was about to attack him. He immediately turned around, saw the next group of monsters, and killed them all with quick blows. He watched this from the side with a very scared look, and he turned around and loudly told this idiot that he should get up and take his spear. He refused to do this, and he turned around with a displeased look and looked around. The voice said that he should stay calm. First he should think, and only then act. He saw how groups of monsters were getting out of the river, while the rest were surrounding the warriors, and thought that they would not be able to get to the others. I wonder if Sir Jagger is okay? At the same time, with a calm look, he was killing crowds of monsters with smooth movements that were attacking him from all sides. The rest of the warriors could not win, and were screaming loudly in pain. He thought with a dissatisfied look that there was no end to them. They had planned this ambush well. He does not know who planned it, but he knows exactly who is behind it. He began to prepare to use his aura, and thought that he had no time to waste. Another crowd of monsters was running at him, but he activated his aura and killed these monsters very quickly with his energy. The rest of the warriors looked at him with a joyful look and said loudly that they should all come here. They have Sir Knight. He defeated the monsters with a serious expression on his face, called the main character's name loudly, and said that he must follow the agreement. He defeated another undead man, called his name loudly and asked what he should do. Jaeger continued to fight and said loudly that he must return to the camp and protect it at any cost. He must protect Sir Joseph, as he should. He did not dispute the order, agreed, started to run away and loudly called Gotha with him. He looked at him with a frightened look and loudly asked the captain to wait. He looked at him with a serious expression on his face and thought that he hoped that they would get to the camp safe and sound. He heard the sounds that the monsters made nearby and turned around abruptly. He saw Roderick, who had also become a monster, and said that he seemed to be late. At the same time, Joseph was sitting in his tent and heard people outside screaming loudly in pain and asking what was that. He was a little embarrassed by this and asked if this was an ambush. Borden ran into his tent and called him loudly. He stood up from his table, called him by name, and asked what was going on outside. He was confused by this question, could not answer, and he asked with a displeased look, did he burst in here without even finding out what was going on? He said with a worried voice that his safety came first. He became even more angry about this and asked loudly, that was why he came here without a sword? It seemed that his brother was too kind to him. He would have already hanged him for something like this. He bowed and loudly asked for his forgiveness. Also, Andreas entered the tent with Jean, accompanied by 2 knights. Joseph called him by name and asked if he could explain what was going on. The priest showed him a book and said that these were demons. He should look at this. The Bible was written in holy ink. The letters are shaking like crazy. It means that something powerful is heading towards them. He remained calm and asked if there was a way to stop it. He said that he was not an exorcist. Of course, he would try his best with his divine powers, but he doubted that it would do any good. He thought with a serious expression that none of the knights had ever managed to create their own world before, but they had no other choice. He walked towards the exit with a serious expression and said that they had to go. He came out of the tent and was surprised to see a fog enveloping the camp. The warriors were affected by this fog, screaming loudly in pain and saying that he was not her child. Joseph immediately covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief and asked if this fog was causing the soldiers to hallucinate. Andreas covered his mouth and nose with his hand and said that it was definitely not a natural phenomenon. He looked at what was happening with a serious expression and thought that it seemed that he too had been affected. Immediately after that, they heard a woman's voice calling for her child. They all noticed a woman walking through the camp in a white dress and asking where he was. They were all shocked by what they saw and watched her intently. Suddenly, she stopped, turned her head unnaturally towards them and asked, "He is here, right?" She looked at Joseph and said that she finally found him, the child. She tried to get closer to him, but she burned her fingers and screamed loudly in pain. Andreas and Jean used their powers to hold the sacred barrier that prevented this woman from getting closer. Joseph looked at this with a serious expression and thought, so only Sir Jaeger can defeat this monster? Kaid and Maxim were not enough, even with Andreas's father's blessing. She continued to try to pass through the barrier, crying black tears and loudly calling for her child. He tried to remain calm and thought that it seemed like a curse that was meant for him. Who could it be? Jin started coughing up blood from overexertion. The priest noticed it and said loudly that he should stay put. The sun would definitely rise again. Because of what happened, the woman was able to put her hand through the barrier. He noticed it and wiped the blood from his face. He immediately started supporting the barrier again, and she screamed loudly in pain. Joseph saw how he continued to support the barrier with tears and thought that the priest was already at the limit and the psalm would soon end. Is this really the end? They are in such a bad situation that they can't wait until dawn. He looked behind the woman and noticed a warrior running quickly towards them with a sword in his hand. She sensed him approaching and turned around to face him. MC looked at her with a serious expression and channeled energy into his sword. Before, he was watching the situation from the side, and the voice said that this was the result of a curse. Therefore, it cannot be defeated with an ordinary wedge. He asked what he should do then. The voice asked if he happened to know how to use aura. He asked with a serious expression if that was a joke just now. He thought about it and said that there was one way. To do this, he needed to let him borrow his body for a while. He was a little surprised by this and asked if that was possible. The voice said that he could use mana himself, but he was not sure if he could use it in his body. Even if he could, he would not be able to move for a while. Therefore, he could not recommend this method. Vlad said with a serious expression that, however, if he did not kill this creature, then he would be killed. He stood up to his full height and decided to act on his plan. The voice asked, "Is he absolutely sure about this?" He said with a serious expression that he had made a promise to Joseph. It was his duty. He offered faith in exchange for loyalty. The voice said that he respected his decision. At the moment, he ran very quickly towards the woman, who looked at him with a frightening look and screamed intimidatingly. When he ran close enough, the voice said that it was time now, he should close his right eye. As soon as he did this, he found himself in an unknown space where there was a tornado with lightning and thought, is this the world of the voice? At the same time, he took control of his body, directed the energy into the sword, and with a serious expression on his face, dealt a very strong blow to this monster. Everyone who was nearby and saw what happened was incredibly shocked. Right after this attack, the protagonist fell to his knees and screamed loudly in severe pain due to the use of aura. Joseph looked at him with a worried look and called out his name loudly. He fell to the ground and was shaking due to the intense pain. He looked at him, recalling that blow, and thought that just now, those were definitely traces of aura. He has no idea how he achieved this, but he is sure that he had to pay for it. The woman remained alive after this attack, began to crawl towards him while he was exhausted, and called out for her child. Joseph ran towards him with a slightly worried look and loudly said that they should not stop praying. He helped him to his feet, called his name loudly, and told him that he should hold on to him. She continued calling out for her child and grabbed his leg. Because of this, he fell to the ground and with a tense expression thought that he hated this fragile body of his. Can't he even cope with this? Borden ran up to him, grabbed him by the clothes, and said loudly that he was asking for forgiveness for his insolence. Immediately after that, he threw them both back with a sharp wave of his hands. The woman continued to stretch her hand towards him and screamed loudly in offense. They both fell next to the priest, and Joseph said that for the first time he was glad that he was on his side. In response to this, he thanked him loudly. MC regained his strength a little, picked up the sword, stood up, called the priest, and said that he was asking him to bless his sword. He needed to relieve this woman from suffering. Andreas looked at him with a serious expression and said that he understood. He took it, ran his hand over the blade, leaving his blood on the sword, and said that he blessed his sword. He took it back and thanked him for it. After that, he approached the woman and stopped in front of her. She continued to cry all this time and asked him to help find her child. He looked at her with a sad expression on his face and thought that even if it was just for a moment, he saw a woman locked in a dungeon and a defenseless child on the cold floor. In this vision, he saw her trying to reach for the child and loudly begging for him to come back. He thought that this woman could only beg while her child was dying in front of her eyes. This is a terrifying sight for a mother. Vlad, with a serious and sad expression on his face, swung his sword and said, "Rest in peace." He pierced her with his sword, because of which she in the end she came to her senses and before dying asked, "Where is her child?" At the same time, in another place, a man in a dark robe was sitting and concentrating energy over a small chest with a smile. Unexpectedly for him, this energy disappeared, and he thought that he no longer felt its presence. Was she killed? But who did it? Among them, only one knight can use aura. Jaeger found him emitting a strong aura and said that so he was the rat who was manipulating those dolls. After some time, Jaeger with a calm expression asked, "So it was him? Is he the one who controlled the dead in the darkness?" He held the man by the hair and said that he thought so. He held a chest in his other hand and said that it also seemed like that woman was looking for this. He looked at it and said that it looked like a child's coffin. He should give this to the priest. They will investigate everything when they return to Varna. It seems that their expedition ended in failure. Jaeger stood next to him and said that he had no excuses. He said that it was a complete failure, but for some reason he felt relieved. He asked how that guy was feeling. He said with a small smile that he seemed to have found the right person. The one who would become his sword. It shines brighter than the others. After some time, the protagonist woke up with a confused look and asked, "Did he sleep for 3 days?" The voice agreed and said, "That's why he should be more careful next time." He didn't know the side effects would be so strong. He said that he was glad though, because he thought they would pack up and leave right away. The voice said that they must have been waiting for him to recover. Joseph seemed to be very worried about him. He didn't respond to this and walked out of the infirmary. He looked around and said that the camp was empty. So, it's no wonder that everyone ran away after so much trouble. Goethe called out loudly to the captain and asked, "Is he awake yet? Does he even know how worried he was?" MC looked at this with a small smirk and asked, "Is he serious? The guy who ran away first came back?" He agreed with a big smile and said that he did promise a bonus upon his return. He carried it to the camp and even risked his life returning here with Sir Knight. "You shouldn't forget about it." He said calmly that he would tell them about it. He said that Sir Jaeger had told him to report to him when he came to. Sir Joseph was in his tent. It seemed he should go and see him. He started to leave, agreed, and wished him a good shift. Goethe waved his hand at him and asked loudly, he wouldn't forget to tell about him, would he? Vlad sighed discontentedly because of this and said that he was incredibly clingy. When he came to the tent, Joseph poured himself some wine and asked, he could drink alcohol, right? He agreed and said that he once worked in a cat house, but he never drank such expensive wine. He said with a small smile that it was a drink for aristocrats. First of all, he would like to thank him, because he could have just run away. He asked calmly, "They had an agreement, didn't they?" He agreed and said that he promised to swear faith, not loyalty. He thought that even though it was a verbal agreement, he had fulfilled the terms. He could not afford to lose such a man. He needed to make him his subordinate. He put a glass of wine on the table and said that it was now his turn to fulfill the terms of the agreement. He needed to reward him for his actions. He wanted to formally invite him to the Bayazid family. After some time, they reached the Bayazid district, Varna. Jaeger approached him and told the master that he had sent all the mercenaries. Joseph said that this was excellent. They would stay here for a day or two. He needed to report on the results of the expedition. He looked back and saw the protagonist actively looking around. He approached him and asked if this was his first time in Varna. He looked at him and said that he was appearing everywhere for the first time. He called him a country bumpkin, with a calm expression. Joseph looked at him and said that he could take a day off and walk around the city if he wanted. He bowed to him and thanked him for it. Jaeger, with a serious expression, said that he should not get lost. He should return to the city council building by dinner. He agreed, but when he left, he looked at him with a displeased look. The voice said that it seemed that they were both crazy about him. MC, with a displeased look, said that they would strangle him someday from great love. Without taking this into account, since they were well paid for the expedition, he should go eat something tasty. I wonder what this city is famous for. He stopped because Jin took his hand and called him by name. He turned to him and asked how he could help. He said with a kind smile that the priest would like to invite him if he was free. He looked at him and asked, "Does the priest want to see him?" After that, they came to the church. He was surprised by the size and said that even the church in Sora is not that big. He said with a smile that although the capital of Bayazid Sutram, the religious center, is in this city, he can wait inside. The priest will come soon. Vlad went inside and was even more surprised when he saw the interior. He thought that he had just thought about it. They called him praying Riemann, but in fact he never prayed. Why did he feel guilty about it now? Andreas called him by his real name and said that he was sorry for making him wait. He said with a small smile that everything was fine. He was grateful to him for inviting him. He laughed and said that it was not worth thanking. He handed him a small object and said that he should take it. It was his personal card. Sir Joseph most likely prepared this for him too, but usually it is given out in the church, since the blessing of the Lord is given everywhere. The protagonist was very surprised by this and read that the priest was his guarantor. He patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said that he should not be shy and come to them in difficult times. From that moment on, he was his guarantor. He knelt down and thought that a kid from the gateway like him, who did not even have a birth certificate, was able to get a guarantor and write his name in this huge world. From that day on, he was no longer a slum dweller, but Vlad from Sor. After some time, they all went on a journey, and Joseph said that the county of Bayazid consists of 12 small and 3 large cities. The logistics center, Sor, the religious center, Varna, and the capital, Sutram. When they entered the building, Jaeger with a serious expression said that they were now guests of Sir Joseph. They must keep in mind that any foolish action will affect his reputation. They should not run around here like hillbillies. It is better to sit quietly. MC looked at him and agreed with him. He said that the servants would bring refreshments. He was about to say something else, but changed his mind and said that they should wait and not eat anything. If they eat like barbarians, it will only create a reason for bad rumors about them. He was about to say something about this, but he said that he should shut up and not eat anything. They entered the room, and Goethe, with a surprised expression on his face, asked, "Is this really a foster home? The Bayazid family is simply incredible." He, with a calm expression on his face, said that he knew about it. Their attention was drawn to a man named Rütiger Bayazid, who said that he had never met them before. He wanted to laze around here quietly. He approached them and with a serious expression on his face asked, "Who are they?" Vlad looked at him with a very worried expression and thought that he looked familiar, but his aura was on a completely different level, as if he could cut a person in half with just one look. Goethe bowed, said his name and said that they had accompanied Mr. Joseph on an expedition. The man said that he understood him. After that, he turned around and he said his name with a serious expression. He looked at him with a calm expression and said that he had never heard of him. He thought that his eyes were full of rage and he was not hiding it at all. Is he self-confident, even in front of him? It seems that Joseph has gotten his hands on a very useful guy. He likes him. He took out some peanuts and asked if they wanted to eat. He said with a serious expression that they were told not to eat anything here. Goethe was very surprised by this and thought, is he completely crazy? How can he refuse high-ranking people like that? Rüdiger looked at him with a dissatisfied and confused look and asked, is that so? As a result, his first act in the Bayazid house was to refuse the peanuts that the Count's eldest son offered him. He ate the peanuts himself and said that it was very tasty. At the same time, Count Peter asked, he said, "His name is Vlad, right?" Joseph agreed with him, and he said that they did not have anyone special except Jaeger, whom his mother brought. If he could raise him to be as good a knight as everyone else in their family, he would reward him. He bowed and thanked him. He looked at him with a serious expression and said that he understood that the sword was not his strong point, but he should not forget that he was a Bayazid. He agreed with this, and his father calmly asked, was he feeling better already? He agreed again, and he said that he could go. He advised his father to rest and began to leave his office. Peter looked at him and said that he needed to give him some medicine. His advisor Ragmus asked he would definitely be happy, and Mrs. Oksana too. He agreed and said that she was very caring towards her son. By the way, what did he think of his report? He said that it should be taken seriously. Strange things happen all the time. He was clearly displeased and said that it was necessary to find out who was behind this. How dare they do such things on his land? He said that, however, there was a report from Varn, a really interesting combination of the risen dead and curses. They believe that this is the work of either a great dark magician or a weaker couple. Peter, with a serious expression, said that if there were more of them, it could be a whole group or an organization. He agreed and said that it was possible. He started to get up from his chair and said that in any case, it did not change anything, because the house of Bayazid must remain unshakable. They were ready to do whatever it took to get rid of those who dared to stand in their way. He hopes that they will find them soon. Those who threatened his son and created chaos on his land. Joseph entered the room and said that the report took longer than he expected. How long did they wait for him? They turned to him and he said loudly that it was not so at all. He looked at him and asked, his name is Gutta, right? He loudly agreed with it, and he said that they will talk about his reward tomorrow. The servants will show him his bedroom. He can go and rest. He said with a slightly confused look that in that case he will go. When he left that room, he sat down on a chair and asked, now can they talk? He saved his life and decided to dedicate his sword to him. Is that right? The protagonist agreed, and then he said that he would dedicate his sword to him, but in contradiction he wants to be free. It is necessary to clarify this. What exactly does he want to do with his freedom? If he says, then he will think about whether he can give it to him. He asked with a serious expression, the knight who resembled the blue moonlight, Godin of Gaidar, do they know him? Joseph looked at him and thought he was just a useful guy, but he had such an unusual story. He asked, so the unknown person who destroyed his cat house was this person? He thought with a serious expression that he would never forget him. He killed his savior, destroyed the world he lived in. He agreed with him and thought that, however, he can't help but admire him. He said with a serious expression that there was nothing he could do to help him. This man was beyond his influence. MC thought that he expected something like this. After all, he was just the son of a count. However, he was still grateful that he told him the truth. He wanted to say something, but he got ahead of him and said that he was offering to change the terms. He was offering him a contract for 7 years. He must not know, but he put aside his honor as a nobleman. He must keep in mind that it took a lot of determination. Vlad looked at Jagger, who was looking at him with a displeased expression, and thought that he did not know much, but it seemed like this was an unprecedented case. Joseph said that he promised him a wonderful future for saving him. During these 7 years, he would clothe him, feed him, train him, and raise him to be a knight who would be able to do anything, no matter how far he went. In turn, he would be loyal to him and would only do what he said and allowed. Of course, he would not be allowed to do anything related to Godin. However, he allowed him to deal with matters related to the slums of Sora and could help with that. He had heard that Zemina was now indebted to someone. What could one achieve with just a sword in one's hands? After all, a sword is not the only sharp weapon. He had his own weapon. What would he do? After some time, he looked out the window and said that he was aiming for greatness. Jagger stood next to him and asked why he was so determined to achieve great things. He could find as many useful people as he wanted. He said that he could, and they all had potential. Whether it would work out, however, was another matter entirely. He asked with a serious expression if he expected him to live up to their expectations. Joseph said that he absolutely did. He had clearly seen it with his own eyes. Jagger said that he was not only unpredictable, but also extremely unruly. He would be difficult to handle. He turned to him and asked, he did have it, didn't he? 7 years, that's a long time. That's enough time to tie him up, appease him, and tame him. He said with a calm expression that he would do his best then. He said with a serious expression that the more difficult it was to deal with him, the better the result would be. He looked out the window and said that he thought he was just a useful wolf cub. However, it turned out that he was actually a wolf chasing the moon. After some time, Jagger said that this was now his personal room for one. Vlad looked at it and said that it looked great. The floor was clean, and there was even a bed, just like a palace. He said that he seemed to have forgotten that he was from the slums. Usually warriors come from good families, and it is difficult for them to adapt to this. However, he will succeed if he does not make mistakes. He was about to say something about him not taking the peanuts from Rudiger with a slightly worried expression. He said with a calm expression that he always listened to him carefully anyway. After he has eaten, he must come to the training grounds. They will fight twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, just like during the expedition. He walked out into the hallway and was surprised to see Lady Oksana, who called him her loyal knight. Jaeger turned around, called her name, and said that she was Lord Joseph's mother. He should greet her respectfully according to the rules of etiquette, as he had been taught. They both bowed and he greeted her. She stopped in front of them and said, "Good morning." Was this him they were talking about? He agreed and said that Lord Joseph had personally invited him. The protagonist and she looked at each other for a few seconds, and he began to feel embarrassed and looked down. She thanked him and asked if he had saved her son, right? He said with an embarrassed expression that he had just been doing his duty. Oksana said that she should reward him. He had done more than he could imagine. He was about to thank him, but she patted his head and said that it was a beautiful color. It suits his blue eyes very well. He has very broad shoulders for being so thin. He needs to gain weight. It will look better. She will send him clothes soon. He continued to be embarrassed and thanked her hesitantly. She left and said that he could continue then. Jaeger bowed and wished her a good day. Was he always like this? Why was he so scared? He said with a serious expression that he had never talked to girls. He said with a calm expression that it was not bad for the first time. He started to leave and said that they should go eat. After that, they came to the dining room where several warriors approached him and Sovanen spat in his soup. He looked at him with a sly smile, apologized, and asked, "What now?" He accidentally mistook him for a trash can. The warriors next to him started to laugh loudly. He fished out his saliva with a spoon with a serious expression and threw it on the floor. He continued eating with a calm expression on his face and thought that it happened earlier than he expected. He looked at him with a displeased look and wondered what was wrong with him. Why was he so calm? MC remembered that earlier Jaeger said that he should keep in mind that now every action of his reflects on Mr. Joseph's reputation. He wondered how he could beat him if it would reflect on the gentleman. Sovanen left with a displeased look and said that they finally had a chance to laugh at someone. He sat in his place and asked what his name was. He turned to him and asked what he just said. He looked at him with a serious expression on his face and said that he should say his name. He got scared because of this and wondered what this incredible aura was. He said his name in a frightened voice. Vlad started to walk away in the other direction and said that he would remember this. After a while, Peter was walking down the street and looked at the training ground and said that it looked like they were training. He offered to watch it and Ragmus agreed to it. He noticed Vlad standing there and asked, "Is that him?" He had heard that it was the blonde guy. He looked cute. His advisor looked the other way and told the leader that he should look there. He turned around and he said that there was someone watching. It was Jaeger. The first time was always restless. He said with a calm expression that he offered to see what he was capable of. After that, he started fighting one of the warriors with wooden swords, and they struck each other incredibly quickly. The protagonist gained the advantage, and Peter said that his opponent was much taller than him. He was quite slimy. However, there was something about him, and it was commendable. Although he was clumsy, he tried his best to use what he had learned. He thought he had better remember that. Everyone started with this, the placement of the feet. If he deceives the opponent with his shoulders and gaze, he can control his movements. He dodged his opponent's blow very quickly and made a sharp blow with his sword. He grabbed the place where he was hit and thought that however he was definitely aiming to the left. He grabbed him by the hair, called him a supporter of Sovanen, and asked if he liked laughing in the dining room. He can laugh a little more. He started punching him hard in the face, which surprised everyone around. Ragmus looked at this and asked, "They are training. But is it normal for him to hit him like that?" Peter left with a calm expression and said that it was okay. To become a knight, you need a strong spirit. He seems to like it. He looked at Jaeger, who was watching what was happening with a slightly satisfied look, and thought that this seemed true. MC continued to hit the guy, and Sovanen loudly said that he should stop. He once again loudly asked him to stop and asked if he considered him an empty space. He finally let go of the unconscious guy, looked at him with a scary look and said that he was asking for forgiveness for getting carried away. He looked at him with a scared look and wondered what kind of look he had. After that, he came up to him and said with a smirk that they should tell him that he was sorry. He just couldn't come to his senses because he got carried away. He should let him apologize to him in advance too, because it won't end there. He'll call him if the soup is bland to spit in. Sovanen looked at him with a displeased look and thought that this freak was really crazy. Mr. Joseph brought a mad dog from the slums. After some time, Goethe asked the captain if he had heard that he had beaten up the other vassals. Was it true? There was a rumor among the servants. Vlad asked with a calm expression how he was doing. Was the job within his capabilities? He agreed and asked, does he think he is an ordinary groom? He is the groom of the great Count Bayazid. Wait, they are not talking about that now. He heard that he was beating up a group of people all over the estate, and that is a crime. He asked with a calm expression on his face, why is he acting like this is news? Has he forgotten that he has always been a criminal? He was the one who felt sorry for them. Of course, he did not just beat them up because they themselves suggested it. He asked why he thought this was normal. The protagonist said that no one talks to him unnecessarily anymore. It is more convenient and better this way. A guy came up to them, greeted them with a confused voice and said that he was Portly Canner. He turned to him and with a calm expression on his face asked what business he came for. He tried to say something, but he continued to eat and said that he should sit down or leave, and not just stand there. He was happy about this and asked if he could really sit with them. He sat down next to him and said that he was grateful for the offer to sit. He looked a little confused and thought that he meant to leave. Portly looked a little sad and said that he always ate alone, in the toilet or something. MC, with a calm expression, said that he was eating a precious sausage. He pointed to the sausage in his hand and asked if it was delicious. Wasn't it? Those sausages were supplied by his father. The Canner family supplied all the meat here. They had been in the cattle business for generations. He offered to give his share of the food and asked if he wanted more. He looked at him incredulously and asked what was going on. They came to a room where there was a lot of meat, and he said that his father had sent it for him to eat. However, he couldn't eat that much on his own. He thought that all the vassals here were the children of the great families. He forgot that they were the kind of people he would never talk to while living in the slums. It would be nice to make at least one useful acquaintance here, right? He called him by name with a smile and asked if he wanted to eat with them. Portly was happy about it and asked if they really didn't mind. Vlad agreed and said that it seemed like they would get along. He thought that he wasn't doing this for the sausages. After a while, Jaeger walked down the corridor and thought that serving Master Joseph and educating people wasn't that easy. He only had a chance to catch his breath when Cade and Maxim were resting. A man named Gregory came up to him, called him over and asked where he was going in such a hurry. He looked at him with a calm expression on his face and called him by name. He laughed and said that his displeasure was too obvious. He said calmly that, as he could see, he was a bit busy at the moment. He waved his hand and said with a smile that he was not surprised. He must be very busy, doing all of Master Joseph's tasks all by himself. Jaeger asked if he had something he wanted to say. He said that a man like him should be raising an apprentice. To be honest, he didn't think it was too late. He looked at him with a calm expression and asked if perhaps he should concentrate on his apprentice. Gregory said with a smile that his dear Portly was already quite an adult. He needed to lose some weight. He asked what he wanted to say. He said with a slightly confused look that his new apprentice seemed quite good to him, manly and strong in spirit. He looked at him with a displeased look and said that he had already said that he was busy. What did he need? He said with a slightly worried look that it was not quite right for a knight to interfere in his apprentice's affairs. It was awkward. It seems that Vlad has warmed up to Portly lately. He said with a calm expression on his face that this guy has no friends at all. He considers himself better than everyone else. He said that he asks to tell him so that they can be friends. He is his cousin's nephew and he cannot beat him, and it is useless to ask others. Jagger asked with a serious expression on his face, is he offering this for free? Gregory said that if everything works out, then he can turn to him for help later. He turned away with a displeased look and said that he does not listen to him. He said with a smile that he is making progress. He said with a displeased look that he does tell him he is right not to listen to him. He chuckled because of this and said that he really is making progress. After some time, Goethe told the captain that judging by what he sees, the problem is not in him. He cannot even mount a horse. However, all the horses are well trained and are not afraid of people. However, when he approaches, for some reason they get scared and run away, right? This definitely has nothing to do with the skill. The other groom also said that it was strange. The protagonist thought with a displeased look that it was always like this. Dogs, cats, all animals hate him and get scared when he passes by. Is the same thing true for horses? He remembered something and said that, however, back then he was riding Sir Jaeger's horse. The night they fled from the dead, however, he was holding the reins then. He said that Sir Jaeger's horse was very expensive. He thought with a displeased look that he could only ride expensive horses. You can't just say that. He insisted that he learn horse riding at any cost. A woman approached them and said that Mrs. Oksana had called him. He was a little surprised by this and looked at her. After that, he came to her and she asked who would have thought that he grew up in the slums. MC stood there in his new clothes and she said that they suited him very well. She turned to the tailor and said that there was no need to tailor the clothes too closely. After all, he was 17 years old and still growing. Joseph had grown a lot at this age. When summer came, she would give him other clothes. After all, wearing clothes according to the season was necessary for maintaining physical fitness. He looked down with an embarrassed expression and thanked her. She said with a kind smile that he saved her son's life. She was the one who should thank him. She apologized for calling him when he was busy training. Now he could go. He bowed and thanked her for that. He left the room with a slightly dissatisfied look, sighed and quietly said that, for some reason, she was very difficult. He looked at his new clothes and wondered how much they cost. They were so comfortable as if they weren't his. However, they really didn't belong to him. He couldn't get used to them. He tried so hard to get into the Bayazid family, but he still doesn't feel like he's a part of them. It's like gaining weight. The flesh clings to the soul. He looked out the window and noticed a crowd of people standing around two people fighting. Savanan was hitting Portly hard, insulting him loudly and asking, he's already forgotten this feeling, right? Is he having fun? Because they let him live quietly? He likes his new friend, doesn't he? Dirty freaks gather together, right? Vlad looked at this with a calm expression and thought that people are the same everywhere. There are those who live a great life and have a good time, and those who just can't live in peace. In the end, they're just freaks who prey on those weaker than them. He walked down the hallway and said that he'll probably wear this today. After a while, he put on his usual clothes, knocked on the door, and Portly asked with a worried voice, "Who is this?" He said his name, and he immediately opened the door for him. He saw his battered face and asked him what he was doing here so late. He said that he needed something from him. He pointed to something in his room and said that he was asking for it to be given to him. He looked in the direction he pointed and asked if he wanted free ham. After receiving a positive answer, he thought sadly that even though they were not friends, he hoped that they would at least smile at each other in a friendly manner when they met. It seemed that he also thought that one could only drink blood from him. However, it was still better than being alone. He brought it to him, and the protagonist took it and said with a calm expression that he shouldn't think that it was unfair. It was because he only took a fair price. He said with a serious expression that a knight he knew had said something similar. He went outside, where he was met by a crowd of guys, and thought that the knight only took what was rightfully his. He looked at them with a calm expression and said that it was 14 against 1. Even in the slums it hadn't come to that. Savanan with an angry expression said that he should shut his mouth. They would see how long he could last. MC motioned for them to come to him and said that he should come to him then, quickly. He had come all this way for him. Didn't they do the same? This made him even more angry, and he loudly ordered the guys behind him to attack him. He said with a small smirk that he was glad that he had changed. He swung his sword and said that there would be bloodshed tonight. He threw all the enemies aside, and when one of them fell in front of those who had not yet entered the battle, they became very nervous, but still rushed to attack, because they thought that with their superiority in numbers they would be able to defeat him. Sovanin, looking at all this, became nervous, because when they fought, Vlad was different. What is the point in something like this? 2 months ago, he could barely hold a sword. He ordered his guys not to retreat. Let them remember that he will kill anyone who retreats. At that moment, MC appeared right in front of him. He swung and asked, "He dares to say such a thing, but has he ever actually killed anyone?" Because of this, the guy got angry and grabbed the sword, but when he swung it, Vlad ducked under his blade and swung with the thought that during the expedition, he was doing what he did with all his might, delivering single blows. He threw a punch, which his opponent blocked, and the Nameless One noticed that the results of his training with Jaeger were showing. He was driving his opponents into the trap he had prepared. MC threw him a few precise punches, which made his opponent run out of breath, and because of that, he missed a punch to the shoulder. At that moment, Vlad realized. This was his gap, his space, his flow. At the moment when his opponent lunged forward, he jumped and hit him under the knee, which made him immediately fall to the ground and start crying for his sore leg, and a second later, he saw a boy above him and his sword, heading straight for his eye. He became very nervous, and MC thrust his sword with all his might, and a loud scream was heard. All the other vassals froze, not understanding what was happening. Vlad took pity on Sovanin, thrusting his sword into the ground next to his head, and the poor guy burst into tears and trembled with fear. Finally, MC told him to never look him in the eye again, and not to mess with Fatty, and the guy nodded. At that moment he realized that he seriously tried to kill him. After that, he stood up and said that he worked the jamon, and turned to the others, asking who's next? Let them finish what they started. They all froze in place, not daring to move a finger from fear, and he walked towards them and threateningly said that if they don't come, then he will. They all irritated with fear, and then in a panic they started to run, but Vlad did not let him leave, and started beating them. Meanwhile, Count Bayazid watched all this from the window and thought it was great. Soon the monthly meeting of the knights was held. Although it was not intentional, But on one side stood those who supported Rudiger, and opposite them were those who supported Joseph and remained neutral. The captain of the knightly order, Anatolis, informed them that they had changed the duty schedule to prepare for the absence of Rudiger and the knights who would soon be leaving on a mission. The next item on the agenda was the distribution of sacred objects sent by the church. Count Bayazid, who was also present at the meeting, kept a close eye on the situation around him. The atmosphere had changed dramatically. Those supporting Rudiger were embittered, as if ready to tear everyone apart. On the contrary, their side was Joseph. They were calm. He smiled faintly and thought that he should still be happy. After all, the knights on Joseph's side had been depressed all this time. Jagger looked up at him and somehow saw a smile under his mustache, very surprised, because such a thing was alien to the Count. Finally, the meeting ended and everyone began to disperse. One of the knights passing by Jagger clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that he had brought a mad dog that did not even know who it was allowed to bite and who it was not. This is what it means. Biography matters. The knight only smirked at them in response, which made them make dissatisfied faces, but decided not to quarrel and leave. After all, he was his student. Gregory approached Jagger and laughed, noticing that they were all burning with anger. He did not understand what he meant, and he, confident that he knew everything, asked why he was pretending to be innocent. Everything had long been obvious. He heard that his student had staged a mass beating. Even the drill instructor said that he could not cope with him because he was unconventional. Jagger, although he did not know anything, kept an impassive face, and then the knight hit himself on the chest with his fist, thanking him. As he promised, he could always turn to him for help, regardless of the seriousness of the request. Jagger left, waving goodbye and telling him he would keep that in mind, then grinning and thinking how proud he was of him. No wonder, who taught him after all? It was the least he could do. When he came to meet the young master, he saw a chest and a dummy of equipment. Joseph said his father had sent it to Vlad as a gift. Jagger was surprised that the Count himself had sent it, and Borden thoughtfully remarked that it was too nice for a mere vassal. Jagger saw that the armor was made of orc leather, specifically gray orc, and Joseph confirmed it. Gray orcs were only found in the north, and armor made from gray orcs signified a northern warrior. The young master smiled and said that his father must have liked him very much. He believed Vlad had proven himself worth the investment. After all, he had earned his father's approval in just a month. The knight agreed with him. At least no apprentice could defeat him. Joseph said that he had heard about it too. Rumors traveled fast. He showed them the letter and said that they couldn't sit idle either. This was their next step. Jagger read the message and remarked that it was a rather unusual invitation. His master asked if he could respond to it, and he confirmed it, saying that it just so happened that he had been holding back and cleaning up after him lately. Then Joseph said that everything was decided. They were leaving for Durmar. A new day had dawned. It was time to leave. While Vlad and Joseph were riding in the carriage, they whiled away their time talking. Joseph told him that Durmar was famous for its lemons. This city should be thanked, because in the north you can hardly find fruit, and this is one of the passages to the central region, which is also important for the northerners. MC wondered, is this why Sir Jagger went? He confirmed it. After all, a crisis is an opportunity, especially if this crisis is not his. The Heinel family is currently in dispute. An invitation from the rightful heir is, in general, a cry for help. Vlad was puzzled by all this, and he admitted that the world of aristocrats is quite complicated. After all, this is a battle for the lands of Durmar, between members of the same family, because fighting with your relatives is a long-standing tradition of aristocrats. The rightful heir of the Heinel family is Alicia. Her uncle, Endre Heinel, claims that she is illegitimate. If she is gone, he is sure that he will be the next Baron of Durmar. Alicia was the only child of the previous Baron, but her inherent limitations as a woman weakened her position. In the end, she was left with no choice but to prove her innocence through an honor duel organized by the church. They don't have a very close relationship. She's more than a second cousin by blood, but it's certainly enough to be considered relatives. He said that they would use this chance to make Heinel stay in their debt. His father approved of the idea. MC glanced at Jagger riding a horse next to the carriage and was impressed. He was a knight who was invited by the heiress to protect her portion. Noticing his gaze, he asked with displeasure why he was looking at him so arrogantly. Vlad was slightly upset and said that he didn't even do anything, but his mentor still began to scold him and call him an insignificant vassal who had the audacity to comfortably ride in a carriage while his knight mentor was riding a horse. He looked away and told him that he had nothing to say in his defense, which made the knight even more angry. After throwing the other students around, he was finally able to walk with his head held high. But he can't even ride a horse. He can't believe he's teaching such a moron. MC muttered that he could probably ride an expensive horse, and then his mentor couldn't take it anymore and started shouting, saying that he should be the one riding an expensive horse, because he was more of an aristocrat than he was. He hung his head dejectedly from his swearing, and felt how his heart for some unknown reason began to beat like crazy. He touched his chest and thought, is it because of his swearing? But that's not surprising. He looked up at the young master and thought that Sir Joseph sitting in front of him was not shutting up, and Sir Jaeger was at his side, grumbling at him at every opportunity, but it turns out that this was not the case. Very soon he felt tremors and realized that it was an earthquake. Borden carefully said that the earth was shaking, and then another tremor occurred, but with greater force. Jagger got excited and turned to the others, ordering them to stop and get off their horses. They started to follow the order, and Vlad got very nervous. He kicked the carriage door, then grabbed Joseph and pressed on his head, forcing him to bend over. So they ran out of the carriage, and judging by Joseph's face, he was very surprised by his actions. After that, he told him that his loyalty was admirable, but he shouldn't panic so much. MC didn't understand what he did wrong, and after a few minutes the shaking finally stopped, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Vlad said that this was his first time experiencing an earthquake, and Joseph explained that it wasn't an earthquake. He pointed to the tracks ahead, as if a huge mole had crawled underground, and said that it was a giant deathworm, a descendant of a fallen dragon. This greatly surprised MC, but at the same time delighted him, and that's why he smiled. Finally they arrived at the only city of the Heinel family, Durmar. The carriage stopped at the estate, and Joseph told Vlad that now he could go wherever he wanted. He clarified, could he go somewhere alone? He told him that he could take a guy named Gotha with him if he wanted. Let him walk around, look around here. He was slightly surprised by this, and Joseph asked, is he unhappy? Told him that it was not so at all, and then he told him to think about why he brought him here. It is not often that you get to see a knight's duel, not to mention that it is a team fight. Besides, there are knights from all walks of life present here. Let him study them and understand what he should do. Now MC understood what he wanted from him, and Joseph thought that it was better for him to see everything himself than to hear. In any case, he wants to raise him properly. He hopes that this experience will broaden his horizons. Jaeger finally told him to be careful so that he does not get beaten up in some alley, and in the evening they will warm up and spar. He answered him with offense that he is not that stupid, and his mentor said discontentedly that he has already lost faith in him. He cannot even ride a horse. He felt uneasy from his reproaches and looked away, after which they headed to the estate, and Joseph told him at last that he would have to report everything to him every evening. If he noticed anything unusual, then he should tell him about it right away. He bowed his head in respect, and then thought about what he should do now. He had not had free time for so long, so he decided to walk around the area. He walked along a small corridor and noticed that this estate was smaller than Bayazid's, and it looked old. They don't take care of it? They are also famous for their lemons, but it doesn't look like they have money. Suddenly his sword trembled, and a voice said that he remembered how he had been here. He recognized that tree on the hill. Vlad looked at it and smiled and said that he just needed to find a place and pray for the first time in a long time. He remembered the promises they made to each other. The voice would give him the sword, and he would give him memories. They had been talking all this time, so it was time to return everything. Meanwhile, Joseph met with Alicia. She was grateful to him for coming all the way here, and he said that during the crisis of the rightful heir, he had to respond. The call of blood is most important, isn't it? Alicia remained silent, and Joseph said that Count Bayazid had already given permission. The decision was hers. She nervously clasped her hands and confidently answered him that she had already decided everything. It would be as the Count wanted. Victory was hers. Joseph smiled and told her not to worry about it, because the sword of Bayazid always promised victory. After the conversation, they left the throne room, and Borden said that they should not underestimate her. Jaeger agreed with him and said that he noticed her temperament as a ruler. It may seem like a risk, but she is holding up well. Joseph said that he thought so too. She kept everything under control until the last. He looked at them and said with a serious expression that even so their plan remains the same. Meanwhile, MC walked up the hill to the tree and found himself in the family cemetery. He looked at the gravestones and thought that maybe that's why people are so obsessed with leaving a mark. Because if you look at the scars left behind, the memories of that day will come up. He smiled slightly and said that he would like to do something like that for his mother too, after which he walked up to the grave and noticed that it was completely neglected. He shook off the fallen leaves and his hand froze when he realized what he was doing in someone else's cemetery. In his defense, he said that after all, greeting the owners of the lands is a common thing, and the voice noted that he was completely silent. Vlad smiled wryly, after which he pulled his sword out of its sheath and asked him to look into his heart, because he didn't even go to see the knights he came for. He thanked him, and he thrust the sword into the ground and knelt down on one knee as if praying. A few seconds later, the silhouette of the Nameless One appeared behind him. He said that something was coming back to him. This tree was smaller then. But when was that? As if he was here with someone. He fell silent, feeling something. It seemed to him that this creature was watching them. It recognized him. MC did not understand who he was talking about, and the nameless one asked permission to borrow his body for a while, and he agreed. He closed his eyes and let it in, which caused a blue glow, and then he opened one eye and saw everything that the nameless one saw, and was very surprised. The tree in front of him was not dry, but full of life and greenery, and at the top sat a spirit, a white snake. The snake did not take its eyes off him, and he became nervous, and in his thoughts he noted that lately he had been seeing so many strange things. He said that it seemed to be looking at him. The voice answered him that it was looking at him inside him, and then the spirit began to descend from the tree, which made him nervous. The voice said that it did not think that it would bite him, and he asked doubtfully, how did he know that? A thought flashed through his mind that this spirit was huge, but did not seem threatening at all. On the contrary, it radiated warmth, as if spring had come to this hill. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard behind him, who asked who he was. The nameless one immediately came out of his body and the snake disappeared, dissolving into thin air. MC turned around nervously and Alicia asked how he got here. Only members of the Heinel family can be here. Vlad did not recognize her, and because of her clothes, he mistook her for a servant. He put away his sword and apologized to her, saying that he was looking for a quiet place to pray, so he came here. She frowned and looked at him suspiciously. Then he showed her a wooden tablet and said that he was not someone suspicious, but a knight's apprentice, Sir Jaeger. She crossed her arms over her chest and read the information on the wooden tablet, after which she admitted that he was not suspicious at all. He smiled wryly and thanked her hesitantly, after which an awkward pause arose between them, and he thought that it was probably rude to stand at the grave of an aristocrat. If she said something wrong, Sir Jaeger could find himself in a difficult situation, and he would be in trouble too. He was already imagining his mentor preparing for his punishment and realized that he needed to say something to keep her quiet. He offered to help her and asked, she was a servant, right? She came to tend to the grave? She was surprised, but did not tell anything about her situation, and he said that he had cleaned up a bit before she arrived. A lot of leaves had already fallen. She turned to the grave with doubt, and he said that he thought it was normal to greet the landowners. She remained silent, and then he, taking the tools and bucket that she had dragged, said that he would wash everything, but he wanted to ask her for a favor. Could they forget about today's meeting? If Jaeger found out about this, he would be very angry with him. This made the girl smile, but she quickly hid it and said with a haughty look that she would keep it a secret if he cleaned up here well. He bit his lip in anger and thought that beauties were always hard to persuade, after which he began to rub the gravestone and mentally resent. Looking at him, Alicia almost laughed and then began to watch the wind carry away the fallen leaves. Time passed. MC finally began the task that was assigned to him, namely to watch the knights. Looking at their fight, he thought with his mouth wide open in amazement that it was amazing. Now he knows what a duel between knights looks like. The voice noted that Sir Colin had pretty good strength. If he gets to him, he can grind his bones. Vlad frowned and thought that he was very strong. No wonder they call him the dirty boar of Middle-earth. He said that Sir Pablo seemed more impressive to him. He agreed with him. He had excellent technique with a shield, and he was also agile enough to parry most attacks. Looking at all this, MC couldn't believe that this was a warm-up for tomorrow's fight, and asked, to become a knight, he must be that good? The nameless one reminded him that Sir Borden was also a knight, which made him feel uneasy. When he was in Sora, he didn't know this, but now he seems to understand his place in this huge world. He sighed heavily and realized that he had a long way to go. The day of the duel came. Vlad tightened the straps on the mentor's armor, and he asked him to tighten it tighter. While he was busy with his armor, he looked at Endra and thought, is he trying to take the place of the head from his niece? Jaeger told him to watch carefully. It's not every day that he gets to witness a knight's duel. He also doesn't know what happened yesterday, but he shouldn't worry about that. Realizing that he found out about everything, MC was surprised and asked why he was reacting like that. It was all written on his face. He looked down, remembering yesterday's fight, and thought that, to be honest, it was all somehow amazing. After all, the skills of the knights he secretly learned about were literally incredible. His mentor said that a child starts with walking, and he is not ready to run yet. The higher the goal, the longer the path he needs to go. Thinking about this, Vlad closed his eyes and told him that he understood everything, after which the servant loudly asked for everyone's attention. The doors to the throne room opened and Alicia appeared along with her knight. MC looked at her and thought that it was Lady Heinel. Who would have thought, and he had never seen her before. She seemed to be quite young, according to rumors. When she stepped out of the shadows and came closer, he was greatly surprised. And the servants announced that Alicia Heinel had arrived. A voice told him to add insulting aristocrats to his list of crimes, and he realized what a mistake he had made. When Alicia passed by him, he met her gaze, She looked very arrogant and even a little scary. This made him nervous and bowed his head further, realizing that she recognized him. His reaction made her smile imperceptibly, then took her rightful place on the throne. The priest said that now that both sides of the duel were in place, they could begin. Let the gods watching them be witnesses. And so began the duel, on which everything was at stake. An honorable, but cruel duel. The blood of the nobility is blue. The red one cannot bear responsibility, debt, and karma. But Alicia is not ready to spill her blood yet. After some time had passed since the fight had started, she threw down the white handkerchief and worriedly told them to stop. She was giving up. Her loyal knight named Duncan was already quite wounded, but he still wanted to continue the fight, not wanting to endanger his lady. The priest said that his master had thrown down the handkerchief, so he should accept defeat. His opponent called the knight captain and said that it was a great fight. Still trying to catch his breath, he asked, "Is he still his captain?" He looked at him with an arrogant smile, and he thought that he raised him to be the future of the House of Heinel, but who knew that he would return with a sword that would kill his own teacher? He gritted his teeth, realizing what a shame it was, and then the priest declared the knight Sir Endre, Sir Shard, the winner of the duel. The nobles laughed and told Endre that this was a great start, after which the next representatives came out to fight. The priest repeated the rules just in case. It is forbidden to use aura. The fight ends when either their master or the representative himself surrenders, or in the case of a serious wound that will not allow the duel to continue. Before the fight began, Jaeger looked at his student and pointed to his eye, mentally telling him to look closely. He has not yet learned to walk, but is trying to run. He concentrated on his movements, and Jaeger, taking out his sword, began today's lesson, and the teaching material is a wild boar from the central region. Colin struck with his sword with all his might, and he recoiled to the side, dodging the blow, and then this wild boar screamed loudly and attacked again. But unfortunately, he did not hit the agile knight. He looked at him angrily and thought that he was one step ahead. He would definitely win. He swung again, struck with his sword, and thought that he was a little faster and a little stronger. But no matter how hard he tried, Jaeger easily dodged each of his blows, taking small steps to the sides and jumping. From the outside, it seemed that Colin was driving him into a corner, and that made the aristocrats happy. But Pablo saw that it was not so at all. Didn't they notice how at some point the fight took an unexpected turn? He was sure that the owner of the sword himself felt it now. And he was right. Colin began to get nervous, because he still couldn't reach his opponent. Jaeger decided to make fun of him and said "Ole," which provoked this wild boar, and he pounced on him in a rage, shouting all sorts of curses. When he raised his sword to strike again, Jaeger did not dodge and took out his weapon, directing it towards the enemy's blade. At that moment, the Nameless One excitedly advised Vlad to watch carefully. He should see this. He concentrated on the movements of his mentor, and at the same moment he struck his sword upwards, which repelled the enemy's weapon, and this made him nervous. When he met his calm gaze, he became worried and angry at the same time, and then he pounced on him. A voice told him to look more closely. He made the opponent miss by dodging the attacks. This is what he calls a counterattack technique. MC admired it greatly and thought that this was a technique that deflects the opponent's attack and quickly counters using his own attack. At the same time, Jaeger won the duel. He brought his opponent to his knees. When he looked up at him, he gritted his teeth and realized that he was on a completely different level, which seemed insurmountable to him. He bowed his head and admitted that he lost. And after Sir Jaeger was declared the winner, Alicia sighed with relief, but everyone on her uncle's side did not look very pleased. It is understandable why. While Colin was getting up, Jaeger approached his student and asked, was he looking at him carefully? He smiled and thanked him for that, and then the final duel began. The two knights stepped forward and Pablo introduced himself, saying that he was from Arnstein. His opponent Hubert chuckled and said that they had already met, but Pablo insisted on a formal introduction before the fight, and Hubert from Shazad had to introduce himself under his threatening gaze. The Nameless One noted that Alicia had definitely found a good representative. Pablo was on par with Colin, but Hubert was a cut above them. Meanwhile, Hubert looked at Alicia strangely, which made her suspect something was wrong, and then unexpectedly for everyone, the knight bowed to her. This made Joseph nervous. He began to guess why he was bowing, and then the knight said something that no one on Alicia's side expected. He refused the duel, which betrayed his lady, and everyone became worried, but Joseph got angry, having figured out the cunning plan of the opponents. Satisfied, Andre clapped his hands and said that in that case the duel was over. Joseph's facial muscles tensed with emotion, and he thought, so he had 4 cards in his hand to begin with? Andre turned to the priest and asked him to admit to the gods that he was the only Heinel, but Joseph said that it was not over yet. Andre said smugly that Alicia's knight had refused the duel. He understood his feelings, but the duel was over. He told him that until he decided, the duel could not end. Bayazid was not going to accept any outcome that he had predetermined so easily. The nobles behind Andre began to whisper, suggesting that he at least listen to him. After all, he represented the north, and their knights obeyed the center. If something went wrong, then a conflict would arise between the north and the center. Andre agreed to listen to him and asked discontentedly what they should do then. Joseph thought that if the best outcome was no longer possible, then he would at least prefer to avoid the worst. Now the best result would only come from a confident blow. Only then could they plan for the future. He asked him to continue the duel. They could not allow Miss Alicia's reputation to suffer because of her deprivation of rights. Andre asked if they had someone to replace Sir Joubert, and if so, he would accept his request. Confident of his victory, he grinned and thought that Duncan was the only one of Alicia's knights. There was a written rule that guests were not allowed to bring too many knights with them, so duels would never take place. Joseph understood what he was thinking now, and confidently said that they had someone. The man clearly did not expect this, and was surprised by this. And Joseph pointed to Vlad and said that in the name of Miss Alicia's honor, he presented them a powerful warrior, Vlad of Sora. Andre exclaimed indignantly that he was not even a knight, so he was not worthy of participating in a duel. He answered him that anyone who had a weapon in their hands could participate in a duel of honor, and he objected to the men, because his opponent would be a knight. They would send a vassal to dishonor Arnstein. Joseph lost his patience and turned to the nobles, shouting, "What about them? Would they allow this to happen, considering the honor of the Bayazid house? Would they dare to mock the Bayazid family with such a pathetic trick?" They immediately fell silent at his accusations, and Joseph confidently shouted that he vouched for him. Andre could not resist Bayazid's word and agreed, thinking, after all, what could a vassal do? Meanwhile, Jagger began to adjust Vlad's armor, and he asked in confusion, would he really participate in a duel with a knight? He confirmed this, and he frowned slightly, asking, would he die? He answered him that if everything was going to that point, then he would intervene, and he asked, wouldn't that already be bad? His mentor decided to remain silent, and he, without waiting for an answer from him, began to get nervous and thought, why is he silent? Joseph came up to him, he called out to him and pulled him close, embracing him, which made MC feel embarrassed and excitedly said that he shouldn't have done that. But this was not a simple surge of tenderness on his part. He whispered to him to just hold out for 10 minutes. He had a plan from the beginning. He had already given the order to Borden. He just needed to buy them time. He clarified, would 10 minutes be enough? He told him that the more the better, and he said that he understood everything. He would try to hold out for this time. After that, the young master let him go and told him to be careful, and he resolutely stepped forward. Stopping in front of Alicia, he bowed to her and she nodded briefly. Although she was nervous, she did not show it. After that, Vlad turned to his opponent Pablo and took out his sword, introducing himself to him. This angered the knight. He threw the shield aside and said that he was not worthy of hearing his name. The moment an unworthy brat like him showed up here, this duel stopped being a duel of honor. MC hated that word worthy so much. Why do people always grab pretty and shiny things? He may have come from an unworthy place, but he was not going to give up that easily. He confidently gripped the sword and asked how he was inferior to him. What made him so different from him? The knight was speechless for a second at his words, and then said that the standards of the Bayazid family had fallen greatly. Vlad gave him a displeased look, and Pablo, taking out his sword, allowed him to ignore the rules of the duel and fight with all his might. He gave him an arrogant look and said that he would nip this in the bud. MC focused, preparing for the fight. Today, he was worthy of shining. Without a second thought, he made a sharp lunge forward, and his sword immediately collided with the enemy's blade. Noticing how his sword was shaking, Pablo frowned and then swung his weapon, parrying his blow. Because of this, Vlad had to step back, but he ran towards the enemy again, because for the first time in his life, he raised his sword not for himself, but for someone else. The Nameless One advised him to aim to the left, where he was hiding behind his shield. Habit is a terrible thing. He followed his advice, and an exchange of blows began between them. The aristocrats noted that this guy was quite difficult, as well as how fast he was, and Andre watched all this with displeasure. When Pablo blocked the boy's blow again, he realized that he was natural. There was a rage in him like a hungry wolf. MC decided to take a little rest and catch his breath, and the knight said that he had a great spirit, but he was not up to it yet. Right after that, Vlad felt a sharp pressure from the enemy. He hit his sword from top to bottom and frowned. Now MC was on one knee and barely holding his sword, helping himself with his other hand. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he was being hit with stones. Pablo decided not to stand on ceremony with him anymore and raised his sword over his head, asking, is he done with his tricks? He swung his sword from top to bottom, delivering a blow, which Vlad blocked again. He continued to stand on one knee and defend himself, and then the voice advised him not to block, but to attack. He needed to try to somehow parry his blows. He wanted to do at least something, but the enemy's blade was faster, and he had to block the blow again. But this time, his arms and sword couldn't take it anymore. He was thrown to the side and hit his back and head hard on the wall, causing him to cry out in pain and fall to one knee. While he was trying to recover from the blow, Pablo came up to him and said that it was impressive, but it was still far from over. He could still resist him. He raised his sword over one and said that it was a pity that they met here. Let him go later. MC gritted his teeth, feeling the impending defeat, and even the Nameless One believed in his loss and said that he tried hard. But Vlad wasn't going to lose so easily. When the opponent's sword was very close, he swung his weapon and parried the blow, causing a loud clang of steel. Jaeger, who was about to go to help his student, froze in surprise, and the others opened their mouths in shock, not believing their eyes. Pablo frowned and, remembering Sir Jaeger's movements, wondered if he had used a counterattack. He gave the boy time to get up, and surprised voices were heard from all sides. They all didn't understand how some vassal could parry the knight's sword. Endre took it as a simple coincidence and advised the others to look at his condition. He couldn't even lift his sword. But Pablo thought otherwise. It couldn't be a coincidence. He had personally encountered this sword, and even he had a hard time accepting it. After catching his breath, MC muttered something quietly, and Pablo looked at him, wondering if he had gone crazy. He continued to talk, and he, looking into his empty eyes, realized that he was mired in memories. Now Vlad remembered how he stood in front of the forge and looked at the sword until his feet sank into the ground. He was a boy who didn't deserve all this, but always wanted to shine. He wanted to be capable. He hoped that he would get the opportunity. He dreamed of becoming worthy and going to a shining place far beyond the slums. He gritted his teeth and confidently said that he wanted to be there too. And then Pablo was surprised and thought that this flower was almost blooming. A beautiful flower that no one had seen before. After that, their swords clashed again in battle, and a loud clang echoed throughout the room, and all the nobles froze. Vlad's hands were bleeding, but he still continued to confidently hold the sword, and Jaeger was surprised. He did not expect that he would repeat the movements he had recently shown him. He demonstrated it to him only to understand the importance of the basics, but he can't believe that he can already use it. Meanwhile, his student rushed into battle with fury, and Pablo parried his blow. He noted that the blade of the sword had lost its sharpness. Instead, it was filled with an unwavering will. He looked at the boy's face and thought it was so funny. Now he wonders what the will is directed at. The moment MC got closer to him, he noticed that his sword was vibrating and making a strange sound, and he was surprised. The sword was crying? That couldn't be it. It was shining. His sword began to sparkle, and then Pablo decided to fulfill his knightly duty and confidently struck. He continued to attack, and in his mind he told the boy to continue blocking and holding on, so that his world was about to bloom. His sword clanged along Vlad's blade, causing sparks to appear, and the nobles, noticing something, were very surprised. Vlad's sword began to emit a white flame, an aura, and everyone realized what had just happened. Pablo excitedly turned to his squire and ordered him to bring him his shield immediately, and the awkward boy immediately ran up to him. The knight grabbed the shield, then struck it with his sword and told MC his name, saying that he was a worthy boy who deserved to know it. So let him tell his name. Before saying his name, he thought, he is a boy born in an unworthy place, but he made his way through his past to where everything shines brightly. And finally, having found himself in this shining place, he proved himself worthy. His eyes, fixed on this shine, sparkled blue, and he shouted his name, and at the same time an aura flared up around him, because of which everyone present had to cover their eyes from the bright light. Pablo in response used his aura and ordered him to come to him, after which MC with a furious cry rushed into battle, and their swords, decorated with the flames of the aura, clashed. In the end, Vlad emerged from the fight as a loser. Putting him on his knee, Pablo said with a smile that he did well, but he could no longer hear his words, since he lost consciousness. Andre exclaimed in displeasure that it was an aura, and using it during a duel is forbidden, so he is disqualified. Pablo looked at him with displeasure and thought that he was too pathetic. Even though there was a beautiful flower in front of him, he was only thinking about the fruits that his defeat would bring. He noticed Joseph and Sir Jaeger walking towards him. They both thanked him for doing his duty as a knight, and he told them that he just did what he had to do. It was an honor for him. Joseph turned to the priest and asked, "Was that an aura?" He excitedly confirmed it, and the young master asked, "Then, between the rules of the sacred duel and the code of the Swordmaster, which is more important?" As soon as he mentioned the code of the Swordmaster, the priest let out an excited sigh. And then Joseph said that there is a code associated with this prestigious title, Swordmaster, which only one person in history has possessed. The code of the Swordmaster is honor and duty, and it is related to royalty. After that, he turned to Endre and said that the code and the rules are interconnected. So which is higher, honor or duty? No one can choose one. He thinks that today's incident should be lent to the Holy See and Crown. Until they make a decision, they should postpone determining the outcome of the duel. The code states that everything young and tender in this world has the right to blossom with dignity. Potential is beautiful, and those who can show it to the world themselves are precious. So moments like these must be cherished. All those who hold the Sword of Honor swear by the name of Frausen that they will fulfill their duty. As master of the sword and founding king, Frausen declares this his first code. A new day has dawned. MC finally came to his senses. The bright sunlight hit him in the eyes and he winced, calling out to Goethe and asking him for water. The man sitting next to him poured him water, and he groaned, saying that every bone in his body ached. The man told him to take a glass, and he, hearing a familiar voice, immediately jumped out of bed. In front of him was Joseph. He said with a smile that he was glad that he was regaining his strength, and Vlad asked him for forgiveness. He told him that he did not need to apologize, let him relax. He gave him some water and asked if he had any pain, especially badly somewhere. He told him that he was fine, and then Joseph thanked him. To be honest, he didn't even imagine that he was capable of such a thing. Thanks to him, the duel was postponed. He asked him what he meant by postponing the duel, and he told him that it meant that the duel was postponed for now and did not come to any result. The situation became more complicated since the rules of the sacred duel and the code of the Master Sword intersected. Vlad remembered about this code. The voice once told him about it. Joseph said that according to the code, in order to become a knight, you need to take an oath. If everything goes well, then one day he will take this oath too. This news made MC excited. He already imagined how he, as a knight, would ride a black horse and wave a banner. Joseph stood up from his chair and hoped that he would be okay. It would be problematic to stay here for a long time. He told him that he was okay, he could get up right now, but he didn't even let him finish and said that he wouldn't let him do that, because he was one of those who appreciated what was deserved. The sun had already begun to set behind the horizon. Alicia was looking out the window and thinking about something of her own. She asked her knight what was going on with the guests, and he told her that they had already left. She said that it was a pity. She couldn't pay them due attention. Had her uncle left too? He told her that the duel had been postponed. He had asked the church for personal protection through the priest. The girl frowned and said that she couldn't believe that she had just let those who wanted to arrange her downfall leave so calmly. Her heart sank from this. Duncan assured her that she would have time for this later. Troubled times require that a person take the time to gather her strength. It is important to gain complete control over the city. She became sad and said that it was her duty, after which she asked how the lemon harvest was going. When she learned that everything was not going very well, she noticed that the yield continued to fall and asked for advice. Maybe they should start planting more barley? He suggested that she wait a little. One cannot just decide to change the production structure. She agreed with him. He was right. It was indeed a difficult decision to make like this. She sighed heavily and thought that after the court issue was resolved, she had one more case to deal with. When she opened her eyes, something interesting caught her attention, and she turned to Duncan, asking, "Most knights can ride, right?" He confirmed this, adding that one cannot call oneself a knight if one cannot ride. It is as important as a sword. She smiled and said that it seemed that the gods had not given him everything. He did not understand what she was talking about and went to the window. Seeing Vlad under the balcony, who was trying to saddle a horse, he said that he understood Sir Jaeger's pain. In the end, the horse did not want some boy to sit on it, and MC fell to the ground, painfully hitting his tailbone. While he winced in pain, his mentor said that he had said that he could do everything on expensive horses. He answered him that the horse should probably be even more expensive, which made the knight angry and immediately taught him a lesson, telling him to think first and then speak. He screamed in pain and, clutching the back of his head, said that he had definitely managed to mount the horse last time, but Goethe had ridden it. The guy confirmed this. He was definitely riding. Jagger frowned and thought that this was serious. He thought it would work if he taught him himself. He looked at the horse that Goethe was currently calming down and thought, is it really that? But even his horse was running away from him, as if there was something scary in front of him. He looked at his student and announced the end of classes for today, and he asked if they would train tomorrow. When he said that they would skip tomorrow's training too, Vlad was disappointed and asked when he would be able to ride. Jaeger said that they would put it off for now, and he noted with displeasure that he had heard this many times before. Jaeger asked if this was a problem for him. He confirmed it, and he sighed heavily, saying that there was no quick solution. They would think about it when they returned to Sturma, but for now he had things to do. He left, and Goethe looked suspiciously at MC and asked why the horses hated him more and more. He asked in response, what if it doesn't work with expensive horses either? Then the guy suggested that he ride a cow. They are definitely dumber than horses. Vlad didn't like his mockery and asked, was he making fun of one? Let him think first and then speak. Goethe advised him to pay attention to himself, Otherwise he would continue to ride in a carriage. He was sure Sir Jaeger would like it. He took the horse by the reins and said with a grin that he would take this famous gentleman to the stable. It seemed that the horse laughed at him too, and he wondered what the problem could be. The voice asked, maybe the problem was that he was moving too fast. Animals are more sensitive to this. He needed to learn to control his speed of movement. This is one of the ways to control the psychic world. If he learned to use mana freely, he would be able to control the speed of movement. He thought about his words and said that he couldn't even use it consciously yet, and his aura itself was weak. The voice said that it was natural. Using it in real battles required training and skill. Let him remember Jaeger's words. He had better not run until he learned to walk. He sighed heavily and took his words into account, then remembered that they would be returning to Sturma after tomorrow's farewell ceremony, and looked at the tree, wondering if he should go there one last time. Meanwhile, Joubert walked down the corridor, thinking that he had failed the task, but he was sure his lord would understand once he heard him out. You can't blame the sea for the waves. After all, it was an unforeseen situation. But the more he thought about it, the more he laughed. And some vassal did this? As he took a few more steps forward, the light reflected from someone else's blade fell on his eyes, and he, without much surprise, looked down at the sword at his neck and told Jaeger that he had greeted him so aggressively. But he didn't have to go that far. He replied that he thought it was worth it, and asked if he had waited long for him. "You have nothing better to do?" He replied that he had a day off today, and the knight asked if that was a waste of a day off. He replied with displeasure that he had to work extra hours on the weekend, and Joubert said that he understood that he was displeased, but he had no choice. The knight mockingly said that it was such a coincidence, and he didn't really have a choice either. Then Joubert activated his aura, touched his sword, and pulled him aside, saying that they were doing the same job. He should at least understand him. Jaeger's aura flared up in response too, and Joubert asked what he could do. If the master told him to bark, then he would bark. When he didn't answer, the knight chuckled and then raised his hands and said that he thought that was enough of a warning. Others called him swordsman. But that's not really true. He is a dog who only bites when his master tells him to. If he is done barking, then let him enjoy his weekend. The slightest bloodshed would mean a declaration of war on the Shahzad family. Before he could finish speaking, the man's fist hit him in the face, causing him to lose his footing and fall to the floor. After that, Jaeger said that his master was a good man, so he could bite him a little. Joubert wiped his mouth and asked if that was enough, but it was not at all. Jaeger punched him in the gut, causing him to let out a painful sigh, then fell to his knees and started coughing. The knight said that since they were from the same industry, he was sure he would understand. Joubert smiled nervously and said that in fact, it should be enough. The knight told them that he hoped that they would meet again, because once was not enough for him to pay for mocking his master. Recovering from his blow, the knight rose to his feet and said that sooner or later they would meet. The empire was falling apart. Now people do not unite by their own will. Holding the place where he hit, he walked past him and waved goodbye. Because of his words, Jaeger thought, soon there will come a time when the sword will be needed most. Meanwhile, MC climbed the hill and approached the tree. He looked at it and said to the nameless one that it was as if it were his old friend. Let him try to talk to it. The voice said that to be honest, he cannot believe that the snake recognized him. He himself was surprised by this. Vlad stood in a prayer pose and suggested that he quickly take a look at it and leave before Miss Alicia came here. After which the nameless one entered his body, and when MC opened his eyes, he saw a snake very close, which inadvertently scared him. The snake did not move, only carefully examined him, and he nervously asked, "Is this his friend?" The nameless one hoped for it, and then the snake began to crawl around him, and Vlad confusedly assumed that it must be showing that it is glad to see him. He hesitantly agreed with it, and then the snake stopped and winked at him, wagging the tip of its tail. MC did not understand why it behaved like this, and the voice told him not to even try to understand spirits. They are another form of the world. It is only obvious that the weak soul of a mortal cannot understand everything that surrounds the world. The snake continued to happily wave its head and tail, and at one point it opened its mouth wide, after which a blue glow began to emanate from the nearby vegetation. It rose to the tree and a bright flash arose. Soon sparks began to fall from the top of it, and Vlad, reaching out his hand to them, felt warmth. He felt it throughout his body and looked down, seeing that these sparks literally covered him. The voice said that it was amazing. He did not expect to see the forgotten enigma. This is the blessing of the spirit. The white snake smiled at him one last time, after which they said goodbye. It was time to leave. Everyone went out to say goodbye to Bayazid. Alicia said that she was very embarrassed to see them leave like this. She would like to have a big feast. Joseph said that her wish was enough for them. Now it was time for them to patch up the holes in the Heinal family. She thanked him for his help and he bowed to her in respect, saying that it was time for them to go. But Duncan remembered something and asked them to wait a minute, then called MC and told him to come forward. He looked at him in surprise, hesitating to do so, and only when he received permission from Joseph did he come forward. Jaeger told his master that they must have prepared a ceremony. He told him that it looked like it, but he asked them for a simple farewell. Meanwhile, Duncan told Vlad to kneel, and Alicia said that she was very grateful to him. Without him, she would not be here now. He defended her honor, shed light on a duel tainted by fraud. No thanks would be enough. She handed him her handkerchief and said that therefore, although he was not a knight, she would like to entrust her name to him. A man who turned out to be nobler than a knight. Joseph knew where she was going with this. She was a smart woman. She wants to cement her relationship with Bayazid with a prospect like Vlad. She is expressing gratitude and receiving benefits at the same time. MC meanwhile looked at the handkerchief, not knowing what to do, and thought that it was definitely very valuable. Should he just accept it? He remembered Jaeger's words when he scolded him for not taking Rudiger's peanuts. If a nobleman gives him something, then he should accept it. It's simple politeness. Realizing that he can't stand another scolding from him, he took the handkerchief from her hands and thanked her for those words. Everyone present let out a surprised sigh. Jaeger covered his face in shame, and Joseph smiled nervously and said that he can't believe it. He grew up in the back streets, so he knows nothing about the lives of aristocrats. Duncan confusedly approached Vlad and said that he shouldn't do that. It turns out that a lady can give a handkerchief as a sign of her respect in two ways, by hanging it on the hilt of a sword or by handing it over. The first is a sign of respect, and the second is a sign of love. But MC, out of ignorance, took the handkerchief from her hands and looking at her face, which was embarrassed for some reason unknown to him, still did not understand what he had done wrong. Everyone present was speechless, and Vlad looked at their faces, after which he hesitantly said that he would definitely find a use for this handkerchief. They set off, and Joseph told Vlad everything. He had not been so upset for a long time, although he himself was very much to blame. He thinks he cannot worry about money for a long time. MC felt ashamed and asked him for forgiveness, after which his mentor appeared in the carriage window and discontentedly told him to look at him if an aristocrat gives him something. Did he understand everything? He told him that he would keep that in mind, and Joseph said that he had something to congratulate him on anyway. He was now a man respected by a high-ranking aristocrat, Lady Alicia, so he was promoted to the rank of honorary knight. Vlad was very surprised by this news. He didn't believe that he had become an honorary knight so easily. Joseph said that only in places where his name was recognized would he be treated as a knight. MC was very excited by this news. The very word knight delighted him. Joseph said that of course this was limited to Durmar because she had just become a baroness. Vlad understood everything and was a little disappointed, but quickly realized that it made sense. He would never become a knight so easily. He looked at the handkerchief and the young master said that he had received it by mistake, but he should never lose it. Because it was not just a handkerchief, but Alicia's honor. He asked what would happen if he lost it, and he answered him seriously that he would be responsible for it himself. Because something like that could only happen because he took it with both hands. MC flinched, his eyes showing that it would be more than he could handle. He promised him that he would never lose it, and then Joseph showed him the promissory note, smiling and saying that it had all ended in an absurd way, but thanks to him, he no longer needed it. This document stated that Alicia had borrowed 10,000 gold. Vlad asked why she needed such an amount, and he answered that it was a way to protect her soldiers in case she lost the duel. If she lost her status, she would have surrendered herself. This was the only way to save her from Endre. Of course, in reality, she had not taken anything. He asked, so he decided to control Miss Alicia? Losing the duel would mean losing the right to succeed. He told him that the reason was like a spark in the ashes. One encounter with the wind was enough to reignite it. If Alicia was within the reach of the Bayazid family, Endre would not be able to help but feel the pressure. Now MC understood at least a little how aristocrats lived in search of excuses. Suddenly he turned around, hearing some strange sound. Joseph asked what was the matter, and he told him that he heard something from the forest to the west. For a while everything was quiet, but then there was a rumble, like the clatter of hooves, and dust rose behind the hill. Cavalry was running towards them at full speed. This made Vlad nervous. They were heading straight for them and did not slow down. He thought they were bandits and took out his sword, but Joseph stopped him and ordered him to put it away. He had prepared for this before the duel began. The cavalry stopped, the riders dismounted and knelt before Joseph. Their commander placed a bloody sack in front of him and said that they had arrived late because they were collecting their fair wages. He looked down and asked with displeasure, "Was this it?" He asked them for something else. He praised him for his excellent work and ordered him to stand up. Then the man looked at Vlad and asked with a smile, was he the vassal who had received Lady Alicia's recognition into his hands? Rumors about this had spread throughout the land. Learning that this had become known so quickly, Joseph was slightly upset and confirmed it, saying that they would admire him later. MC, meanwhile, looked at the man in surprise. But when he noticed his gaze, he felt from him precisely the knightly aura, the spirit of danger that permeates the back streets, and that made him nervous. This is what his instinct tells him. You can't joke with him. Joseph offered them to go with them since they were returning to Sturma, but the man refused, since they were in a hurry. The young master thanked him for his service, and he, in a sign of respect, put his hand to his chest, said that he only remained loyal to the Bayazid as their hidden sword. From this, Vlad was surprised and thought, what kind of people are these? And what is in this bag? Noticing his gaze, Joseph asked, is he interested in what is in there? He confirmed to him, and he said that there is a world of aristocrats, a world of cold, cruelty, and unforgiveness. In this bag was found the head of Endre. Time passed. The Count was busy with business, and Ragmus informed him that apparently a group of pilgrims was passing through Sturma. Peter asked if he should greet them, and he told him that it did not seem like they wanted to. They said that they would just calmly look at the dragon's trail and leave. The Count thought, the voices of the gods, wanting nothing? It had been a long time since he had seen such sincere pilgrims. He said that it would be nice to keep an eye on them without their knowledge, and the old man said that he knew he would say so. Peter smiled faintly and remarked that therefore he enjoyed what he deserved. In this case, Ragmus decided to prepare everything, and the Count said that he wanted to talk about his second son and Vlad. He had heard that this time they had accomplished a great feat. The old man confirmed it, the report mentioned it, even his heart beat faster. The Count crossed his arms thoughtfully. It had been a long time since he had heard of the first code of the Swordmaster. An elite education, beginning with the selection of men of proven pedigree and talent, the rough diamonds were handled with the utmost care, so it was rare to see them go to such extremes as the appeal to the first code. He said it must have been rare to see knights raised with such care before. The old man had said he would have liked it if he had been there, and he had replied that it was not only him. He was sure there were some who would have liked it too. He was reminded of the golden generation of Bayazid. At this rate, the old men would spoil the newcomers. Ragmus had said he was sure young Master Joseph would like it, and Peter had thought he was gasping for air so much that he had thought he had given up. But he had crawled through the mud and brought back something shiny. He had a lot to think about, because in the end, he had to choose only one of his sons. Time passed, and conversations about Vlad began in the dining room among the vassals. Rumors of what had happened in Durmar had already reached them, but they did not believe that this homeless street vagabond was able to create an inner world and use an aura. Sovanen and his friends would have joined in the ridicule now, but after that fight, they decided to say more and say a word against him. The door to the dining room opened. MC walked inside thinking that he was simply dying of hunger. How much time had passed? A month? As soon as he entered, the conversations immediately stopped, and he thoughtfully looked at the vassals. Whether they were from noble families or not, whether there was a big difference in their status or not, it did not matter anymore. Because the childish fights in the back alleys ended with the appearance of the only person who had ended up in another world. Having put more sausages on himself, Vlad began to eat. But feeling many glances on himself, he said that it was hard for him to eat like this. Portly said that it would probably be like this for some time. Everyone knows about everything that happened in Durmar. He licked his fingers and noted that rumors travel fast, after which the guy asked what he was going to do on vacation. Judging by MC's reaction, he didn't know about vacation at all, and then Portly told him that they get 2 vacations a year. All the students are already going on vacation this week. Vlad thoughtfully rubbed his chin and asked, is he leaving too then? After all, he is not from a noble family, so he has nowhere to go. Portly saw this as an opportunity, and happily invited him to go to his house. His father said that he wanted to formally invite him. In fact, he had never had a friend before. He asked, so he doesn't have such a long track record? He enthusiastically said that they have a very hospitable house, and they can also provide him with unlimited access to baked meat. Noticing that Vlad was thinking, he decided to dispel all his doubts, saying that he heard that he was looking for a horse. He told him what his family does. They can find him a horse. MC immediately looked at him with interest, and he said that he recalled hearing about several horses with a better pedigree than Sir Jagger's horse. His eyes lit up with anticipation, and he confidently said that he would make sure that he was given a vacation at any cost. It was time for training. Vlad parried another blow from his mentor and clenched his teeth. Noticing this, he advised him to concentrate and delivered another blow, which he blocked, causing his arm to be pulled to the side. Then MC pointed the tip of his sword at him, which angered his mentor, and he hit him in the back without holding back, and he immediately lost his balance and fell. Jagger said that he definitely didn't tell him to try to do something that can't happen. Does he think he became something special after the duel with the knight? Has he become a trifle to him and can no longer be listened to? Vlad realized what his mistake was, and when he turned around, he was faced with a menacing gaze from the knight and became nervous. He immediately stood up and put his hands behind his back, asking him for forgiveness, and he told him not to come if he thought he was being forced to train, and not to look for him if he thought he could handle it himself. They were done for today. He could go. He nodded and walked out of the arena, upset. Watching him go, Jaeger thought that what he had achieved so far was admirable, but it was a grain of sand on the beach. Nothing more than something impermanent that could be washed away by a big wave at any moment. It was very unreliable. After training, MC headed to his room and a voice told him that he was right. He needed to start from the basics. He would have been angry with him too. He answered him, upset, that he just wanted to try it again, and then the voice said that not all knights could use aura. But that doesn't mean that knights who can't use aura are inferior. Aura is just the embodiment of the potential of growth abilities. He can't forget that he picked up a sword not long ago. Great flowers only bloom on a solid foundation. He wasn't the type of person who wouldn't get angry at him even if he deserved it. Let him think about his mentor's words again. He sighed heavily and agreed. He was used to disdain and ridicule, but he saw disappointment in his eyes back then. Because of this, he became even more upset and thought that this look hurt more than a blow from a wooden sword. The voice reminded him that he hadn't even talked about taking a vacation, and he became flustered when he thought about it. But, because of his oversight, he decided to forget about it. After all, what's the point of going on vacation under these circumstances? He thinks that today he will have to swing his sword until he can't think of anything else. Instead of going to his room, he went outside the estate to a small forest, where he could practice swinging his sword alone. He raised the weapon above his head and then slashed down with all his might, leaving a mark on the ground. He wiped away the sweat, caught his breath, and a voice said that that was enough for today. He had reached his limit. If he burned out too quickly, he would become exhausted. And if he got injured, all his previous efforts would go down the drain. He agreed with it and warmed up, then looked at the moon, which was shining so brightly in the sky, and realized that he, too, had finally been able to achieve that glow. Jaeger had been watching him from the walls of the fortress the whole time. Noticing that he was looking at the moon, he immediately looked up and mentally noted that he was like a wolf chasing the moon. Meanwhile, the county of Ravnoma, Tranova, was burning in flames and screams could be heard everywhere. And in the throne room, the battle was still raging. Almost all the knights fell to the sword of the unknown, only one survived. His enemy walked towards him and said that he had wondered where he was. He had done his best on his last mission. He came closer to him, and he clenched his teeth in rage, noting that after all, he had come all the way here. Godin stood in front of him. The man said that his lord's orders came first, and his own honor came second. He was sure that this was not blindly following orders. Count Gaidar's knights were not like that. Godin told him that this was why they were all dead, and the man said that one day his light would go out. Let him tell Count Gaidar that he would be waiting for him in hell. Raising his sword over him, Godin agreed to his last request, and then took his life. A new day dawned. Joseph called Vlad to him and allowed him to go on vacation, which surprised him a little. He asked, wasn't he invited to Canner's house? MC asked him how he knew about it, and he told him that rumors spread quickly. Sir Gregory's apprentice was talking about it everywhere enthusiastically. Vlad imagined the chain of people through which this news reached his master, and he said that he was planning to give him a vacation anyway. He even had somewhere to go, so he had no reason not to let him go. MC thanked him and cautiously looked at his mentor, who was completely ignoring him. Noticing this, Joseph smiled slightly and guessed that something happened between them. He could easily remove this awkwardness, but he must respect their relationship, so he will leave it as is. Vlad, meanwhile, was very awkward, so much so that it began to choke him. He was about to pay his respects and leave, but Jaeger said that even if it was a vacation, a knight should never forget about his sword. MC didn't expect to hear anything from him and was slightly surprised, agreeing with his words. And the man said that only he would know about a day without training, but if he missed a week, the others would know too. He knew that he was not one to shirk training just because he didn't tell him, but he still needed to monitor such moments so that he would not go astray. He said that he would look at him when he returned, and Vlad lit up them with a cheerful smile. Joseph advised him not to put too much hope in the horse, since his problem might be too difficult even for the Canner house. First, he needed to find out the reason why the horses didn't like him, and if any were friendly to him, then let him know what region they were from. He allowed him to leave, and reminded him that they would see each other in a week. But before he left, he told him not to bring him any gifts. MC smiled nervously and said that he understood everything, then thought, does this mean that he needs a gift? Then he really liked the Hammond from Portly. After he left, Joseph thought about the Canner house, and Jaeger said that if all goes well, they can become friends. He told him that it is possible, they both stand out very much. The knight asked, "Don't they need it?" His master thought for a second, then said that he is not the type to ask if someone has something he needs, but he is not going to give it to him. Before leaving for vacation, Vlad somehow ended up in Lady Oksana's room. While the servants tried on the cloak on him, he wondered what he was doing here again. Lady Oksana smiled and said that it was a very beautiful color. It goes well with the leather armor. He is very sturdy, so whatever he wears suits him. He looked down in embarrassment and thanked her, and she asked if he was going on holiday to Canner House. When you are invited to someone's house, you have to look your best. It is politeness so that his parents are not criticized. He was surprised by her words, and she came up to him and put her hands on his shoulders, telling him not to let her be criticized. Realizing that she took him for her son, he was surprised. Looking at her gentle smile, he lowered his head and told her that he understood everything. She promised him that after the holiday, she would hire him a tutor. One mistake, as he took the handkerchief from the lady's hands with his hand, was enough. He smiled awkwardly and asked her forgiveness for it, and she said that his status as a knight made him an honorable and noble man, so he should behave accordingly. She waved her hand to the servant. She brought a basket of lemons to them, and the lady told him to take this with him. Joseph had brought this. It was impolite to come to visit empty-handed after all. He bowed to her and thanked her for her thoughtfulness, after which she smiled and told him to have a good rest and come back. As he left the room, he noticed his reflection in the window glass and remembered what he used to be like. It made him feel out of place, as if he was wearing clothes that didn't suit him. He also remembered his childhood friend, who should be in the monastery now. He wondered how she was doing, and walked forward down the corridor, thinking that he was sure that she, like him, was wearing clothes that didn't suit her. Meanwhile, even in the monastery, rumors began to spread about a famous vassal of the Bayazid house who was emitting an aura in Durmar. While the nuns were chatting about this, Zemina was scrubbing the floor with a brush, and when she heard them talking about a blonde man with blue eyes, her wounded and calloused hand froze. One of the nuns said that he might even be from a noble family. He released an aura at such a young age, he might even become a knight of the north. Zemina thought that it must be someone else, because Vlad couldn't have succeeded so quickly. She would have been happy if he was just alive and well. Noticing that she had stopped, the nuns ordered her to keep working with displeasure. How dare she slack off when she hadn't helped them at all? She would have to work here all her life. Let her finish quickly and wash the dishes if she didn't want the abbess to scold her. They started to mock her, saying that she had nowhere to go, so it wouldn't hurt to get used to manual labor in advance. They left and finally told her to finish everything by dinner. And she, continuing to wash the floor, smirked and said that she seemed to have learned everything well, back in Rose's smile. Her gaze dimmed as she remembered how she had gotten here. Marcella had brought her here with the other girls, but the abbess did not want to let them in so easily. After all, this was a place close to God. They could not accept girls working in a dirty place. Marcella assured them that this was absolutely not true. Bishop himself looked after them. But even so, they could not accept them into the monastery so suddenly, and she exclaimed indignantly, "Why not? She constantly donated so much money to this place. It was enough to feed them all for 10 years and still have some left." The abbess wanted to object, but fell silent, still deciding to accept them. Zemina asked Marcella if she would go with them, but she said that they would go inside first. The girls went to the nuns, after which the abbess raised her hand, stopping Marcella and forbade her to go with them. She said that she had not expected this and asked her to take care of the children. They were good workers. Suddenly, the screams of bandits who were chasing them were heard from the forest. Noticing them, she excitedly ordered the girls to quickly go inside, and then the man grabbed her by the hair and her hand, saying that he finally caught her. Nuns, frightened, began to push the children inside, and Zemina, seeing what they were doing to Marcella, with tears in her eyes, screamed her name and extended her hand to her. The man dragged her by the hair behind him, and Zemina moved further and further away from her, unable to help her, and so she found herself locked in this monastery. Because of these memories, she burst into tears and she began to miss Vlad. In the meantime, he arrived at the Canner estate and looked around, surprisedly thinking, they are not aristocrats, but they have influence in Sturma? Why is their estate so huge? The butler and a couple of servants met Portly, and he, with joy, spreading his arms to the side, ran up to him and hugged him, saying that he missed him so much. The old man smiled and said that it was so nice to see him after so long. Taking his hands, Portly asked where his father was, and he told him that he had gone to meet guests who had arrived on an unexpected visit. He looked at Vlad and offered him to look at the pride of their family, the farm, if he did not mind. He was not at all against it, and the butler thanked him. But first MC wanted to look at the horse, and added that he had high expectations for this. The butler agreed and said that the head of the family would show him the best horses, but it would not hurt him to see the rest as well. After that, he walked him to the pasture, but as soon as he approached the horses, they got very scared and started to run. Vlad decided to try his luck with the bulls, but they also ran away, as did the sheep. In the end, all the animals in the pasture simply ran away. Because of this, he was very upset. Not only the horses were afraid of him, but also the riding bulls. But why the sheep too? The butler said that the situation was quite serious. Had he tried going to church? He told him that he was not cursed. The priest Andreas vouched for him. The old man asked him for forgiveness, and he, looking at the horses, thought, what was the point of using aura? He couldn't even ride a horse. He sighed and asked upset, while everyone looked cool on horseback, he would walk behind, in the dust. Portly wanted to support him and advised him to look at the horses on the farm. For fighting, riding, work, whatever he wanted, he would show him any. Couldn't there be a suitable horse here? MC answered him hesitantly that there had to be at least one, and Portly said that they had a wonderful horse that he had never seen before. It had the best pedigree of all the horses that his father had. He would persuade him to show it to him. He still had not managed to cheer up his friend and patted him on the shoulder, offering him to go for a walk tomorrow, but first they would have dinner and rest. Evening came, it was time for a delicious dinner. Portly led his guest to the kitchen, where the cooks were busy preparing meat. He was surprised by such a sight and noted that his family was clearly not modest. He smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head, and then the head of the family himself, Orson Kanner, appeared in the kitchen. He greeted Vlad with a wide smile and asked him for forgiveness for not being able to personally receive such a dear guest. He greeted him respectfully in return and introduced himself to him, and the man said that he knew him. Rumors were flying all over Sturma. He patted him on the back and welcomed him to his home, and thought that this guy had awakened the Swordmaster code for the first time in a long time. He was the new star, the pride of Sturma, and his son had made such a great friend. He suggested that they go inside and chat while dinner was being prepared. As a host, he is very happy to welcome important guests. MC remembered that they had guests and wondered if they would be joining them. When the man mentioned that they were all Bayazid, he was slightly surprised and began to wonder who this mysterious guest was. They walked into the main hall, and Vlad's eyes widened in surprise. Rudiger was sitting by the fireplace, flanked by his knights. He told Vlad that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked how he was doing. He and Portly greeted him respectfully, and he said that he did not expect to see him here. Rudiger said that he was not sure that he would want to dine with him tonight, but he had heard that the food prepared was too good to refuse. MC felt uneasy and wondered why he had insisted on not eating the peanuts and glanced at his knights, who were looking at him with disdain. He thought that he seemed to have won him over. But that's no wonder. They hate him because he didn't accept Rudiger's kindness. And about his subordinates, he beat up every single one of their disciples, so it's bad. If they threaten him, he's finished. He agreed to have dinner with him tonight, since he was also looking forward to it, and Rudiger asked, "Is that so?" Meeting his calm and confident gaze, he smiled slightly and said that he heard that he was on vacation. Does he have free time tomorrow? He invited him to go somewhere with him, and the next day they set off. Everyone was riding horses, only he was sitting in the carriage and looking at the man riding next to him with a bored expression. A beastman named Dorothea, a mage in Rudiger's group, noticed his gaze and asked with displeasure, why was he looking at her? He had never seen anyone like her? He said nonchalantly that there was a first time for everything, and she agreed with him, since it would be weirder if he saw. She heard that he was from the slums of Sora. How did he become a vassal of Bayazid? He asked back, what was the big deal? Compared to being a beastman mage Rudiger, his question made her angry, but she didn't show it and asked, did he really use aura? How could he not ride a horse when he could emit aura? Even his friend rides a horse. He told her boredly that life showed that anything can happen, and she said that it still seemed doubtful. He was already tired of this grumbling and looked away, thinking that he was here only because he came on an unplanned vacation, and suddenly they decided to go hawk hunting. Dorothea asked, was he even listening to her? Because of this question, she began to irritate him even more, and he asked, are all beastmen so talkative? She called it racial discrimination, and then he asked, are all mages so talkative? She said that it was occupational discrimination, and Rudiger, overhearing their conversation, told her to stop bothering him. It was already difficult for him to persuade him. She responded by saying that every time he looked at her, he had such a suffering look. He laughed and told her that everyone would be like that if she started pestering him like that. She lowered her ears in frustration, and one of the knights pointed somewhere to the side and suggested that his master hunt there. He said that this place looked good, an open area so that the whole area was visible. After listening to them, Portly said that it seemed that they would hunt from here, and Vlad, looking at them, did not see any signs that they planned to do so, because they still had not even released the hawk from the cage. One of the knights pointed to a crowd of people walking nearby, and Rudiger said that they were lucky. He couldn't believe that he would see pilgrims here. He ordered his men to raise a flag and warn them of their intentions, so that they would not think that they were in danger. As soon as the flag with the banner of the House of Bayazid was raised, he suggested that they find a victim. Meanwhile, horses were grazing nearby. Among them there was a remarkable one, a black one. It stood on a hill and carefully watched the situation around, and when some strange sound was heard, it looked down from the cliff. There was a giant death worm. It turned out that the pilgrims were walking below, and Rudiger's detachment was following them from above. Vlad immediately realized that this was not a hunt. Any fool would understand that this was an escort. First of all, this was not falconry. His thought was interrupted when the cart suddenly jumped and shook him, which made him feel sick, and he decided to continue on foot. When he got out of the cart, his friend asked him how he was, and he told him that everything was not so bad. His heart was just pounding. He asked if it was because the cart was shaking so much. He told him that it was not at all. He would walk a little and he would feel better. He looked around with a smile and said that there was a great view. Portly agreed with him and said that he really wanted to show him this. The meadows stretch all the way to Varn. Sometimes monsters appear, but this year, thanks to Master Joseph, there is no need to worry about it. He explained that it is due to the hunt, in which he also participated last winter. MC smiled and said that he also contributed to this landscape then. A cloud of dust appeared on the horizon. He was interested in it, and then a loud clatter was heard. A whole herd of horses was running straight towards them, and that same black horse was leading them. When Vlad saw him, his heart seemed to skip a beat, and he, putting his hand to his chest, began to wonder what was wrong. They all continued to run. Rudiger noticed them and said that this herd of wild horses, those same healthy horses. But now they were just uninvited guests. But he noticed something strange. Why were they all running south? Hearing this, his knights tensed up, and one of them said that he was right. This was very strange. At this time of year they should be moving north, where there was more greenery. The horses did not slow down, and Rudiger noticed that they were in a strange hurry, as if someone was chasing them. At this moment, MC's heart began to pound even harder. At the sight of that black horse, he seemed to turn to stone. But why? He met the horse's gaze, and then there was a jolt. Everyone thought it was an earthquake, but only Vlad knew that it was not so. He remembers this vibration very well. After that, something crawled out from under the ground, throwing pieces of dirt and grass to the sides. It turned out to be a huge monster. Seeing it, the horses were even more frightened, as were the people who were nearby. In front of them was one of the remains of the fallen dragon, a death worm. Diving underground and jumping out from there again, it quickly approached the herd of horses and grabbed one of them with sharp teeth. Dorothea immediately realized that something was wrong here. Deathworms are usually not carnivorous. The next sight surprised her very much. While it was dealing with the horses, she noticed some kind of crystal on its forehead, from which strange energy emanated. The black horse led his herd further, and one of the knights informed his master that they were heading straight for the pilgrims. The worm seemed to sense the vibrations from their stomping. It finished eating the horse and looked towards the pilgrims. Meanwhile, they began to run in panic, and the knights realized that the monster would now pursue them. Rudiger turned to Dorothea and asked what the death worm reacts to. She answered him in a panic that death worms have no eyes or ears. They are guided solely by vibrations of the earth. He ordered her to pull herself together immediately and come up with a plan to take this monster away. His scream brought her to her senses, and he called out to Vlad, ordering him to take Dorothea to a higher place and protect her. And when they found a way to distract the deathworms, then let them give them a signal. He excitedly answered him that he understood everything, after which Rudiger raised his sword and ordered everyone to listen to him carefully. It doesn't matter if the situation they're facing makes sense. All that matters is that they have to be in their places and do what they have to do. It's their job as the count to protect the pilgrims. After saying that, he rushed towards the defenseless people and the knights ran after him. Rudiger thought that none of this made any sense at all, and that the situation was developing in a strange way. So there was something supernatural behind all of this. It was as if a fire had flared up inside him. His sword was on fire, and he was heading towards his opponent in a rage because he couldn't stand that they dared to do something like this on Bayazid territory. Meanwhile, MC had climbed higher, and Dorothea had panicked and poured her paint bottles onto the ground and was looking for something to vibrate, but she couldn't remember what color it was. Vlad didn't understand what it meant, and the voice said that it was some kind of divine secret. It was created by the Trinity, by adding divinity and aura. He was slightly surprised and realized why she was the Rudiger mage. While they were watching her, a bright pillar of flame suddenly flared up from the pilgrim's side, and they immediately turned around, excitedly asking what was that. The worm was enveloped in flames, and Portly exclaimed that this was the power of Master Rudiger. Seeing his fiery aura, MC was surprised. It was amazing for him. He was on a completely different level. The voice said that this was not enough. He was not ready. Despite the huge flame, the worm still managed to survive, and Rudiger gritted his teeth, thinking, "Is this the strongest of dragons?" The monster let out a piercing roar. Its mouth opened right above him, and he, hitting the horse on the sides, led it away before the worm dived underground would take them with it. It disappeared underground, and the knights asked Rudiger if he was okay, and he ordered them to stay vigilant. This worm will not be able to escape so easily. The voice noted that the situation was getting complicated. No matter how good a warrior he was not able to do anything against an underground enemy. Rudiger raised his sword and ordered his men to find it. It must be somewhere nearby. He turned around, wondering where this monster was, and then the knight anxiously pointed his finger towards the pilgrims. The death worm was heading towards them, leaving a trail behind him. Rudiger immediately rushed after it, and Vlad, seeing that the situation was getting complicated, called out to Dorothea and told her to hurry. But when he saw that she was drawing with her tail on a piece of paper, he looked at her strangely and asked, "Does she think now is a good time to play?" She exclaimed embarrassedly that she was not playing at all. It was a unique method of the beastman. If he had not bothered her, she would have everything ready by now. The symbol she drew lit up, and she handed the piece of paper to Portly to take to Rudiger. To use it, the paper must be rubbed or cut. Portly was surprised that she chose him as a messenger, and she exclaimed that the spell had completely exhausted her. She had trouble even walking yet. His friend could not even ride a horse, so who, if not him? The voice said that even if he could ride a horse, he would still be late. The deathworm moves much faster underground than on it. Rudiger's knights can't even catch up with it. MC realized that he had no other choice. He grabbed a piece of paper and rushed to the edge of the cliff, thinking that this was their last hope. Dorothea got very excited and asked what he was going to do. Seeing him jump, she called him crazy and exclaimed that it was almost a cliff. He jumped off the cliff, but luckily the slope was slightly inclined, so he could soften his fall. As his legs carried him down, he thought that Rudiger was competing with Joseph for the title of head of the family, and besides, his knights are the elite of Bayazid. Therefore, he, a vassal, does not necessarily have to do anything, but thoughts about this horse do not leave him. He remembers with his whole body what it feels like when your home is destroyed, and you cannot do anything about it. The voice noticed that he was lost in thought, and told him to concentrate. He needed to keep the strength in his legs. But because he was distracted, he tripped over a rock, and the voice let out a frightened sigh, and then Vlad found himself falling down. He no longer had control over his descent, and so he began to hit the rocks with his whole body. The Nameless One excitedly told him to group himself, and he, having somehow protected himself from the blows, began to fly down head over heels. Soon he landed. His fall was quite hard because he fell right on his chest. For a few seconds he did not move, and then he got up and wheezed painfully, and his friend, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed that he was moving. Dorothea looked down in shock and asked how it was possible to remain unharmed after falling from such a height. MC looked down at himself and said that he did not expect to be okay. He thought he would break a few bones. At that moment, a blue glow began to emanate from his chest, and the black horse felt something and turned around, looked at Vlad. This light fascinated the horse, and the voice meanwhile said that this was the blessing of the snake. Without it, he would have died. He said in surprise that this was incredible, and the Nameless One suggested that he go there later. Having risen, MC rushed to Rudiger and answered him that he was sure they would still have an opportunity, but for now he needed to move. He looked towards the pilgrims and noticed a familiar face among those pushing the cart. He immediately slowed down and remembered Priest Andreas. It was he who was now leading the pilgrims. He anxiously turned around to check where Rudiger was now, but his knights were very far away. The Worm of Death will get to the pilgrims first. So, the priest is in danger. He looked nervously at the spell, and the voice said that sometimes coincidence appears before them in the form of fate and forces them to make a decision. Vlad hissed a curse through his teeth, and when the death worm was very close, he realized that there was no time to think. He needed to act right now, and if so, he could not hesitate. He threw a piece of paper, pulled out his sword, and cut the spell, activating it. A glowing circle immediately appeared above his head, and magical writing began to circle nearby. The writing lay on his blade, and he, pointing the tip down, shouted to the worm that he was here. He thrust the sword into the ground. Everything was silent for a few seconds, and then a shockwave passed around, but the voice said that it was not enough. He needed to increase the vibration, enough for it to call his world. He closed one eye and concentrated, after which all the sounds around faded for a while. When he opened his second eye, a green-blue aura flashed, and he commanded the death worm to look at him. The monster felt the ground shake and headed towards the boy, who was emitting a bright light from himself. He gritted his teeth, putting in more effort, and then the death worm crawled out of the ground with a loud roar. and Rudiger and his subordinates became very nervous. MC confidently looked at his opponent, then grabbed the sword with both hands and prepared to fight. The Deathworm growled fearsomely and then charged straight at him, but he parried the blow, causing his legs to slide backwards. The voice ordered him not to even think about continuing the fight and to retreat. His world is not deep enough to face this monster yet. The fact that he is holding it back is enough. He glanced at the squad approaching them and answered him that he knows this, but they are not here yet. Meanwhile, the Deathworm rose higher and then opened its mouth wide and headed towards him. Vlad clenched his teeth, preparing to attack, and then the monster hit the ground with its head, but miraculously did not take him with it. He rolled on the ground in time, and seeing that the monster was going underground, he became very nervous. Quickly getting up, he began to carefully examine the area, preparing for a sudden attack from all sides. He turned around, already worried that it was heading towards the pilgrims, but the tremors that appeared under his feet said otherwise. The ground shook even more strongly, and then began to crack, and the Nameless One ordered him to dodge. But it was too late. The worm crawled out of the ground and MC fell into its mouth. The worm's mouth closed and Rudiger screamed Vlad's name in horror. Saliva flowed from the monster's mouth, and dust rose from its appearance. Soon, a silhouette of a man riding a horse appeared in this cloud of dust. They jumped out of the dust and headed towards the squad. Seeing this, Rudiger was very surprised. The black horse picked up Vlad in time and was now carrying him away from danger. He tried to clumsily stay on the horse and exclaimed in surprise that he was riding a horse. A voice told him to look at his forehead with his world, and he saw a white aura emanating from the horse, which grew into a horn. The voice exclaimed that this is a spirit. There is unicorn blood in it. The black horse sped up, and the wind hit MC in the face, and he smiled widely. He was so happy that he laughed. Now he understood what the world looks like on horseback. He looked at the neck of the horse that quickly carried him along the ground, and laughed again, shouting that it was amazing. A squad of knights approached him. Rudiger called out to him, and catching up with him, asked worriedly, "Is he okay?" He confirmed it, and he, looking at his sword, thought that he had cast an attraction spell on his blade. He can't believe that he exposed himself to a blow without hesitation. He looked at him with a slight smile, and thought that he was a young vassal who was able to sacrifice himself for others, and who had awakened the code of the Swordmaster with his whole being. He said that it was an amazing and brave decision. He had fulfilled his duty better than any knight. Vlad was a little embarrassed by such praise and thanked him. And then Rudiger asked how he thought he could handle it. They needed to kill this worm for the safety of the pilgrims, so they needed to start the fight. MC confusedly said that the death worm was a part of the fallen dragon, and then Rudiger confidently said that he could do anything. Meeting his steady gaze made him slightly nervous, and he reminded him that he had the mark of Dorothea, and he was riding this majestic horse now, so he would be able to lure this worm. Vlad looked at the horse, wondering if he would be able to stay on top, and he met his gaze and was slightly surprised. He understood everything. He was protecting his herd, just like him. Now he was sure that he would succeed and told Rudiger about it, and he immediately gave him the order. He needed to run around the hill and return to it. He would prepare on the other side. MC separated from the main group and ran to carry out the order. The squad moved aside, and he, making sure that the death worm was chasing him, suggested that the spirit speed up. The horse immediately rushed forward, sharply increasing the distance between them and the worm. And one of the knights asked in surprise, "What kind of acceleration was that?" Rudiger smiled, and noted that he was clearly not like everyone else. Vlad continued to run, and the voice advised him to lower his sword. He needed to show it that they were here, with the vibration of the mark. He followed his advice and lowered the sword, leaving a trace on the ground, and concentrated, putting more strength into the spell. The earth trembled, and he rushed forward with a loud cry. Now the worm was going right after his light. Rudiger, meanwhile, got off his horse and assigned a group of knights to take the pilgrims to a safe place, and ordered the rest to get ready just in case. Seeing that MC had already rounded the hill and the worm, breaking through the it passage, rushed after him, thinking that they were approaching. He closed one eye and concentrated on his inner world, imagined how the flames were enveloping him, and then hit his finger on the blade and his aura was activated. Meanwhile, Vlad continued to run towards him, but when he felt its energy, he looked up in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Rudiger stood surrounded by flames, and a voice said that he temporarily expanded his world. Only knights who deeply know themselves can do this. This means that Rudiger Bayazid is a much more unique knight than they thought. This sight impressed MC. In his eyes, Rudiger was so fierce that he could easily burn the whole world to ashes. The worm continued to chase him, but when Rudiger's energy reached it, it stopped, and Vlad turned around excitedly. The deathworm headed towards Rudiger, and the Nameless One cursed, exclaiming that the remnant of the dragon saw a threat in his world. MC became very nervous and thought that this could not continue, His world was too weak to attract his attention again. The black horse suddenly turned sharply, which frightened Vlad, and rushed towards the worm. It began to circle in one place, attracting the attention of the monster, and MC excitedly exclaimed that they were too close. The horse reared up and Vlad, feeling a surge of energy, was very surprised. A horn grew on the head of the black horse, and a voice said that his world and the blessing of the white serpent resonated with it. A long-forgotten divine secret arose from the memories of this world. The worm immediately turned its attention to them, because the two of them glowed so brightly that they drowned out Rudiger's energy. Seeing the worm targeting them again, they darted to the side and ran towards the squad. Just like that, the hornless unicorn and the horseless knight met and became one. Now a white star appeared in the endless black night sky. The horse did not slow down. Rudiger already appeared on the horizon, preparing to attack and gathering strength. The voice said that this is not enough. His world is gradually becoming stronger. It is only a matter of time before the worm loses its attention. Feeling bad, MC gritted his teeth. He had already reached his limit and could not squeeze out more aura. Noticing that he was not coping, several knights joined him and told him not to give up. They all activated their aura, increasing the glow that attracted the worm, and the voice said that this is enough. One of the knights called out to Vlad and told him to continue in the same spirit and run past Master Rudiger. He agreed. They were quickly approaching Rudiger, and when they were very close, he excitedly called out to him, and he opened his eyes. The knights ran past him, and he praised them for their excellent work. And now it was his turn. The ground beneath his feet caught fire, and he told the worm that this was Bayazid territory, a land where his kind had no right to wreak havoc. He stood in a fighting stance, and a fiery hurricane arose above him. Then he swung his sword and told the worm to disappear, and a stream of flames headed for it. His blow was so strong that the flames engulfed the worm's entire body and even went much further. The pilgrims, Dorothea and Portly, were surprised by this sight, but the Rudiger knights smiled. MC looked at the flames blazing ahead in shock and thought, so this is the world of a knight, and with the ability to know himself, the true world? Such a sight is light years away from common sense. Watching the knight's world was like watching a mountain soar into infinity. Can Godin do that too? And Sir Jaeger and Sir Pablo? So he can do that too? The voice confirmed it. If his world was so unshakable, then nothing in the world could shake it. The worm burned away, leaving only ashes, and Vlad approached the resting Rudiger. He asked if he was okay, and he, looking clearly exhausted, said that he had done well. MC looked at it and asked if the meadows would burn like that. He told him that the grass was wet, so no, they would burn for a while and then everything would go out. Besides, he wanted a refreshing glass of beer. He tried to get up, but his legs trembled and he fell to the ground again, sighing heavily. The voice said that it seemed that he had paid the price for temporarily expanding his world. Rudiger smiled and extended his hand to Vlad, asking if he would help him up. He told him that he would rather sit down as well, and fell down next to him. Rudiger looked at his extended hand, feeling uneasy, having refused him again. He smirked and remarked that he was an excellent horseman, although there were rumors to the contrary. He told him that as far as he could see, it was not him. They both looked at the black horse, and Rudiger remarked that he was special. MC smiled and said that he knew it, and then suddenly someone hit him on the back of the head. The knights crowded around them, and the one who hit him said with delight that it was very cool, good enough for the one who had struck down their students. He praised him for his excellent work, and finally said that they would meet again. Vlad rubbed his bruised head with displeasure and thanked him hesitantly, and then an old voice called out to him. Priest Andreas approached him along with the pilgrims. He immediately jumped up from his seat and bowed his head in a respectful gesture before him, saying that he was glad that he was okay. The old man smiled and said that now everything was clear to him. He knew that he had seen this light before. He remembered how he had struck down that woman and exclaimed that it was the light that pierced the impenetrable darkness. He took his hand and knelt before him, begging him for their salvation, from which MC was very surprised and confused, not knowing how to react to this. Priest Andreas smiled and turned to his lord, asking him to look at the boy who had received his own will and was acting solely according to it. Let him hold the boy who protected his world and bless him with his pity and compassion. The rest of the pilgrims knelt down and joined in the prayer. And so today, countless hearts became one light and the boy's world became bigger. After some time at the Bayazid family palace, the count of the Bayazid family asked if he was 100% sure that this was true. Ragma said that he was sure. Dorothea sent this message through the crystal ball. He got angry and said, while clenching his fist with the note that he sent them just in case, was this dark magic again? He noticed that some seemed to have settled in the north. The count of the Bayazid family thought that this was the weakness of the empire, so the old cursed creatures were gradually showing up outside. Ragmas asked, at least they had good news, right? He said that it was true. Lately, there have been more and more people hearing about this guy. The Count of the Bayazid family thought that he participated in last year's winter monster hunt and also the honor duel at Heinel. Now he is also involved in the pilgrim incident. If it weren't for him, the Bayazid family might have been disgraced. This is truly admirable. Afterwards, he said that he wanted to see Joseph. He asked if he really wanted to give him permission. The Count of the Bayazid family said with a smile that the worthy should enjoy what they deserve. After a while, in a night clearing where the caravan had set up camp, people gathered around the fires, and only Vlad sat at a distance and sharpened his sword. The protagonist thought that this sword had also been through a lot. Rudiger asked why he was sitting here alone pitifully. The protagonist looked at him and asked where Fatty was now. He noticed, sitting down next to the fire, that Dorothea had taken him with her. She asked him to do something. Rudiger asked, "Where is Andreas now?" MC said that he was praying with the pilgrims. He exhaled and asked, "So everyone is busy? Doesn't he want to make some drinks?" Vlad noted that he was polishing his sword now. Rudiger noted that he was refusing again. He didn't take the peanuts from him. He didn't take his hand when he asked him to help him up. Come to think of it, he refuses him every time he extends his hand. Did Joseph ask him to do this? The protagonist's face changed, and he said, taking the bottle of drink, that it was not so at all. After the protagonist noted that it was whiskey, he said with a smile that it was a drink of aristocrats. MC thought with a smile, taking a sip from the bottle. After all, they were brothers. They may be different in character, but they had the same tastes. Rudiger noticed the blade and noted that he should inspect his sword upon his return. Vlad noted that he had been to the family blacksmith a few days ago. He said that the hilt of the sword needed to be changed. He asked why change the excellent hilt. The protagonist said that he said the connection was unreliable. The hilt of the sword should only be changed if he could not find the one who made the sword. Rudiger noted, taking a sip from the bottle, that the sword was planted like its owner. The protagonist said that was why he refused. He didn't want to lose everything that the sword symbolized. He looked at it and said that the sword needed to be fixed anyway. It was already worn out. The MC said that he agreed with that, so he had to find the person who forged the sword. Rudiger asked, "Where is he now?" Vlad thought about it and then said that he was in Sora. He noted that it was natural. He was always shouting that he was Vlad of Sora. Rudiger thought with a smile that Sora usually represented shine, and he was Vlad of Sora. It was a fitting nickname for him, because today he was shining brighter than anyone, so that was the reason why his brother was running around. He stood up and asked, "Will he fix the sword soon, right?" If he hoped desperately, sooner or later someone would let him know where the right person was. The protagonist looked at him, puzzled. After which Rudiger said, putting his hand on his shoulder, that he wanted to say that he would do well, having lived until now. He did not need to sit by the fire for long. Tomorrow they would go straight to Sturma. The protagonist looked at him and thought that he was right. One day he would definitely be able to fix this sword, because he had somewhere to return with it. At this time, Noir was closely watching MC from a height. The animal seemed to sense his powerful aura. Sometime later in the estate, Oksana was doing embroidery and asked, "Is it enough? Does it look like the emblem of the Heinel family?" The maid said with a smile that the countess did very well. "It is identical to the one in the book." She asked, "Does that mean she needs to move on to the next emblem?" She opened the necessary page in the book. Oksana said with a smile, closing her eyes, that she did not need to show it. She clearly remembers this emblem. By the way, she is doing this for the first time. As a child, she had only watched her mother do it. The maid asked with a smile, "But that made it even more valuable, didn't it?" She said, looking at the needle in her fingers, that it was true. After all, it was a forgotten tradition. However, the knights of today are so reverently brought up that they are worthy of raising this banner. They are worthy of the banner that belongs only to them and to no one else. The next morning, the caravan set off. The knight said in surprise that it was a wonderful sight. He had never seen anything like it before. He could not believe that people and horses could gallop together harmoniously. Rudiger noted that he was right. It was a rare sight. This may be the first and last time this happens. He thought that most likely, after such a short acquaintance, they were more special to each other than anyone else. The protagonist thought, looking at Noir, that he knew it was time for them to part ways now, because he has a purpose, and he has a duty to his herd. Noir stopped grandly at the top of the hill. They looked into each other's eyes. The protagonist thought that they could only be together for so long. MC said that he was saying goodbye to him. Andreas said that he did not need to be considered because of this goodbye. Vlad said with a smile that he just said so. He said with a laugh that it is difficult for people to be sincere. Their life is just a cycle of greetings and farewells. Farewells give tears, and greetings give smiles. It was a delightful meeting even from his point of view. I wonder when they will meet again? After all, the depth of a connection is not determined by the time spent together alone. The protagonist thought with a smile that he was right. One day they will meet again. It will definitely happen. Sometime later, in the palace of the Bayazid family, the Count of the Bayazid family said sadly that he was informed of the fall of the Ravnoma family. Ragmus said that it was so. They received urgent news about this. He thought that there had been strange activity in the west all this time. Who would have thought that it would end like this? The Count of the Bayazid family asked if Count Gaidar was really that strong. He said that it seemed that the western houses had formed an alliance with Gaidar at their head. It seemed that even Ravnoma, the ruler of the west, had lost due to a lack of men. He asked why the imperial family had not done anything. Ragmus said that they knew nothing about the affairs of the capital. The Count of the Bayazid family stood up and said that he understood. He thought that the north had its own unique strength, greater than any other region. They were freed from the influence of the imperial family and the authorities of the central part of the country, thanks to the impenetrable wall they had built. Therefore, there was nothing to do but ignore the events in other regions. The Count of the Bayazid family said, looking out the window at the rain, that he could not believe that the house of the lord of the region had fallen so easily. And it's not about an ordinary family, but about the protectors of the pact. He thought that the old rules and traditions had lost their meaning because the rulers had changed. The Count of the Bayazid family said that troubled times had come. Ragmus said that he was right. No matter how weak the empire was, there had to be a limit. He thought that the fall of the Ravnoma Count's family could mark a new era. Afterwards, the Count of the Bayazid family noticed the people on the street and said that it was a curse. They turned out to be pilgrims and fugitives from Ravnoma with the old pact. After a while, the protagonist thought with an irritated face, what should he do? He had to save the pilgrims, but in the end he helped Rudiger. Joseph will be unhappy. The protagonist imagined his angry face and thought, with a change in his face, that perhaps Jaeger would even beat him to death. Although he could not fix anything now. MC knocked on the door and said that he had come. Joseph said that he could come in. Vlad carefully walked inside and noticed that he had returned a day early. The protagonist said that this was just the way things were. Joseph said that he had heard the general outline of what had happened to him. Was he okay? The protagonist said that he was unharmed. He said that was good. However, he should still take care of himself. The MC said that he would try. Vlad thought, is everything okay? He seemed to be acting like usual. Vlad saw the frightening atmosphere and thought that he was finished. He was definitely upset. Joseph said that the report had talked about Sora. You should understand, he didn't know much about the slums. The protagonist looked at him, puzzled. He noted that he had heard that conflicts between factions cease when all members of one faction die or submit. Is that true? The protagonist wondered why he suddenly decided to ask about this. MC hesitantly said that it was probably so. Joseph asked, did he say that he couldn't send letters? Vlad asked what he meant. He said that it was about his beloved in the monastery. The protagonist's face changed, and he said that they were just friends. Joseph said that it didn't matter, he didn't know about it until now. He was talking about the fact that he couldn't send letters to Sora for fear that someone might get hurt there. He wanted to be considerate, but solving the problem took time and effort. The man named One-Armed Jack was also useful in his own way. The protagonist thought that maybe that was true. After all, this swindler had many connections among the powerful people of Sora thanks to his huge capital. He noted that, however, he had tried hard to prove his worth. He had tried so hard for him, so he, in turn, should repay him accordingly. MC looked at him, puzzled. Joseph said that it was a banner that represented someone's honor. In his grandfather's time, knights walked with such banners. He thought that this was something he would never have, so he appointed a knight to carry it. And Vlad happily took the banner with both hands. Joseph said that he deserved to carry his own banner, and the Bayazid family would guarantee it. From this day on, he would have the full support of the Bayazid family. The man who received the recognition of Lady Alicia, and the vassal of the Bayazid family, Vlad. He should proudly hold his head high under his own banner. He should take this and go to his homeland. He can go and destroy the people who prevent him from finding true freedom and returning back. The protagonist barely held back his emotions from crying. The protagonist had an unadorned sword given to him by a girl and an old man, a name confirmed by a priest, a handkerchief with the name of a noble lady, and even a banner with family crests. All this gave the boy a foundation, and he deserved it all. MC got down on one knee and said with tears in his eyes that he would fulfill the order of my lord. After some time in the hall, the Count of the Bayazid family asked, so this is it? Andreas said that it really is the proof of the pact. Inside is a fragment of a dragon, the first dragon of perfection, defeated by the founding king. He said that he was sorry to say this, but the family of the Count of Ravnoma was the only one in the West capable of protecting this pact. He said that he understood this. He would provide them with his knights. He would help them carry the proof of the pact, in the safety that only he could ensure. He politely asked to be their guests while preparations were underway. The priest thanked the count. The pilgrims picked up the proof of the pact and began to carry it out of the hall. The count of the Bayazid family thought about it, and then Ragmus said that he had nothing to worry about. They had no choice anyway. He said, standing up, that he knew it. From the Western point of view, the only house equal to them, capable of protecting the pact, was the ruler of the North, Steel Lord, Timur Baranov. The count of the Bayazid family thought that he knew that there was nothing to be done about it, but it did not make him feel any better. Then he remarked that he had not seen such a banner for a long time. Ragmus asked what he was talking about. Then he said, looking out the window, that now he understood. He had not seen such a thing for a long time either. The count of the Bayazid family said that he needed to rest a little before leaving. Ragmus remarked that he was probably very eager to leave as soon as possible. He thought it was true. He would have been impatient too in his place. A knight who is his own master. He must go home and do his duty. After a while, in the dark corners of the city, people in the establishment, Cat House shouted, "When will she come out? They want her to play with them, although it is up to the one with more money to decide." They called her name loudly. Marcella was putting her makeup on, looking at her reflection in the mirror. The old lady said that they were looking at her with perverted eyes. She should go out if she was ready. She should work harder to pay off her debt. She calmly continued to put her makeup on her face. The madam of the cat house said, grabbing her chin with her hand, that she wondered how long she would walk around with such a self-confident face. They had plenty of time, and she would be here even if her body began to rot. Marcella smiled and said, calling her madame, that she wished her a long life. The old lady thought that she was a fool. Even after everything that had happened, she was still the same. She said that she should get ready and go out already. She thought, posing in front of the mirror, that she had risen quite well for someone who worked in a cat house. Marcella said with a smile that it was still wonderful. She thought that at least she was choosing her fate, although not everything suited her. The people shouted admiringly that they had been waiting for her. Marcella thought that this was the way to a solution. The madam of the cat house said that they had been waiting for a long time. They needed to show their gold coins who wanted to be with her. They shouted furiously, offering more and more gold coins. Some decided to join forces to offer more gold, although they were not sure if this was allowed. The old lady looked at the girl and thought that this was delightful. This withering flower would surely make good golden honey, and she would gradually take it for herself. The man shouted that he was offering 4 gold coins. She noted with a smile that finally a decent price. The people asked irritably, did he really have that many gold coins? They thought that 5 gold coins was already too much. One could live on that amount for a whole month. Suddenly, an unknown voice said that he was offering 100 gold coins. They all froze in shock, and then turned to look at him. The old lady's face changed and asked if she had misheard. He repeated, going up the stairs, that he was willing to pay 100 gold coins. Marcella thought in horror that she knew that sound. That was the sound that had brought destruction to her home. That was the reason she was here. A stranger in a cloak and hiding his face with a hood appeared before the crowd of people. The madam of the cat house asked if he had said 100 gold coins for sure. The protagonist came closer, while the people thought in shock. Who was he? He had an oppressive aura. The protagonist approached the bartender's counter and asked if he could make an order. The old lady thought that he was wearing expensive clothes. Even if he didn't have 100 gold coins with him, he could definitely pay 10 gold coins. The madam of the cat house wanted to offer him a menu, but MC stopped her with a hand gesture. Vlad said he didn't need it. Even after he left that place, he always missed that place. The protagonist said he would have fried sausages and black pudding, as well as hash browns and white bread. The protagonist took off his hood and said that it was Georges' usual order. Marcella covered her face with her hands, barely holding back her tears. MC thought, remembering the past, that this gold is not from a dirty cat house. It is the color of how Jorge brought him home, and how Marcella washed him as a child. This is the color of what the boy had gained then. Vlad said, turning to Marcella, that he had returned. The protagonist thought it was shining gold. She cried, looking at his face. Then Marcella whispered, her face changing, that he should run away from here as soon as possible. The henchmen of the one-armed Jack are here. The madam of the cat house was watching them and thought, do they really know each other? Apparently, everything is very serious. She needed to put an end to this before anything happened. She gave a special hand signal to her minions. People got up from the table and came closer, standing behind him. Marcella was shaking with fear. The protagonist calmly noted that he needed to settle the bill before paying. The old lady asked what bill they were talking about. To her surprise, MC said it was about the one-armed Jack. Vlad menacingly stated that he needed to take something from him. The minions said, preparing for battle, that he was ridiculous. He was just an idiot. How dare he pronounce the boss's name so casually? Suddenly, the protagonist struck down the most talkative enemy with one precise blow of his dagger. His body fell to the floor with a crash, and the others froze in shock. Then the cat house madam screamed in horror. The protagonist said threateningly that she needed to be quieter. She should shut up and wait where she was, because these scum wouldn't be enough. He would need something from her too. The old lady trembled in fear, looking at his furious gaze. Then the henchmen shouted, grabbing their swords, "How dare he do such a thing? Who the hell is he? Who sent him here?" MC prepared for battle and declared that he was here because of Jorge. He is Jorge's last blade. They asked in confusion, "What is he talking about?" Then they shouted that they remembered the blonde with blue eyes. "This scum is Vlad." They began to discuss among themselves, how is this possible? Hasn't he died a long time ago? Although what difference does it make now? They can get a reward for him now. The boss will pay handsomely for this. If he has survived until now, he is unlikely to just give up now. However, he is looking for his own death. The protagonist stepped forward, that it was time for them to stop chatting and already approach him. How was it then to kill him? They looked at him in fear and thought, what is this? Is it really him? He is like a bloodthirsty wolf, the protagonist noted, rushing forward and crushing the opponent, that if they were to stand still, he would come himself. Afterwards, the enemy screamed furiously, intending to hit him from behind, and MC reacted lightning fast, crushing him. Vlad thought, while destroying his enemies, that one of his blows is one scream of the enemy, and that is one life. He will not let any of them leave here alive until they pay with their blood. Marcella watched the battle in horror, covering her face with her hands. The protagonist thought, fighting furiously, that this was revenge for Marcella's tears. After a while, Jack was enjoying a drink, sitting in a chair. He thought that after Jorge disappeared, the slums of Sora practically became his. He plans to become even stronger. He wouldn't stop there, so he stole without hesitation. He walked over the corpses of his enemies, climbing higher and higher. However, only at the end did he realize that life in the slums was mainly ruled by aristocrats. Jack took a sip and said that he cursed such a life. He thought that before he stubbornly believed that everything could only be obtained by winning. However, now here he was, despite the defeat. Jorge was the winner and died. One day, the same thing would happen to him. A few words from someone higher in status would decide his fate. Jack said that he hated this life. At that moment, a subordinate opened the door and shouted that they were in trouble. Jack asked why he was making noise. He shouted that they were surrounded. He asked who did it and where exactly. They shouted in panic that the entire slums were surrounded. They were surrounded by soldiers from all sides. They were serious. There were many soldiers even in the backyard. They were the guards of Sora. They began to argue loudly. Why would they do this? They had paid for months in advance. They had no idea what was going on. Maybe they were just patrolling? Although there were too many of them for a regular patrol. Jack chuckled and thought that he had known this day would come soon. But why today? Although this was even better, he thought with an evil smile that after all, when everything was collapsing before his eyes, it was better than worrying from ignorance. After a while, the protagonist defeated his enemies, rage emanating from him, and his eyes sparkled in the darkness. After that, the soldier reported that they had been informed that the guards had carried out the order. Borden asked, were all the alleys blocked? The mayor of Sora said with excitement, which was natural. They did everything in their power. He asked, then why did he let this happen? He was talking about what the Count found out. He said that he did not deserve forgiveness. One-Armed Jack was a talented man. That's why he did it. Borden coughed, hinting to him that he should keep quiet. The mayor thought, who is this? How can some knight be so aware of the situation in the Sora slums? He said with a smile that he was glad that they were here. Now the criminal organization would be destroyed. His face changed and he thought that he was no better than them. How can some slum boss run such an organization? He runs it, justifying himself with his position as mayor. And it is obvious that it is about big money. As you can see, those who eat meat, those who take bribes also stand out. This immediately catches the eye. The mayor worriedly asked, who will go inside? Borden said that the Bayazid family specially sent a knight here, and he is already here, right there. At that moment, the protagonist came out of the room, and the mayor asked in surprise, was he there alone? Would nothing happen to him? He gathered all the guards of Sora. It is better to entrust this to them. He declared that this will not happen. He asked why he is against it. Borden thought that the reason was that Joseph put all his efforts into it. This is Vlad's official debut. After which he whispered, is he sure he can handle it? Should he take soldiers with him? He heard there were more than 50 people there. If he got hurt, he wouldn't be able to see Joseph. The protagonist whispered that even if he got hurt, he would make sure he wasn't punished for it. Bogdan quietly noted that he said he couldn't let that happen. The MC looked at the building, and his eyes flashed with anger. He sighed heavily and asked, he would keep his word, right? Joseph asked to convey this to him in front of everyone. Now they can begin. Vlad said, taking the banner that he understood. After which the protagonist powerfully planted his banner in front of the soldiers, and they asked, "Is this really a banner?" They thought that everyone had forgotten about this tradition. Who is he? How did he get the banner at such a young age? They say that the Count of the Bayazid family personally sent this knight. The protagonist thought that this was his territory now. Under the honorable names that recognized him, he would rule, even over their lives. Orden shouted that this was an appeal to the scum of the slums. One-Armed Jack especially should hear. He had broken the rules and law of the Bayazid family and taken people's lives. Therefore, he, Count Peter, the head of the Bayazid family, the rightful owner of Sora, would no longer tolerate his sins and sent a proxy. All the rights he possessed were guaranteed by him and the Church of Faith. One-Armed Jack and his henchmen must immediately open the door and let his proxy in. The soldiers shouted the name Bayazid. The henchmen looked at them tensely. They shouted that God save the messenger. He must kill One-Armed Jack. Then Borden noted that now he had the right and the people. He could act without hesitation. Vlad said, grabbing the hilt of his sword with his hand, that he was grateful to him. He asked him to be careful there. The protagonist said that of course he would be careful. A voice came from the sword, saying that it was probably getting ready. He had to expand his field of vision. It could come from anywhere. This fight would be completely different from all the ones he had been in so far. One of the basics of the fight was to take the initiative. Simply put, he needed to start unusually. The protagonist used his abilities and thought that if he hadn't brought Godin back then, would Georges be alive today? Or if the One-Armed Jack hadn't threatened Georges, maybe he wouldn't have had to call Godin. He was haunted by many thoughts about how the situations could have turned out in the past. In the end, one thing came out. He had to kill the One-Armed Jack. MC struck a powerful blow with his sword. A bright light appeared, blinding the henchmen in the building. They screamed in pain, and Vlad thought that Jack's world was devouring him, so he had to put an end to it here and now. Cut off this chaotic connection and start moving forward. The protagonist declared, looking at his opponents, that he is Vlad of Sora, the authorized confidant and the rightful avenger. He is here to end the feud. After which the protagonist loudly addressed the One-Armed Jack, raising his sword above his head. The MC shouted that he was back. Jack thought he recognized that voice. Then he rose from his chair and laughed. Jack thought with a crazy smile, so this is he who came for his soul? This is a rising star. After a while, the henchmen shouted, rushing at him with weapons in their hands, that they need to kill him. Vlad swung his sword and cut down the opponents in his path. They shouted in surprise, how is this possible? After the protagonist dealt a series of blows that killed the opponents, even attempts to attack him from behind were futile. Protagonist mercilessly destroyed the enemies in his path. They asked, is he really Vlad? Afterwards, the minions shouted that they couldn't stand still. They had to surround him. MC stood motionless as the enemies surrounded him. They shouted that they had to attack together when they were ready. The minions thought that he was incredibly skilled with a sword. If they attacked thoughtlessly, they would simply be killed. It would be better for someone else to go at him first. Vlad said that they shouldn't think for long, because he would destroy them all anyway. The protagonist used his abilities to defeat many opponents. They looked on in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the room. After a while, the battle continued. The minions screamed in pain and horror, while the protagonist furiously struck with his blade. They asked how they could stop him. They had to throw a metal net at him. A voice was heard from the second floor that they should give way, and then a metal net appeared above the MC's head. However, Vlad dodged the trap with a sharp jerk forward, and they shouted that they should throw something else at him. They should not let him go any further. Why is he so fast? He is hiding behind the pillars. They need to follow him. They will not be able to do anything from here. Then they shouted that they should block the stairs. Then he will not be able to pass. The upper floor should prepare. As soon as he comes out, they should throw daggers at him. The protagonist thought that this was starting to irritate him. It was too dangerous to go straight through them. The henchmen shouted that if this guy behaves, then they are waiting for him. The protagonist thought, what should he do? He cannot use the aura any longer. Afterwards, MC noticed the rope and noted that Zemina always complained. The curtains were too heavy, it was hard to walk. They looked at him in confusion. Vlad struck the rope with his sword and then grabbed it with his hand to quickly rise up. The henchmen shouted in surprise. What was he doing? After which, they looked at him in fear and shouted that it was a curse. He just flew up. Those who remained on the first floor should quickly come to their aid. The protagonist threateningly said that he was surprised. Is that all they can do? The protagonist shouted, rushing forward, that they were trash. The henchmen shouted that they should grab him. MC dodged the enemy's blow and dealt critical damage to the enemy. Vlad easily cut his way through with his sword. The protagonist thought, continuing to fight, that his sword blade was incredibly sharp, and their movements were incredibly stupid. The wooden sword Jagger is much more dangerous. After the protagonist exhaled, and at the last moment, he dodged the arrow. The archers shouted that he was scum. The minions shouted that they should keep shooting. They would not let him get to the stairs. The MC quickly dodged the enemy arrows, and then abruptly changed the direction of his movement, reducing the distance with the archers. Vlad grabbed the chandelier under the ceiling and used aura to defeat the archers. They shouted that it was a curse. After a while, the protagonist noted that it was quite noisy here. They hadn't been waiting for him for long. He was going to go himself. The protagonist drank water from the jug and asked, should he go to them again? Or would they come to him now? He would continue. The MC noted with a smile that in the end, he had to collect payment from them for the fact that they had lived in his house all this time. The minions looked at him with horror on their faces. Vlad thought that one-armed Jack must have thought that this was his territory. However, this was a fatal mistake on his part. It is a smile, a rose, a nest, Vlad. After some time at the port, Harvin said tiredly that Jack had gone mad. Even market bandits did not go so far. What was he supposed to do when he robbed so openly? He thought that after Georges' death, he had become a completely different person. Before, of course, he took everything from his debtors without a trace, but he never reached a dead end. Then he no longer saw any hope. Within a few months, the economy of the alleys collapsed. Harvin said that it was driving him crazy. How was he supposed to report that someone had stolen so much of their contraband? Suddenly, the door opened and a worker shouted, had he heard about this? The alleys were blocked. He asked what he was talking about. Who had blocked them? He shouted that soldiers from Sturma had come to them. They had come to catch one-armed Jack. He was taken aback by this news. The worker shouted that Sora guards were surrounding them from all sides. Harvin thought, closing his eyes, that Jack must have crossed the line after all. He couldn't be happy about this. Even if Jack left them, there would be bloodshed in the alleys. He asked if they were close to him. He asked who they were talking about. The worker said the name Vlad. Harvin asked why he suddenly started talking about him. He awkwardly said that he himself hadn't seen it, but there was a blonde man with those who arrived from Sturma. He asked irritably if he was the only blonde man in the world. The worker said that of course he wasn't the only one. However, this man called himself Vlad from Sora. Harvin asked in surprise what he had just said. Was he serious? He said that he was sure of it. He had heard that he had recently placed his banner in front of the Rose's smile. Was he okay? He thought, while his body was shaking, that he had heard many rumors during all this time. That he had an aura during the honor duel in Deirmar. The young vassal of the Bayazid family, who performed an amazing feat in the hunt for the Deathworm, is Vlad of Sora. However, the rumors may be true. He needs to find out for himself. At this time, the protagonist continued to fight fiercely, destroying enemies in his path with a swing of his sword. No tricks or sneak attacks could stop him. The protagonist destroyed several opponents with a powerful blow. An unknown spirit thought, watching his fight, that people were speechless from his movements. This talent and fierce efforts, even his strong will, located deep inside. He is a real butcher. After MC chuckled and noted that he had enough time, he could have put his teeth back in. Although now he no longer needs them. Vlad finished off the last enemy, and the voice from the sword said that this should be enough. The protagonist thought that he was right. This was enough. He would never be able to recreate the exact scene of that day, but it was only a matter of time before it was over. After a while, Jack heard Vlad coming up the stairs. Then the protagonist announced, calling him boss, that he was here. He remarked that he was a rising star. He was glad to greet him. Would he like a drink? Jack looked him over and said with a grin that there was no need to joke with him now. So, it was he, Vlad from Sora. He had heard of him, but he did not believe these rumors. He should have called him much earlier. He should have ordered the manager to beat him up, although he had most likely already killed him too. He stood up and remarked with a grin that he was glad that at least someone he knew did it. He pushed him into the background because he did not want to deal with him. Jack said, grabbing his sword, that he hated uncertainty. They looked at each other. MC thought that promiscuous communication and the world that feeds on it. He no longer feels the endless favor he once did. Now he is sure that this world is not able to hold him. Vlad prepared for battle and said that he is attacking. He said with a smile that he is waiting for it. The protagonist rushed forward and thought, although he was something of an enemy to him, he will treat him with respect one last time. Their swords crossed and a powerful wave shook the room. The protagonist parried his weapon, trying to knock it out of his hand, and then he made a sweeping strike. MC thought that this was a way of showing respect to the alleys. Vlad used his aura to deliver a powerful blow to the opponent, who barely remained on his feet. The protagonist thought that although this method was immeasurably cruel, Jack gritted his teeth and threw him back with a scream. Then he swung his sword and shouted that this was amazing. The rising star with a wooden sword in his hands had changed beyond recognition. He must be at least as good to come back. The The protagonist held back his blows, gritting his teeth. Jack thought that his progress was truly admirable, and he once had a dream. He dreamed of getting those shining stars at any cost. He needed strength to grab the shining stars. Even more strength, more blood. He did everything in his power, because there is no line between good and evil here. In this way, he reached the top of the slums. However, why couldn't he get any closer to the stars? Although they had lost their shine, because they were covered in blood and greed, they were still the same stars. At that moment, he seemed to feel the shine coming from MC, and he thought, what was that? To grab the shining, you need to become worthy of shining yourself. Vlad dealt a critical hit to him and prepared to deliver the finishing blow with his sword, glaring at him furiously. After which, Jack gritted his teeth in pain. He grinned and said with a laugh that this is great. He hopes Jorge sees them. The protagonist got angry and shouted, swinging his sword, that he should shut up. The protagonist thought after his blow to the enemy that he does not deserve forgiveness. He is involved in the murder of Jorge, and he took the destroyed smile of the rose. He is a scum who betrayed Marcella. He deserves only a miserable death. Jack defended himself from the blows, while MC dealt him a series of blows with his sword. Then he rushed forward and shouted with a laugh that today is a wonderful day. They should open all the kegs of booze and have a party. He climbed higher than he could. Vlad shouted furiously, preparing to strike, that he told him to shut up. Suddenly, they were thrown away from each other after the blow, and then they rushed at each other again with an attack. The protagonist dealt a mortal wound to his enemy. Jack thought, smiling, that it would be better this way. Instead of being crushed by the huge world like Jorge, it would be better to have him crushed by the young world trying to rise above. The protagonist asked if he had any last words. He stated, trying to pat his head with his hand, that he had done well. He needed to rest before leaving. The MC glared at him and pulled his sword out of his body. Jack, having lost his footing, was barely able to stand. He said that it was enough. Jack thought, looking at the guy with malice, that he had lived like a villain. However, it was still harsh, wasn't it? Although in the end, he was defeated by the shining world. He happily declared that he had done it. Jack proudly raised his hand and shouted, mentioning Gorge's name, that he had a great time. Then his body fell down, a smile on his face until the end. Vlad thought in shock that revenge was intoxicating, so this had to happen. However, where did he feel the bitterness in his mouth? The protagonist noticed a glass of drink on the bar and came closer. The protagonist took a sip from the glass and exhaled. MC thought about Jack's words that he climbed higher than he could. Vlad looked down and said, leaving the coins on the bar, that the boss can take it, because a knight should only take what he paid for. After which the protagonist thought that this place is the smile of the rose, a place where passersby stay for a while, like water. The protagonist looked around and thought that today a frozen drop of water flowed out of this world, and left ripples in the world of a little boy. After a while, on the street in front of the building is the smile of the rose. Borden thought that it had become ominously quiet now. Damn it, what's going on there? Suddenly, a silhouette of a man appeared, coming out of the building. They saw with horror the MC, who had gone through a tough battle. The soldiers thought, is this blood? Did he seriously deal with more than 50 people by himself? It's hard to believe, even when you see it with your own eyes. They can't compare to his strength. It's beyond any respect. He thought that he instilled fear in them with his appearance. Vlad looked at them, and then turned away and silently decided to leave. Harvin loudly called his name. The protagonist turned around and he said, introducing himself, that it was really him. The soldiers blocked his way, not letting him go further. The protagonist, dumbfounded, asked, was it really Harvin? Borden noted that they knew each other. He ordered the soldiers to let him through, after which they found themselves opposite each other and looked at each other in surprise. Harvin worriedly asked, is he okay? MC said with a smile that it was really him. Vlad lowered his sword, which fell with a crash on the street surface. After the protagonist leaned on him and said that everything hurts. Harvin asked, what's the matter? What happened? The protagonist happily said that he finally felt like he was back. The next day, MC said that he couldn't get used to it. Maybe because the view wasn't of the slums? Gotha opened the door and asked, calling him captain, if he was awake yet. He needed to get some sleep. Vlad remarked that it was hard for him to lie down because his whole body ached. What happened? He happily said that he brought water so that he could refresh himself. The protagonist looked at him suspiciously and asked what was wrong with him. Goethe became nervous and asked with a smile, what did he mean? He was always like this. He thought that the captain's connections in Sora were starting to pay off. It would be hard to stay in place like this. He hadn't followed him around to end up as the Bayazid family's stable boy. Protagonist thought that he was probably up to something. His reaction made it obvious. MC said that he didn't have to worry. As long as he does his job well, he will take care of him. Gotha shouted happily, is that true? Can he promise that? MC noted gloomily that he could do something if he didn't trust him. He stated that of course he trusted him. Vlad sighed heavily, and Gotha noted that Borden wanted to see him when he woke up. The protagonist said that was good. He also needed to discuss something with him. Sometime later, at the dinner table, the protagonist gloomily noted that if he ate all of this, he might die. Borden gloomily said that he would rather die if he didn't eat it all. He should pay attention to the documents. He needed to look through them all, but there was no end to them. The shadows of the one-armed Jack stretched even into the deepest parts of the slums. MC noted that this was logical. He was born here, raised here, and commanded everyone. He sighed heavily and said that they would need time to get rid of all the minions. By the way, what does he plan to do now? He needs to deal with the aftermath, but his job here is essentially done. Vlad said he doesn't know yet. Borden said he's officially on standby until Mr. Joseph arrives. He can help him with his job. The protagonist asked if he can help with anything. He doesn't know much about documents. He asked if he really thinks he doesn't know. The protagonist asked what kind of captain of the guard and official is this. Borden chuckled and said it was the right to arrest. Basically, it's a document that allows him to beat people up to a certain extent. Mr. Joseph wants to take this opportunity to clean up the slums, wipe out the crime and replace them with decent residents. That's the next step in Joseph's plan. He's the right man for the job. After all, he knows these slums better than anyone. MC noted that it sounded reasonable. He said he didn't have to start right away. For now, he could rest and meet up with old friends. He can bring his beloved too. Vlad said with displeasure that he said they were just friends. Borden noted that he had requested a visit to the monastery. He thought they would give their permission right away, but they were asked to wait a few days. As soon as there was any news, he would let him know. The protagonist said, thanking him, that he understood everything. The protagonist thought that Borden was more attentive than he expected. He didn't even have to ask him about it. He remembered something else. MC asked him, turning to him, "Are the remaining henchmen of the one-armed Jack in prison?" He said that's right. They arrested everyone, they were everywhere. Vlad asked, can he get there? Borden asked why he needed to visit the prison. Vlad said, looking at him seriously, that he needed to find out something. If they weren't there, he would search all the slums if necessary. Sometime later in prison, the guard reported that Jack's henchmen were in the far part of the prison. The protagonist thanked him for the information. The prisoners whispered, "Who is this? Is it really him? This is Shorshay's dagger. This can't be." So he is a confidant of the Bayazid family? Although why would he come here? So he came to find all the attackers at the place, Smile of the Rose, to take revenge on them? The protagonist looked at them furiously, and the prisoners looked back in horror. They decided to run away from him in fear. MC carefully examined Jack's henchman and said that this is where he is. It is so dark here that he can be seen squatting. Vlad said with a smile, turning to Otar, that he should give him 40 silver coins and then he will release him from prison. Otar looked at him in surprise. Protagonist happily noted that he can pay off his debt in parts, and the first one to address him, who did not lose his light even behind the mountains of garbage. After some time in the monastery, the nuns shouted in admiration, watching through the window, that he was already here. He was wonderful and so handsome, blonde with blue eyes. He was definitely a vassal of the Bayazid family. Didn't they say that a knight would arrive today? Had he already become a knight? Perhaps there were various rumors going around. Otherwise, why would the teacher accompany him? And they needed to pay attention to the people following him. Would the local dignitaries drag themselves so much after a simple vassal? He clearly paid a lot of money just to get close to the Bayazid family. No wonder the teacher bought so much wine. The head nun shouted, "Why aren't they doing anything?" They didn't hear that an important guest was arriving today. The nuns said that everything would be ready soon. She said irritably that they needed to hurry. The service at the monastery would soon begin. They said, turning to Zemina, that they were reprimanded because she does nothing. She apologized to them. The nuns asked irritably, didn't she hear that they needed to hurry up? They went, and she would come when she was done with her business. They needed to hurry up to get ahead of the others. Zemina was left alone to wash the dirty dishes. After a while, the monastery's mistress announced that they had a special guest today, who had come from the Bayazid family. And priest Andreas vouched for him. The nuns whispered embarrassedly, could Andreas really have personally vouched for him? Besides, the Bayazid family supports him. He is like a fairy tale knight. The main character looked around carefully, trying to find her with his eyes. They rejoiced every time he looked in their direction. The protagonist thought that he couldn't find her. He asked to gather all the nuns. The mistress said that now they need to pray. MC looked thoughtfully, then knelt down and began to pray while the nuns chanted. Afterwards, Vlad heard her hurried run and smiled. Zemina thought, sighing tiredly, that she was glad that the service was not over yet. The protagonist turned around and looked at her, but a bright ray of sunlight covered her face. The protagonist clicked his tongue in displeasure. The mentor asked worriedly, what happened? MC noted that she was too thin. Do they even feed her? She asked in horror what was he talking about. Vlad said that it was annoying. He could not even do what he wanted. The protagonist went to meet her. The nuns looked at him in surprise. Zemina looked up and thought, could it really be Vlad? Although it was unlikely, she sadly said that this could not be. The protagonist spoke rudely to her, and Zemina asked what was wrong. They looked into each other's eyes. MC gritted his teeth and said irritably that it was a curse. Vlad tried to clean her clothes and asked what was this? Was she really an idiot? The nuns looked at them in shock and thought, did they really know each other? The protagonist asked, don't they feed her or wash her clothes? Zemina looked at him in surprise, and then, shaking all over, she reached out to him with her hand, grabbing his locks of hair with her fingers. The protagonist said that she needed to answer. She burst into tears, holding back her voice, bit her lip. MC stood up and noted, turning to Zemina, that this needed to stop. They needed to get out of here. It was time for them to go home. The girl who had no home had never heard these words in her life. Tramps from the back alleys, without a home, without parents and food. They were each other's home and family. Vlad hugged the crying girl. After a while, Zemina was clutching a pillow in her hands. The protagonist asked why she was acting like this. She asked what he was talking about. The protagonist asked why she was looking like that. Zemina looked at him and tried to say something. She hid her embarrassed face and thought that he had changed so much. MC asked, looking away, was she really embarrassed? Although they had not seen each other for only half a year? An awkward silence followed, and then Zemina looked at him and thought that he looked like an aristocrat. She looked at her torn clothes and tried to hide it behind a pillow. Vlad turned to her and said, giving her food, that she did not look like herself. She needed to eat and collect her thoughts. Zemina happily asked what this was. The protagonist noted that it was caramel. A familiar knight gave it to him. She asked where he got such expensive things from. He doesn't steal, does he? The protagonist said that she can count as she likes. After MC asked why she was crying again, Zemina shouted, covering her eyes with her hand, that he came too late. She turned away from him, and Vlad looked out the window and said that it was hard. The weather outside was great. After a while, the blacksmith thought that no matter where a person was born, everyone deserves to receive a star from the sky into their heart. However, releasing a star into the sky is completely different. This is like him. He is uselessly fading away, having achieved nothing. He needs to finish. Lately, even tramps do not come here. Afterwards, he looked out into the street and thought, he wondered how he was now. He was adorable and pathetic at the same time. He hoped that this guy did not freeze to death. The protagonist asked in surprise, were they really closed already? He said without turning around that they were. He can come tomorrow. The protagonist said that he can't. He'll be busy tomorrow, so he needs it today. The blacksmith asked what the people from the slums could be busy with. The MC noted that he needed to fix his sword. No one had done this for a long time. He was surprised, and Vlad said with a smile that the other blacksmiths said they couldn't fix this sword. He was the only one who could do it. Can he help? The blacksmith shouted that, of course he could help. He should quickly go inside and sit down. The protagonist held out the sword and gave it to him. He said that it was amazing. He sees that he used it. Where did this notch come from? The protagonist noted with a smile that it was from a goblin hunt last winter. He wasn't used to the sword then. The other was from an honor duel in Dermar, and not long ago, he had to be bait for a deathworm. His sword got damaged on the ground while he was trying to attract this creature. The blacksmith thought that this sword had been through a monster hunt and an honor duel. There was even a fight with the remains of a fallen dragon. He was proud of it. Unlike him, who wasted time in the slums, he carried out his duties responsibly. He laughed and said that he was even more excited than when he did his best work. He can wait here, he will fix it soon. In short bursts in the furnace, as if it could explode at any moment, the old man's passion flared up after a long time. The star that had lost its light shone again. After a while, Harvin asked, so he now has the certificate for the purchase of Smile Rose? MC said with a smile that it was a fair exchange. He asked with a laugh, how is he going to manage this place now? Vlad said that he returned this place to Marcella. She can't open now, but everything will be decided soon. Harvin said that now he understands. Everything is covered in blood. What is he going to do now? Will he go back to Sturma? The protagonist smiled and noted that he would not be staying for long. He was in reserve for now. Harvin said that it was nice to see him like this, carrying out orders from a noble family. The protagonist said that he was asked to do something in his free time. He asked what they were talking about. MC noted that they were talking about hidden abilities of the one-armed Jack or something else that they had not managed to find. This mayor could also hide a lot of money. Harvin said that he could help him with that. Vlad said that he would be only glad of his help. He noted that the whiskey was not free. Did he understand what they were talking about? The protagonist said that Marcella seemed to be looking for the other girls. Harvin said that, however, they were most likely just sold. The The protagonist noted that they should be somewhere nearby. He thoughtfully said that there might be a connection between them. MC said that this sounded like a problem. He did some research, but there was no trace left. Harvin asked who they were talking about. Vlad remembered the past and said that there was a girl named Anna. There were other girls. He said that it was really strange. There should have been traces. One-armed Jack did a lot of things trying to escape the slums. However, it was definitely not this. He will try to figure it out. However, the number of workers has decreased lately, so he cannot offer much help. Otar shouted, turning to Vlad, that he checked this place. There is a suspicious place there, as he said. The protagonist said that they need to go and check. He sets off. Harvan said that if he finds out anything, he will immediately inform him about it. After that, he sighed and thought that he just returned, and they did not even let him rest. After some time in the butcher's shop, the butcher asked, looking at the list, who are these people? The protagonist noted that he thinks he could have seen them. He asked why look for people at the butcher's. They do not sell such things. MC asked, is it really true? The butcher said he was very busy and they had been wasting their time with nonsense since early morning. They should leave, if that was all. Vlad turned around and asked if there had always been a butcher shop here. He remembered that there hadn't been one here 6 months ago. He said they could ask the Black Bear. He had permission. The main character thought that it was one of the 5 slum leaders. The pig butcher was a black bear. He probably wanted to scare them by mentioning his name. It was a pathetic attempt. The protagonist smiled and said he would ask him. How charming, though. How did he know that the piece of paper had people's names on it? When you show a slum man a note, he gets angry at first. After all, learning to read isn't that easy. He probably didn't know how things worked here because he was an outsider, right? He sells people, right? The butcher decided to hit him with a sharp movement. MC dodged deftly and jumped back. He asked angrily, who were they? Where did they come from? Vlad noted with a smile that he wanted to ask him. He better cooperate, and then they would do without bloodshed. The butcher said that this will not happen. The protagonist grinned and said that this is good. This is more like a slum. The protagonist asked Otar to close the door, taking out his blade. MC said, preparing for battle, that the store is closed today. After a while, Vlad asked, cleaning his dagger with a rag, how did he manage to get here? Otar noted that it was not surprising that there were many strangers here lately. One-armed Jack did not look after the place at all. The protagonist asked, so it was he who made such a mess? He said that after that day, he changed a lot. The protagonist thought about it and remembered that the butcher shouted that he was a simple rent collector. The merchants know the details. MC thought that who would have thought that they shamelessly traded people in the slums? Initially, he had no motive. Who could have known that crime in this place had already reached such a level? Vlad said that they had already found out the truth, so everything should work out. Otar noted that the aristocrats would most likely find out the details themselves. Ned shouted that he found out what he asked. Several children saw it. The protagonist said, handing it to him, that he was a good boy. He could have it. He happily said it was a kebab. The protagonist asked what the children saw. Ned said they saw a brunette named Anna. The children saw her getting into a carriage a month ago, which had never been seen here before. MC thought that was exactly his opinion. So she was sold somewhere. He said that there was something strange. Vlad asked what he meant. Ned said the girls in the carriage were pregnant. The protagonist looked at him in shock and asked if it was all girls. He said that it was. The kids said that their bellies were all sticking out. It was weird, right? Why would anyone buy pregnant women? They couldn't even work. The protagonist thought about it and Ned asked what was going on. Was there something wrong? MC thought that he was surprised that Anna was even pregnant. But there were people who sold pregnant girls? That was too much even for the slums. It shouldn't be happening. Vlad remembered his past and thought, was it really possible? The voice said that he should be able to pay attention to his own warnings. After all, the bad feeling would come true. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that it was a curse. He hoped that it wouldn't happen, but it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. After a while, Borden asked, so he encountered unusual activity? The protagonist said that it was. He asked if he needed a break. The MC pointed out that he was the one who asked him to deal with the one-armed Jack. Borden said that he didn't expect to be able to do it so quickly. How can he rest if he doesn't rest? He just finished the paperwork. Is it that serious that he can't put it off for a few days? Vlad said that he thinks they need to get started on it right away. He said that he needs to think it over carefully. Is this some kind of crisis approaching? The protagonist asked if it's out of his hands. Then maybe he should contact the mayor. Borden said that's not what he meant. He thought that he had barely gotten this vacation. He doesn't want to waste this time working. Borden asked sadly, seeing the Bayazid family's carriages through the window, were they really trying to put pressure on him? They said that they would only arrive in 2 days. After a while, Joseph got out of the carriage and the mayor happily shouted that it was an honor that he had visited them. He ignored him and asked his knights if they were all right. Borden said that of course everything was fine. It must have been hard for Mr. Joseph to come all this way. Joseph asked if anything had happened, right? He said that nothing had happened. He looked closely at Vlad, who was getting nervous. Joseph asked if something had happened after all. They needed to talk inside. Then the mayor said that this was his office and that he was asking them to go inside. Jagger said that he would first inspect the office himself. He shouted that it was rude of him. He meant that he would hide something in the office that could harm Mr. Joseph. He threateningly declared that it was up to him to decide. The mayor said fearfully that there was nothing suspicious there. However, if he still didn't believe him, he could see for himself. At that moment, Joseph looked at Vlad and said that he was doing a good job. The protagonist thanked him. He asked if that was what he wanted to tell him. The protagonist remarked that he felt like he was just panicking. Joseph said that it was okay. He could tell him everything. MC said, looking at the mayor, that he needed his help, but it would probably be better to ask the mayor. He thought, smiling, that it was not a waste of time training him. He knows how to choose the right moment. After all, belonging to the Bayazid family does not give him power. Joseph said that he made the right decision. Jagger said that it was okay, they can come in. Then he noted, turning to the mayor, that he had a magnificent office and a great view of Sora. The mayor said with a smile that you can see the whole city from here. He said that, however, the chair needs to be replaced. It is too flashy. He asked in surprise, what was wrong with his chair? The mayor, scared, tried to ask him. Joseph sat down in the chair and said that he can continue to tell the new mayor of Sora. Vlad looked at him in surprise, while Borden held back his laughter. After a while, the protagonist said that he was sick of this smell. It was always difficult to be here. Otar said, holding a banner in his hands, that he agreed with him. The protagonist thought that this was the oldest and most difficult alley of the slums. The most terrible part of the back streets, smelling of blood and all sorts of smells. In addition, in the eyes of the people living here, you can see that they live side by side with death. No wonder even Jack avoided this place. After MC said that this was expected, this is the alley of the pig butcher. After a while, Vlad knocked on the door, and the man asked who he was. The protagonist noted that they should already know. They were watching him from the entrance to the slums. He said that he needed to wait. The voice said that he was trying to get on his nerves. The protagonist thought that he should not turn a blind eye to such disrespect. However, before, such an attitude seemed normal to him. Now his name is associated with the honor of many. He can't allow such humiliation. The bandit opened the door and said that he can pass. The MC stood silently with his eyes closed. He asked, "What is it? Why isn't he coming in?" Otar looked at him with concern. The bandit said that if he doesn't come in, then he should get out of here. Vlad said that if he closes the door, then he won't be responsible for the consequences. The bandit looked at him with confusion. The protagonist planted his banner and declared that he asked for it. He is Vlad of Sora. Under the honorable names that vouched for him, he will use the rights granted to him. He must go and tell Black Bear to come out and meet the full representative of the Bayazid family. He heard the news, right? And he knows what happens when he plants his banner anywhere. He must take this seriously. This is his last act of mercy. After a while, the former mayor of the city with a sad face walked out of the building. Joseph watched him through the window and said that he didn't mean to feel compassion, but he realized that he did. Jagger said that he was simply paying for his crimes. Given all the corruption in the administration that had been exposed, he would not escape punishment in Sturma. He said that was most likely the case. He simply felt guilty that his actions had led to his punishment. By the way, what did the Black Bear say? The protagonist said that he would cooperate as best he could. Joseph noted that everything seemed to be going according to plan. Although he thought that he was quite stubborn. MC noted that perhaps their common past helped them find common ground. He thought with a smile that he doubted it. After all, he was the one running the district. It must be difficult for him to act in an unfamiliar situation, but Vlad had done an excellent job. He still hasn't given up on raising him, not just as a swordsman, but as a refined knight. Joseph praised him, and then thought as he looked around, there were only 5 knights, 1 mage, 10 administrative staff, and loyal elite soldiers. And 1 apprentice, his vassals, bound to him by the same fate. If he became the next head of the Bayazid family, they would also be ranked higher. And if he lost the fight for the position of head of the family, then they would lose along with him. For everyone here, Sora was the cornerstone. He announced that from now on, he would work to ensure the smooth management of Sora. He would try his best, but for the time being, he would have to focus on other things. Joseph thought that he was not yet ready to face the darkness that permeated every corner of Sora, but it was impossible to be prepared for everything. If he had only fought until now he only needed to move forward. Because this could be his last chance. He said that was why he entrusted this task to Gregory. He needed to choose people to conduct the investigation. Gregory said that he thanked him for entrusting him with such an important matter. Joseph thought that this was a knight who maintained neutrality even at home, so he would not be blinded by their brotherly conflict and ruin anything. Although this was not exactly his person, he was the best for this task. He noted that due to the nature of the mission, they would often have to track someone down, so he wanted to work together with Cade, who was excellent at tracking. And he was also counting on Vlad, a rising star. Sometime later, in the barony of Afuthman, Moshium, the parents looked worriedly at their sick child while thunder rumbled outside the window. The father of the family asked, "Would this really save him?" The dark sorceress said with a smile that it was natural. He clenched his fist and said that then he would rely on her. He would pay as much as it took if it saved his son. She said that he did not have to worry so much. God could not oversee everything. The dark sorceress used her powers and said that this was why people like her existed. After a while, Gregory noticed that the weather was terrible. The protagonist said that it was true. They almost made it. He said that not everything in life goes according to plan. Gregory asked, taking out a flask, "A little won't hurt, right? It's pretty chilly today. Doesn't he want a drink?" The protagonist said that he would go collect some firewood for a fire. He noted that everything was wet due to the rain. It would be impossible to start a fire. MC said that they should try anyway. Gregory took a sip from his flask and remarked that Vlad was just like him. He was definitely Jaeger's apprentice. Vlad then picked up his stick and said that it was useless. They would get completely soaked. Cade said that these should do. They were hollow inside. The protagonist thanked him, holding out his hand, and said that he would take these. The protagonist looked at him, puzzled. He thought about it and remarked that he had not had a chance to say this on the way. He was grateful to him. MC said with a smile that he was just doing his job. He could not worry about it. "By the way, is he okay?" Cade said that he was okay thanks to him. At that time, he thought that he would have to lose his limbs. Gregory said with a smile that now he realized that he had chosen the right people. Many would have refused such a job simply because they were knights. They remembered Borden's face. He said that this was a move forward. They are no longer knights but mercenaries. They enter the territory of Baron Uthman. Thanks to the cooperation with the Black Bear, they are on their trail but they have no solid evidence. They are still in the north, but this is no longer the territory of the Bayazid family. Therefore, they can no longer receive the support of Mr. Joseph. Their mission is to avoid detection and search the village. Did they understand their task? They said that they understood everything. He said that it was time for them to go now. They needed to save their strength. Vlad turned around and thought that the mournful crying they heard in the winter, he hoped to never hear it again. Sometime later in the village, Gregory said that it was a curse. He felt that an ambush was waiting for them here. Gotha said with displeasure that he had a bad feeling again. There was no one nearby. MC noted that perhaps it was too early and everyone was asleep. Cade said, pointing with his index finger, that he saw an inn ahead. He said that was good. They needed to go there. The innkeeper asked where the customers were coming from at this time of day. Gregory said with a smile that it had rained yesterday and they couldn't get to the village on time. Could they get him a bowl of soup, each? He asked if they were mercenaries. It had been chaos here lately, so he couldn't accommodate anyone. He said that they just wanted to stop for a few days because of the weather. Was he seriously going to chase them away? And they would have dinner at his place. Vlad looked at the child and thought with a smile, waving his hand at her in a friendly manner, that she was just like Zemina when she was a child. The voice addressed him demandingly, and the protagonist stepped aside. The protagonist whispered, "What's the matter? This isn't like him." The voice said that it was probably about the place. He would lend him his world. He needed to take a look at the girl. MC's eyes shone brightly and he saw dark energy emanating from the child. He declared that it was a curse. Vlad thought that children were pure and innocent, but they were sacrificed first. He had seen this happen many times. Adults stole from children. The children had no choice but to die, or they would die of hunger, freezing, or they would die of exhaustion while looking for the parents who abandoned them. In this hell, he decided that he would never become someone like that. He would never live like this. He swore it to himself. And you have to keep your word, and knights are protectors. Now he needed to protect the child here. After a while, a voice said that it seemed to be here. This is where the energy from the pendant was cut off. The protagonist said that it was time to go inside. Then the protagonist asked if he saw anything suspicious. He said that so far nothing special. MC noted that he agreed with him. Vlad turned around and thought, what is it? He had a strange feeling that something was wrong. The voice said that someone was approaching him. The protagonist thought that he couldn't let anyone think that he was looking for something in this place. He needed to act as naturally as possible. The protagonist bowed his head and began to pray. The priest noted that he was probably not a local. MC said that he had arrived yesterday. He said with a smile that he had heard about it, he was one of the mercenaries. Vlad apologized for coming here so unexpectedly. The protagonist noticed the book in his hands and thought in horror that now he understood why he had felt something was wrong since entering the village. He hadn't seen a single normal cross. The priest said that he didn't have to say anything. God's arms were always and everywhere open. The voice said that he couldn't see, even now. He said, apologizing that he had interrupted his prayer. The protagonist said that it was okay. He felt better now that he had given him permission. He would pray and leave. The priest said that this is a home for all who seek God. He can stay as long as he wants. MC thought that the girl's pendant pointed here. There is definitely something strange about this village. He smiles, but he does not trust him. He must not let his guard down. Vlad thanked him. The priest said that he will also pray for him. May the plague raging here not overtake him. The protagonist thought in surprise, is there really a plague here? He said with a smile that he will pray for the children. After some time in the village, an elderly villager asked, what plague are you talking about? Who told him such a thing? The protagonist noted that the priest said this while he was praying in the church. He thoughtfully said, if the priest himself says it, then it is true. MC awkwardly said that they need to stay in the village for a couple of days, but the news of the plague worries him. The elderly villager said that he does not need to worry. The plague only kills children. Vlad asked why it was only killing children. He asked how he was supposed to know that. He had heard that the plague would hit more of Baron Uthman's villages. God must be angry. It was terrible, but that was how it was. The protagonist thanked him for the information. After which, the protagonist thought that women were disappearing in Sora and children were dying here. A whole series of ominous signs. It was definitely not the plague, but he had no proof. The MC asked if he should go back to Sora and borrow a shrine there. The voice noted that someone else's shrine would not help. He believed that it was a curse cast by a skilled dark mage. Only experienced priests could detect it. Vlad asked how they had pulled off something so large scale. He said that he did not know about it. The protagonist said that he was sorry to hear that. They had many guesses, but no proof. Suddenly he heard someone say that the church had given them theirs. The children said that the priest gave them to all their friends. The unknown man returned the pendant to the child and went on. The protagonist secretly watched him and noticed that he was suspicious. If he was lucky, he would be able to gather evidence. The voice said that he needed to be careful. It seemed that this was not an ordinary person. The MC said that he would be fine. He was a thief and a robber, but a pickpocket even longer. He said that this was nothing to be proud of. After a while, Vlad thought, watching the unknown man, that they were being lured to the outskirts of the village. The voice noted, calling him Mr. Former Pickpocket, that he apparently understood everything. The protagonist thought with displeasure that he was right. The protagonist whispered that they could not follow him anymore. The unknown man realized what he looked like. They needed to go back and report to Gregory. He said that he was not sure about this. It did not seem like he would let him go so easily. He was approaching. MC, seeing his opponent, grabbed the hilt of his sword with his hand. Vlad barely managed to block the blow, but he was thrown back. The protagonist thought, gritting his teeth, what was that? A voice said that he should not stop. The opponent is attacking from the left. The protagonist jumped back from the enemy's blow and plunged the blade of his sword into the ground to stop his movement. MC thought irritably that they had only crossed swords, but it was already clear to him. This is a knight. The stranger looked at his trembling sword after the blow. Vlad thought that he could not tell if this opponent was a former knight or an active one. In this case, he will use a fatal blow. This is a surprise blow. He only has one chance to use it. Only this moment. The opponent dodged and used his abilities to strike. MC thought in surprise, can he use aura? A voice shouted that he should stop. Vlad thought that it was too late. A bright light illuminated when their blow met. He stated that they met in such a strange situation. They looked at each other with a burning gaze. The voice said that it was a holy night. The protagonist whispered that he needed to clarify everything then. The voice said that he would hardly be able to talk to her now. The sword was fast and talking took time. Apparently, she had decided everything for herself. First, she would defeat him, and then talk. After which he said that he needed to block. The protagonist could hardly block the blows of the holy sword. MC thought that it was much harder. Pablo's blows were much easier to reflect. She uses so much aura and does not even show that she is tired. He noted that this is a blessing. She does not need to create her own world, because the word of God is already with her. The holy knight delivered a powerful blow with her sword. MC thought, holding back her blow, that this is unfair. He can't believe that she has such power just by calling on the will of God. Vlad parried the blow and thought that, however, while the blessing gives a strong advantage, the holy knight is greatly exposed. The protagonist thought, changing the trajectory of the swing, that he needs to act now. She looked at him. and then her gaze stopped at the tip of his blade. Suddenly, she managed to dodge, and the protagonist thought in surprise, how did this happen? The voice said that he must concentrate. He needs to find his balance again. MC dodged her blow, but suddenly she grabbed his head with her hand and slammed him to the ground. The Holy Knight put the blade to his neck. Vlad thought in surprise, what was that? How did she do that? The voice noted that this is armor magic, a technique unique to the Holy Knights that uses armor plates to change the trajectory of the sword. The protagonist thought, looking at her, what does it mean? She has a blessing in armor magic. This is already cheating. And she is not tired at all? It turns out that she deliberately opened herself up for him to attack. She was playing with him. The protagonist exhaled heavily, and she asked who he was. MC raised his hands and said that he was from Sora. He came here to investigate. The Holy Knight asked if he was really from Sora. After a while, Justia introduced herself and said that she was from the northern diocese of San Rosino. Apparently, it was destined for her to meet a knight from Sora. Gregory said that he agreed with her. He politely asked her to sit down so that they could talk. After that, she said that she was investigating strange occurrences. At first, she thought that it could be some kind of plague, but it turned out to be a curse. She found traces of something very ancient. He asked, is this possible? There is a church here. Sinful things should not be rampant here. Justia said that she thought the church was the source of the curse. The voice remarked that she was quite intelligent. Gregory thought that it must be more serious than they thought. To think that a holy knight following God's will would hold the church responsible. However, this place was outside the Bayazid family's jurisdiction. Everything was rapidly going beyond his power and capabilities. She said that she asked him to convey her gratitude to the new mayor of Sora. The mayor's approach, using information they could not obtain, and handling the situation were commendable. He thought that she was hinting at them to stop interfering in this matter, although perhaps she simply cared about them. Anything involving dark magic was the church's territory. They had no reason to continue their investigation. Gregory said that he understood her. The protagonist thought that a line had been drawn in the face of power, authority, and responsibility. After a while, the protagonist thought that they probably would not find Anna. Marianne, the tractor driver's daughter, asked if they were leaving already. MC said that they were. They would be leaving soon. She asked why they were leaving. Vlad remarked that their work was done. Marianne stated that their work would never be done in this world. The protagonist thought that this child was unexpectedly saying the right things. The protagonist crossed his arms and asked if she had any friends. Why was she always here? She said that her dad told her not to go out. MC thought, looking at the innkeeper, that this made sense. There was definitely something weird going on around here. Marianne asked why they didn't stay a little longer. They said that the church would be giving out gifts. Vlad asked what gifts they were talking about. The innkeeper said with a smile that they would soon gather the children and perform a blessing ritual. In difficult times, one should be grateful for that. The protagonist asked if he knew exactly when that would be. He remarked that it would be in 3 or 4 days. The priest says he will personally gather the children. She asks if they can stay until then. The protagonist thought, drinking from the mug, and thought that Justia sent a carrier pigeon asking for help. The Holy Knights will arrive in at least 4 days. This coincides very well with the beginning of this event. MC said that they will most likely stay. Marianne happily asked, is he telling the truth? Only he needs to take this. Vlad asked what she was talking about. She held out her hands and said with a smile that it was a flower ring. The protagonist asked how there could be a flower ring without a flower. The protagonist thought, looking at it carefully, that she must have made it from the ivy growing on the walls of the inn. There is not a single flower in the village, not even the smallest one. The innkeeper said, turning to his daughter, that it is time for her to sleep. Let her go to her room. Marianne looked sadly at her father, and then she said that she understood. Marianne asked, looking at Vlad, will he definitely be here tomorrow? MC said with a smile that he most likely will. She happily shouted that he made a promise. Suddenly, Marianne trembled in fear, taking a few steps forward, and then she lost consciousness. The innkeeper called his daughter's name in fear. Vlad turned around and saw a terrible scene. He rushed towards them, gritting his teeth, and shouted that it was a curse. The voice said that he would give him his world. It would not solve the problem, but at least he would get an idea of what was happening. The protagonist saw how the dark energy devastated the life force of the innkeeper's daughter. He declared that the curse was activated. The protagonist froze in horror at what he saw. After a while, they ran into the house and Gregory screamed, "What's going on?" The man grabbed the girl and with tears in his eyes screamed, "No, Marianne." He begged her to wake up, and Gregory said, "Miss Justia, this." Justia said she was catching her breath. The life force is probably being sucked out of her by the curse. MC looked at the child and thought, horror, this white smoke is heading towards the church. How can he explain to them what he sees? Justia said, apparently they noticed her presence. She thought she was inattentive. She thought she had limited herself enough. She could not have imagined that they were capable of feeling such an amount of divine power. She went towards the exit and said that if she did not return, please let them explain what happened to her colleagues who had arrived. Gregory sighed, and Vlad wondered in surprise. Why? Why are they just watching? Because of the boundaries of responsibility and authority. At that moment, a loud scream was heard from the street. The girl was screaming, "Honey, something is wrong with their child." The man ran up to the child and ordered to breathe. Try to breathe. At that moment, the same situation was happening in other families. Children were starting to choke. Terrible and painful screams were heard throughout the city. MC clenched his jaw and thought. He wanted to escape from the slums, not only to survive. He wanted to hold the sword not only because he admired knights. If he just stood there and watched, it would be no different from the slums. He will act. Vlad squeezed the hilt of the sword and walked forward, and Gregory stopped him and said, he understands his feelings, but let him listen. A knight's sword must be both sharp and heavy. He will definitely become one, so he must remember this. Everything must be justified and requires responsibility. MC frowned and replied, if he can't protect those who need to be protected, then what's the point of justification and responsibility? Gregory answered, right on target. And now he needs to repeat after him. Vlad asked again, repeat what? This is the only justification they can rely on now. At this moment, Justia was standing near the bell, which was spreading dark mana in different directions. Justia frowned and thought, no matter how much this place was saturated with dark energy, it was on God's land. Nothing can stand in the way of his will. Justia entered the hall, opened the doors and saw a bloody seal on the wall. She widened her eyes in surprise and swung her sword, thinking that this was blasphemy. The priest was standing near the table and speaking. She came earlier. But why alone? The two of them here can't pray for people, right? Justia frowned and thought, people? This place is filled with alien energy, but there's no sign of other creatures. She saw the risen dead and thought, this. The priest activated his mana and shouted, okay, they will begin the service already. The dead rushed forward, stretching out their blue hands. Justia closed the door and swung her sword, when suddenly it was broken down. She widened her eyes in surprise and heard a scream. It's too dark. You can't see anything. Child, where is their child? Please, let them find the child. Justia screamed in irritation. How could he? Doesn't he fear God? The priest adjusted his glasses and said, he is worth fearing, but he has nothing to do with him. He dropped the book from his hands and said, because he no longer needs his embrace. The priest waved his hands and the dead moved towards Justia, who slammed her sword on the floor and said, the magnificent commander of the divine army, Saint Rosino, standing next to God. Let him come and save souls at a high price in the face of the evil oppression. She will be the one to pay that price. Golden wings appeared behind her, and a bright star appeared in the sky, illuminating everything around. A bright light penetrated into the church and began to destroy everything. The monsters' bodies began to burn, and the priest covered himself with his hand and thought, is this a serious exorcism? A light that can be seen without using the eyes and even in the dark? He said, emitting such a light without any preparatory ritual, and she is impressive. He stretched out his hand to the side and released a dark stream, from which a sword appeared. The priest said, no matter how bright the torch is, it has a limit alone. Does this spell have a serious backlash? A miracle that occurs at the cost of someone's lifespan. She knows this better than anyone, right? And after this magnificent light ends, only an even deeper darkness will remain. After a while, the bodies of the dead stopped burning, and Justia carefully looked ahead. Suddenly more dead started appearing from the side, and Justia thought there were still so many of them. How many victims were there? The priest came up to her and said, okay, it's time for the darkness to fall. Justia was kneeling and breathing heavily. She whispered, the magnificent commander of the divine army, Saint Rosino, standing next to God. The priest grinned and said, she's trying in vain. Justia said, let the church crush all enemies. Suddenly, an image of Frausen appeared above her, clutching a sword in his hands. The priest said in fear, this. Justia's eyes flashed and thought, at the very least she'll crush him, even at the cost of her own life. The huge cart was burning with a bright flame when suddenly the MC shouted loudly, get out of the way. Justia rushed forward and Gregory ordered to push the cart. It headed towards the priest, who said, how funny. He swung his dark sword and Vlad pushed himself off the ground and swung his sword. He said he crossed the line when he tackled the kids. What a horrible idiot. The priest blocked his attack and MC frowned in annoyance. A huge phantom body appeared behind Vlad and the priest said, oh God, he only just recognized it. They had met before. MC swung his sword and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. Let him die already. Gregory ran up to Justia and screamed in fear. Miss Justia, is she okay? She spoke heavily, sir. Gregory, he does realize it is dangerous for him to be here, right? Gregory closed his eyes and replied, they had no choice, the kids are dying. He looked around and asked, but what is going on here? Justia replied, "We need to climb the bell tower. That is the source of the curse." Gregory frowned and replied, "Okay," he thought. "They don't have time to clear the way. They need to split up even if it means risk." Gregory turned around and thought, Sir Cade isn't using aura. He needs to go first. He stomped his foot hard and activated his mana, shouting loudly that he's here. He pushed off the floor and ran towards MC, who was currently fighting the priest. He grabbed the man and pulled him back, which surprised MC. Gregory turned around and shouted, "Talent! Miss Justia said there's something on the bell tower. He doesn't know what, but it needs to be destroyed." MC was surprised and shouted, "Yes, sir." The priest activated his mana and asked where he was going. The dead turned around and rushed towards Vlad, who shouted, "Horror!" He continued moving forward, throwing the dead in different directions. He thought, there are too many of them. Suddenly an arrow hit the dead man's head, and MC turned around in surprise to see Cade holding a bow in his hands. Cade screamed that he would cover him. He had to run. MC rushed forward and replied, "Okay, Sir Cade." He started hitting the monsters with his arrows, and MC was rushing forward. He ordered himself to hurry and shouted loudly, "Out of the way!" Vlad was hitting the monsters with his sword and pushing forward. He got to the stairs and started climbing up. He thought that all worlds are important, but not everyone can protect themselves. However, they have sworn to protect. So if they are where they are needed, if they need to act, there is no need to even think. You have to burn yourself to become a torch that illuminates the darkness. This is the second code of the Swordmaster. Gregory stayed inside the hall to fight the monsters that were rushing at him. He swung his sword and hit the floor, breaking it. Gregory turned around and saw the dead man approaching him, then turned around and kicked her. The girl fell to the ground and grabbed her head, and Cade pulled the arrow. He was already breathing heavily, and his hands were rubbed raw. Gregory wiped the sweat from his face and said, "Horror, I wish he was always this popular." The dead man crawled up to him and grabbed his leg, and he turned around and said, "He's seen too much horror today, including his grin." The priest sat against the wall and answered, "He can do whatever he wants, because death for him is not the end." Gregory grinned and swung his sword, said, "He'll see how he'll continue to chatter when he chops off his head." The priest laughed, and Gregory ordered him to giggle until the very end. He swung his sword, leaving a bright energy trail behind him. He cut off the priest's head, and the dead began to tremble. Cade turned and said that the women had stopped. Justia looked away and said that to defeat an army, you must deal with their leader. Sir Gregory was right. Gregory exhaled and said, "My God, that was not easy." He took a flask from his inside pocket and opened it. He said that today he would drink himself to the last of his strength. Suddenly a voice was heard. By the way, he did not drink wine today. Dark mana started to rise into the air, and the priest's head said, "If it's not too much trouble, let him take a sip." Gregory asked in fear, "What?" Cade screamed in fear. "Sir Gregory!" The priest's body rose behind Gregory, and then blue fire appeared. Justia spoke, "A headless knight. It's the Dullahan." MC was running up the stairs at that moment, getting closer and closer to the bell tower. He reached the top and thought, "Here it is." A voice said that this is the curse of a noble dark mage. He needs to break the spell in one fell swoop with all his might. Vlad frowned and replied, "Okay." Suddenly a voice told him to watch out. The floor beneath him started to crack, and he asked in fear, "What?" The floor started to collapse, and he had to jump to the side. MC screamed loudly, "Horror!" He stumbled and flew down, managing to land. He asked, "What the hell is going on?" Vlad's eyes widened in surprise, and he saw the ruined church when suddenly Dullahan's voice was heard behind him. "That's impressive." MC turned around and Dullahan said, "That was a great landing, even from his point of view." MC pointed his sword at him and said, "Idiot, he knew he wasn't human. Where are the others?" Dullahan replied, "Well, their lives mean nothing to him. He wants one thing." MC ordered him to give it to him, and the spirit ordered him to take it. "Come on." Vlad rushed towards him and screamed. He told him to give it to him. He swung his sword and hit Dullahan's body, but he created his sword out of dark mana. Dullahan ordered him not to come so close. No telling how much longer he'll be so nice to his comrade. MC asked with displeasure, "Why is he his comrade?" Dullahan replied that he's not talking to him. Vlad's eyes widened in confusion, and he asked, "What?" He turned around and Dullahan swung his sword. MC blocked his attacks and thought, he's speeding up. He's too fast for him to counter. A voice told him not to rely on common sense. He's not moving like a human. Dullahan approached MC and asked, "Isn't he too slow?" A voice called out to Vlad, who dodged the dark attack and swung his sword. Dullahan thought, "Armor magic? It's just leather armor like him." He said, "That's amazing. He even has the blessing of the spirit." MC swung his sword and tried to strike at his opponent, but he blocked the attack. Vlad frowned and thought, he might lose like that. If only he could think as deeply about his world as Mr. Rudiger. Suddenly his eyes widened and he thought, the man's growing world needed something to fill it with. The world that was intertwined with the man's world was the world of the voice. The horizon where they overlapped. He became they. The voice said that it was allowing. MC released mana from his eyes, which caught the Dullahan's attention. The voice told Vlad to use his world. MC swung his sword and shouted, "Leave the children," he says. He slashed at the Dullahan, causing lightning mana to fly everywhere. There was a bright explosion, and the tip of MC's sword was covered in bright mana. The dark mana continued to spread, and all that was visible on the Dullahan's arm was a cut. Vlad thought with irritation, horror. To think, he only left a small scratch. His world was too small for the voice's world to fit in. He only had 2 or 3 tries left. Dullahan looked at his bleeding cut and said he felt sorry for him because he thought they only had a similar style. His body was covered in mana and dressed in armor. MC said in confusion, "What? What is this?" Dullahan swung his sword and pushed off the ground and disappeared. A voice ordered him to dodge, and MC leaned down. Dullahan swung his sword, sneaking up from behind and slashing at Vlad. He flew back, and Dullahan thought, at that moment he focused his aura to reflect the blow. He has great potential. What he saw refuted all his expectations of him. MC fell to the ground, showing no signs of life. Dullahan walked towards him and thought, unpredictable potential. He needs to destroy him. He walked up to Vlad and grabbed the hilt of the sword with both hands to make it easier to deliver the decisive blow. He said he needed to be more restrained. The Dullahan brought the sword to Vlad's body, when suddenly he froze in surprise. MC grabbed the tip of the sword with his hand, which was approaching his chest. A voice asked, "Did he not hear? He needs to leave the children alone." Suddenly, lightning struck the Dullahan's body, who screamed loudly in pain. MC does not know who he is, he only knows that he has to do something. The memories of his existence are long lost, and only a debt scratched into his soul remains. The only reason for his existence was duty. The voice asked why the elders do not leave. The Dullahan tried to come to his senses, and Vlad pushed off the ground and rushed towards him. The Dullahan thought fearfully, "What?" MC quickly struck him and threw him back. The Dullahan landed and screamed loudly, and Vlad was already ready for the next blow. He approached the Dullahan and grabbed him by the head, slamming him into the ground. The voice said, "How dare he make a mess with such pathetic skills?" The Dullahan asked fearfully, "Who is he?" The voice replied that he had no words to call someone who uses children's blood to live, so he must die. The Dullahan teleported behind MC and thought, "This is crazy. Is he scared?" Vlad covered himself in mana, and the Dullahan decided that he should be scared. A wild beast with its fierce fangs is approaching. It is coming to devour him. MC, covered in bright mana, pushed off the ground and made the Dullahan think that he disappeared. Many lightnings started to strike the ground, and the Dullahan looked around fearfully and thought, "Where is he? To the left or to the right?" The voice asked, "Is he talking so much because he is too slow?" The Dullahan turned around and screamed loudly, swinging his sword. Vlad moved behind him, and Dullahan released his dark mana towards him, screaming loudly. The voice said, "His kind dares to mock the potential that he so cherishes?" Dullahan thought, "An immortal body that does not feel pain. What is this? What is this sharp pain tormenting his soul?" MC delivered many sharp blows and jumped to the side. Dullahan fell on a pile of stones and coughed. He thought, "How is this even possible?" MC approached him and stuck his sword into his chest, after which the voice ordered to give it back. "Give it back now." He pierced the body slowly, and lightning continued to strike the ground. Vlad spread his arms in different directions, and Dullahan screamed loudly. The voice said, "Here." And now he needs to go back. Dullahan screamed in fear. "No." Vlad put his hand on his chest and began to draw out mana, after which a bright explosion occurred. The children started to choke, and the Dullahan sighed heavily. The voice said that he knew for sure, but he couldn't remember, how to kill idiots like him. The Dullahan thought he wasn't on the same side as him. He thought that he, like him, had escaped death. The voice said that he couldn't remember, but that didn't mean there were no other ways. He swung and chopped off the Dullahan's arm, and then said that he would simply cut off his limbs, which would be the same as his death. The Dullahan tried to roll over, lying on the ground, and screamed loudly. Vlad chopped off his legs, and the voice said that his arm remained. Suddenly, the Dullahan raised his hand and started screaming, "Lamashtu! Lamashtu!" MC looked at him confused, when suddenly a funnel of dark magic appeared around the Dullahan. The Dullahan screamed, "He's here!" Dark hands began to crawl out of the ground, and the voice asked, "Is this?" The Dullahan asked, "Lamashtu." Long energy hands reached out to him and grabbed his head, and then his whole body. MC frowned and thought, his immortality is coming back. Dullahan screamed loudly, "No! Lamashtu! Lamashtu!" His body was tied by energy hands, and he evaporated. Vlad looked closely at the dark trace on the ground and thought, "Lamashtu." The voice does not remember this name at all, but he has some kind of premonition. What kind of creature is this? God, it seems to have overdone it with his body, but it still grows at an amazing speed. The voice is proud that he was able to hold out until now. He needs to ask him for forgiveness when he comes to his senses. Vlad fell to the ground face down, as his body was already exhausted. After a while, the sun illuminated MC's body through the destroyed church. At this moment, in the barony of Uthman Moshiam Lamashtu, sat on the throne and thought, while that soul shone, her traces were merciless. He used the magic that used to be everywhere. Traces of the past are showing. It is clear, the time has come to act. The hour has come when cracks have appeared. The era of chaos she has been waiting for all this time. Lamashtu ordered the knights to take whatever they like from what lies before her. These are Baron Atman's knights, so they will surely be pleased. He has already paid in full. However, his only son has escaped death. Moshian holds a secret. They will remain in these lands for now. The knights bowed, and their bodies were covered in bright mana. They spoke. They will follow their will, Lamashtu. After a while, MC woke up and asked, did he sleep for 3 days again? Gotha replied, yes, he should be glad that the battle is over. When he found him, he was more like a sack. Does he know what he went through to drag him here? Vlad looked at him with displeasure and asked, are the knights okay? Gotha replied that the captain was in the worst condition. He didn't need to worry about the others, let him rest. He would go and report that he had woken up. If anything, let him call him. MC replied, okay, thank you. He was left alone in the room and said that he was glad that everyone was alive. The voice replied, yes, that was the most important thing. It seemed that Justia's barrier was strong enough to hold out until the end. She is truly strong. Vlad spoke, exactly. It felt somehow unusual for him to talk to him without a sword in his hands. The voice said that it was all because the horizons of their worlds had united. Even if it was for a moment, their worlds had formed a connection. Now he could mentally communicate with him. Vlad asked in surprise and thought, is that so? The voice answered, yes. MC smiled and said, he doesn't need to whisper and make sure no one is watching. No need to pretend to pray anymore. The voice answered, yes. Vlad narrowed his eyes and thought, by the way, he never told him. This is only their secret, but he saved everyone. Not only him and the knights, but the children as well. He put his hand on his heart and thanked the voice. The voice remained silent in response, and Vlad scratched his face, slightly puzzled. The voice said that he did a great job too. Vlad smiled hearing these words and looked out the window. After a while, the knight ordered to stop and not to come closer. Vlad told him that he was from Sora. Miss Justia should know him. The knight looked closely at MC, and then walked forward and turned around and ordered to wait here. Vlad looked around and thought. He was glad that the holy knights had arrived, even though they were late. The villagers could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The knight came out of the building and said he could come in. MC thanked him and went inside. He stopped at the entrance, and his eyes widened in surprise when he saw corpses lying on the floor. Vlad thought there was such chaos around that he didn't even notice there were so many victims. Justia was holding a book in her hands and asked, Vlad, what is he doing here? MC asked, Miss Justia, can he look around? She replied that Sir Gregory had already identified the missing women. MC replied that he was on personal business. Justia looked at him and replied, there might be some remnants of the curse here. He should come to her later for a blessing. Vlad said, he understood. He thanked her. MC crouched down and lifted the cloth that was covering the corpse. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the hair sticking out from under the cloth. He lifted the cloth and sighed loudly. Vlad thought he hoped he wouldn't find her here. He remembered telling her that she had a black eye and should rest for a couple of days. Anna smiled and replied, it's nothing. Nothing is broken. She handed MC an egg and said, thank you. Vlad fixed his hair and replied that he was just doing what he had to. She needed to take it and rub her eye. Anna smiled and said it was a bribe. Next time she would count on him too. Currently, Vlad was looking at her face and saying, life is such a disgusting thing. Doesn't she think so? He wiped Anna's cheek with his palm and told her not to take risks in the next life. He asked her to be born into a good family and to be loved. He asked her to forgive him for not being there. Anna had a ring on her hand that resembled a daisy. After a while, Justia stirred the sugar in her cup of tea and asked, so he was sucked into a black hole that suddenly appeared? MC replied, yes. Justia asked him to tell her more. Vlad took the cup Justia handed him. He said that was all. He was too busy fighting. He was having a hard time keeping up with his punches. Justia looked at him thoughtfully, and the voice said that Vlad had done a great job. It sounded plausible because he had mixed the truth and lies flawlessly. MC took a sip from his mug and thought he was working with a lady of the night. After all, his tongue fed him. So he knew how to be convincing. Justia looked down and thought that the marks left behind were a disaster, because they showed how powerless the resistance was. But in the end, she still couldn't understand anything important. At that moment, Vlad said he thought he shouted a name later. Justia asked, what name? MC grabbed his head and answered he didn't remember. He was in and out of consciousness then. Justia grabbed an apple and quickly started peeling it. She asked, will he remember if he eats? Vlad said thoughtfully, well, he thought it was something like llama. Lamashu? Justia looked at him and asked, Lamashtu? MC said, yes, that's it. He thought he said that. Justia held out the apple with shaking hands and said, okay, thanks for your cooperation. MC looked closely at the apple, and Justia rose from her chair and said, Saint Rosino will not forget how he fought, and now he can rest. MC turned around and said, okay. The voice was glad that she did not suspect him. Vlad thought, by the way, did he see her expression? As if she suddenly became a completely different person. After a while, Joseph poured tea into a cup and asked when he arrived in Sora, Lumond? Lumond looked at him and answered, a long time ago actually. Joseph said that he would have met him if he said he was coming. Lumond stretched his lips to the tea and replied that he was now the most common man. How could he bother him, young man? First of all, where is the boy? Joseph replied, he is currently on a mission. He went to the Uthman barony. They should hear some news about him soon. Lumond asked in surprise, he is an apprentice, but he is already on a mission? Actually, he met with the head for coming here. He had 1 coin left, so he wanted to sum things up. Joseph widened his eyes and thought, a coin? I see, so he did not come just to see Vlad. Lumond said that the apprentices in Sutram are so stupid, he can't believe that those who are supposed to represent the Bayazids are all like this. He wonders if his apprentice is like that. Jagger said, he is definitely better than most, but he likes to be willful. Lumond said in surprise, wow, judging by the way he talks about him, he is quite useful. No need to be surprised. In his youth he already showed him all his bad sides, along with this constantly grumbling. Lumond hopes that he will like him. If he is like Sovanin, who behaves like this because he is under the wing of his parents, then he will get it from him, even if he is a good student. Joseph answered, he has no parents. Lumond looked at him in surprise, and Joseph thought, he understood Lumond's intentions. He needs to interest him as much as possible. He said, MC grew up in the slums without parents and achieved everything on his own. He thought that's why he mentioned that he grew up poor, so he can remind him of the difficulties he went through in the past, how he achieved everything on his own. Lumond said, wow. Joseph answered, he does not need money, but he hopes that Lumond can teach him something. Lumond thoughtfully answered, he does not like modern young people, but since he asks, he will take a closer look at him. After a while, Justia bowed and said, they, San Lugino, will not forget their bravery. Gregory smiled and said, he hoped they would put in a good word for them. Their mayor is not picky. Justia smiled slightly and said, she cannot lie in the report, but she will try to take his opinion into account, Mr. Gregory. He sighed and said, then it would be better for her not to mention them at all. Justia looked away and asked, does Vlad have a banner? Gregory nodded and replied, after all this time, the Bayazid have found someone to look after. They treat him well. The knight stood behind Justia and pondered, the traces of a fierce battle, a student who had the courage to fight the Dullahan. Only this shows that he has the potential to become an outstanding person. Gregory bowed and said that they will go. Justia smiled and replied, she will pray that Saint San Ladino blesses them. They mounted their horses and MC turned around and waved. He said the fog had cleared and the view was nicer. Gregory frowned and said, there was always so much light here. It was all because of him. Vlad smiled and thought what a relief. Instead of being buried in the dark corners of Sor, Anna would have preferred the sunny village. He hoped she would find warmth here. After a while they made camp in the forest and lit a fire. MC thought it was a complete defeat. If it weren't for the voice, he would have died. Like Shorhei and Anna. He would have been overwhelmed by the huge world he couldn't handle. Gregory sat up and asked what he was thinking about so much. Vlad replied, about different things. Gregory looked at him carefully and said, but he thought it was about something serious. MC hugged his knees and replied, there are so many incredible people in the world. He doesn't know how long he can last among them. Gregory winked and replied, well, everyone thought that at least once in their life. There is no clear answer, but he made his own conclusions. MC asked again, what? Gregory replied, you need to keep burning. There is no way to keep a fire going when the wind blows, but as long as there is a flame, it can always flare up again. He needs to hold on and keep burning. Vlad looked at the flame and thought, right, there's no specific way to become strong enough to catch up with everyone in an instant. He just needs to hold on and keep the flame going. He needs to focus on the present, because if he wants to stand up to the huge world that has suddenly appeared, he needs to be a huge flame. At that moment, Noir stood behind him on the hill with shining eyes and watched him. After a while, Joseph folded his hands together and said, this is excellent work. He wants to praise their diligence in completing the task, and the fact that they continued to act until they identified the root of the problem. However, he cannot close his eyes to the fact that they drew their swords on another ruler's land. Gregory closed his eyes and asked for forgiveness. As the leader of the reconnaissance squad, he is ready to bear any punishment. Suddenly, a loud and dissatisfied clucking sound was heard behind him. Lumond was standing near the wall and saying, times are different now. How can you act so carelessly on someone else's land? Besides, they knew what it would lead to. He thinks it's even worse. MC turned around and thought, who is this? He has an unusual aura. Joseph folded his arms and said, he is right, he hit a sore spot at a difficult time. The empire is starting to fall apart. And since the imperial family is unable to manage the empire, all the problems are starting to pop up one after another. All the small and large territorial wars happening in each region. There is no guarantee that something like this will not happen in the north. Gregory bowed and asked for forgiveness, and Vlad stood behind him and remained silent. Joseph said that in times like these, when they see the consequences of past mistakes, the Iron Duke pays attention to what is happening in the village. Gregory asked again, puzzled. The Duke? Joseph replied, he understands that they did it with good intentions, but they brought too much trouble. Vlad stood behind with his eyes downcast and remained silent, when suddenly Joseph said that he should have left earlier. His eyes widened in surprise, and Lamond asked, did he hear that the Holy Knight San Logino was there? So they should have handed over the affairs. Vlad turned around in irritation and thought, he has no right to say such things, because he knows nothing. They weren't even there. Lamond said, children today don't think about the consequences of their actions. MC blurted out, if they hadn't intervened. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise and looked at him, and Vlad added, the children would have died. Lamond thought in surprise, wow, let them just look. Where did Mr. Joseph find such a one? He thought he was a simple brat, but this is a beast. MC said, Sir Gregory did everything possible for the children. Their actions deserved praise, not reproach. Joseph slammed his hand on the table and said, enough. He ordered to stop testing his patience. MC turned around and saw Joseph's irritated face, after which he looked down and said, yes, sir. He apologizes. Joseph looked at Lamond's attentive face and said, Sir Gregory, he hopes he understands that the second rule of the Swordmaster is a very subtle thing. Gregory replied, yes, Lord Joseph, it was their oversight. Ambiguous things overlapped. Joseph went to the window and said, before Baro Mutman personally filed a complaint, they should express their gratitude to him. Sir Gregory is suspended from service for an indefinite period. MC's eyes widened in surprise, and Joseph said, during this time, he will not receive a salary and will not be able to enjoy the rights granted to them by Bayazid. Knighthood will be punished in the same way. Gregory closed his eyes and replied, yes, Lord Joseph. Joseph turned around and said, apprentice Vlad. He thought that he treated him well, fed him, clothed him, but apparently did not tame him. Joseph said that he was very sorry that he allowed himself to talk to him without permission, and thereby upset him. Joseph thought, is he angry because he is ashamed? No. He is disappointed. He turned around and said that he is also suspended from service for an indefinite period. Joseph thought about it. He is very sorry. He should have been stricter with him. He ordered Vlad to stay out of his sight until he calls him himself. MC's eyes widened in surprise, and after a while, he was already walking down the corridor. He thought that he had mixed feelings. Who would have thought that he would see that look again? Suddenly he saw Lamond in front of him, who spoke. He is a simple student, but he really managed to upset the master. So his name is Vlad? MC looked at the old man with displeasure and left him without an answer. Lamond ordered him to look at himself. He is silent when the elder addresses him. He supposes he was never taught etiquette? MC clenched his fist and thought he was taught enough by the lady who looked at him motherly. He put his hand to his chest and answered, right. He bowed and said that he was Vlad. May he know his name? Lamond thought about it, that look. He looks as if asking his name before the duel. The old blood starts to boil in him again. It has been a long time since he felt such energy. Lamond asked, well, he wants to know his name? Unfortunately, he has nothing to tell him yet. MC continued to stand silently, when suddenly Lamond slammed the banner on the floor and said that he is the one who walks the lower path. But he has not yet fulfilled his duty. Some knights live to old age. After all, they cannot die with honor on the battlefield. They walk through terrible places in search of honor, long lost along the way. Just like the founding king, who was a master of the sword. After a while, Duncan spoke. In the end, Count Gaidar prepared a bridgehead leading to the north. To be more precise, he conquered a suitable region. In the end, to get to the north, he will have to go through them. Alicia looked at the map and asked, will he come? Duncan said they should be prepared for that. Alicia frowned and said, who would have thought the center would be closed? The west was closed too before they could think about it. They should write to Count Bayazid. He would probably help them because he had reasons and responsibilities. Duncan pointed to the mountain area and said they were right. Once they passed Dearmar, it was obvious they would be heading to County Bayazid. Alicia said she was glad she had given him the handkerchief. Duncan said yes, there were still rumors about it. He was becoming a fine man. Alicia nodded and said it seemed he had made connections in San Logino this time. It was always good for them to get close to the church. Duncan put his hand to his lips and said God, she was so proud of him. Alicia cleared her throat and said a little sheepishly, after all, she had invested in him. Duncan said he couldn't help but agree that it was the right decision. Thanks to her attention to his actions, their spy network had become stronger. Soon, they would start saying that Dearmar was famous not for lemons, but for spies. Alicia became embarrassed again and turned away and said, since their spy network had become stronger, they needed to increase their reconnaissance radius. If they could detect suspicious activity in advance, they would buy themselves some time. Alicia went to the window and said she hoped they would just pass by. Duncan looked at her carefully and thought the world was changing rapidly, so rapidly that even he could see what was coming. But these weren't bad changes, like the flowers blooming after the boy left, that could bring hope and comfort. After a while, MC was sitting in the forge and talking irritably. Old codger. He would have hit him right there if he could. The blacksmith asked, really? But what was he doing with the sword? He fixed this not so long ago, and now it's already damaged again? Vlad replied, a guy without a head is not an easy opponent. The blacksmith asked again, in what sense? MC answered, how can I explain it to him? The more he studies the world, the more unseen creatures he fights. Apparently, this is his destiny. The blacksmith wondered if it was time for him to change his sword then? MC asked, what? The blacksmith replied, this one was barely better than the crudely forged swords of mercenaries. He was lucky that he could cut monsters with it. It was made of ordinary iron, and it was forged by an ordinary blacksmith. Vlad asked, what is he talking about? The blacksmith frowned and said, using an inappropriate weapon. He will break this someday. Some time ago, a man asked him to make a sword that could cut ghosts. The blacksmith looked at him puzzled and asked again, cut who? Currently, he said that some mercenary asked him about it last winter. He thought he was talking nonsense, but the man mentioned his name. He said something about Vlad of Sor slashing ghosts. MC said he knew who it was. They met while goblin hunting. He wanted to find out where his sword came from. The blacksmith looked at him and replied, I see. He was so young, so he couldn't use aura, so he asked him what was so special about this sword. He felt better hearing those words. It meant he was still alive. It was truly amazing how he had achieved so much with such a sword. Vlad asked again, in what sense? The blacksmith didn't answer. He thought he would grow up facing many challenges along the way, but this sword would always remain the same. If the sword broke, it wouldn't just break that. He hoped that his sword would not be a burden to him, and the sword itself would not want it. The old man turned around and said that he was not asking him to change it immediately, but he needed to think about it. Vlad asked, does he take special orders? The blacksmith replied, this was his last job. He needed to find another blacksmith. MC looked down sadly, and the old man thought, sometimes it seemed to him that he had grown up so quickly, but sometimes he acted like a child. Young people are often afraid to change things, but for old people like him, this is becoming the norm. The blacksmith asked, does he want to pick up the sword today? MC replied he had no urgent business. He remembered and said, no, he might need it soon. The blacksmith ran his hand over the tip of the sword and said, okay. Then he will sharpen the blade. He began to sharpen the tip of the sword and carefully watched every tilt. After a while, Vlad looked at his reflection in the tip of the sword and said, wow, it's like new. The blade seems to have become even sharper. Thank you. He will count on him from now on. The blacksmith told him discontentedly not to go too often. He asked to let the old man rest. MC said that next time he will bring him good meat. The old man sighed and said that meat alone is not tasty to eat. Vlad smiled and said, okay, then he will bring liquor too. The blacksmith waved his hand and said, okay. He will wait for him with impatience. He told him to take care of himself. MC left the forge and started to leave, and then turned around and waved. Suddenly the old man started coughing heavily, clutching his face. He said that he needed to rest, he had no strength left at all. The blacksmith looked at Vlad and thought, he is walking so confidently. Now he can easily get out of this quagmire. He walked inside his forge and said, yeah, that was to be expected. He closed the door behind him, and MC at that moment continued walking down the street. Suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared behind him, peeking out from around the corner. The man in the robe followed him, hiding behind every convenient ledge of the houses. Lamond peeked out from around the corner and thought with a smirk on his face, he has a good sense. MC ended up behind him, and he thought that this was a worthy reason to get the Bayazid armor. Vlad asked why he was following him. Lamond answered, what was he talking about? They were just on the way. Vlad said he had been following him since he left the city council building. The old man asked, right? MC frowned in displeasure and said he had a feeling that he wanted to anger him from the very first meeting. The old man thought, oh yeah, what energy, and he knows how to control himself so that anger is not even noticeable, and he is capable of more than he thought. Then why him? Lamond looked at him puzzled, and then thought, terrible kid. Did he rebel on purpose? He said, first of all, he shouldn't have done such stupid things. Did he say something then? MC replied, if he doesn't like something, then let him say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. Lamond thought that it had been a long time since he felt such a pure spirit. He missed it. It was nice to meet someone like that again. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that swords are better than words. MC thought, a former knight of Bayazid who learned many styles. He doesn't know his name or why he does this, but Sir Joseph vouched for this old man. He definitely has his reasons. MC frowned and said, then he will be the first. He grabbed his sword and thought, this will be a good reason. He swung his sword and thought, it will just destroy him. The old man managed to block the blow in time and said, and he is capable. Vlad clenched his jaw in displeasure and swung again, and so their battle began. He quickly pushed Lindlum back, delivering accurate blows. MC thought he was blocking all his attacks with the tip of the sword. This is not a coincidence. He figured out all his moves after they exchanged a couple of blows. He understood it by feeling. This old man had fought with countless swords. Lindlum asked, is that all? Vlad answered, of course not. The old man looked at him in surprise, and MC sent mana along the sword and said that he had just begun. Lindlum thought in surprise, even in troubled times, only a few could use aura at such a young age. This is madness. Vlad rushed towards Lindlum and, holding his hand on the ground, swung his sword. He quickly delivered blows to the old man, who skillfully blocked the attacks. Lindlum said that he liked his passion. MC threw him aside and was about to strike again. He thought that he wouldn't let go. Maybe his technique is not so good and he doesn't have much experience. But he should be stronger, he is younger. Their swords clashed again, and Lindlum began to slide along the ground and said with a smirk, time is so cruel. Vlad said irritably, they will see how much longer he can smile. The old man closed his eyes and replied, that is a good strategy, but he chose the wrong opponent. His hands began to shake and he asked, not bad, huh? This is a physical enhancement. MC thought about it, he became stronger. The old man activated his mana and said, it is too early to be surprised. If he adapts, he will be able to use it too. He grabbed the tip of the sword, and MC thought, this is crazy. He is holding a sword filled with aura with his bare hands? He grabbed his sword. Suddenly, MC let go of his sword and grabbed the blade that was in a sheath on his belt. He swung the blade and tried to strike Lindlum. The old man chuckled and thought, he is a smart idiot. It was wise to throw the sword. You can't run into something like this during normal training. Such impudence is only typical of the owner of a beast's heart. Lindlum let go of the sword and clenched his fist and shouted, you brat. He tried to strike Vlad, who widened his eyes in surprise. His body flew back and somersaulted and landed on the rubble. Lindlum said in fear, horror. He became serious and didn't even notice. He rushed towards MC and shouted, is he okay? Has he passed out? The defense is weak. The old man remembered Joseph's words, that he really appreciated him as an opportunity. He must not harm him. Lindlum sighed and asked, what will he tell him? MC was lying on the rubble and thinking, Gregory said that everything is fine as long as the flames burn. He got up and quickly rushed towards the old man, which surprised him. And the boys still hadn't given up. Vlad hit the old man's head with his forehead and said, this is cheating. Suddenly he fell to the ground and Lindlum grabbed his head and said, he could have been in big trouble. But he is definitely talented. He passed. After a while Ragmus said, Sir Lindlum is in Sora. He seems to have interested Vlad. Peter looked at the piece of paper and said, I see. Ragmus said, that's good. Lindlum was the knight of the previous leader. Even he has trouble communicating with him. When he saw what kind of students they had, he sighed and left. He feels uneasy about it. I wonder if he can say that some pride has returned to them, or if they can only sigh because that is the only thing that can get his attention. Ragmus sighed and said, times are changing. Sir Lindlum, this is living proof of troubled times. He grew up to be a knight. Although he started students, he would not be interested in students who grew up in safety. Peter said, no matter how much times change, some things remain the same. His sigh did not mean just a complaint or dissatisfaction. It left him with a great impression that San Logino sent him armor. Ragmus said that their recognition made it even more special. Peter thoughtfully said that it should be sent to Sora. He closed his eyes and thought, fortunately, this is not lost yet. The old traditions of Bayazid are still observed, and all thanks to one student. After a while, Vlad held his head and said, horror, old man. His head still hurts. He has never seen anything like this. He can't believe that he directed the aura to his body and not to the sword. The voice said that there's a lot to learn from him. Talents come in different forms. Vlad said, well, apparently people respect him for his strength and skill. Suddenly his door was kicked open and Zemina walked into the room. She said he was awake. She thought he was talking in his sleep. MC grumpily told her to knock before entering. Seriously. Zemina asked, does it look like she has free hands? MC asked, why is she washing his clothes? He could have done it himself. Zemina smiled and said, sir, it's a service provided by their tavern. They have to do it. He is a guest in the room on the 4th floor, the most expensive. Vlad thought, guess that sounded serious. He said thoughtfully that he had no money to pay. Zemina put the clothes on the table and said, it's free. Because his living here helps them. Now Smile Rose has become a tavern and a lot of idiots come here who don't know. MC asked, is he enough? Zemina answered. Marcella said that his name has enough weight. After all, he is covered by the mayor of Sora and the second son of Bayazid. He is a full-fledged knight. MC answered. Not yet. She doesn't need to say that to anyone. Zemina took out a handkerchief and said, but from what she saw, he is a knight. Lady Alicia's knight? MC said in fear. Well, something happened. Zemina turned around and said, she is glad that she cut her hair and helped him get the sword. He has achieved a lot. Vlad frowned and said, he is very grateful. Suddenly Zemina walked out of the room and slammed the door. Vlad ruffled his hair and said, he would always be grateful for that. Valuable people shine wherever they are. A dark horse raced across the field and knights followed behind, and people would always covet them. When he handed over the position of leader, he went to look for the guy, remembering what happened. The men threw a lasso towards the horse, which evaded it, but he was stopped by those who dreamed of getting him. The man shouted in irritation, what an ambush. After him, they must not lose him. The tough guy who had ridden him back then wasn't there. He must go through this himself. The man stood on the hill and said that they must catch him. After a while, the old man said, he already apologized. He will give him something, so let him not be angry, okay? MC said that some things cannot be bought with money. He really liked it. Lamond replied, he knows. This armor is only given to promising students. When he received it, he walked around with it in his arms for a few days. Vlad asked, did he know but still ruined it? The old man remained silent in response, and then suggested going somewhere. MC asked, where? Lamond replied, he needs to show the young master how useful he is. If he just hangs around, he will start to feel like he is causing trouble. MC chewed his food and thought, that sounded pretty convincing. The voice replied, yes. Joseph was very hospitable to the old man. MC asked, and how can he show his usefulness? Lamond pointed at himself and replied, he wants him to do something. Then they will report. Vlad asked, surprised, what? The old man rubbed his beard and asked, does he like horses? After a while, many carts were driving through the field. The old man was lying in the cart and talking. There is a rumor about a black horse galloping near Sora. But one day, it disappeared. As if possessed by something, Gotha said that he had heard about it too. The guards call it a spirit horse. MC asked again, a spirit horse? Gotha answered, yes, he has a bad feeling about the horse. What if it has something to do with the headless knight? He heard that he controlled women. The voice said, if such a horse really exists, then maybe they are related. MC looked at the old man and asked, is it okay for him to just lie there? Lamond answered, as long as they are moving after the merchants, they have nothing to do. Vlad wondered, shouldn't he at least look around? The old man told him to rest. This horse will find them. MC asked again, what? Will find them? What makes him think that? Lamond answered, this horse is not only fast, it also behaves strangely. MC asked again, what? Lamond said, it watches the people in the carts and wagons from afar, and it knows exactly what it's doing. It's not an ordinary horse. Vlad thought. He felt uneasy. If this horse was really controlled by evil forces, then the reconnaissance would have arrived in Sora, looking for traces. The old man said, he doesn't know what he's thinking, but no matter how much he thinks, he still won't do anything. He'll understand when the time comes. What must happen will happen. The old man thought. First of all, the horse isn't important. He just wanted to watch him while he searches. If he likes him, he can teach him something. The old man opened one eye and asked, how long has it been since he started using aura? MC looked up and answered, about 3 or 4 months ago. Lamond thoughtfully said, if 3 or 4 months, then that's fast enough. Vlad asked again, what? Lamond answered, his progress in using aura compared to the time, but he is curious that he still hasn't figured out his color. MC asked again, puzzled, color? Lamond said, aura manifests itself in the heart. If he hasn't found the color of this, it means his world hasn't been determined yet. MC leaned towards the old man and asked, and what should he do with this color? The old man pushed him away and asked, wasn't he told about aura? He told him not to come so close, young man. Vlad said that he was told the basics. Lamond asked again, right? I see. He thought, surely the grumpy guy had his own idea about his training. He shouldn't tell him too much. He asked MC to show himself to the world, not to hide. Vlad looked at him puzzled and asked, in what sense? Lamond told him to create something that can reveal his inner world. Knights call it ki. MC asked again, ki? Lamond wondered. He had seen the knight's aura, hadn't they? Did they only use aura? Vlad thought about it and asked, did they use it differently? The old man told him to think carefully. Did they do something strange? Vlad answered, he didn't know. They were always emergencies. Suddenly he remembered, and his eyes widened in surprise. He thought, the old man was right. They all did a certain movement. Sir Pablo was putting his sword to his shield, Sir Gregory was moving his sword and legs, and Rudiger was snapping his fingers with the sword in his hands. Lamond looked at him and said, he thought he remembered something. It's a key. It's a tool and a ritual that opens his world. Vlad asked, but he just used it, right? He was acting on intuition. The old man said so. That's why he says he hasn't found his color. Jaeger will tell him about it in due time, but it doesn't hurt to know in advance. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and a voice told him to duck. Lamond grabbed MC by the head and told him to duck. An arrow stuck in the wooden edge of the cart, and Goethe turned around and asked in fear, "What? What was that?" Something flew past him. The old man looked at the stuck arrow and said, "He doesn't think things are going to go so smoothly." He screamed, "An ambush, everyone needs to be on their guard." The guy turned around and asked, "An ambush? What is he talking about?" Suddenly an arrow flew into the man's head and he fell off his horse. The guy screamed in fear, "What? Where from?" The man pointed his finger to the side and screamed, "Sir, there!" "Bandits!" Lamond ordered Goethe to urge the horse on and hold it tight so that it doesn't run away. Goethe asked in confusion, "Pardon?" He screamed, "Yes, sir." MC looked towards the crowd of people and asked, "A squad of bandits?" The old man frowned and replied, "These are not simple bandits. It will be much more difficult to deal with them." The man reared his horse and raised his blade up. Lamond said that they were barbarians. The barbarians fired arrows at the knights again, and the old man ordered to hold on. "Hold the line." The battle began. The barbarians approached the detachment and continued to shoot at the carts. Lamond hid behind the barricades and said, naturally, they attacked the mercenaries first. The merchants were in the rear, so they bought some time. MC wondered what the barbarians who lived beyond the northern border were doing here. Lamond frowned and replied, "That was indeed strange." He had never seen them go so far. He just thought it would be an easy ride. Grabbed the hilt of his sword and ordered the driver to put the saddle on the horse. Goethe replied, "But that's a freight horse. It doesn't run that well." The old man frowned and replied irritably, "They need a horse to deal with these guys. They say barbarians are born on horseback. They are all exceptional horsemen, regardless of age and gender, but they do not wield a sword, except for a few warriors." Lamond turned around and told MC to remember this well. In a battle with barbarians, you need to immobilize them. Suddenly, there was an order to listen. The leader of the barbarians said that they did not want to kill them. He ordered to pay a fee, and they would leave. The military asked again, "A fee? And they will let them go?" The merchant looked out and said, "Okay. They will pay. Let them just say how much they need." The barbarian replied, "Everything they have. They can keep their lives." The man's eyes widened in surprise, and the barbarian said, "But if they dare to hide anything, then this will be their fee for passage to the underworld." The merchant looked at the mercenaries and thought that they would never win with that group of mercenaries to whom they paid a lot of money, because they didn't expect to run into bandits on horseback in Bayazid territory, and barbarians too. The most important thing now is to stay alive. But can they be trusted? The barbarian looked at his ally who said to go. MC frowned and said, "They are coming. He thinks they will try to steal. He doesn't like them." The old man got on his horse and said, he tried to like them, but it didn't work. He said, "They are coming, let everyone get ready." He can't ride, so he only has one chance. MC sighed and activated his mana. The barbarians started to fall off their horses and scream in fear. What happened to the horses? Are they scared? Wait, is something happening? MC thought, horror. Is that energy getting in his way again or something? Lamond gripped the hilt of his sword and ordered to get out. He rushed forward and Vlad stayed close to him. The old man thought, they didn't count on such a distance and they don't get off their horses. But this is their only chance. The barbarian grinned and asked, "Who are these two?" "An old man and a young girl." He ordered to take them. Lamond flashed his bright eyes and said, "They are idiots. Who do they take him for?" He quickly swung his sword and cut down the barbarians who approached him. The guys said in fear, "Ora, what is a knight doing here?" The barbarian ordered to turn the horses around and keep their distance. MC approached him and swung his sword, saying that they were not going anywhere. Idiots. The man looked at him in fear and asked, "What?" But it was too late. Vlad struck him down in an instant and landed on the ground. Another barbarian saw this, who attracted MC's attention. He began to run away, and Vlad only looked after him. Lamond turned around and shouted, "Vlad, after him!" The ambush was unsuccessful. They need to kill as many of their people as possible before they call for reinforcements. Vlad shouted loudly, from above. The barbarian leader was already preparing to attack the old man, when suddenly he turned around. He swung his blade, and Lamond managed to put up a block. He thought, God, where did this strong man come from? The barbarian looked displeasedly at the old man, who activated his mana and launched a sword at him. The barbarian asked, "A knight?" Lamond frowned and ordered himself to just look. He didn't back down even when he saw his aura. He can't defeat someone like that with one blow. The old man ordered Vlad to run. The mercenaries will run away at the first chance. He needs to protect the people. MC answered, "But..." Lamond screamed. "Without a horse he can't do anything here. He needs to run." Vlad rushed towards the merchants and cried out, "Yes, sir!" He climbed the hill and saw the barbarian swinging his sharpened sword. MC blocked his blow and lightly skidded along the ground. MC thought, hard. The blow was stronger, even taking into account the speed of the horse. The voice ordered him to calm down and stand his ground. Vlad frowned and thought, horror, if only he could ride the horse. Suddenly his eyes widened and the barbarians asked puzzledly, "What is this? Have they come back?" "It doesn't look like there is more than one person. It's only one horse." MC thought, "This!" The man screamed, "What? It's that horse. It got away from them. And now it's here on its own. It's the son of the steppes." The barbarians ordered everyone to gather. "It's the son of the steppes. They must catch the horse this time." They started throwing the lasso, and the horse was running away from them. The barbarians screamed, "Horror! It got away so easily." He ordered not to stand there, quickly after the horse. The horse quickly rushed forward, when suddenly MC climbed the hill and raised his sword up. He screamed, "Here? He's here." The horse saw him and felt his mana, so it quickly turned towards MC. Vlad ran towards him, and the barbarian rushed after him and screamed, "He won't get away." He swung his sword, and MC pushed off the ground and jumped off the cliff, calculating the distance to the horse. He landed on the back of the black horse and grabbed its mane. The barbarian screamed in irritation, "This is impossible. Son of the steppes, possessor of divine blood. Does it allow a person not from the steppes to ride on its back?" MC laughed happily and thought, "This is it. This is the feeling. It means he doesn't have to hold back anymore." He stretched his hand to the sky and thought, "Now he can run as long as his heart desires." The barbarians pointed their blades towards Vlad and ordered, "Follow him. We can't give the son of the steppes to this imperial boy." MC raced across the field, riding a graceful and mysterious horse. Their eyes shone a similar color and combined, striking the barbarians. The man's eyes widened in surprise and said that strong mana emanated from MC's sword as he swung it. The man cried out in displeasure, "Horror! He is also a knight! How many has he killed already?" He ordered not to fight him head-on, but to retreat and attack from a distance. The barbarians were running away from the MC when suddenly someone screamed, "Horror! He's behind them!" The man turned around and ordered them to split up. They'll surround him. At that moment, the horse released its mana, which affected the barbarians' horses. The barbarian asked in fear, What's wrong with the horse? It's not turning. The horse is scared." What could have scared them anyway? The man froze when he saw the approaching MC and horse. The strongest mana was emanating from them, and Vlad was saying that now it's not them who are hunting, but them. At that moment, the barbarian leader swung his blade and struck the old man's sword. They raced opposite each other and struck. Lamond looked at the horse's face and thought, "Horror! The horse can't handle it. This is too much for a cargo horse." The barbarian swung his weapon and said, "It's over." Lamond's horse fell to the ground and raised a dusty pillar. Lamond stood up and said with a smirk on his face, "Seriously, who would have thought that someone else could stir his blood?" The barbarian said irritably how persistent he was. But now he was finished. Suddenly a loud sound was heard, and the old man wondered, was that the sound of a barbarian horn? He saw MC, who was racing after the barbarians, waving his sword. The barbarian irritably rushed towards him and shouted, "Little idiot, how dare he!" He ordered the idiot to stop. He thought irritably, how? The son of the steppes even rejected him. He ordered Vlad to get off his horse. MC turned around and thought, what is he doing here? The old man, he saw Lamond, who was running after the barbarian, and thought with relief he was alive. The barbarian leader ordered Vlad to get off. This horse is not for him. Vlad ordered him to leave him alone. Why is he telling him what to do? The barbarian ordered to shut up. MC looked at him in surprise and thought, "This." The voice said, "This is magic. Some barbarians use magic to create their own world." MC thought, he is at least at the level of a knight who can control aura. The barbarian screamed, he will take his life as payment for tainting the divine horse. Let him try. Vlad and the barbarian ran towards each other, then there was a fusion of mana. Swords clashed, and they continued to rush forward. Suddenly the barbarian's horse stopped, and a voice said that he caught up. MC turned around and thought, horror. Too late. The barbarian swung his sword when suddenly the horse dodged. MC got off the horse and said, that was dangerous. Thank you, it saved him. Vlad thought, a horse with divine blood flowing through it? He knew the horse was unusual, but not to this extent. They became one. He had faced many incredibly strong people. This barbarian could still deflect his sword strikes. The problem would be, the voice interrupted him and said, riding technique. He didn't even have a saddle and bridle. MC thought, really? His legs were shaking so much, he wouldn't even be able to walk. The voice said, the longer this went on, the harder it would be for him. Vlad thought, he needed to do something. He remembered the old man's words. He needed to engrave it into his head. When fighting a barbarian, he needed to knock him out of the saddle. MC's eyes widened and thought, right, well, time to get dirty. He headed towards the barbarian, who frowned and decided that they couldn't be allowed to continue this. He needed to put an end to this. He activated his mana and said, come on. MC chuckled and turned his horse to the side, letting the dust get into his opponent's eyes. The barbarian screamed, he's running away. The barbarian looked after MC with irritation and said, he is a dishonorable idiot. That is all he can do. He dares to saddle a divine horse? He rushed after Vlad, who turned around and said, he heard, they are born on horseback. and he lived in the mud of horses' hooves. The barbarian screamed. What nonsense was he talking about? MC turned around and said he had done so much for him, now he just had to wait until he did something for him. He took off his cloak and threw it towards the barbarian, who managed to grab it. He screamed, his tricks won't work. Suddenly his eyes widened and turned around, seeing Vlad attacking. He suggested fighting in the mud, and the barbarian screamed. What? He grabbed the barbarian and threw him off his horse, holding him by the neck. He moved towards the slope and flew down, continuing to hold his opponent. The barbarian screamed in fear. Sir! Horror! The old man ran to the edge of the cliff and thought, no matter how strong the knight was, he would fall like that. He looked down carefully, where the glowing mana was visible through the dusty curtain. He said, what an idiot. He can't believe he understood everything before he taught him. MC sat on the barbarian's body and squeezed his neck, holding the sword close to his opponent's head. The barbarian said he is aged from the Budat tribe. Vlad frowned and asked, so what? After a while, Joseph said, as he understood, they decided to send a servant to them. The nun ordered to be careful. He asked, in what way? The nun frowned and remembered how she asked him to stop. She asked, what's going on? How can he just take the nun without following procedures? Even if he is from Bayazid, he can't do whatever he wants. MC turned around and asked, yes, thanks to Bayazid, they have a future. Now the nun said that it was blasphemous to say that, especially since the common people were extremely impatient and vicious. He would certainly cause them trouble. Joseph closed his eyes and said nothing, and the nun said, Mayor, she was worried that he might tarnish his honor. Joseph asked, yes? He thought, he knew that Vlad had behaved disrespectfully in the monastery. So much time had passed since then, and she decided to complain, and she did so under the guise of a warning. Just when San Logino recognized him, a native of the back streets, supported by the priest Andrea, this was definitely on purpose. Only one person can lead the monastery, Bishop Pierre. Sora is run by two people. He, the recognized one, Joseph Bayazid, and Bishop of Sora, following God's word and watching over the people. But this precarious balance was upset. The achievements of his subjects would give him greater influence. Their intentions were clear to him now. He had been their target from the start. Vlad would give them a reason, but they had to respect the boundaries. They had to understand that he was not obliged to do anything because of the disobedience of a student. Is there some hidden intention in this? Suddenly Jaeger opened the door and said, Sir Joseph. He begged forgiveness for distracting him. The groom, accompanying Sir Lamond, returned. Joseph folded his hands together and said, apparently bad news. Goethe shouted, Sir Joseph, there are barbarians there. The nun and Joseph looked at him in fear and he asked, where? Goethe replied, on the road from Sora to Varna. They attacked the people. Joseph looked at him with displeasure and asked, has he escaped? Goethe cried out, no, Sir Lamond commanded him to call for help. Vlad holds their leader, thus holding off the attack. Joseph wondered what had become of the mercenaries who were protecting the merchants. Goethe cried out, they fled at the first opportunity. If it had not been for Sir Lamond and Vlad, they would have perished. Joseph said so. The two of them are fighting off a surprise attack. Goethe cried out, exactly. Joseph waved his hand and said, Jaeger, he wants him to lead the troops personally. Goethe, and he must lead and hurry. Jaeger bowed and said, very well, Sir Joseph. Goethe cried out, very well. Joseph looked at the nun and asked, isn't he good? She asked, excuse me? Joseph folded his hands together and said, though he may be of low birth, though he may be impatient, he follows the will of God and protects the young lambs. The nun looked away and said, yes. Joseph thought, Bishop Pierre, if they were destined to meet, he asked if possible to tell him that he was very touched by his concern for him, and soon he would visit him in person. He looked at the frightened face of the nun and thought he wanted to meet him face to face. After a while, the merchants and mercenaries were moving forward, and MC was riding next to them on horseback. He looked around and said, there were more and more of them. The old man replied, yes, many were heading south. He thought that if they were ordinary bandits, they would have fled as soon as they caught their leader. Apparently, he was an experienced warrior. In the cart sat a tied-up barbarian, and behind him sat Lamond, who thought that things were bad. They would never get to Sora like this. The groom hasn't returned yet? It seems to him that the barbarians are confused. Has something happened? MC got off his horse and looked around questioningly. He said, it seems Goethe has returned. Lamond looked ahead carefully and said, exactly. Apparently, he worried in vain. Led by Jaeger, a squad of knights rushed to the rescue. The merchants shouted joyfully, these are troops from Sora! They are saved! The barbarian frowned in irritation and thought, horror, and they are fast. Old man, he thinks wisely. If they had not left the cargo, everything would have been different. Lamond smiled and answered, that is the advantage of old age. And now reinforcements have arrived, and it is his turn to ask questions. Why are they here? Why did they go so far? The barbarian answered that they just needed a son of the steppes. The old man asked, maybe they went for a horse. But why rob? The barbarian answered, because they also need something to eat. Lamond answered, Well, that is logical, the barbarian said. Now they have no need to go south anymore. They did not expect a son of the steppes to choose a boy from the empire. Suddenly Jagger's voice was heard, who said, "Time is cruel, teacher. Who would have thought that he couldn't handle a couple of barbarians?" Lamond asked discontentedly, "What did he say?" "If he had a war horse, they would have been out of Varna long ago." Jagger said in any case, he was glad he was okay. He would take them to Sora. Lamond asked, "What to do with them?" "They had their own problems." Jagger replied, "They were already restless. It was better to avoid the barbarians." He would persuade them to leave. Bright mana began to emanate from Jagger's dark bandage, which surprised the barbarian leader. Jagger said, like a civilized man, the barbarians were scared and thought, this is a completely different level of the world. If he wanted, he could kill them all. The barbarian turned around and ordered to leave, everyone to leave. The barbarians began to talk, but the barbarian shouted, "Idiots! Don't they understand? Stop talking, they need to leave." The men began to think, what should they do? If they leave the chieftain here, but they are at Sor and it is unknown if they have any more troops. Besides, there is one more night here, and the old man and the boy were enough for them. The man frowned and suggested going back. He does not think that they will harm him, because they do not need enmity with them either. They thought about it and decided to do as he said. Jagger shouted after them that they would meet again. The old man said, "Well, yes, civilized." Jagger turned around and said, "But in the end, everything worked out." The merchants screamed. They left. The barbarians retreated. "Thank you, Sir Knight. Thank you for protecting." The horse looked at the happy people and reared up, and MC shouted that it was dangerous. The man said in fear, "God, how fierce it is. Probably because it is wild." The boy suggested staying away. MC stroked the horse and asked, "What's wrong with him? Let him calm down." Jagger asked, "Whose horse is this?" Vlad asked again, "This one?" He met the horse when he was fighting the death worm. He somehow found it. Jagger asked, "Wow, is this the same wild horse?" MC answered, "Yes." Jagger said, "It is bigger than the other horses. You can tell it is unusual." MC cleared his throat and said that he needs to make a saddle for him when he returns. Jagger nodded and said, "Apparently he has found his horse now." After a while, near the gate, he turned around and asked, "What is it? It is not moving?" MC touched the horse and said that it is not moving. He asked, "What is it?" Jagger said, "I see. The horse did not like it when traders approached it. The rider is hated by other horses, and the horse hates people. Seriously, he will never understand him. He met his own kind." After a while, MC made a fire and sat down on the ground next to the horse, sighing heavily. The next morning, the old man turned around and saw a disgruntled Vlad who said that the horse was so straight. Lamond asked if it helped. MC answered a little. Apparently the barbarians were right after all. He thought about it, that it liked the color red. Wild horses gallop to where the rose vines grow, because they have nothing to do in the frosty steppes. Rose vines open in response to hot energy. It is a signal of survival. He held out a bouquet of roses and said, "But it seems that this is not enough." Lamond answered, "The horse knows what he likes, so MC will easily find a solution." Vlad thought about it and asked, "Apparently the more red the better?" Lamond answered, "Maybe." MC said, "And the larger the better." The old man answered, "Definitely." Vlad said, "And even better if it moves." Suddenly he looked up, where Zemina was passing. Lamond said, "Wow, she is worthy of being called a rose." Does he mind? It doesn't look like they are close. MC replied that she has been nagging since childhood. Their relationship is beyond love and hate. After a while, Zemina ordered MC to disappear, and he replied that he hasn't said anything yet. She asked not to disturb her, she was working. Vlad said that he only needed a minute and asked her to listen to him. Zemina frowned and said then to talk to Lady Alicia. She was busy. Vlad said that he needed her help. Zemina turned around and screamed. She said she was busy. Can't he see? She saw a bouquet of roses in front of her and asked what it was. MC told her to take it and help him. Zemina replied with displeasure. She said let him talk to Lady Alicia. MC replied no, only Lady Zemina can help with this. She looked slightly embarrassed and then asked what was wrong. Vlad asked if she was hot. Why did she blush? Zemina ordered him to shut up. After a while, Joseph was walking through the dungeon accompanied by Jagger. He stopped near the bars and said that he was Joseph Bayazid, the mayor of Sor, age of the Budat tribe. He needed to ask him something. The barbarian frowned and said, who would have thought that the mayor would come in person? What an honor. Joseph looked at him and said, he hoped that he had come here for a reason. He thought he had seen many who tried to pretend to be cool, but only a few really succeeded. He was just like that. Joseph said, at first it seemed to him that this was some kind of traditional ritual of the tribe. They are forbidden to catch wild horses. I wonder. They are not allowed to touch other people's worlds so that they can shine in their own way. That is why wild horses shine only when they stay in the steppes. Apparently they value principles. Joseph looked closely at the silent barbarian and said, to break the principle, to come to the lands of the Iron Duke, taking risks, why all this? The barbarian stood up and replied that he had been thinking about it while he was sitting. Perhaps it was best that way. He He was responsible for the future of the Budat tribe. He could only break the laws of the tribe to catch the son of the steppes, because they needed the fastest animal known. He began to shout loudly, "People, what have you done?" Jagger pulled out his sword and pointed it at the barbarian. Joseph asked what he was talking about. The barbarian replied, "What have they done to drive the dragon into such a frenzy?" Joseph's eyes widened, and he wondered, had the dragon been furious all this time? The barbarian shouted, "What did they do with the dragon parts?" Joseph was silent and thought, the dragon parts. The evidence of the Oath of the West was handed over to the Iron Duke. Is this somehow connected? The barbarian ordered to bring here the blonde man who defeated him. The mayor asked, why? The barbarian answered, because he was the only one who was able to catch the fastest dragon, the son of the steppes. Apparently, the son of the steppes chose him for a reason. Joseph replied that he would think about this request. The barbarian ordered them to hurry. He thought they understood everything themselves. The remains of the fallen dragon inherited the blood of the most ideal dragon. They lived and still did not know that they were dragons. But something changed. As soon as they realize this, everything will go beyond their possessions. He will ask again, what did they do with the dragon parts? After some time in the Duchy of Baranov, in the capital Vastopol, a banner was raised. Iron Duke, Timur Baranov, said that the fallen dragon was groaning. Suddenly, an old man came out to him and said, Duke Baranov, dragon parts. Timur frowned with displeasure and said, it has started again. What are the magicians doing there? The old man screamed, this time everything does not look very good. Magic alone will not calm it down. Timur turned around and ordered to call the priests to engrave prayers. The knight bowed and said, okay, Duke Baranov. Timur asked, are the holy knights not here? Someone answered, Knight Captain Gunther will arrive soon. Timur ordered to send him to him immediately. He stopped in front of the door and thought, I see, the energy is completely different. He opened it and went inside, seeing mana. He thought that the dragon parts were resonating with each other. Marcella looked at the assembled people and said hesitantly, Sir Vlad has gone on a mission. The man holding the box in his hand asked, puzzled, is that so? They started chatting. Apparently they were a little late. The man added that he said they needed to hurry. He hadn't been able to greet him at the monastery, so he had prepared a gift for him. Marcella looked away and thought, perhaps she shouldn't have mentioned him, sir. No, this was her chance. Rumor had it that Vlad had saved the merchants from the barbarians. This could make him even more famous. Then she smiled and put her hand forward, saying that Vlad had been very busy lately. After all, he was a promising talent. The merchants agreed with her and added, a great future awaited him. Then she pointed to her side and said that they didn't know when he would return. Would they tell them their names? They answered, happily. At that moment, Zemina was walking along the second floor, holding things in her hands. She turned her gaze to the merchants and thought that she should be happy. But he seemed to be moving further and further away. Then Marcella appeared from around the corner and called her. She waved her hand and they went inside the room. Zemina asked for forgiveness in surprise and assumed that she wanted her to take care of the visitors who came to Vlad. She folded her arms over her chest and answered that it was so. Now they would communicate with him through her. She wanted to object, but these were important people. It was better for her to do this. She thought that if she made a mistake, Vlad could get into trouble. Marcella looked at her silently and then thoughtfully said, she was the most qualified here in the matter of receiving Vlad's visitors. If it were not for her, he would not be like this now. Zemina, she must believe in herself. She was surprised. She? Really? She confirmed it and assured that she would succeed. Zemina spoke hesitantly, but she would probably be wrong, and she did not know what to do. In response, she smiled and said, so what if she was wrong? Let Vlad sort it out later. She heard him ask her to help him attract the horse's attention. She had to see. He needed her. She took her hand and offered to go to her room. Zemina was surprised. She said that it was not only men who fought, women also had their battles. Shorhe gave Vlad a dagger, and she would help her. Meanwhile, Lamond, sitting at the table, said that Count Gaidar could not go north now. His army was fierce, but the remnants of Ravnoma, the former leader of the alliance, still remained somewhere in the west, and the dwarves supported them. Before leaving the north, it was necessary to determine the reason for this. Joseph sat opposite him and took a sip of his drink, said that he agreed with him. The old man added that he was worried. He asked about what? He replied, because of the ducat, so he felt that his last task should concern the disciples of Bayazid. He may consider it cold calculation, but if he could give advice to Bayazid, the Knights of the West have already surpassed the Knights of the North. Joseph said, I see. Lamond noticed, it seemed he was too calm. He followed the lower path and looked at the Western Knights, and the thought did not leave his head. He did not do what he should have. Then the North was stronger and more honorable than all. The beast that tirelessly drove the barbarians, colder than the north wind, was only the discrimination of the North by the center. The Northerners fought for everything, and now what? With the stability, the severity has disappeared. On the other hand, the West is gradually moving further forward. Do not take Heinol's request so lightly. We must prepare before it is too late. Joseph folded his hands in front of his face and said that he completely agreed with him. The current North even territorially changed. Still, the North still makes tough nuts. They looked out the window, and the old man noticed that it was true. The new generation will always take the place of the old. At this moment, the protagonist asked in surprise, "What is it? Why are there so many people here?" The voice said, "There is something interesting. Everyone came out to see." The protagonist thought, "Interesting?" The voice confirmed he should think about his actions. He tried to blindfold the horse to bring him into the castle, tried to drag him by force and lure him with food, begged. He thought that he really tried everything. The voice said, "The young man whose name was rapidly gaining greatness was helpless against a horse. Isn't that interesting?" He didn't think that this was why people had gathered. At this moment, Zamina shouted, "Hey! How long will she wait?" MC tilted his head to the side and asked why she was wearing a dress. The voice noticed that it was a woman's battle dress. He was impressed by how carefully she prepared. Then the girl shouted, "Zamina, it's time." She sighed and threw the cloak off her face. The villagers present looked at her with admiration and shouted, and she skillfully hid. Noir turned his head towards her, and the protagonist, holding the reins, was surprised. He was reacting. Zamina, looking at the horse, thought that he was even scarier in real life. So many people were looking at her, but if that scared her, then she did not deserve to be with Vlad. And then she held out a bouquet of flowers and said, "Good horse, he should come here." The next second, Noir walked forward. The villagers shouted, "They are coming." Did it work? They shouted in surprise that they were really coming forward. Excellent. They must be luring him. Vlad, looking at the horse, thought he has special preferences. Then they stopped near Zamina. Their eyes crossed, and she extended her hand, stroking the animal on the muzzle. At that moment, Harvin, standing in the crowd, shouted, "Lady Zamina, this is the Crimson Lady, the Rose of Sora." The protagonist turned around and smiled when he saw him, and the others started shouting, "Lady Zamina, the Crimson Lady." One of the girls said, "Lady Precious Rose. Madam, when did she prepare everything?" Marcella told them to watch carefully. They wouldn't see something like this, even if they had all the money in the world. The girl asked in surprise, "What?" And she asked in response, "Have they ever seen slum dwellers attract so much attention? When have slum dwellers been greeted with such applause?" And today it happened, and Sora is looking at these two. Meanwhile, Rudiger stopped near the bodies and said, "Total annihilation." Dorothea, who was standing next to him, noticed that they died instantly. There were more than 50 of them. He agreed with her. It all happened so fast that they probably didn't even realize they were dying. Joseph's report was correct. Dorothea agreed. They understood everything. The Swordmaster tore the most perfect creature to shreds. It fell to the ground, and its blood spread throughout the world, and so the descendants of the fallen dragon appeared. Some lost their wings, some their scales, some their eyes. They split up and forgot about their origin. And one, for unknown reasons, realized that he was a dragon. Rutiger agreed with her, one of the dragons, who had the most perfect paw. They stopped, seeing a huge footprint in the snow. Life is an endless choice. No one can decide for a person, so sometimes you have to act on your own. And in that moment of awareness, you have to realize who you are. Shortly before this, Sigmund looked down and said, "Decided to disobey the order, Jorge?" He looked up at him and replied that he was not his master. Sigmund said, "Execute everyone who remained after the dwarven military movement." He held a scroll in his hand and added that this order had the seal of his uncle, Count Gaidar. Jorge said to look carefully. They were just refugees. He replied, apparently he decided that they were the same. Jorge objected. The Count could not order such a thing. He replied, doubting decisions means disloyalty. Did he betray the oath of loyalty he gave under the banner of Gaidar? He replied that he was a man and he could not carry out such a reckless order. He said, I understand, and then looked at the others and asked, and they? Will they follow Jorge? One of them asked him for forgiveness. The others followed his example and said that they were very sorry. No matter what the order, you cannot obey the master. Their glances crossed, and Jorge told Godin that everything was fine. He must go to the world where he will shine even brighter. After some time, one of the subordinates, sitting at a huge table, said, in the north, you need to pay attention to the Knight of the Iron Duke and Bayazid. They have information that Baron Uthman has been extremely suspicious lately. This is a list of the Knights of the Iron Duke and Bayazid. With these words, he handed over the list. Godin, taking it in his hands, said that the list was the same as last year. The man said, apparently, they failed to raise a new generation. Apart from the eldest son of Rudiger, there are no new knights. He replied that he should not jump to conclusions. The weight of the Bayazid family cannot be judged only by the list. It was hidden by the sword Gaidar, and they must have their own. They closed their eyes and asked him for forgiveness. Then one of them said, by the way, he had heard that Bayazid has a fellow countryman serving, and he is quite unique. Godin, leaning his hand on his fist, asked, "In what way?" He replied that he did not know whether to speak. He ordered him to speak. The man said that he had heard that Bayazid has a promising student. He asked what his name was. He replied, "Vlad of Sora." He first appeared at a duel of honor in Daymar. They say he used aura. The others were surprised. The student used aura? The man laughed and said it was funny. Apparently, the Bayazids couldn't raise a new generation and were spreading ridiculous rumors. Indeed, they will soon say that they killed the dragon. Godin thought at that moment, Vlad, he remembers that name. Sora, Vlad, that fearless boy, it can't be him. He remembers his name and face, but he was so shining with potential that he wanted to take him with him. He didn't know that he was still alive. Meanwhile, the protagonist put his head on the table and desperately said that he was going to die. The voice said he should stop whining and he needed to finish eating. He was surprised. Whine? In the morning he had a lesson with Sir Jagger, and in the afternoon he trained his aura and body with the old man. And in the evening he discussed the progress of the training. He could die like that. The voice answered, he has no idea how lucky he is. He should be grateful that he is being taught. He answered that he knows, so he obeys, gritting his teeth. At that moment, Goethe entered the room and smiling asked, "Captain, how are you?" The protagonist, turning his gaze to him, asked, what is he doing with his things? He answered that Sir Joseph told him to live here from now on. MC was surprised. Why all of a sudden? He answered that he heard that he made a stall for his horse behind the house. If there is a horse, there must be a groom. He asked, can he handle it? Goethe put his hands on his waist and asked, come on, what's wrong with that? He is Bayazid's groom. Then Vlad wished him luck. He was surprised. What with? He answered, if that's all, then he should leave. He doesn't even have the strength to talk today. Goethe spread his arms out to the sides and said that that's not all. He asked, what else? He replied that Sir Joseph had asked him to return. The protagonist, standing up on his chair, asked why, and he asked in response, are there any options? Probably he decided to remove the punishment. After some time, the protagonist desperately thought, Goethe, he believed it. He looked at the assembled people, whose gazes were fixed on him, and thought, in such an environment, he would definitely not remove the punishment. Joseph, with his hands folded in front of his face, sat at the table and, looking at the protagonist, said then, in one of Baron Utman's villages, he disobeyed his order and saved the children, right? MC lowered his gaze and said that it was true. He added, if something like this happens, what will he do? Will he still disobey his order? The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Their gazes met, and he thought that he swore that he would be honest with him and not loyal to him, which means he cannot lie. He clenched his fist and answered positively. Joseph thought, that's why he chose him. Then he stood up from his seat and said, while honor is the light that helps others shine, consciousness helps him shine. And this will be his compass if he loses his way. He has found his way. After that, he took off the cape from his armor and said that he hoped that this armor would help him protect his consciousness. The protagonist said, surprised, this. Joseph explained that this was the armor sent by San Logino. This organization forges the best iron armor, incredible armor created with many techniques. Vlad, putting his hand on his armor, said, so this. He replied that he knows he can't bear to take it off, because every scratch is proof of the path he has taken, but this armor is proof of the path he has found. MC was surprised, and he told him to come and look. He put his hand on the inscription on the armor, which read, Vlad, protector of children. Joseph said yes, this is his way now. Meanwhile, the heir to the Iron Duke Volkov Baranov stopped on a hill and looking ahead, said that they were here. A bright light was approaching them. Several riders held torches in their hands and quickly moved forward. At that moment, a white dragon was chasing them. They screamed in fear, damn, they are about to be caught. Just a little more. Just a little more. The next second, Volkov concentrated energy in his spear and aimed. The knights shouted, it's time to scatter. At that moment, Volkov threw his spear, a bright flash followed the spear, and he thought, he caught it. But the dragon leaned over. He frowned and thought in surprise, dodge the spear at such a short distance. He is fast but he did not think that this much. The fastest dragon Lindlum. Then, turning to his subordinates, he shouted that they must go and not lose him. The riders gave chase, approaching the dragon. They shouted that they needed to surround it. They needed to cut off its escape routes. The dragon stopped, then began to concentrate energy in its mouth. It prepared to attack, and the knights shouted, breath, we need to disperse. Volkov, swinging his spear again, shouted, does he think he's going to let this be used? Then he threw the spear forward again. The dragon dodged to the side, and then, turning around, stopped. After that, it turned in the opposite direction and began to run away. The knights shouted, it's trying to escape. After him. They set off in pursuit, and then one of the knights, holding a torch in his hand, shouted, it's over. They can't catch up with it. At this point, Volkov was watching what was happening from a height and thought, damn. Meanwhile, Rutiger took a sip of his drink and said, as expected, their mother has excellent taste. There is no other tea that is as good. Joseph looked at him silently. then asked why he had come. He doubted that it was for tea. He asked in response, why was he so tense? Did he have to visit his brother only on business? They were not strangers. Joseph looked at him angrily, and he said, okay, no need to look at him like that. Then he put the cup on the saucer and said, apparently, Barbarian was right. Joseph said in surprise, so the dragon was indeed approaching. Rutiger said, if the deathworm is in the west, then Lindlum is in the north. He lives among the cold northern winds, the coldest and fastest dragon. Joseph said at this time of year he usually does not show himself. He does not always show himself in winter either. He answered, apparently, changes are coming. And the deathworm was not acting like usual. Lindlum has already tasted the blood of the grey orcs. We need to get rid of it before it rages even more. Joseph asked, and in what direction is it moving? He replied that they did not know. He moved so quickly that they could hardly find his tracks. Joseph pointed out that this did not mean that they were powerless. His brother agreed with him, so he ordered Lindlum to be subdued. Joseph asked how he could help. Sora would support him in any way they could. He replied that in addition to scouting the area, he needed knights. He thought that this was a reasonable request, and then asked how many he needed. Rutiger, raising his index finger, replied, 1. His brother thought in surprise, 1? Doesn't he need at least a few strong knights to deal with the dragon? In a situation like this, he couldn't refuse even if he asked for all his men. He asked if he only needed 1 knight. Rutiger replied, unlike the deathworm, knights could handle Lindlum just fine, but only if they could get it. Joseph asked who he needed. He was about to answer, but at that moment the protagonist standing outside the door said, Sir Joseph, he has arrived on his orders. Joseph was surprised. His order? Rutiger, smiling, asked for forgiveness. He was so impatient that he called him without his permission. The next second, the protagonist, bowing, entered inside. Rutiger, looking at him, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, the strongest dragon slayer of the north. After some time, MC polished his sword, saying that it was more than a month. Zemina, sitting on the window, embroidered on the fabric and said, well, he is so popular, Vlad. If only his mother could see it. He was surprised. Why did she suddenly talk about it? She answered. She just suddenly remembered. He said that more than 10 years have passed. She lowered her gaze and said, she does not remember her mother, but she remembers him. Even in complete despair, she did not abandon him, like her mother abandoned her. He remained silent, and then, looking away, said that he almost did not remember her. Then Zemina cut the thread and said, done, the third symbol of San Logino. He wouldn't say that someone else had done it, would he? But the Countess was very skilled at embroidering. The protagonist agreed, don't be distinguished. Then she asked, is the dragon very dangerous? He answered, it is, they call it the embodiment of horror. Then she stood up and said, if it takes more than a month, winter will come before he returns. The protagonist, continuing to look at the sword, said, autumn passes so quickly. Zemina, clutching the handkerchief in her hands, handed it to the protagonist and told him to take it with him. He, looking at it, asked, what is it? She was surprised. Can't you see it? The handkerchief. He sighed and, smiling, asked, is this what she was so busy with? She threw the handkerchief in his face and shouted, what is he talking about? She simply felt sorry for him that he constantly carries around a silk handkerchief that he can't even use. It's pure cotton. He can use it to his heart's content. And then she ran to the exit and shouted, okay, he has to be careful. Vlad took the scarf off his face and said, tomboy. Then he smiled and looked at the handkerchief again and noticed that she said she did it for him to use. But then, why did she embroider her name on it? After a while, Rutiger looked at the protagonist and said that he only asked for it. Why did he need 3? What did that mean? MC assumed that it was probably because he was worried. He replied that it wasn't like that. He knew him well. He was probably unhappy with him. Otherwise, he would never have given him such a set. With that, he turned around and thought, Barbarian and the old man are the Bayazid knight. If he finds something for them to do, they might be useful. But for now, they don't get along. Then he turned to the protagonist and said that he would be in charge of them. He was surprised. What? But his position is not high enough. He replied, okay, Barbarian, but how can he order the former knight of the Patriarch? He will listen to him. Putting his hand to his head, he told him to do something, otherwise his head would burst. The protagonist thought, what should he do with them? He has no idea. With these thoughts, he turned around, seeing the tension between them. Lamund asked, what, survived the prison and crawled out? Barbarian, smirking, asked, he, an old man, is also still alive? He already feels how death is approaching him. In response, he laughed and said that age does not matter to him. Barbarian asked, should he help him? He asked in response, can he? Give him the weapon that they confiscated? He answered that he will deal with him with his bare hands. The protagonist, sighing, thought that he wanted to go home, and then, looking to the side, suddenly tensed up and said, the smell of blood. Dorothea noted, he is not a wolf. How could he smell in such a large field? He frowned, and Rutiger told him to lead the way. After a while, they stopped near the bodies, and he said that he knew it. There was a riot here. Turning to Barbarian, he asked, "Are these his people?" He shook his head negatively and said that they were from a neighboring tribe. They met from time to time, but they went far enough south, so his people too. The old man noted that this was strange. These were sword wounds, but not from the hands of the northerners. Rudiger said that he agreed with him. They did not need to arrange such a massacre. It had been a long time since the period of long resistance, which was washed in blood again and again. It seems that they have an uninvited guest. Then they set off, and Rudiger said, fortunately they reached the beginning of the storm. This is the northernmost core of the Bayazid county, the fortress of Barenheim. MC was surprised, noticing 2 flags there. Rudiger asked in surprise, "What?" Then he looked at the flags and said irritably, "What is this doing here?" Vlad asked, "Whose flag is this?" Lamond replied, "Central." He specified, not the center, but central? The old man confirmed it. The Knights of the Duke of Dragon's Blood. This is the crest of the Dragon Slayer Knights. After a while, they approached the tower, and one of the knights said, "Sent by Central, the Dragon Slayer Knights arrived 2 days ago." Rudiger asked why they were here. He replied that they said to defeat Lindlum. He gritted his teeth and said, "They certainly sniffed out everything quickly." He turned to the deputy, their gazes crossed, and then he lowered his gaze and said that he would do everything immediately. At this point, the protagonist asked what kind of Dragon Slayer Knights are. Lamund replied, "As the name says, they are knights trained to slay dragons. They are recognized by the Emperor, and they are led by the Duke of Dragon's Blood, one of the nobles of Central. In general, according to the laws of the Empire, they are called in for any matter concerning dragons." The protagonist said, "Wow, so powerful knights have arrived here." He then looked at the tower and noticed, "It seems like there was a big fire here." The old man explained, "The fortress itself is like a lighthouse. Barenheim is also called the Bayazid Lighthouse." The protagonist was surprised. "What?" he answered. "Steal and be stolen. Rebuild the fortress that was burned to the ground. A huge wall for barbarians and monsters, but an unyielding fortress for Bayazid County." MC was surprised and thought, did they really raise their flag without Bayazid's permission? No wonder he is angry. At this moment, Rudiger abruptly opened the doors, coming inside the room. Mercia looked at him and said, "They have finally arrived. He's been waiting." The eldest son of the Duke of Dragonblood and his first wife, Mercia Dragulia, said that he is the captain of the Dragon Slayer Knights. Rudiger said, "He sees an important person has arrived, and they did not tell him anything." After that, he introduced himself, the temporary captain of the fortress of Barenheim. Their eyes met, and then Mercia looked at the protagonist, who was overcome by a strange feeling. He thought, what is it? From the death worm, he felt the same as from him? Their eyes met, and then Rudiger asked, "Are the Dragon Slayer Knights behind this? Behind the attack on the barbarians?" He answered that it had to be done. They are the Dragon Slayer Knights, convened with the permission of the Emperor. They have centuries of knowledge and experience. Lindlum is the fastest among the remnants of the fallen dragon. They cannot catch up with him, so they will have to attract attention, and the corpses of the barbarians will serve as bait. At this moment, Barbarian shouted, "Damn Imperial idiots! They are disgusting." He ran forward. But at that moment, Lamond grabbed his arm and twisted it, threw it to the ground. He shouted in irritation, "Out of the way, old man." He replied, "One more word and he would wring his neck." Leaning slightly, he whispered. He understood his displeasure, but in reason there is strength. He must calm down. If he acts brave, he will die for nothing. Mercia said, "It seems that the son of Bayazid raised an ill-mannered dog and cat. Why did they not tame them? These lowborn forget their place." Rudiger said that they are still where they belong. After that, he walked forward and added, "It is time for him to take his place, Captain Mursa." His knights reached for their weapons, and then Rudiger released his terrifying aura. The knights trembled in fear, retreating in different directions, letting him go ahead. He climbed up the stairs, leveled with Mursa, looking at him seriously. He asked who gave them permission to raise their flag. He replied that he had made a request, but no one had responded, so he had it picked up. He asked, were they allowed to be here? Mursa replied, "Oh God," he didn't think it was worth answering. According to the Empire's law, the Dragon Slayer Knights had the right to use all the powers and capabilities of the Empire. At that moment, Rudiger walked forward, taking his place, forcing him to go down to the next step, and said, "Indeed, but this assumes that they would ask the owner for permission." He asked, "Does that mean they won't cooperate?" Rudiger replied that that's not true. He wants to cooperate, however. He pointed his finger to the side and said that they needed to go through the necessary procedures. The next second, their flag began to lower. Mercia indignantly shouted, "How dare they touch the central flag?" Lamond walked forward and said irritably, "The people of Central, so no one wants to be associated with them. No one will do anything. The owner of this place did not give permission." Rudiger, addressing Captain Mercia, asked that he ask them for permission to raise their flag outside of Bayazid lands. They should ask them to cooperate with them to kill the dragon. The first thing they would do would be to start over. Mercia stated that they would regret it. He replied that he was not sure that the nobility of Central knew about regret, but life was full of regrets, regardless of the decisions made. In that case, one should do the most necessary things first. After a while, the sorcerer, holding the orb on a pillow in his hands in front of him, said, Vlad, 17 years old, born in the slums of Sora in Bayazid County. Mirsha, sitting opposite, thoughtfully said, the slums of Sora. He thought, golden hair and blue eyes. He can feel his heart beating. He is definitely not mistaken. In his presence, everything happens differently. He then said that he was born too far away. The sorcerer noted that this was true, and he added that he was born too simple. Pointing his finger at the map, he thought he was not sure. But they say a good seed will grow anywhere. But could it be that nobles sow in places like this? Then he said he could not decide. He must find out more about him. The sorcerer said, let them know what he had done in the world, but they would not find out what he had done in Sora. He asked why. After all, they had the most spies in the north. He replied that all their eyes were closed in Sora about this. After the arrival of the new mayor, apparently he was able to establish complete control over the city. Mergea, putting a glass of wine to his lips, asked, but he had only been there for a short time? The sorcerer confirmed this, but he had been able to quickly strengthen his influence thanks to the recent cases of people disappearing. He thought that power was like a sword, strong and sharp, but flexible at the same time. Joseph, he had heard that he could not lift a sword, but he was the best judge of its quality. It seemed that Bayazid had quite capable sons. Both, but they are fighting for the same place. This can be used. Meanwhile, Lamun said that in his time, there were no secret plans. They accidentally found out who attacked the village. They ignored the methods used, but this is no different from the Dragon Slayer knights who used barbarians as bait. Rudiger, standing at the head of the table, said they can't catch up with Lindlum, so they have no choice but to use traps. Dorothea pointed out, if they can't kill the dragon, then they can use it as an excuse to stay here. He thought that she was right. If they let the Dragon Slayer knights prevent them from killing Lindblum, they could use it as an excuse to spread Central's influence to the north. He then folded his arms and asked, how long would it take to set a trap for Lindblum? Seal replied, there are no cattle farms nearby. The best option would be to involve the Portley family. One of the knights pointed out that it would take at least half a month. His comrade suggested, maybe they should capture a few barbarians? Another knight added, or kidnap the barbarians that the Dragon Slayer knights defeated. Laman told them not to go crazy. Central defeated the barbarians who were not from the Ajay tribe, but are they sure they want to provoke someone who can barely contain his anger? Like it or not, the Northerners and barbarians have lived together for a long time. If they use them as bait, what will become of the peace between them? The whole North will be mired in the flames of war because of the dragon. Then the knight, lowering his gaze, asked for forgiveness. They were too short-sighted. The old man, sighing, said that the future was very dark. Rudiger thought that Sir Lamond was absolutely right. Whatever they choose, the consequences will be serious. Or maybe this is what Central needed. After all, they would gladly watch the North destroy itself. Then he thoughtfully said that he had heard that Vlad had a very fast horse. Lamond, waving his hand, said that he could not count on it. Everyone in Sora knew that this horse did not listen to anyone. He asked, so stubborn? The old man added, even worse. Rudiger looked at the map in front of him and thought, so this won't work either. He wanted to take a horse and try to kill Lindblum. He thought these guys were worthy of being called Dragon Slayers. It was annoying, but their hunting style was precise and clear. Damn, would they really have to play into Central's hands? If only they knew the location of the dragon. At that moment, a knight ran into the room and shouted, Sir Rudiger. He asked, what's the matter? He shouted, there are people at the gate. They are asking to open it. He put his hand on the bridge of his nose and asked, who's there again? He answered, Gauntlet of Iron. Rudiger's eyes widened in surprise, and he added, these are the Knights of Steel Lord Baronoff. Meanwhile, the dragon walked past the bodies. His eyes lit up with rage, and then he opened his mouth, screaming loudly. After a while, the protagonist waved his hand and said, no need. Dorothea, stretching her tail towards him, said that he was not protected. This imprint would help him cope with the cold. He asked, but why was she only touching him? All the others were not protected either. She answered, because he would be there the longest. Ciel, smiling, agreed, yes, that's right. After all, he was the best repeller of Bayazid dragons. He should run as fast as he could, just like from the death worm. The next second, Dorothea swung her tail, leaving a mark on the protagonist's face. She raised her index finger and told him to remember. He should avoid his breath, because the seal could rub off. He answered, okay. Then she added, she would mark the horse too. He answered, okay, she should be careful that he doesn't bite her. She sighed and asked, it's not a dog, why would he bite her? He answered, because he bites. He remembered that Goethe tried to put a saddle on him and he was bitten. At that moment, Lamond came up to him and asked if he was ready. He confirmed it, and the knight said, "Old man, the scouts have returned." The dragon swallowed the bait of the Dragon Slayer knights. The situation has become complicated. Ajay is trying to convince that the Northerners are not to blame for the destruction of the tribe, but the tension is still there. In any case, we must try to do everything possible. Does he know the details of the task? MC answered negatively. He only knows that he will need to bring Lindlum to a certain place. He confirmed this. If he can lead him to the northern canyon, Rudiger will jump out of an ambush there, and then the spear of Duke Volkov will intervene. Any more questions? The protagonist answered negatively. He said that he should ask at least something. He is the core of the plan. He must not forget that this is not just a dragon hunt. He was surprised, and he answered that the future of the North depends on it. An invisible war has begun between the North and Central. Baranov in the northeast and Bayazid in the northwest. These two families are considered the pillars that support the North. Their heirs will participate in the hunt, including the Duke of Dragonblood. Their mere presence is a threat to the Empire. An incredible event. 3 families gathered in one place, but still, if the 2 families cannot kill the dragon together, and the Dragon Slayer Knights can, Central will use the excuse to tear the North apart. He must remember this. Lindblum must be killed by the Northerners. MC said, "Okay, only then can they save the AJ tribe." Then they turned around in surprise. Rudiger walked forward and said, "Everyone here, Vanguard. Are they ready?" They answered yes, and he said that they will meet at the canyon. After that, the gate opened, releasing the knights forward. Volkov, addressing Rudiger, asked, "Will the student cope? He is so young." He answered that he has nothing to worry about. He is the best. Maybe it does not look like he attracted the death worm sitting underground. Surprisingly, but then he was not even on horseback. Volkov said, "Some kind of nonsense." He answered, "Such as Vlad. He always does unexpected things." Volkov thought that age does not say anything about a person. What matters is experience, skills. The success of the task is determined by everything that has accumulated so far. In this generation of Bayazid, he thought that only he was worth paying attention to, but there is one more person. After some time, one of the knights pointed his finger forward and said, "Judging by the intelligence report and the words of the imprisoned barbarians, Lindblum should be somewhere out there. It is clear that he is furious, destroyed his own territories, and now headed south, ignoring the customs of moving north, as if pursuing some goal." CL asked, "Does he mean that the dragon has developed intelligence?" He replied that they usually follow basic instincts like animals, but it is possible if he thinks of himself as a dragon. CL thought, last time the death worm also followed only the pilgrims. The remnant of the dragon imagined itself as a dragon? Then he looked ahead and said, "Apparently, they are in the right place. They were lucky that it did not snow last night." He noticed the tracks and said that all the other tracks were erased. Now only the dragon's tracks are visible. It seems that he was here recently. We should follow the tracks too. After that, they set off, and the protagonist, turning around, thought that something was wrong. They said that Lindblum was going south, ignoring normal behavior. But the tracks gradually lead north into the forest, where they will not be so mobile. Then a strange feeling pierced him, and he thought, "Damn, this is a trap." He turned his gaze to the dragon, which was looking down at him from the mountain, and Vlad shouted at the others to scatter. The next second, the dragon jumped right at him, extending a clawed paw forward. The protagonist managed to dodge the attack and, sighing, turned around. Seal shouted, "Damn, they have to light the torches." The next second, he removed the seal from the torch, and it was covered in fire. He shouted, "Attack! They have to surround and distract it." After that, they began to circle the dragon, holding the torch in their hands, trying to confuse it. But Lindblum began to concentrate energy in his mouth, and Seal shouted, "He is going to attack with his breath." The next second, the dragon released a powerful stream of ice energy forward. The knights standing in the way began to be covered in ice. The rest ran forward, striking at the dragon. One of them shouted in irritation, "What the?" He was barely scratched. The next second, Seal, frowning, shouted, "Get away!" Lindblum swung his huge paw to strike. One of the knights shouted in surprise, "What?" The next second, a powerful blow of the paw fell on him, and then the dragon ran forward, ramming several knights. Ciel, turning around, saw this and shouted, "Damn!" He raised the torch above himself again, and calling the dragon, shouted, "He will lead him. The rest must keep their distance." After that, he headed forward. The dragon ran in his footsteps. The steel ones moved behind them. The next second, Lindblum, pushing off from the mountain, jumped forward, blocking the knight's path. Seal, turning around, shouted. The dragon released powerful ice energy, covering the ground with ice. One of the knights shouted, "Did he use breath on the ground?" At that moment, the protagonist on horseback pushed off the ground and, jumping onto the hill, turned around and, frowning, thought, "What?" He didn't expect that he would attack the horses. Then Seal shouted that their plan had failed. Everyone dismount. The knights jumped off their horses, and he shouted that they needed to at least cut off his leg. He held his sword in front of him, looking straight into the eyes of the dragon, and frowning, thought that he wasn't sure if this was even possible. Then he swung his sword, the dragon rushed forward, but at that moment everyone froze in surprise when Vlad raised his wounded palm and shouted, "Here! Here is the blood he wanted so much." The dragon stopped, staring straight at the falling drops of blood. Then MC turned around and shouted, "Good." The dragon ran after him and he shouted, "Noir! He must run!" They rushed forward, and at that moment the knight, looking through the telescope, shouted, "Here they are." Volkov asked, "How long will it take them to be here?" He answered, "They are right in front of them, so 5 minutes, 4. No, 3, 2 minutes. Volkov asked in surprise, "What?" And he shouted, "They are already here." Then he shouted, "Damn, they must give a signal." The next second, the archer shot, released an arrow into the air. The protagonist, moving forward, thought it was a signal. Soon they will be at the canyon, so Rudiger is here with his world. The next second, a crippling pain pierced his body. A voice, perplexed, shouted, "Vlad, what happened?" "This." The protagonist thought, "Heart, something is squeezing his heart." The voice asked, "A binding spell?" He thought, "A binding spell? But who did this?" Then he noticed Marcia looking at him and said, "Bastard." At that moment, Rudiger, holding the sword in front of him, thought, why the hell did he stop? He looked at Vlad, who, shaking with his whole body, stood in place. The dragon moved his paw forward, and Rudiger thought, "Damn, Lindlum is retreating." Then he turned around and shouted, "Forward, knights, forward." Lawmond ran forward and shouted, "Let's go. They must surround him. We must drive him to the canyon. They must not let him get away." Several groups of knights rushed towards the dragon. It continued to run away. Rudiger, turning around, shouted, "Sir Volkov!" He swung his spear and, throwing it forward, shouted that he would do it. The spear rushed forward, but the dragon was able to jump to the side, dodging the spear. One of the warriors shouted, "Did it work?" Snow rose, blocking the view, but the next second, the dragon's head appeared from the curtain, which concentrated energy in its mouth. Lamund shouted, "Scatter!" The next second, the dragon released powerful ice energy, rushing forward, right at the main character. The voice shouted, "Vlad!" He must come to his senses. He clenched his teeth and tried to answer something. At that moment, Lamund ran towards him and thought, if not the best, then he needed to choose the second. He jumped off his horse and, thrusting his sword into the ground, thought, "This is the virtue of a retired knight." He said, "When you get old, the cold wind penetrates to the bones." The others looked at him in surprise. He thought, "This is an opportunity to protect the future." The voice continued to call the protagonist, and he thought that he was cold. The cold was enveloping him like a web. He could not move. He got out of the swamps of the slums, but he could not leave the snowfield. The voice shouted that he must pull himself together. Suddenly the protagonist thought, "Warm. What is this?" The voice shouted that he must pull himself together. "This is the world of the old knight." He saw the old man in front of him, and the voice continued to speak. The world he had been creating all his life had reached him. He must break the shackles. The next second, the protagonist reached for the hilt of his sword and with effort pulled it out of its sheath. After that, he swung his sword, making an attack in front of him. The space around him was covered with cracks. Drops of blood flowed from Mercia's eye. He grinned and thought, "He's good." At this point, MC called Lawmond, who covered himself with his hands and told him to continue. He had done his duty. Now it was his turn. Then the dragon used his breath again. The knights tried to hide, and the protagonist, running forward, shouted, "Forward, Noir!" The old man said, "Bastard." The protagonist continued to move forward. Rudiger, watching from above, thought, he has an engraving so he can handle the cold, but it is still hard for him to move now. If he opens his world, it will swallow everyone. For this, I will not get very much? Then he looked forward in surprise, seeing how MC broke out of the snow curtain and swung his weapon. The voice told him to use all his strength. He screamed loudly as the dragon approached him. A bright flash illuminated the space, and he screamed, "Too hard skin." The voice noticed, it still worked. He injured him. After that, Vlad turned around, and the voice repeated that he must not stop. The protagonist again tried to strike the dragon with his sword. He was already breathing heavily when he struck another blow. A few drops of blood burst from the monster's body, and he thought, it works, so he can do it. And then, perplexed, he looked at the crack that had formed on his sword. He thought, a sword? The dragon's eyes were burning with rage. Pushing off the ground, he rushed to attack, and the protagonist held on to his sword with trembling hands. The next second, Lindlum, swinging his paw, attacked the protagonist. He ran forward. The voice asked, why is he hesitating? He must not stop attacking. He thought, but... The next second, the dragon swung both paws trying to strike, but suddenly his body was pierced by a spear. Volkov shouted that he would protect him. After that, he threw another spear. The dragon tried to dodge. He looked at the top of the cliff with anger, and then ran forward. One of the knights shouted, Lindlum is running towards the plains again. Rudiger shouted, Vlad, forward. Only he can catch up with him. He sighed from the tension. The voice said, having reached the limit, stops its path. He needs to keep moving forward, and the sword needs to stop. They are not destined to be together forever. Let it do what it must. Vlad looked at the reflection of his sword, and then clenched his teeth and shouted, "Damn! Forward! Noir!" They quickly ran after the dragon. After a while they caught up with their target, and the protagonist, swinging his weapon, attacked the monster. He attacked again and again while they moved forward. He shouted, "He must stop." He said that he must stop. His sword was cracking more and more. He shouted, "Idiot!" He struck again. The dragon paused for a moment, and his body was pierced by the spear again, wounding his leg. Volkov lowered his trembling hand and said that this is the last spear. He is counting on it. Vlad of Sora. At this moment, MC resolutely ran forward, frowning. He thought, this is the last blow. He remembered all the moments with his sword and thanked it for helping him achieve all this. He swung his sword, moving forward, and the dragon, not wanting to give up, concentrated energy in its mouth. The protagonist was reflected in its eyes. Then Vlad clenched his teeth and struck a powerful blow at the dragon. The others froze in anticipation, and he thought, goodbye. His sword broke. The sword had a deep, dark shine, because it was in the hands of a boy who wanted to shine. Even a sword from the slums can become a star. And the name that remained from this sword, the Dragon Slayer sword. After some time, the knights, having tied the dragon's paws, set off. The protagonist sat in the snow, his hands on his knees. Rudiger, approaching him, noticed that he had done well. He asked, "Is the old man okay?" He was surprised. The old man? He still hadn't told him his name? MC looked up at him and replied that he was saying that it was too early. Rudiger sat down next to him and said, "He thinks that he will tell him soon." Then he asked, "Is he broken?" Vlad replied that he did everything he could. He agreed with him. He was a good man. He doesn't know if this will console him, but he will prepare a new sword for him. The protagonist frowned, looked at the reflection on the sword and asked if he could find another one like it. He replied, "There are many sharp swords in the world, many shining and strong, but the sword that contained his world, he doesn't know. Even the emperor would have a hard time finding one. He shouldn't be upset. The connection between them wasn't broken because of this. His title would stay with him forever." The protagonist asked, "Title?" He replied, "He should be proud. In this generation of Bayazid, only he had a sword. This is a proof of the title of Dragon Slayer, Vlad of Sora." After some time, Joseph took the letter from Jaeger's hands and asked, "From Daimar?" He replied that it was, personally, from Baroness Heinel. Unfolding the letter, he asked, "Were there any successes in the west?" He replied that Count Gaidar's army had not yet set out. Joseph, frowning, read the letter and then, looking at it, asked when Vlad would return. He replied that the last thing they heard was about his contribution to the victory over the dragon. They knew nothing more. He said thoughtfully, "At least a month." Jaeger asked, "Did he need him?" He replied that it was. He believed that they had little time. After completing the mission with the dragon, he thought they would return to Sturma? He answered, "Most likely." Joseph said, "So he would head there." Jaeger put his hand to his chest and bowed, saying, "Everything would be ready immediately." After that, he headed for the exit, and Joseph, looking at his reflection in the window, thought, since Gaidar had set such rules, although he did not make any obvious threats, he was definitely up to something. Maybe it was just a coincidence. He didn't think that this encouraging moment would become a ray of hope, a solution to the problem. His mistake was the best he could do. After a while, Timur Baranov stood near two chests and said, "Good job." Volkov said that Bayazid helped them a lot. Fortunately, one of the northerners killed the dragon, so the dragon slayers had no reason to interfere. He asked, "Where is he?" He answered that Mercia left with the dragon slayers, and the Bayazid knights will watch them until the last. Timur said, "The white dragon is dead. The squad of dragon slayers left. There is no more reason to riot." He thought that this is temporary. The appearance of a new dragon who realized his potential is only a matter of time. The problem is that they are storing two fragments at the same time. They need to separate them. But who can be trusted with such an important task? Protecting the fragment, who can he trust with this? After a while, Lamond, lying in the carriage, asked, "Is he transporting a corpse?" MC replied that the wind was cold and Sturma was still far away. The old man chuckled. The northerner was not afraid of the cold. The protagonist said, he said that his bones were starting to ache. He remained silent and then said, "What a bastard." He did not think he would remember. Then he told him to untie him. The bleeding would stop soon. At that moment, Rudiger was standing on the wall looking at Mercia. He said that he thought that was it. He would not go with them. After all, he was an important guest in his land. His father would certainly be glad to see him. He replied that such an opportunity did not often arise. He did not know if they would let him live here in peace. Rudiger said, then he would not insist. It was awkward to send guests empty-handed, but Sir Volkov took the spear that was stuck in Lindblum's leg. Maybe he wanted to take the tail at least? He replied that he would simply accept his best wishes. Rudiger smiled and said, he thought it would be just an unnecessary burden for him. The journey was long. They would deal with the barbarians they had captured. he should leave the affairs of the north to the north, and he wished him a safe journey. He said, "Okay," and then asked if he could say goodbye to the Dragon Slayer one last time. He said only if it was quick, but he would not let him throw away anything else. Mircea asked, "In what sense?" He asked back, "Did he think he didn't know?" At the moment when the protagonist's body was paralyzed, he thought, what was happening? Why did he stop? He looked at the reflection of his sword and saw Mircea's purposeful gaze directed at Vlad. He said that he should keep this in mind. There would be no second warning. He replied that he would take this into account. Then he walked forward, and closing his eyes, thought that this time he was too reckless. There was an opportunity to see his world, but there was no need to be upset, because he saw the most important thing. After some time, the protagonist standing by the cart said, "It seems that the things are packed. They did not forget anything?" The old man took almost nothing. At that moment, Mircea approached him and said that he was good. It was impressive. He replied that if not for one thing, he would have done better. He said that he was glad to meet him. He believed that this was not mutual. The protagonist turned his gaze to him and replied that he had no reason to be glad to meet him, but there were many reasons not to want to meet him. Mircea said that this was upsetting. He believed that his desire to protect him was misunderstood. MC told him to stop talking nonsense and move on. Mircea thought, a sharp but calm aura, he matured so quickly, but that's how it should be. You have to be able to hold on no matter what. He was born for this. Then he closed his eyes and said, "Okay." He'll ask a few questions and then disappear. Does his heart go crazy every time he sees a dragon? The protagonist froze in surprise and then remembered the events that had happened. He added, "Did Lindblum's blue blood not make him thirsty?" The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He repeated, he was asking if he wanted to drink the dragon's blood. Sometime later, in the capital of Bayazid County, Sturme, Vlad was sitting in his room, leaning his head on his hand. He lowered his gaze and played Mircea's question over and over in his head. Gritting his teeth, he thought what nonsense, but he felt his heart begin to pound at the sight of a dragon. And then some kind of resonance occurred near Lindlum. Who is he, and how does he know about him, what he himself does not know? The next second there was a knock at his door, and he said not to be disturbed. Rudiger looked into the room and said in surprise, how rude. He fought a dragon with him. Did he forget? The protagonist abruptly stood up and apologized. Someone always comes to him to ask about the battle. Here he is. He said okay, he thought he had some kind of grudge against him. Can he come in? MC, pointing his hands to the side, confirmed it. Rudiger walked forward with a suitcase in his hand and said, "So this is where the students live." Never been here before. He asked what brought him here. He put the suitcase on the table and said that this is the sword he promised. It was personally forged by the best blacksmith, Bayazid. Sword not only looks powerful and sharp, but also perfectly balanced. This is a blacksmith famous not only in the north, but throughout the empire. So this will definitely be useful to him. He said that he thinks it's too much. Rudiger, stretching out his hand, said that it was not so. It was not too much for a dragon slayer. This was the reward he deserved. He would give him his best artisan sword, but that would cause a lot of misunderstandings. But he should not worry, he does it without any ulterior motives. After all, he knows how much his brother values him. The protagonist agreed with him, then he will accept it with gratitude. Rudiger said he hopes that Joseph has already arrived. Did he see him? He confirmed it. Briefly, it seems he is very busy. He agreed, all thanks to someone. Sometimes it seems that he is the disciple and not him. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and he asked in surprise, "What? He hasn't heard anything yet?" MC asked what he was talking about. He answered, Bayazid called all the knights. After a while, walking along the wall of the fortress, Laman stroked his beard and said that he was thinking of ending his pilgrimage. Peter asked, had he made a decision? He replied that it was truly a difficult choice. He said that he understood. In that case, he would be handing over the authority after all. The old man nodded, and Peter said he would take on such a great honor, and it would be a heavy burden on his shoulders. Laman sighed and said that was why he was handing everything over to him. A little idiot. As a knight and vassal of Bayazid, he felt at ease when he felt that he had fulfilled his duty. After that, Peter bowed, placing his hand on his chest, and thanked him for dedicating so many years to Bayazid. The old man bowed back and apologized if he had caused any trouble. He asked, was he planning to return to his homeland? He confirmed that he had not been home for a long time. Peter said, then please, he should stay for a few more days. The old man looked at him in surprise and thought, strange, it did not seem like it was hard for him to say goodbye. He asked, what was the matter? He replied, when someone is going to retire, it means that someone new will appear. Lamun said, so that's why he called the knights. He called him? He replied that he was worthy and deserved to enjoy power. It seems that he breaks all records, because he will occupy this position the youngest and fastest. The old man laughed and said, you always have to break such records. Peter noted that he always valued traditions, and his words only convinced him more. Lamund added, it's like a gift for his retirement. he will look forward to the moment of the birth of a new honor. 3 days later, Jaeger walked along the corridor, along the walls of which stood knights. Turning around, he asked, "My god, Oksana used magic?" He looked at the protagonist and noticed that he seemed to have become a completely different person. He was surprised, right? He seemed out of place. He asked, "Is he nervous?" Vlad's face turned red, and he answered a little, "This is very unexpected." Jaeger said that he allows him to tremble a little. Today, these doors will open for him. After that, he shouted, "Disciple Vlad of Bayazid County. He is standing in at the knight's door on the count's orders. They must let him in." The next second, the count said, "He can enter." The huge gate opened, and the protagonist looked ahead and thought, "This is the knight's hall." Many knights lined up on the sides of the red path leading forward. Joseph, looking after him, thought, because he cannot hold a sword, he is not allowed to stand in front of this door. He always thought that he would never cross this line in his life, but it seems that he became the sword that came to him. Then he said that he must go. He congratulates him, his sword. The red path is the path of honor. The boy passed it without noticing it, step by step. He broke out of the quagmire of the slums and rushed towards what he always dreamed of, the shining star. And now he has finally achieved it. Then MC dropped to one knee. Peter stood in front of him and said, "Bayazid's apprentice, Vlad, made his way here." He handed him a scroll and added, "He must accept the code of the Swordmaster, which will forever be in his left hand. He must carve it into his heart." He placed the sword on his shoulder and added, "A knight must always develop his potential." This is the first rule of the Swordmaster's code. They considered themselves enemies, but they decided to protect the potential that he and the boy had. This is the duty of every knight. Peter said, "A knight must know when to listen to his conscience. This is the second rule of the code." With these words, he placed the sword on the other shoulder. Knights who sacrificed everything for the mist-shrouded village, if he is where he must be, if he stands when he must act, then he must not hesitate. This must be decided by conscience. Then the count added, "A knight must live with honor." This is the last rule of the Swordmaster's code. Live with honor, always walk with your head held high, no shame, only sincerity. He must swear before his sword and the Swordmaster's code, Vlad of Sora. The boy always had his eye on the chance called a simple sword, and the red-haired girl standing next to him can confirm it. Even if it is a life in the slums, the boy has protected what he should have. The knight guarding the smile of the rose can confirm that the boy's conscience is clear. The boy fixed his gaze on the stars and went forward to grab it. It was a code he did not even know, but he still defended it with all his might. The simple sword that fought by his side can confirm it. Then the protagonist said that he swears to uphold the code of the Swordmaster with all his might. The count added, "He is the head of Bayazid, Peter Bayazid, orders, kneeling, he was a simple apprentice and will rise as a noble knight. He is the knight of Lady Alicia, the one who protected children and is blessed by San Logino, the dragon slayer whose name was given by the spilled blue blood of Lindlum, and the knight recognized by Bayazid, Vlad of Sora." Today the rootless boy took root, and all the stars could attest to it. The voice said, "He is a good man, Sir Vlad." Sometime later in the county of Gaidar, Trinova, the tyrant of the West, Sigmund Gaidar, said, "It is time to move forward, but the dwarves behind complicate everything." This time he decided not to rush, to move little by little, like the rest of the noble fools. He heard that only Alicia still did not have a husband. Godin stood in front of him and noticed that this was true. He wondered, how so? How does she survive in a cruel world without a man? Godin, this time he needs him to dodge. He answered that he can command Count. He told him to go to Daymar with his damned son and get a reasonable excuse there. Godin lowered his gaze and thought, not for cruelty and war, but for an excuse? The Count added, as always, he believes that he will succeed. He replied that he would do his best. After a while, Peter folded his hands in front of him and said, as he wanted, the boy stood up. Joseph lowered his head and thanked him. The Count added that a conference would soon be held at which all the lords of the north would gather. He was surprised. A great conference? He confirmed it. Joseph thought, a great conference, which is held no more than once every 10 years? Would it suddenly take place? There was no hint of this, everything was kept secret? Or was it simply decided so quickly that no one had time to react yet? But why? Peter said that at this conference he wanted to appoint Alicia as Lord of Daymar. Joseph looked at him in surprise, and he opened the bottle in front of him and said that for a long time, Heinel had benefited from the border with the south and center. But now they needed to decide. With these words, he poured the contents of the bottle into a glass. He added, to become the gates of the north or the abandoned lands of the center. If they delayed making a decision, they would become prey to the Western Eagle. The era of calm is over. Now everyone must unite for survival. For Daymar, who maintained neutrality, this will be a difficult choice. Joseph asked hesitantly, will they choose the north? He replied that he knew that he had a lot to do with that decision. He will support him with everything he can. at least in relation to Daimar, aka Bayazid. After that, he rose from his seat and looking out the window, saw how Joseph was walking further and further away. He thought, even if he was not born with sharp fangs, but apparently he resists with dignity, terribly. Hinal is not the only one, someone must make a choice, and the longer it is delayed, the more the Bayazid will suffer. He must end this cycle of fratricide on his generation. As evening fell, Lindlum stood on the wall and looking at the sunset, noticed such a view here. Just wanted to show him, the walls of the castle seem larger than at any other time. The walls of Sturma have withstood so much, with the blood of enemies and Bayazid people. Blood is needed to protect something. The knights swore to offer their blood if needed. When the time comes, he will have to offer his blood. MC looked at him and replied that he knows. The next second, the old man introduced himself. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He told him to call him Sir Lamund. Then he handed him a coin and told him to take it. The protagonist, looking at his hand, asked in surprise what it was. He replied that it was payment for the broken armor. The protagonist, taking the coin in his hand, looked at it in surprise and asked, is he paying him with a dull copper coin? He replied that this coin is much more valuable. When the time comes, he will understand the value of this. After the initiation, he was given a task. MC confirmed it. Tomorrow he is leaving. The old man added that if everything settles down, he should come to his estate. Vlad agreed with him, but he will take the rest of the payment. Lamund extended his hand to him and told him to come anytime, Sir Vlad. The protagonist looked at him in surprise, and he smiled and said to have fun. After that, MC smiled back and agreed with him, shaking his hand. He thanked him for everything he taught him. After a while, Alicia, lying with her head on the table, said, "Why is no one here?" She had sent the letter a month ago, but still no news. Duncan told her to be patient and wait a little longer, to prepare for the worst. Then they would be ready for anything. She thoughtfully said, "The worst is to follow the advice of Count Gaidar and marry his eldest son. What does he think? Should she become related to him?" She stood up and folded her arms across her chest. He replied that he felt he was misunderstood. She clenched her fists and said that she was still shaking with anger after this proposal, which, by the way, looked like a one-sided notice. They do not respect them at all. She frowned and added, "Even if they embellished, but it is unknown what the future of Heinel will be." She saw only greed in this. There are only thieves around. Duncan asked her not to worry so much. With time, they will have the opportunity to bloom again. She noted that he was right. She would try further. Then she sighed, lowered her head on her hand, and thoughtfully asked, "But why did the Bayazid not answer? Is it difficult to send an apprentice?" He answered, "They probably calculated everything, because they probably know the land advantage of Daimar. They are only disturbing him." Before he could finish speaking, the next second a worker entered the room and shouted, "Baroness!" They were informed that Count Gaidar has arrived in the barony. Surprised, she asked, "Already?" Duncan said he would try to reschedule their meeting for tomorrow to buy as much time as possible. Please, she must pull herself together. He thought that after all, a hungry eagle knows no mercy. Meanwhile, the heir to Count Gaidar, Istvan Gaidar, sitting on his horse, said, "How backward." Godin, who was riding behind him, said that Daimar had always been like this. They prefer diplomatic resolution of conflicts and would rather take up farming than trade. He smiled and said, "Well, it was boring. He didn't have to do anything, did he?" Godin said that he should at least introduce himself. He asked, "So just introduce himself?" He replied that he should pretend to be interested. He objected, but that was not true. He hated work. Godin said that he had to fulfill his duty as an heir. He asked why his father was making things so complicated. "If you want, you can take it away." He had lived like this all his life. "But they can't take it away from them?" He replied that the North always protects its lands. They, the West, had gained everything by conquest and the North by protection. Count Gaidar was now the ruler and head of the Western Alliance. Naturally, she was more cautious, given that they were leaving the West for the first time. Istvan said, "Well, judging by the fact that he had tagged along, father was serious." Godin added that he had been told that she was beautiful. They said that she was incomparable even compared to the local noblewomen. Istvan, interested, asked, "Really?" Now he had motivation. They continued on their way. Sometime later, in the capital of the Brigantes Empire, Mursa, kneeling before his father's throne, said, "He has just arrived, father." The dragon-blooded Duke Sarnas Dragulia sat on the throne and said that he must report. He lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. The white dragon was slain by the northern knights. He asked, "Barbarians? They do not know their place." Mercia added that his journey was not in vain. In the north, he saw a boy, a young dragon, his eyes still closed. Had he been to the north? His father replied that he had been everywhere. He had spent his entire life scattering seeds across the continent. Seed is an opportunity. No one knows what will grow out of it. It was worth dedicating a lifetime to it. Did his heart resonate when he saw him? He confirmed it. Sarnas asked what colors he was. He replied that he had golden hair and blue eyes, like them. the colors that had been passed down from generation to generation in Dragulia. He lowered his gaze and said, I see. Judging by the fact that he had not summoned the dragon fragments, it seems that he had not yet opened his eyes, as he had said. It is not easy to spread seed. The same with waiting, and yet people do it over and over again, just like him. He wants to meet him. After a while, Ishtvan was surprised. It seems that the rumors were just rumors. He looked at Alicia and said, an incredible beauty is in front of him. He bowed and added, nice to meet you, lady. He is Ishtvan of the Gaidar family. She said, welcome. Duncan, frowning angrily, thought that he knew the Western pioneers had impure intentions. How dare he call her lady when she is a baroness? Then Ishtvan looked away with a smirk, and the baroness thanked him for coming all this way, but he had to warn her about the visit. He said, about that. But she interrupted him and asked, wasn't it necessary to discuss the details of the proposal beforehand? She was a little disappointed in Gaidar's attitude towards her. He, smirking, thought, just look at her. He thought she was a harmless young lady, but so cold in words. At that moment, Godin lowered his gaze and said, as the Count said, the fateful relationship born at a meeting is priceless. She asked what nobleman would be in such a hurry to meet. He replied that their Count valued her very much, so much so that he had sent his son to her. Duncan, still angry, thought it would be better to remain silent. He needed to understand why they were being so rude. There had to be a reason for all this. Then Ishtvan, putting his hand to his chest, bowed and asked for forgiveness for not observing etiquette. Godin pointed at him and said that he was the heir of the Gaidar family. His presence superseded all procedures. In response, the Baroness remained silent, and he laughed and asked her not to be angry. They had come after hearing good news. She said that they would discuss the details later. First, they should rest in the prepared chambers. He put his hands forward, and she answered in the negative. He would prefer to walk with her. First, according to etiquette, one must greet one's parents, so now the situation is unfavorable. Patience is a useful trait for anyone, but even it has its limits. If someone remains patient when another crosses the line, then it is humiliation. Alicia clutched the hem of her dress in her hands and, shaking with anger, said, how dare they? He thought, it was so easy, so they got an excuse. The next second, one of the subordinates shouted, the Bayazid knights have arrived. The Baroness opened her eyes in surprise, and her subordinate shouted for them to let them in. The next second, the huge gate opened. A group of knights entered the room. Jaeger, putting his hand on his chest, said, it has been a long time since they met. Baroness Heinal, they, the knights of the Bayazid family, pay their respects to Lady Daymar. With these words, they all bowed. She said, welcome, the knights of the Bayazid family. The protagonist added, they apologize for being late. Putting his hand on his chest, he said, Lady Alicia, he has come at her call. She thought, that's right, he is the only one who has the right to call her lady because only he was allowed. He said that he came to thank her for the handkerchief. Ishtvan thought in surprise, a handkerchief? The protagonist added, the gratitude will be his name, which is Bayazid's guarantee and part of the night. He fought through difficulties to get here. His shadow finally touched him. He must look at him, the knight of the blue moonlight. He finally earned the right to stand in front of him. After a while, Ishtvan, leaning back in his chair, thoughtfully said that he thought everything would go smoothly, but he did not expect Bayazid to take action. Vlad of Sor, he had never heard of it. He saw his gaze, but it was not for him. That gaze was intended for Godin behind his back. Smiling, he thought that this was new. He had never been humiliated like this. Then he asked, does he know him? He is quite impudent. Godin replied, there was a short meeting, but he never thought that they would meet here. He thought that he pitied him then, not out of pity, but because of his capabilities. This made him support, although he caused him problems. He is delightful. He cannot believe that he was reported to. Ishtvan asked, and what will he do now? Father asked to find a reason to take power into his own hands. He was silent for a while, then answered, there is a way. The winners take all. This law works everywhere. Meanwhile, Alicia, sitting on the sofa at the table, said, Sir Joseph said that he will prove the unity of the alliance of the two families. Now Sir Jaeger has arrived here in person. She does not think that there is anything to prove. Jaeger handed over the letter and said that he sent it. Sir Vlad has her handkerchief, but Sir Joseph thinks that it will be difficult for her to refuse Gaidar just because of this. She remained silent, then asked, was there such an option? He replied that Sir Joseph was now trying for Daymar. She confirmed this. This was a possible solution. Grandmother was from the Oscar family, like Oksana, so their blood also flows in her. Duncan, looking at her, thought in surprise. What? Jaeger said, absolutely right. Bayazid gave them people because this blood flows in her. Alicia said that if the Countess became her godmother, she could easily refuse Gaidar, because if he wanted to marry her, he would have to ask the Countess's permission. She was afraid that she was only causing inconvenience to the Countess out of the ordinary. He said that Madame Oksana said that she would always be glad to see her. Duncan thought, if this was said with good intentions, then Bayazid thus wanted to justify interfering in Heinal's affairs. It turns out that Bayazid's intentions are not entirely pure, but there is no other way out. They foresaw everything and specially arrived later. Joseph Bayazid is a truly terrible person. Daymar is already on his chessboard. Alicia asked, should she give an answer right now? Jaeger answered that it is not so. He understands that it is putting pressure on her. She looked down and thanked him. Duncan thought, it is a difficult choice between Gaidar, who came with an engagement proposal, and Bayazid, who used protection as bait. Lady Alicia does not trust anyone. Then she looked at the protagonist and noticed that they have not seen each other for a long time. Sir Vlad, how is he? Do you like the work entrusted to him? He answered that he will do everything possible for her, Lady Alicia. So he was ordered, and he himself wants the same. Duncan thought, no, there is one person she can trust, only him. He is ready to do what Lady Alicia needs unconditionally and without evil intent. She bowed, thanked him, and then smiling, added he should show her her scarf. She thinks that it needs to be updated a little since he wore it all the time. He said, of course. With that, he reached into his inside pocket. She thought about it. She supposed he kept it deep inside his armor. It was nice to know he valued it so much. Then he handed her 2 handkerchiefs and said, here. She looked at the handkerchief on top in surprise, and he took the top handkerchief in his hand and said, that's not the one. The next second, Alicia snatched the handkerchief from his hand. The voice said that he didn't even notice her hand. MC thought he couldn't. She looked at the item in her hands and said that it wasn't her handkerchief. He smiled awkwardly and said that a friend gave it to him. He uses it. She said, Zamina, she supposes it's a woman? He confirmed it. They grew up together. She asked, is that so? He raised his index finger and smiling added, pure cotton, very nice. Duncan thought, don't say that, you sick idiot. He should shut up. He looked at the Baroness's gaze in surprise and thought he had caused problems again. The voice confirmed, quite serious ones. After a while, Jaeger frowned irritably and said that he hated fools, and he was probably the stupidest person he had ever met. Sir Joseph had prepared everything. Who would have thought that he would ruin everything with one handkerchief? He had a talent for doing stupid things. The protagonist desperately asked for forgiveness. He did not think that it would turn out like this. He clenched his fist in irritation and thought, after the winter, he would turn 18, he should be addressed as an adult. Moreover, he was a knight now. Then he waved his hand and said that he could go. MC looked up at him in surprise. He asked why he had stopped. Should he go already? Or should he beat him up like usual? He answered, better this way. Could he beat him up? Jaeger irritably told him to stop talking nonsense and get out of his sight, just a little more and he would stop holding back. The next second Vlad ran in the opposite direction. He grabbed his head and asked, but really, what to do with him? Then the protagonist closed the door behind him and saw several knights in the corridor, staring at him. He asked, why are they looking at him like that? One of them said, there should be more great ones like him. His comrade added, that's the look of a hero. Another knight said he couldn't believe he was having an affair with 2 ladies. He respected him. Another agreed with him. What a wonderful opportunity. MC said he wants to be alone. The knight folded his arms and said, my God. They swore to give him space. The youngest of them is also the most outstanding. The protagonist turned around, waved his hand and said, he'll go somewhere else. They kept saying after him, we need to tell the maids to be careful. They have a stallion here. After that, he walked down the hall and said, damn, how did this happen? He can't believe it went wrong. He wanted to successfully complete his first mission as a knight. He can't believe it, and the other knights, instead of cheering him up, are just making fun of him. The voice said it was nice to see. They didn't think they were mocking him, they were just showing sympathy. The Rudiger knights recognized him as one of them. He lowered his gaze and said that he knew there had been similar things in the past. Gangsters or knights, people were the same everywhere. What could he do now? Everything was done, and he had nowhere to go. With that, he looked out the window and said that he hadn't prayed for a long time. Maybe he should go? Meanwhile, Alicia lowered her head in irritation and said that the longer she thought about it, the less sense it made. Apparently, he really is insensitive. How could he keep her handkerchief with another woman's handkerchief? Duncan raised his hand and objected, but he kept it clean. She said that was expected. He replied that it was not at all true, especially for his age. She frowned and asked why he was telling her that. He replied that during all this time, he had been on many difficult missions, but the handkerchief still remained clean, which meant that he took special care of it. Even if he made a mistake out of ignorance, it shows that he had no evil intent. At least he is not like everyone else who raises a sword for her for the purpose of profit. She let go of her gaze and said that it was probably so. And then he looked out the window and told her to look there too. All his actions showed that Bayazid valued him for a reason. MC sat in a prayer pose near the only tree and she said, he has not changed. And then she was surprised and asked who it was. Duncan, recognizing Ishvan, turned around abruptly and shouted, is anyone outside? They must report to Sir Jaeger. It is urgent. After a while, the white snake moved its tail. The protagonist placed the cross against its nose. The snake mentally asked, "Does he remember anything?" The voice said, "Not really." The white snake thought that he had said that he remembered something when he saw Noir. The voice said that it seemed to be something related to spirits. He looked to the side, and the voice said that someone was coming. Istvan looked at the grave and asked, "It turns out that there was a grave here?" He thinks that someone the protagonist knows is buried here? MC rose from his knees. He sternly clenched the weapon in his hand and clarified that one can only go here with the permission of the owner of the land. Istvan arrogantly asked, "Can the protagonist come, but not he?" Vlad answered that he was allowed. Istvan grinned and noticed that the protagonist finally looked at him. Then he thought he was invisible because MC was only looking at Godin. Vlad didn't answer, and Istvan added that the gentleman asked him to pass on. If the protagonist gives the Baroness the handkerchief, he will accept it as payment for the second piece. MC was stunned remembering the gentleman's bad attitude towards him. He instantly frowned with rage. Istvan tilted his head to the side and asked what the gentleman was talking about. Well, he wasn't really interested in their relationship. Istvan raised his hand and ordered him to give it to him. The protagonist calmly replied that Istvan should try to take it. Terrifyingly, he continued, if he could, of course. The West doesn't hide its intentions, because they believe that only the greedy can survive. The North interferes because it believes that one can only survive if one doesn't let anything be taken from oneself. Istvan noted that he didn't expect MC to give it to him, that's why he said so. What can one do? Istvan, smiling madly, quickly brought the tip of the weapon closer to Vlad's face. He clarified that he did not want to return empty-handed. Istvan angrily called the protagonist a northern freak. He challenged MC to a duel for Lady Alicia's handkerchief. Vlad sternly crossed his arms and asked him to repeat himself. He is a knight of Bayazid and a knight of Lady Alicia. If Istvan wants to challenge him to a duel, he should address him properly. The protagonist sternly called him a Western bandit. After a while, Godin clarified, MC destroyed the city's crime, drove away the Black Mage's guide, lured the Death Freak and killed Lindworm single-handedly. He put the sheet on the table and said that he believed Bayazid were in a hurry. Standards exist for a reason. They exaggerate. The probability is that even if things went this far, the protagonist would have grown up like this. Godin opened his eyes and thought that the one way of the sword and the display of probability. Vlad is definitely not at the level where you can become a dragon slayer in a year. But he is still surprised that MC learned to use aura, because even if you want to, you can't always learn something like that. What a pity, perhaps you should have tried harder to bring it. Godin noticed something. He turned his head to the side and noticed that it was a handkerchief. He looked at Istvan and added that he thought the assistant didn't take it. Istvan clenched his weapon in his hand and confirmed this, saying that as the master had said, the protagonist didn't obey. Godin clarified that he thought the assistant would take it away. Istvan bowed and said that he tried but was stopped. He doesn't know how they found out. The old knight Hainel and the one-eyed man from Bayazid came in a crowd, but Istvan challenged him to a duel. Godin asked when it would take place. Istvan replied that it would be in 2 days. They said to invite a priest to witness. Godin noted that it was even better that way. With a priest, the protagonist won't be able to take back his words. It will be possible to legalize everything. Istvan smiled furiously and raised his fist, adding that besides, it will be nice to see how MC's face will distort with fear. After some time in the corridor, Duncan asked, "Sir, does he think the protagonist will win?" Jaeger noted that it will not be easy. Istvan is the eldest son of Gaidar, the ruler of the West. He is a serious competitor because he has trained with the best since childhood. Even Sir Lamond has great respect for the Western Knights. Vlad has little chance of winning. Duncan thanked him for his honesty and said what it means, Lady Alicia's handkerchief. Jaeger interrupted him smiling and asked him not to worry. He noted that the protagonist fought with the knights even when he was still an apprentice. And Sir Joseph officially received complete freedom in this matter. He did not just leave them. Duncan asked in surprise, did he have some very good plan? Jaeger grinned and said that the duel is just a process. Duncan raised his hands and clarified that he did not think the MC was so prepared. They would provide everything necessary. Jaeger added that he had just wanted to ask Duncan for something. Duncan inquired what it was. Jaeger confidently replied that he wanted to offer Lady Alicia a place for a duel. After a while, Istvan turned to Godin irritably. He, sitting on a chair, asked if duels were usually not held in halls. Godin replied that this was a special request from the Baroness. A wedding was at stake. She wanted her late parents to watch this duel with her. Istvan clarified, is that so? He thought that this was an unconvincing explanation. He does not like this field. It is so flat that Istvan cannot see a single bump. He asked if it had rained in the morning. Godin did not confirm this, and Istvan clarified, it had not rained, but the grass was still wet. Godin said that the battle would take place in the north, which they were unfamiliar with. so the comrade should accept it. To create a field before the battle, which would have an advantage, is the basic task of the commander. Jaeger turned his head to the side and turned his attention to the protagonist's opponents. He noticed that the Gaidar had a fierce aura. Jaeger would block it for a short time, during which time MC should even out his breathing. He thought that Vlad was holding back well, despite the fact that he was facing a sworn enemy. Jaeger was sure that the reason for the protagonist's patience was his conviction that MC wanted to keep the promise he made to Sir Joseph. Vlad raised his head terrifyingly and announced that he was ready. Jaeger thought that he was proud of the protagonist and replied that this was good. MC headed to the battlefield and Jaeger asked him to show the usurpers what the sword of justice was. After some time, the priest announced that it was allowed to use the aura. This is not a fight to the death, so he will hesitate if someone's life is in danger. Do they agree to the rules? The protagonist and Ishtvan agreed to the rules. The priest raised his hand and exclaimed that God would be his witness. He quickly lowered his hand and announced the start of the fight. Ishtvan, surrounded by a red aura, raised his sword. He smirked arrogantly and asked if MC had lost his handkerchief. Vlad thought calmly and asked, "What will the opponent give him?" Ishtvan was surprised, and the protagonist clarified what the opponent will give him if he wins. Maybe it will be a sword? Ishtvan clenched his teeth in anger, and MC noted that he heard that in the West, they like to steal. He does not know how one can be proud of that. There are places where theft is routine, and there are places where death. The opponent stole because he wanted, and Vlad because he needed. The protagonist decisively raised his sword and stood in a fighting stance and asked, "Which of them is greedy?" Ishtvan wondered, "What kind of pose is this?" MC smirked and said that he hoped the enemy would like it. The knights quickly lowered their weapons and Ishtvan was very surprised. Vlad noted that he had prepared this for the enemy. Godin, standing behind Ishtvan, wondered, "Do the Bayazid knights use two-handed swords? Did Ishtvan expect this?" The protagonist confidently ordered the enemy to approach. He will see how strong the heir of Gaidar is. Ishtvan, with a terrifying aura in his eyes, quickly raised his sword. He dealt a powerful blow to the ground, but MC managed to jump to the side. Vlad slid along the ground. Ishtvan raised his weapon and attacked, but the protagonist stopped his weapon with his sword. MC furiously ducked and threw the enemy's weapon aside. Ishtvan quickly jumped up and headed towards Vlad. They attack each other with great force. Godin thought so. Ishtvan is doing well. The protagonist avoids attacks under his weight and reflects ranged attacks. He definitely prepared. Besides, the grass is slippery. It is convenient to move faster, but it is impossible to stand firmly on it. Who planned this fight so carefully? Ishtvan drew his sword along the ground with great force. He raised the weapon up, throwing pieces of earth aside. The opponents looked at each other angrily. Ishtvan furiously pointed the weapon towards MC and called him a damn freak. Vlad tensed up greatly and instantly bent his leg. He quickly stopped the enemy's attack with his sword. Ishtvan was very surprised when he looked at the sword that fell to the side. He clenched his teeth in irritation and thought that it was a curse. Ishtvan thought that the protagonist was a beginner who had just started learning fencing. How did the enemy manage to reflect his blows? Ishtvan tensed up greatly and quickly turned his head to the side. He swung his weapon, but Vlad jumped back. The protagonist quickly leaned to the side and Ishtvan raised his weapon with the intention of attacking. Ishtvan dealt a powerful blow to the ground and dark smoke spread around. MC calmly jumped to the side, raising his weapon. Ishtvan angrily ordered the protagonist to fight normally. How much longer will MC fight like this? Vlad, breathing heavily, replied that who knows. Ishtvan looked down and thought it was some damned grass. It was like they were fighting in the mud. At this rate, the protagonist would soon have an advantage. It was humiliating, against a nameless knight. Ishtvan wondered if the protagonist fought so unfairly because he was from a lowly place. If MC's mother knew what he was like, even she would have turned away from him. Vlad let out a calm breath and smirked and replied that if only. The opponent wouldn't have said that if he knew what life was like in the slums. Too bad. He expected more refined insults from the nobleman. MC quickly headed towards the opponent. He noted with horror that such an insult was considered a greeting among them. The tip of the protagonist's sword approached Ishtvan's eye. He quickly stopped the opponent's weapon with his sword. Vlad sternly said that Count Gaidar would be glad to see Ishtvan now. His dear son is shedding blood in a fight against a commoner who had just become a knight. Ishtvan, with great rage and a wound on his face, yelled that the protagonist was a freak. He filled his body with flames and swung his weapon, leaving traces of fire in the air. MC quickly slid to the side, lifting the ground under his feet. He turned his attention to the enemy standing in the smoke. Vlad smirked and raised his weapon. Ishtvan filled the space with flames and told MC not to think that he would let him die quickly. Godin crossed his arms and thought that the protagonist held up well, but he was finished. Jaeger thought that it was expected from the heir of Gaidar. The depth of their worlds is noticeably different. But MC should endure. Vlad thought that with a heavy sword, a long fight is very exhausting, and with an aura, stamina is spent even faster. He should endure if he dodges. Mr. Joseph said that it is not scary if the protagonist loses the duel. The Knights of Bayazid gave him a priceless opportunity to fight a duel. Sir Jaeger, his teacher, Miss Alicia, who entrusted MC with her honor. No one believes in Vlad's victory. It is logical that no one will believe that a guy from the slums can defeat the son of an earl who received the best training. Even if the protagonist loses, he will learn something, but he is tired of dodging, running away, and hopes that next time he will be lucky. In the end, MC does not want to do this in front of the one who destroyed his home. Vlad filled his body with terrifying streams of aura and looked at Godin, thought that he should take a closer look at the protagonist, who has the right to the fruits of his labor, to what MC worked on to get Godin. The voice said that the most terrible thing in a two-handed sword is not a powerful blow. You need to be careful with consecutive attacks without stopping. Istvan swung his sword shrouded in flames, but the protagonist instantly ducked back. They quickly attack each other. Istvan raised his weapon in fury. He delivered a powerful attack, but MC blocked it. The ground beneath the protagonist's feet trembled, and Istvan swung his sword and ordered the damned freak to die. Istvan swung his weapon and MC flew to the side. Vlad tensed up greatly and instantly thrust his sword into the ground and slid to the side, then thought that the enemy was strong. He had never encountered such a tough and heavy sword technique. The length of the two-handed sword takes away MC's advantage in distance. This means that there is only one way to survive. Vlad decisively raised his weapon and ran towards the enemy. Istvan raised his sword shrouded in flames in fury and screamed. He swung his weapon, but the protagonist managed to duck down. MC resolutely thought that he needed to get closer. Istvan launched an attack on the ground and Vlad jumped up without getting hit. The protagonist sternly ran towards the enemy and thought that he needed to get even closer to cross the deadly zone. Istvan looked to the side in fear at the approaching enemy. MC ducked down and thought that he needed to get as close to the enemy as possible. Aura streams instantly moved to the sides after the strike. Istvan jumped up and blocked the protagonist's attack with his sword. He quickly slid along the ground to the side. Vlad resolutely ran towards him and thought that he would not let go of the enemy. Istvan angrily called the protagonist an impudent child. He pulled the sword out of the ground with great force, raising a cloud of smoke. The protagonist covered his face with his weapon from the dirt. Istvan's weapon instantly passed through the cloud of smoke. MC was very scared, and Istvan grinned maliciously. Vlad instantly stopped the enemy's sword with magic. Istvan fell into a stupor seeing this. Godin wondered in amazement. Is this defensive magic? Where did the protagonist learn to use something that only holy knights use? MC, with blood running down his forehead, thought that it was a heavy blow. He couldn't dodge it. Istvan swung his fist and yelled, "What is the protagonist doing? Does he really think this will work?" The opponents resolutely ran at each other with the intention of attacking. They attacked each other and Istvan yelled in fear. He looked at his broken fingers on his hand. MC grinned confidently and a voice said that this was the protagonist's chance. The opponents quickly raised their weapons and yelled from the tension. They instantly delivered powerful attacks to each other. A strong and bright explosion of mana thundered. Alicia stood up from the table in fear and put her fist on her chest. She looked at the dark smoke through which a glimmer of aura was visible. The protagonist asked, "He fought with dignity, right? So he can get a decent reward?" Godin glared at MC, stopping his sword. Vlad angrily ordered Godin to answer. Godin thought for a moment and agreed. The protagonist thought that his sword had finally reached his opponent. MC wondered if Godin remembered what he had told him then. Vlad quoted Godin's words from the past that the boy who served him. Knights take only if he can give something in return. His name is not Stenga, and he is not 42 years old. Godin took too much from him, so he will return it, but he will take this. This is an acceptable price, and his right as the winner. The protagonist raised his sword and turning to Godin from Gaidar said that he wants his reward for this fight to be the sword Istvan. The audience fell into a stupor upon hearing this. MC horrifyingly clarified that this is an acceptable price and his right as the winner. After some time, Borden handed over a note and turning to Joseph announced that it was urgent news from Dairmar. Joseph calmly looked at the note. He thought that he had done his best, but for now it was too much for the protagonist. Joseph hoped that he could avoid the worst outcome. He thought for a moment and noticed that this was unexpected. Joseph turned his head to the side and asked if it was hard to fight Istvan. Borden was surprised and confirmed this by answering that of course. He was 25 years old, but few of the new knights of the West could match him. In some places, he was considered the strongest in the West. Joseph said that he had taken this into account as well. He thought that the eldest son of Gaidar, the ruler of the West, was the best opponent for Vlad's first duel. If the opponent was already famous, then even if the protagonist lost, his reputation would not suffer. and if MC could corner Istvan at least once, his opinion would improve. If Vlad loses the handkerchief, Alicia will have no choice but to join forces with Bayazid. But Vlad never ceases to amaze him. Joseph clarified that regarding his request, and Borden instantly agreed. He hit his chest with his fist and exclaimed that everything will be for the best. Joseph asked him to forget all the orders, and Borden fell into a stupor. Joseph clarified that they would have to start planning from scratch. Borden asked in surprise what that meant. He sadly noted that they had been preparing for 10 days. Joseph said that the situation had changed. They had prepared for the worst, but they had not prepared for the best. He didn't even know whether to laugh or cry. Borden burst into tears of sadness. The Knights of the West looked sternly at the grinning Knights of the North. Godin, sitting on a chair, said that he hoped they would return the sword. Jaeger, sitting opposite him, replied that he didn't think there would be any problems with that. Godin asked, however, wouldn't that make things more difficult for them? Jaeger calmly replied that they would figure it out. Godin ominously said that taking the sword in a simple battle was beyond the pale. Jaeger clarified that it was not a simple battle. First, their side had done it on purpose, without thinking about the consequences. Godin thought for a moment and said that they should say whatever they wanted. Jaeger confidently replied that it was not up to him. Godin understood, right? Why did the protagonist take the sword? Godin said that he believed the negotiations were over, and Jaeger replied that they could go then. Godin stood up from his chair and placed his hand on the table. He horrifyingly noted that he believed they would eventually meet. Jaeger, with an ominous aura in his eyes, asked him to set up a meeting and clarified that he would personally meet him. Godin asked him to tell MC his farewell, and Jaeger replied that it would not be difficult. Godin turned around and headed for the exit. Jaeger, looking at his back, thought that the boy had gotten involved with a terrible person. After some time in the castle, Alicia, sitting at the table, asked she no longer had any reason to accept Joseph's proposal. Duncan confirmed this and said that her knight had refused the Gaidar's request for marriage. Alicia, holding a cup in her hand, lowered her head and said that it was good. Bayazid may have warm hugs, but she does not want to legitimize them. A knight like Vlad is not simple, is he? Duncan answered that he definitely was not. Alicia asked the knight how much stronger the protagonist would become. Duncan thoughtfully noted that MC was growing. He had the potential to become a representative of the new generation of the North. Alicia was very surprised and asked, was it really that much? Duncan noted that this was a very cautious assessment. The protagonist had amazing potential. Alicia put her cup on the table and said that it was not easy to lead alone. There was no guarantee that something like this would not happen again. Compared to the risk of becoming a target for several families, it was better to have a commoner knight cover her. She calmly leaned her cheek on her hand and looked out the window. Duncan was very surprised and turned to the lady. Alicia noted that this sounded like a good offer for Bayazid. Almost like a blood alliance. Duncan asked in surprise, wasn't it too early? There were knights who were not from the nobility. Alicia interrupted him and clarified that the knight had said that the protagonist had the potential to become a representative of the North. Need to get it before someone else does. It's better than marrying a fool, isn't it? Duncan tensely pressed the rag to his cheek and agreed with the lady. Alicia, looking out the window at Vlad, added that MC was behaving unusually. At the same time, the protagonist pours the liquid from the bottle onto the ground. The white snake opened its mouth with pleasure. MC noted that he sees she likes it. Offering whiskey was the right decision. The voice said that it is made from barley. He thought that the spirit of the earth would like it. The white snake quickly surrounded Vlad and lay down on the ground. It happily raised its head and disappeared. The protagonist, surrounded by light, raised his hand, and the voice said that the expensive alcohol justified its price in full. The blessing of the white snake, it's like an extra life. He pressed his hand to the snake's head and thanked it. Sometime later in the castle, Alicia asked, are they okay? They are not injured, are they? Jaeger, sitting on the couch, replied that he was fine. Alicia said that she had seen the protagonist pouring whiskey on the hill yesterday. MC put his hand to his chest and confirmed this, saying that this was his way of expressing gratitude. Every time he came there, a dazzling victory awaited him. As if the owner of these lands was favorable to him. Alicia asked Jaeger to pass this letter to Lady Oksana. She clarified that she had not felt the warmth of kinship for a long time. Alicia handed over the letter and said that it was for Sir Joseph. If he had problems with the center or the west, this letter would let him understand Diermar's position. Jaeger closed his eyes and replied that he obeyed the lady. He would pass on the letters no matter what. Alicia turned to Vlad and said that he, as the defender of her honor, agreed with the ancestors who favored him. She put the chest on the table. Alicia opened it slightly, and a bright light spread to the sides. There was a bright yellow crystal in the chest. Alicia noted that they would probably allow the protagonist to be given something that had been passed down through generations. MC was very surprised, and the voice said that he had seen it before. It was Elven Amber. Alicia said that it was Elven Amber. Elves, they live in the eastern forests near the border of the Empire, and since they worship a different deity, their interaction with the Empire is limited. However, the first head of the family was on close terms with them. She heard that he received this stone from them. It is said that the amber was created from the resin of a very rare tree. Her father set it in the pommel of a sword, but she no longer had any use for the sword, so it lay idle. Alicia thought that this stone would go very well with Sir Vlad's sword. The protagonist was embarrassed to think that such a valuable item deserved something of equal value. He clarified that if the stone had been passed down since the time of the first head of the family, wouldn't it be a family heirloom? How could MC accept it? Alicia smiled and replied that Vlad more than deserved it. The protagonist protected Heinol not once, but twice. The protagonist looked at Jaeger's expression and thought that it was still too much. Even Sir Jaeger was confused. The voice said that if MC could, he should take it. Vlad remembered the past. The protagonist looked at the sword and said that he helped him, and the sword would help him. MC asked to give him the sword, and he, in turn, would help him regain his memories. Vlad came out of his memories and thought that this promise had connected them until now. He received the sword, and now he must help him regain his memories. Alicia extended the amber to the protagonist's hands. MC thought that a knight should take a fair price for his deeds. He lowered his head and thanked the lady. Alicia smiled, and Jaeger was still in a stupor. The voice thanked Vlad and said that it was probably not easy for the protagonist to accept him so suddenly. MC thought that in any case, everything will work out. But who knows? Perhaps this is the key to his memories. The voice remembered something and asked Vlad to now look at the amber through his world. The protagonist used the eyes of the voice and looked at the amber. A large tree is visible inside the amber. After some time, the knight smirked and noted that MC was ambitious. His comrades asked, "What can I say? This is not just ambition. Vlad has not long become a knight, and he is already aiming for the nobility. A man should always strive even higher." The knight immediately understood that the protagonist was destined to be great. MC calmly replied that this is not the case. The knights sitting on their horses asked, "Is that so?" They think this is not such a bad choice. Technically, the protagonist was simply lent it. But MC was entrusted with Heinol's treasure, and not to just anyone, but to the knight to whom she personally gave the scarf. This is just very good potential. Vlad answered irritably that he said the same. Everything is wrong. The protagonist looked at Jaeger and asked him to say something. Jaeger was there too. Jaeger asked MC to report everything to Sir Joseph in person first. Vlad tiredly answered that he was obeying. The knight raised his head and asked, "Have they arrived yet?" His comrade confirmed this and noted that he had been so carried away that he had not even noticed how they arrived in Shkora. The knights laughed and said that it was a pity. Maybe they should set up camp and move on tomorrow? The protagonist ordered Noir to run forward. After a while, the knights approached the gate. Jaeger turned his head to the side and asked, "Maybe the protagonist should try?" MC looked at him and Jaeger in surprise and said that in time Vlad would learn to open the gate with one word. The protagonist thought hard. Does Jaeger think it will work? Not long ago he used a secret passage. The knight mockingly noted that if MC did not open, they would set up camp. Vlad clenched his teeth in irritation and thought that he would open it no matter what. The protagonist headed towards the gate. The gate guards ordered him to stop and asked who was coming. MC confidently raised his sword and exclaimed that he was Vlad. The knight of Bayazid had completed the task and returned. The guards quickly ran to the sides and shouted that they needed to open the gate quickly. It opened a little and Vlad asked in surprise, "Were they opening?" Jaeger replied that of course they were. Knight is not just a title, it is a qualification and honor, a title that can only be worn by those who have proven themselves. Now MC has the right to open all the gates of the Bayazid lands. The guard put his hand to his chest, bowed and, asking for forgiveness, greeted Vlad. Jaeger ordered the protagonist to keep his head up and walk confidently. He noted that MC was passing through these gates for the first time, as a knight, not an apprentice. Vlad confidently galloped through the gate between the guards, at the same time, in the lands of Count Gaidar, Trinova. The father sitting on the throne asked, "And the son calls himself a knight? It would be better if he gave his head to the protagonist." Istvan, looking down with great fear, asked his father for forgiveness. The father shook his hand with fury. He raised his hand with a terrifying look and screamed, "What is this terrible expression on his face?" He thought that he had finally strengthened his position, and his son went and ruined everything. Istvan had never lost even to the damned Rutger, but he lost to some weak newbie who had just become a knight. His son thinks that he had only lost his sword. Istvan handed over all their influence to Dermar Bayazid. He asked furiously, and what was Godin doing? What was Godin doing while his son was being humiliated? Godin lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. Gaidar furiously ordered Godin to explain. Godin said that he knew this guy. Godin clarified that the protagonist is related to the Count in some way. He was raised by a traitor, Jorge. Gaidar gripped the throne handle in anger and it instantly broke into pieces. He raised his fist ominously and exclaimed that this monster was bothering him even from the grave. Odin said that MC had outstanding talent. There were capable knights by his side. In addition, the protagonist used the terrain to his advantage, and there was also one unexpected person who could meet him face to face. MC is not famous. Godin believes that it is a hidden sword that Bayazid hid for a special occasion. Gaidar lowered his head and noted that the Northerners are cunning. He sternly raised his head and asked, "Does Godin remember what their ancestors, the pioneers of the West, taught them?" Godin agreed and said that whatever is in your hands, you need to eat it. And with your free hands, you need to steal from others. This is the only way to survive in the harsh West. Gaidar agreed and noted that he had followed these rules all his life. Under this banner, he had been capturing, destroying, and annihilating everything in his path all his life. Gaidari are pioneers. They take, but will never let anything be taken from them. From this moment, the eagle's gaze will be directed to the north. The father raised his hand in horror and ordered to return his son's sword, no matter what. After some time, Borden put the coins on the table and congratulated the protagonist on his first salary. MC thought, only 4 gold? Borden looked at him and asked, "Is Vlad disappointed that there is no more?" The protagonist answered that there is not much. He thought that knights earn more. Borden smiled and noted that MC is still young. Now it is clear why Jagger saved him. Knight gets rich not due to his salary. MC was surprised and asked, "And due to what?" Borden confidently answered that a knight must maintain honor, do his duty, and take responsibility. Vlad clarified, "And how is this connected with money?" Borden grinned and, showing his fingers, noted that it all comes down to money. A well-fed cat does not catch mice. If the protagonist wants wealth and honor, then the achievements should be corresponding. The price of honor happens once a year, as a special bonus. MC can count on it because he has achieved a lot during the year. Vlad clarified, "And what about the price of debt and responsibility?" Borden replied that the protagonist who brought the treasure to Heinel should not ask about it. After the Dragon Slayer, MC got another nickname, a man who carries 2 scarves, known as the Northern Freak, Vlad of Skora. Borden raised a finger and asked the protagonist not to forget him, even if MC becomes a nobleman. Vlad fell into a stupor and thought that everything was wrong. After some time, Joseph said that now the protagonist is officially a knight, and MC has corresponding duties and responsibilities. He assigns him to patrol the area. Vlad was surprised and clarified, "Really alone?" Joseph, holding a cup in his hand, clarified that the protagonist would be given guards, but the responsibility lay solely on him. MC calmly agreed and replied that he understood everything. Joseph wondered if Vlad would prefer the slums, would he? The protagonist smiled and agreed, noting that they were like home to him. Joseph said that MC would be limited in people. Gregory, Maxim, and Cade were already using part of their forces. Joseph would provide wages for 4. He asked the protagonist to assemble a squad, and MC was very surprised. Joseph noted that Vlad was now in a completely different situation than when he was the leader of a mercenary squad. The knight was in charge of the front lines and could be their representative anywhere. Vlad clarified that he only knew those from the slums. That wouldn't cause any inconvenience, would it? Joseph replied that it was a wise idea and asked the protagonist not to worry, since it was not equivalent to the title of the Bayazid house. If he had any doubts, he wouldn't have taken MC from Smile Rose. It's harder to find people than to fire them. This is Vlad's first time, so he'll recommend one person. The protagonist thanked him and Joseph said that MC could go. Vlad bowed, putting his hand on his chest, and agreed with his lord. He calmly headed for the exit. Jaeger asked if the lord wanted to hand him over to Vlad. Joseph grinned and replied that it was worth a try. After all, he was the protagonist. This time, he would trust his unpredictability. After a while, Goitha asked in surprise, "Was this really true?" He cried, pressed his fist to his chest, and called out to Vlad, yelling that he would try. The protagonist irritably said that that was enough drama. He asked his comrade to behave as usual. Goitha, sobbing, said that it was good that he hadn't run away as a mercenary yet. He was finally rewarded for it. So much time cleaning horses, enduring beatings, all the weird stuff that MC had to go through. And after all this suffering, he became Vlad's personal assistant. Loyalty to the protagonist paid off. MC sternly asked, "What is Goitha talking about?" The comrade is not an assistant, he's just hired to help. Goitha, smiling, noted that who knows. MC also started out as a simple mercenary. Vlad agreed and asked the comrade to try. The protagonist smiled and thought that Goitha should be kept close to him. The comrade is very talkative and afraid of everything, but he does his job well. Marcella, smiling, asked to take him with her. The protagonist asked, "Who?" Marcella clarified that Otar. It would be a shame if he stayed with them and never fought. Otar became stronger because they feed him well. MC smiled and thought that Otar looked reliable, knew the slums well, and was loyal. Vlad asked, "But will everything be okay? Wherever there is alcohol, there are fights." Marcella smiled and asked, "Who would dare?" The protagonist still hasn't figured out who he is. Rose's smile is the safest place in the slums. All the guests drink and eat peacefully. Things have gotten better thanks to this. MC knows why, right? Because Sir Vlad lived here. If MC wants to work with someone, he has to bring them here. They will provide protection, and the protagonist will have a base. MC, smiling calmly, lowered his head and agreed. Marcella noted that it was mutually beneficial. Vlad disagreed and said that that was not the point. What he likes most about chivalry is that he can protect people without even taking his sword out of its sheath. Marcella was very surprised to hear this, and Vlad added that this was what he valued most. Marcella smiled and said that apparently the protagonist realized who he was. MC looked sternly to the side and thought that the last place was for him. After some time among the ships, Harvin, happily holding the bottle in his hand, noted that good liquor is really completely different. Compared to Captain Q, which the boss makes, it's like completely different. The protagonist asked if the boss still makes this poison. The friend grinned and replied that it was his only joy in life, even though everyone has a hangover from it. This brings back memories. It was as if yesterday he was feeding and putting Zemina to bed. They say, don't wake the dark beast, but with the light one everything is different? MC asked with confusion what kind of strange things the friend was saying. Harvin lifted the glass of alcohol and asked what brought Vlad. The protagonist didn't come here to talk after all. MC asked if the friend was still studying the navigation map and constellations. Harvin brought the glass to his mouth and clarified. Vlad about that? He had abandoned everything long ago. Who needs a crippled navigator? Vlad was surprised and clarified that his friend had said that he wanted to go to sea. He wanted to escape from here and explore distant lands. Harvin looked down and replied that people don't always hold on to their dreams. You can try as much as you want, but still achieve nothing. You need to know your place in the world. For him, an orphan from the slums, this is quite enough. The protagonist sternly asked, does his friend really think so? Harvin sadly lowered his head and said nothing. MC turned to his friend and clarified. Harvin knows that? Birds that sit in a cage for too long forget how to fly. Harvin raised his head in amazement. Vlad stood up from his chair and said that now he understands. The protagonist terrifyingly squeezed the hilt of the sword in his hand and clarified that this damned place was devouring his dreams. They are to blame for this. MC instantly filled the sword with aura, and the friend called out to Vlad in fear. The protagonist terrifyingly raised the weapon. At the same time, residents are carrying bags on the street. Instantly, a powerful stream of aura passed through the wall, breaking it. People screamed in fear and said that they needed to run. They looked at the hole in the wall and asked what was going on. That's where the captain's base was. The man raised his hand and ordered not to stand still and clear the way. He looked at the hole in the wall with fury. The man quickly turned his head to the side and screamed for the assistants to immediately report to the boss and gather everyone. The man thought with fury. Only he thought that after the death of the money insect, everything would get better. And now what? Who did this anyway? Harvin, sitting on the floor, looked at the protagonist. He called out to his friend and asked what was going on here. MC, looking through the hole in the wall, called them freaks. They are forcing a friend to give up his dreams. Vlad angrily swung his weapon, leaving traces of aura in the air. The protagonist thought that the useless walls standing between Harvin and the Force. They kept their friend locked up for so long, and made them forget what Harvin was capable of. If their friend didn't destroy them, then he would. After all, their friend had done the same. Harvin had taken him from the darkness of the slums and reminded him what it was like to have a goal. Vlad dealt a powerful blow with his aura and broke through the wall of the building. People screamed in fear. What was that? The man looked at MC's terrifying gaze with great fear. Vlad asked his friend to look at it. Harvin's dream was still alive. The friend looked at the sparkling lake in amazement and agreed. Harvin smiled and said that he could finally see. After some time in the city under the night sky, Harvin wondered if it was cool to be a knight. The protagonist had destroyed the shelter, taken one of them, and they still left MC a gift. Vlad sternly picked up the bottle of alcohol and asked, what was that friend talking about? It's Captain Q. The friend could have told him to drink this and die. Harvin lowered his head and remarked that it was still strange. The boss may make terrible drinks, but the boss picked someone like Harvin. The protagonist told him not to worry and said that Joseph would not hunt the captain. Joseph knew the difference between insects and allies. Harvin agreed and clarified that a third of the underground economy rests on the captain. The mayor is different. He is smart and calculating. It is clear why the MC was assigned to watch over the slums. Perhaps this is part of Vlad's test. The protagonist noted that this makes sense. He has not been given detailed instructions yet. He crossed his arms and asked, what now? Harvin clarified, and what is his MC asking? The friend already knows the answer. Vlad clarified, is that so? Harvin smiled and replied that his friend decided everything without spilling a drop of blood. Even Captain Hoover obeyed the protagonist. The other heads should know about this too, about the new law of the slums. After a while, Gotha bites his nails from stress. He looked around and asked why the protagonist took so long. Goethe noticed the MC and Harvin walking in the distance. He quickly ran towards them and yelled, "Where was the captain all day? They were waiting for him so much." Vlad asked, "What is this noise?" Goethe exclaimed, "That someone has come to see the captain." The protagonist calmly noted, "That is what it was." He asked his comrade to send him to Zemina. She is receiving his guests. Goethe scratched his head tensely and replied that he thinks the captain should meet in person. After some time, Noir terribly clenched his teeth and exhaled streams of air from his mouth. The barbarian warrior, looking at Noir, noted that this is, as always, surprising. The protagonist entered the stable and asked, "Who let a stranger into the stable? And what if Noir bites?" The comrades were very surprised and asked, "Is it Ajay? What brought the barbarian warrior here?" The barbarian warrior confidently crossed his arms and replied that he did it on the recommendation of the mayor. At the same time, Jaeger asked, "Joseph thinks that the barbarian warrior will bend the knee to Vlad?" Joseph, sitting by the fireplace, replied that it was not an order, but he hoped that the barbarian warrior understood his place and the sincerity of their offer. Jaeger clarified what he meant later. Joseph confirmed this and said that they had secured influence over Durmar thanks to the protagonist. It was time to pay attention to the threat on the northern border. He had heard that the Budat tribe, the people of Ajay, had considerable influence there. If they could influence them, they would be able to control the northerners. Many had tried to resist Bayazid's power, but now it was time to answer them. If they could get rid of the threats, Bayazid would have nothing to fear. Jagger asked if Joseph thought that MC could restore the reputation of the North. Joseph noted that Vlad had more than enough potential for that. The protagonist saddled the horse that the barbarians worshipped and saved the people from the dragon in the north. If anyone could, then MC, or rather only Vlad, could break the endless chain of hatred. After some time, Zemina is standing in the hallway, listening to conversations coming from behind the door. The protagonist said that it was far away, but Zemina knocked on the door and MC paid attention to it. He opened the door and asked what was going on. Zemina looked sternly into his eyes. She asked, "Is there anyone here?" Zemina threw things in his direction and Vlad caught them and asked what was going on. Zemina closed the door and asked, since there was no one here, then why did she hear someone talking? Zemina asked with concern, "Is he still talking to the spirits?" The protagonist calmly disagreed and clarified that he was not talking to the spirits. Zemina thought that she definitely heard someone talking. She moved forward and asked him to change rooms. MC turned his head to the side and asked, "Which one?" Zemina sat down on the bed and answered that it was at the end of the hallway. She thought that no one else would know which MC. Zemina said that she would move into the room next to his. After all, he could no longer hide her. Vlad turned his head to the side and thought that she was saying that she wanted to become his accomplice. Whether he was on shabby alleys or in shining armor, Zemina always took care of him. Zemina got out of bed and said that they needed to go to church. The girlfriend put her hands on the things lying on the table. The protagonist turned to Zemina and she asked what was wrong. The MC asked if she needed anything. He would buy everything. The girlfriend looked up thoughtfully. She smirked, exhaled, and replied that a fool should take care of himself first. Zemina left the room and told him to buy equipment or something else. Vlad smiled and clarified that he simply did not pay attention to it. Goethe looked out from behind the wall and called out to the captain. He calmly announced that everything was ready. The protagonist walked down the corridor and asked, "So they were coming?" After a while, the dealer threw the ball onto the roulette and spun it. People looked at the stopped roulette and yelled that it was odd. The voice said that they should have been here earlier. There is no better place to train your vision and reflexes. The protagonist used aura and thought that it was so. He didn't think that martial arts could be used this way. If you focus your gaze, everything will slow down. The roulette ball was supposed to roll, but it instantly stopped. MC was surprised and thought that the ball had just... The voice said that it was an unexpected movement. Vlad looked at the dealer. He grinned and thought, "What's going on? It seems like they have a swindler here. Cheating gambling houses, that's how it should be." The dealer looked at the terrifying look of the protagonist. He instantly fell into a stupor with fear. MC grinned ominously and thought that it was just in time. He needed a reason to fight. The deputy of the gambling house turned to Vlad and asked if he was okay. If the protagonist had warned that he was coming, they would have met him properly. MC sternly noted that it sounded like he needed permission to be here. The deputy adjusted his glasses and laughed and answered that of course not. He asked the protagonist to go upstairs and said that their boss was waiting for MC. Vlad clarified, was the boss sitting in a comfortable chair and waiting for him to fall at his feet? The protagonist asked horrifyingly, was he still a boy from the gateway to them? The deputy got scared and the man sternly noted that although MC was a knight, everything had its limits. Otar quickly kicked the man, causing him to fall to the floor and groan. Goethe smiled and asked, "Are there really limits? Knights do their duty, can't the man see?" The barbarian warrior ominously raised his knife and asked if he could kill them. He thinks nothing terrible will happen. The deputy wondered with great fear, what is the barbarian warrior doing in Shkora? The protagonist ordered the guards to tell the boss to come down. Now all operations in the gambling house are prohibited. The deputy screamed with rage. Why all of a sudden? MC sternly clarified that he would not repeat it. He squeezed the hilt of the sword with his hand and ordered to bring the registration log. After some time, Gregory happily called out to Vlad and noted that the protagonist had made a noise. They say that MC destroyed 2 organizations from the back streets. Vlad bowed to Sir Gregory, placing his hand on his chest. Gregory asked the protagonist to take it and said that it was jamon, the pride of the Canner house. Portly once passed this on, didn't he? Vlad took the jamon and, confirming this, replied that he shared it with Lord Joseph. He really liked it. Gregory laughed and asked, who wouldn't like it? The protagonist thanked him and said that he would eat it with pleasure. But why did Gregory give MC this? Did he want to ask for something? Gregory asked, was the bribe so obvious? Well, he was talking about the protagonist's territory. If he spoke openly, it would seem that he had personal gain. Vlad calmly replied that everything was fine. Gregory could tell everything. Gregory said that a man called the Black Bear was in charge of the meat trade in the back streets. The protagonist confirmed this, and Gregory continued that there was a kidnapping case. He has a very foggy past. What would MC say to this? Vlad wants to go after him together? The protagonist was surprised and thought that this is what Gregory meant by personal gain. He wants order in the back streets, and Gregory wants to expand Portly's influence in the meat industry. Both can be obtained through the Black Bear. MC asked, will this be a warning or a conquest? Gregory smiled confidently and replied that warning him would be too weak. Vlad replied terrifyingly that it was good. He was just about to deal with him. Gregory agreed and said that he would coordinate the actions of the forces under his command. They would begin in 3 days. He happily raised his hand and asked the protagonist to let him know if he needed anything. Vlad asked if he could have a bottle of whiskey then. The protagonist picked up his ham and clarified that he also needed to bribe someone. After some time under the night sky, the MC with a bag on his back asked, is the door locked? Is he really resting today? He knocked on the door and clarified, is the old man there? The door opened slightly and Vlad looked inside in surprise. He looked at the empty room. The protagonist went inside and walked into the room. He was stunned to see something. The old man was lying on the bed without moving. MC sadly clarified that he brought good drinks and meat as promised, but apparently too late. Vlad looked at the old man's face. He instantly smiled and said that this time he was at the northern border. The protagonist, sitting on a chair near the bed, added that it was a very beautiful place with snowy mountains reaching to the sky and endless white fields in front of them. MC fought with a dragon as white as snow. This sword was with him until the end. Vlad wants to say so much, but in the end, there is only one thing left. He sadly placed the blade in the old man's hands and thanked him for saving him. A simple sword, born from the old man's dream, was finished in the boy's hands. The blade that was once raised to the heavens finally returned to the blacksmith's arms, shining brighter than anything else. After a while, the comrades stand at the grave. Harvin sadly said that the protagonist is amazing. Spend your first salary on a monument, and in one of the most expensive cemeteries at that. MC replied that he just wanted to help the blacksmith get out of the back alleys at least now. Someone once called him the best blacksmith in Shkora. The old man is the only one who could forge a sword that can cut a ghost and pierce a dragon, but no one knows his name. Harvin clarified that he asked everyone, but no one knows. Vlad asked, what is the point of a name anyway? As far as he remembers, that's enough. After some time, the comrades walk down the street. The protagonist turns his head to the side and looks at the children and asks what's wrong with them. Harvin asks with whom. He notices the hungry people in rags. MC notes that they're always like that lately. If they want to beg, let them come up, but they always watch from afar. Harvin asks, does his friend really not understand? He smirks, lowers his head and exhales, saying that it seems the protagonist has forgotten. They used to look like that too. It's colder this winter than last. MC is surprised, and his friend adds that many will freeze to death. Vlad sadly lowers his head and says that a blanket might be enough for them. Harvin turns to his friend and notices that the protagonist has 1 gold coin left. MC clarifies that he wasn't going to put anything aside anyway. They'll be able to buy blankets for themselves and their friends with it. Vlad asked his friend to tell them to pray for the old man. Harvin looked at the gold coin with a smile and said that 1 prayer for a blanket was fair. Zemina rubbed her eyes with her hand and said that she would talk to Madam. It was easier to bear the cold with a full stomach. The protagonist smiled and thought that was right. They would change everything little by little. The sword was buried with the old blacksmith, and the star he forged would shine over the back streets, even if under a different name and in a different form. After a while, MC stepped in a pool of blood. The knights resolutely walked down the dark street. Gregory looked at the bones lying on the ground and noted that everything was worse than he had been told. When it got warmer, the plague would spread to every corner of the back streets. He was going to close the area, but more drastic measures would have to be taken. The protagonist asked him not to worry. He opened his eyes and noted that the black bear would find an excuse for them to destroy it. Gregory was very surprised and said that he was the protagonist from the very beginning. MC smirked and interrupted him, clarifying that one cannot work with the back alleys recklessly. Gregory smiled and agreed, saying that he liked Vlad's straightforwardness. The protagonist raised his head and announced that they were getting started. MC confidently yelled that he was Vlad of Sora, and he had come to arrest the violator of the city's peace, the Black Bear. Vlad quickly picked up the list and listed murder, fraud, human trafficking, deceiving the righteous rulers of this city. The protagonist furiously ordered the Black Bear to come out immediately and accept his punishment. Gregory noted that they would probably resist, everything as MC expected. The Black Bear had given them a reason. They would be armed and ready. They knew that if they were caught, they would be executed. Vlad turned to Otar and the barbarian warrior and announced that they would lead. Barbarian warrior asked, "And how is it this time? Just scare them like in a gambling house? Apparently, they can warm up here." MC sternly asked, "What is the comrade up to?" "They sell pregnant women and their unborn children as consumables for black magic." Barbarian warrior got very angry when he heard this. They looked into each other's eyes and Barbarian warrior asked, "Is this true?" Instantly, a stream of powerful aura pushed the people aside. They screamed in fear. Barbarian warrior looked at the opponents and said that killing them would not be enough. The opponents screamed with great fear. Where in Sora did Barbarian warrior come from? Barbarian warrior noticed that he was not an ordinary one, but from the Budat tribe. He quickly rushed into battle. The opponents raised their weapons and ordered to take him. Barbarian warrior swung his weapon terrifyingly. He instantly cut the opponents and blood gushed out to the sides. The opponents surrounded him and raised their spears, calling him a monster. Otar ran to help with lightning speed. He jumped up and landed on the ground, killing the opponents. Otar pulled the axe out of the corpse. The barbarian warrior turned his head to the side and looked at his comrade. He remarked that it was not bad. The opponents raised their weapons and shouted, "Why are they standing there? There are only two of them." He ordered his comrades to surround them and attack at once. A stream of aura quickly flew to the side and instantly cut the opponent's sword. They looked at the sparkling aura with fear. Vlad said with a terrifying look that from that moment on, anyone who stands will be killed. The opponents fell into a stupor looking at him. The protagonist, surrounded by aura, ordered them to kneel. After some time, the opponents are sitting on their knees with their hands tied in front of the soldiers. Gregory clarified that, roughly speaking, they figured it out. They will leave the rest to the soldiers. The protagonist calmly agreed with him. MC headed towards the door. He opened it slightly and his comrades looked inside. Vlad was stunned by what was happening. The priest put his hand on the black bear's head. He greeted the protagonist by removing his hand from the black bear's head. MC sternly asked who he was. The priest answered, smiling, that he had come from the church on the bishop's orders. Vlad said that he had come on the mayor's orders. That man, the black bear, was definitely a criminal. The priest disagreed and noted that there were no more criminals here. His sins had been forgiven in the name of the Lord. The priest grinned ominously and showed the list and clarified that by sacred forgiveness. God is everywhere, but this light does not shine for everyone equally. It descends first on those who are above and gives more to those who already have a lot. This is how those below saw the church and God. The protagonist asked for forgiveness and asked, "Does that mean the black bear is now innocent?" The priest confirmed this, smiling, and said that the bishop had ordered it himself. Gregory was stunned and thought, Bishop Pierre personally ordered it? How can this be? Why would he help a man from the back streets? Vlad thought with a terrifying look. The priest thinks that sheet can erase all the tears of the many women who died in this church. The black bear said that he is now innocent. He smirked and mockingly added that God forgave him. Isn't that enough? The protagonist asked in amazement. Did he really forgive him? The priest confirmed this and noted that any sin can be atoned for by sincere faith. The black bear, smiling, clarified that the priest said so, but they just came for no reason. MC wondered how this could happen. The women that the black bear sold trembled with fear and died in the darkness. How can the black bear, who brought death to these women and children, still smile? This is completely wrong. Vlad turned to the priest and asked if someone truly believed, then they could be forgiven no matter what. The priest raised his hand and replied that of course it was. If a person was forgiven by God and the church, no matter what the crime, the person would be innocent. MC lowered his head and asked if Gregory remembered what he told him in the foggy village. If no one was in their place, if no one was responsible for what they were supposed to do, then MC should do it. Gregory was very surprised and the protagonist said what it was. Gregory interrupted him and asked him to stop. Vlad instantly cut off the black bear's head and added that this was the code of the Swordmaster. Everyone looked at the fallen head in horror. The priest was very scared looking at the black bear's body. He screamed in rage. What kind of strange thing was this? The protagonist lowered his bloody sword and said that he was a sinner. So MC asks to give him a chance at forgiveness too. After a while, Joseph crossed his arms and asked if Vlad really killed a man who had been pardoned. Gregory asked for forgiveness and said that he should have stopped him. He never thought that MC would ask for forgiveness. Joseph clarified that Vlad had not received it, it had been given to him. Gregory was surprised and asked why the bishop would do this to the leader of the backstreets. Joseph got angry and thought that apparently they did not take Bayazid seriously. He sternly asked where the protagonist was now. Borden raised his hand and answered that MC was waiting in his office. They thought that it would be better for him not to catch Joseph's eye. Joseph ordered Jagger to immediately arrest Vlad and charge him with murder. Everyone standing in the room was stunned. Joseph thought that it was a stupid decision, but they understood it. Besides, the fact of pardon was made specifically, which means that the bishop was initially targeting the protagonist. This leaves them no choice. Jagger put his hand on his chest and replied that he understood everything. Gregory turned to Jagger with concern and asked him to allow it. Jagger interrupted him and said that if MC was wrong, let him take the blame. He would be held responsible. Gregory lowered his head tensely and thought that the teacher was arresting his student. It would all be his fault if he had turned everything in Bayazid's favor. Joseph brought the writing pen to the sheet and said that Gregory, as one of those involved in this matter, should also be held responsible. Gregory bowed, putting his hand to his chest, and replied that Joseph was right. He would be held fully responsible. Joseph noticed that Gregory was quick-witted. He picked up the letter and ordered Gregory to go to Barna immediately and deliver this letter. The sooner the better. Gregory looked at the letter in surprise and clarified what Joseph meant. He was stunned and quickly raised his fist and shouted that he was leaving immediately. Joseph sternly asked Borden to call the magician. He needed to contact his father and San Logino. Maxim and Cage should cancel all their missions and gather the most capable soldiers. They confidently put their fists on their chests and agreed with my lord. Joseph went to the window and thought that he knew such a day would come. But he did not think that it would be so unexpected. Bishop Pierre used Vlad as bait to declare war on him. In that case, he must respond as a true Bayazid. This is for the best. It is time to declare the city free from all shackles. This city belongs only to Bayazid. At the same time, Pierre clarified the protagonist killed the black bear without hesitation. The priest bowed and confirmed this. The bishop opened the book and said that MC is tougher than he thought. Did Father Andreas vouch for him? The priest confirmed this and clarified that as far as he knows. Pierre closed the book and noted that it was right act on him. The bishop thought that if all goes well, they can quickly eliminate him. The second son of Bayazid, who dared to challenge him, relying only on blood. This is a thorn in his side, pretending to be a pious cleric. And now the knight from the slums is covering for him. There is no need to sit silently any longer. His will is the will of papacy, and the will of papacy is the will of God. Pierre ordered to send a letter to the mayor. Let the mayor teach a lesson to the foolish knight who dared to ignore his forgiveness. And they need to be prepared. The priest was surprised, and the bishop clarified that they had been preparing since he was appointed to Sora, the one who, they say, was struck by black lightning. No matter how the protagonist was struck, it is inconceivable that MC emits an aura and became a knight in less than a year. Surely there is some shadow behind him. Once the truth becomes clear, those who vouched for this freak will not be able to get away with it. After some time in Skora, the holy knights under the command of Papal walk on the ground in the fog. The holy knight raised his hand and the knights stopped. He ordered them to listen and exclaimed that they came on the orders of the bishop. Knight Vlad has disregarded his lordship's pardon. This is tantamount to disregarding God's will, a grave insult that can be regarded as blasphemy. The holy knight ordered the gates to be opened immediately. Otherwise, everyone inside will also be considered heretics. The gates opened, and Maxim noted that it was too early to make such a noise. The holy knight clenched the hilt of his weapon and asked who it was. Maxim seriously introduced himself and clarified that he was Lord Joseph's knight. An investigation was underway by order of the mayor in Smile Rose. The holy knight irritably noted that this investigation was under their direction. The people were suspected of blasphemy. Maxim replied that this was going too far. To say that everyone around Vlad was guilty of blasphemy? The holy knight replied that it was up to the church to decide. Of course, the knight knew the inviolable line between the nobility and the church. Maxim horrifiedly clarified that it was not they who had crossed the line. Knights under Maxim's command stood behind him. Maxim announced that from now on, they would isolate the area. Entry would be permitted only with the mayor's permission. The holy knight remarked that they would regret it. Could any knight disobey the church? Maxim smirked and replied that he would try. He was in debt too, so he had little choice. It was the least he could do, pay with his life. After a while, Jaeger sternly said that he had told MC to be prepared. In the end, Lord Joseph fixed everything. Even after becoming a knight, Vlad was no better than a servant. The protagonist sadly asked for forgiveness. Jaeger thought that MC was smart, and if he had broadened his horizons, he would not have fallen into such a stupid trap. No, it was not about his horizons. Vlad had been running around doing so many quests that he had not gained experience in understanding the intricacies of the balance between the nobility and the church. Bishop Pierre had chosen his target skillfully. Jaeger said that Joseph was buying time for the protagonist. But they only have a week. Soon MC will be giving a testimony in the church, so he should prepare. Vlad agreed devastatedly. Jaeger turned around and noted that it was cold and said that he would get him a thicker blanket. He calmly left the dungeon. The voice told the protagonist not to blame himself. MC did what had to be done. Vlad said sadly that it was definitely the right thing to do. He still doesn't think he's wrong. If anything, then yes, it is his fault. The world of the back alleys is not the same as the world of knights. Vlad remembered the teacher's words. Jaeger asked the protagonist to remember that a knight's sword must be heavy, because it is sharp. The protagonist came out of the memories and said that he thought he finally understood what that meant. Sometime later in the church, the bishop looks out the window at the falling snow. He sternly clarified, so they insisted on waiting a week. Pierre looked at the many people standing under the window. The people screamed in rage that the trial was unfair. The black bear deserved to die. They say he sold pregnant women. The protagonist did what had to be done. Why call him a criminal? The church forgives murderers. The people raised their fists and ordered that their knight not be insulted. Sir Vlad is the honor of Sora. They cannot accept a bishop sent by the papacy. They need a bishop with the blood of a northerner. Pierre irritably noted that this is why the people say that northerners are no different from savages. Who would have thought that they would try to hinder him with public sentiment? No matter how hard they try, deception has no chance against the truth. This trial will be a stage for the representative of the will of the papacy. Sometime later, in the church, at the trial, the protagonist stands in front of the shining throne. Joseph sits in the hall watching what is happening. The guard announced that his lordship was coming and ordered everyone to stand. Joseph stood up and instantly fell into a stupor. He saw Pierre with people behind him and thought, "Is this an inquisitor?" People screamed, "Is this a heretical inquisitor? This is too much." Even the worst witch hunts had never gone this far. Joseph tensed and thought that this was very ruthless. Surely they had planned this. They had originally wanted to conduct the trial in this direction. Gregory not yet? In the end, they were held back by lack of time. The bishop turned to Vlad and asked him to place his hand on the Bible with the word of God and swear that he would tell only the truth. The protagonist placed his hand on the Bible and swore that he would tell only the truth. The Bible instantly sparkled. A bright light filled the space, and the inquisitors stood around the protagonist on the magic seal. The sparkling balls in their hands filled with words from the Bible. The spectators looked at the events in amazement. Pierre said that the blessing of the oath was engraved on it. If MC lies, the sphere will disappear. The bishop was scared looking at Joseph. The Lord thought that he should prepare for the worst. Pierre smirked and thought that Joseph should watch carefully and feel how powerful the proud blood of the North is in front of the truth. The bishop announced that from now on the trial of MC begins. The bishop said that Vlad killed a man called the Black Bear. The deceased received an indulgence. Everything is correct, right? The protagonist calmly agreed and the spheres sparkled. Pierre raised his hand and said that it was true. So MC confirms that he went against the will of the Lord. Vlad angrily asked, "What is the bishop talking about? He did not go against God." Pierre terrifyingly announced the next question. Joseph tensed up and thought that this was very unfair. His Holiness asked a leading question to set up the protagonist. Whatever Pierre says now, everything will come down to the will of God. The bishop smiled terrifyingly and asked, "When Vlad takes lives in cases like this, does the protagonist consider all decisions made to be right and fair?" MC calmly agreed. He looked at the non-sparkling sphere with fear. The bishop ominously declared that this was not true. Joseph thought that the protagonist had fallen into a trap. No one has the power to always make the right decisions, always right and fair. They wrap different concepts in a question, forcing them to lie. Vlad screamed that he was telling the truth. Pierre announced the next question. A year earlier, in the backyard of Sora, they received a report of a boy who was pierced by black lightning. Was this boy the protagonist? MC thought for a moment and answered that it was him. The bishop smiled madly and noted that this was how Vlad was marked with an ominous sign. Pierre announced the next question. He asked, after the lightning struck, did the protagonist hear voices? MC received revelations from unknown entities? The audience asked in fear. Do they mean to say that Vlad is cursed? That simply cannot be. But the protagonist is silent, right? If this is true, then all his achievements. Joseph thought irritably that everything was going very badly. It is true that MC's progress is beyond human capabilities, but this does not mean that Vlad has connected himself with evil spirits. He has seen it with his own eyes over and over again. The genius of the protagonist's blade surpasses all others. The bishop seriously ordered the protagonist to answer the question posed. Why is MC silent? Vlad bit his lip tensely and wondered what to do. If he confesses, he will be declared a heretic. If he says that this is not true, he will be caught in a lie. Whatever he says, everything will go according to the scenario prepared by the bishop. The voice told the protagonist to say that he hears it. Telling a lie now is much more dangerous. MC must say that these are only the consequences of the lightning strike, that Vlad almost lost his mind. If he says that he doesn't hear anything, it will be a lie. Then the protagonist will have no chance to justify himself. MC thought that there were 3 more questions left. If everything goes badly, the identity of the voice will be revealed. The voice asked him not to worry and said that there was a way to hide the truth from them. Pierre yelled angrily. What is the protagonist doing? Why is he remaining silent? The voice asked him to trust him. Vlad lowered his head and clarified whether he heard the voice. Instantly, the door to the church opened, and Andreas ordered them to stop immediately. Everyone turned their attention to him. Andreas exclaimed that this trial is unfair. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Pierre slammed his fist on the handle of the throne with rage and yelled that Andreas is not allowed to enter here. How dare Andreas question the fairness of the trial? Andreas, breathing heavily, answered that he was the one who vouched for MC. Vlad of Sora. He chose this name when it was still unknown. He named Vlad so before the Lord. And if this name is tainted with suspicion, then first the bishop should have come to him. Pierre thought for a moment and allowed Andreas to speak. Andreas lowered his head and went down the stairs. The protagonist looked at him and turned to the Holy Father. Andreas took his hands and said that Vlad had worked hard and could now leave it to him. Andreas asked the bishop to repeat the question. From now on, he would answer in the name of Vlad. Pierre clarified that the protagonist confirmed that he was struck by black lightning when MC lived in the outskirts of Sora as a child. After the lightning strike, did the protagonist hear voices or receive revelations from unknown entities? Andreas looked at the sad face of the protagonist. He admitted that all of Vlad's actions, both now and in the future, would be accompanied by a voice. The people were amazed to hear this. The bishop clarified that then it meant something unholy. Andreas interrupted him and asked if that voice was not the voice of God, pouring down from heaven? Blessed by sparkling lightning, Vlad broke through the darkness. The protagonist protected the pilgrims from the fallen dragon and the children's destinies from evil spirits. Andreas asked to consider how rarely a knight received his intercession and the trust of San Logino at once. The audience noted that it was true, so it was not the dark forces, but the voice of God. Sounds convincing. Naturally, Father Andreas stood up for him. The bishop clarified that the protagonist was born in the filth of the back streets. Is divine blessing really that merciful? Andre noted that Frausen was also born into a family of fallen aristocracy. He rose from the very bottom, shedding sweat and blood, but became an unrivaled swordsman and managed to found an empire. God's blessing does not matter where a person was born, but where they are heading. Pierre announced the next question. He asked, didn't Vlad live by committing countless crimes in the back streets of Sora? Andreas replied that it was a necessary measure. The bishop yelled angrily, how could a crime be necessary? Andreas calmly asked if the bishop saw the deplorable state of the back streets. Thefts, break-ins, murders, the only way to survive in that place was to take from someone else. It's not about Vlad, it's the harsh reality of every backstreet dweller. If the diocese grants them its support, this series of tragedies will come to an end. Pierre irritably clenched his hand into a fist. He pointed his finger at Andreas and yelled that the huge path the protagonist had covered in one night could not be explained logically. MC only recently received the sword and awakened the aura, fought knights. Did he really kill dragons? Andreas replied that on that day, a lone mercenary broke through the darkness, driven by a sense of duty. With one white flash, Vlad split the sky in two, and he was not the only one lucky enough to see the protagonist's world. The bishop clarified, is there another witness here? If not, then these are just empty words. Joseph raised his scrolls and exclaimed that he would produce evidence. He stood up and clarified that these were the testimonies given by venerable knights. Duncan of Heinel, the holy knight Justius San Logino, and the heir to the ruling Baranov dynasty from the north. They all confirmed the protagonist's deeds. Pierre thought angrily that doubts about MC's faith, his origins, the crimes that Vlad is ashamed of, even suspicions of fabricating his achievements, even a strong net could not break the protagonist. Should it be brought at the very end? Pierre ordered to bring the seal. The soldiers quickly brought a huge seal. The audience asked, aren't these the holy knights of the papal? What's so important that the holy knights have to use the seal? The bishop introduced himself and said he would ask one more question. and he would rather show the truth with action than just talk. The seal opened and Andres looked at the contents in amazement. He exclaimed, "This is the mirror of Saint Mariello." Pierre grinned sinisterly and confirmed this, saying that this is a sacred artifact of the papal that reflects the truth to whoever looks into the mirror. Now the exorcism rite will begin. The audience screamed, "Is this really an exorcism ritual? This is absurd. Hasn't Vlad's innocence been proven?" The bishop responded horribly that he must clarify everything at the slightest doubt. Joseph tensed up and thought it was a curse. The bishop turns the situation to his advantage, but once the exorcism ritual is over, it will become a mark of shame, a stigma for life. The nature of the trial has changed. The truth is no longer important. Only the intention to burden all those who stood up for Vlad remained. Initially, this trial was only a prelude to governing the North. Pierre ordered the inquisitors to prepare a sacred prayer. Andreas turned to His Excellency and exclaimed that there is a sacred relic that can reveal the truth. Why doesn't the bishop take the sacred artifact of the Vatican seriously? Pierre angrily ordered him to watch his words. For them, an evil spirit means nothing. If the protagonist's soul is pure, then he must appear before the sacred relic. Andreas tensed up and thought that if someone uses the existence of evil as an excuse, then refusal will become an admission of evil within him. Andreas looked at MC and said that he can't stop it. But the protagonist can rest assured, the relic reveals evil forces. Andreas's faith is unshakable, because he has seen the real Vlad. The protagonist sadly lowered his head and bit his lip. The bishop asked, "What are they waiting for? Sir Vlad must stand before the relic." The protagonist tensed up, and the voice said that everything was fine. The voice asked him to walk with honor, as MC always walked towards the light. Vlad agreed and took a step. He instantly found himself in a body of water. A voice in the form of a man appeared in front of MC. He said that finally, now he understands what was in the eyes of the old blacksmith. The old man probably wanted his sword not to hold back the protagonist. The voice taught Vlad everything he knows. He would like to see the protagonist grow up a little more. In order not to be reflected in the mirror, you need to go even deeper into the world. MC was surprised and clarified. In what sense? The voice replied that the world of knights is huge and deep, like the ocean. The world that Vlad showed him is just a drop in the ocean. It is time to go deeper into the water. The protagonist resolutely said that it is too early for him to dive into such a depth of the world. The voice smiled and said that one day MC will achieve everything. Now it's time to go alone. Only Vlad will be able to forge his own world. The protagonist fearfully noted that it will take a long time. Probably, he will never achieve it. The voice, disappearing, said that he believed in MC. He smiled and suggested meeting in a deeper world. The voice said goodbye to the protagonist and disappeared into the darkness. Vlad instantly closed his eyes and returned to the real space. Only the protagonist is reflected in the mirror. Pierre angrily yelled, "What is MC doing?" He ordered him to open his eyes and look in the mirror. MC calmly agreed and opened his eyes. He said with confidence and a sparkling eye that they will meet no matter what. A bright light illuminated the space spreading from the mirror. Everyone looked at it in amazement. The audience screamed that the mirror of Saint Mariello was filled with light. This only happens to those who have not a drop of sin. At the same time, outside, the clouds began to disperse above the church. People looked up in surprise. The dark clouds dispersed, filling the city with fog. The protagonist sternly said that he did not think that he had done anything wrong. Why were they all cursing him? MC burst into tears and screamed loudly. Why did they want to take everything from him? He raised his head and exclaimed that he had done nothing wrong. A bolt of lightning instantly struck the church. The lightning from the mirror spread towards MC. The boy had done nothing wrong. He was just surviving, doing only what he had to. The last witness of his innocence was the voice that had always been with him. After a while, Pierre looked at the broken mirror. He thought intensely that this was amazing. A sacred relic brought straight from the Vatican was broken by the reflection of some knight's soul. The bishop asked if anyone had seen what was reflected in MC's soul. It wasn't an evil being, otherwise the inquisitors would have noticed. The priest replied they were saying that lightning had struck the spire. Apparently, the force was so great that it had affected reality. Pierre thought that he hadn't understood what it was. It was shining so brightly, it probably wasn't evil. But the light was so bright that it looked like a blessing from God. The Vatican must be informed immediately. Even if it wasn't evil, the abnormal magnitude might interest them. Maybe MC would be called to the tribunal again. The priest opened the door and called out to the bishop, shouting that they had received a telegram from San Logino. Pierre asked him to read it. The priest, holding the letter in his hands, exclaimed that Bishop Pierre of Sora must explain the connection between the black bear that had been pardoned and the black magician. In case of refusal, an investigation would be launched against Bishop Pierre. The bishop clenched his hand into a fist in anger and thought that these damned northerners. How dare the northern diocese talk like that to him, the representative of the Vatican? They are so brave because they are covered by the northern families. If the North unites, even the power of the Vatican will not be enough to suppress them. Pierre sternly ordered to call the magician. He frowned ominously and asked to send a telegram to the Duke of Dragon's Blood. After some time, Jaeger said that it seemed that San Logino had already sent a telegram to Bishop Pierre. Joseph noted that it was quick. They must have harbored a grudge for a long time. Jaeger added that the Vatican is known for its disdain for the North. Joseph agreed and said that the bias and contempt of the center knows no bounds. Not bad. It was not easy to get San Logino's support in the political arena, but now a new balance of power is being formed. An alliance of the Northern Lords and San Logino. Joseph asked how the priest was. Borden replied that the priest was resting, but most likely he would have to stay in bed for a couple more days. The priest hurried here, fighting the force of the snowstorm. Joseph asked to take the best care of Andreas and said that if possible, he would like to not let him go to Varna until the end of winter. Joseph thought that they brought the priest under the pretext of Vlad, but his presence is enough to suppress the bishop. Andreas is so widely known that no one would mind if the priest became a bishop. In times like these, it is better to keep him close. The protagonist knocked on the door and said that it was him. Joseph calmly allowed him to enter. MC, holding his hands behind his back, stopped in front of the Lord. Joseph calmly asked, and what should he do with the protagonist? Vlad sadly lowered his head and asked for forgiveness. Joseph specified that he would prefer to achieve results through training, but the protagonist, as always, is unpredictable. From the very beginning, there was no predictability in MC. Now the Vatican will be watching Vlad. In the end, the protagonist interfered with them. MC asked for forgiveness, and Joseph added that the priest said that perhaps the protagonist was blessed by God. Vlad replied that this could not be, and the Lord noted that it did not matter. Joseph specified that he would do so, and the protagonist looked up in surprise. The Lord asked MC to take the bag, and specified that this was Vlad's special salary. Not a salary, but rather a reward for achievements. The protagonist remembered the past. Borden said that the price of honor will be paid once a year, as a special salary. MC came out of the memories and thought that, so that's what it is. Joseph said that there are more than 300 gold coins here. Vlad was surprised and asked why so much. Joseph replied that he had tallied up the results of each day the protagonist had worked with him. He knew that MC was a knight. Vlad had every right to claim credit for his past accomplishments. The protagonist smiled happily and thanked him. The Lord asked MC to remember that he had the honor of a knight. Did Vlad understand him? The protagonist calmly agreed. Joseph said that he had neglected the Lord's pardon. Bishop Pierre pointed out this obvious offense. Therefore, Vlad had to be held responsible. Knight Vlad now banished from Sora. The protagonist was stunned and looked into Joseph's eyes. MC fearfully wondered what the Lord meant. Joseph thought that there was no choice. A small mistake would give Pierre an excuse. The bishop and the Vatican would act again. Insincere condescension is poisonous. What they needed now was decisive action. Joseph asked the protagonist to leave Sora within a week. Some time ago, Burley remarked that if he had 100 gold. A friend interrupted him and asked what he would do then. Burley smirked and replied that he would buy some land and settle there. Do something else. A friend asked if he would really do farming. Burley replied that he would rather do business. He would find a decent building somewhere. A friend asked if Burley thought business was easy. A friend would quickly give up and go broke. Burley remarked that it was still better than sleeping with a sword in his arms. The newbie agrees, right? What would the protagonist do if he had 100 gold? The little MC, wiping the floor, asked, and who would give it to him? Burley looked at him and said, what kind of attitude? They are just dreaming. There is nothing wrong with that. Vlad thoughtfully scratched his chin and replied that if he had 100 gold he would repay the debt. Burley was surprised and asked if the protagonist owed 100 gold. And MC is weird. Has the protagonist been playing for a long time? Vlad looked up calmly and replied that it was not a loss. He just needed to pay for some things. Everyone was stunned and Burley asked, for example, what kind? At the moment, the protagonist thought that there was not much time left before he left. So it was time to pay. He sat calmly with his arms crossed in front of a pile of gold coins. Marcella clarified that she said that there was no need to worry about the cost of accommodation. MC replied that she had been spending a lot on caring for street children lately. She must have spent all her savings to open an inn. Once they got it right, Rose's smile would flourish. Marcella noted that he would need 50 gold coins. Vlad grinned and replied to improve the quality of service. Marcella could consider it an investment. She could give away part of the profits later. Marcella exhaled heavily and said that she would work hard then. She can't let the investors suffer losses. She hoped to hand everything over to Zamina and relax. The protagonist smiled and clarified that he couldn't watch Rose's smile crumble. Marcella sadly said that if MC was so worried, he should take care of himself. He had just returned and was now leaving again. Vlad noted that he would return safe and sound this time too. Marcella agreed and replied that she was sure that everything would be fine. The protagonist calmly thanked her. Marcella was surprised and asked, for what? MC remembered the past, how he met her. He smiled happily and, coming out of his memories, replied that it was because Marcella brought color back to his gray life. After some time, the bucket was filled with water. Jin looked tensely at the water, holding the bucket in his hands. The protagonist squeezed the handle of the bucket with his hand and noted that Jin would spill everything. Jin turned to MC happily. Vlad asked if the priest was okay. Jin replied that he seemed to need more rest. It was not easy for Andreas to walk in the cold, but he immediately headed to the bishop upon arrival. The protagonist agreed and asked if there was anything else needed. Maybe he could help with something. Jin disagreed and noted that Lord Joseph had already done a lot for them. He asked if it was true. They say the protagonist received God's blessing. MC grinned and thought that the more rumors spread, the more they were exaggerated. He replied that it was not quite true. Jin tilted his head to the side in surprise. He smiled and said that the priest was still glad that MC became a full-fledged knight, and even received God's blessing. Vlad, smiling tensely, clarified that he had said it was not true. Jin happily asked if he could brag to the newbies later, that he once prayed with the protagonist. MC looked away and replied that of course, if Jin wanted. He handed him the bucket and told Jin to go. Jin thanked the protagonist for listening to him. He said goodbye to Vlad with a smile. The protagonist, walking down the hallway, said that he wanted to see him, but apparently it was pointless if Andreas was in bed. MC instantly froze and fell into a stupor. He thought that it was quiet. There was no one left who could answer. Vlad had not felt lonely for so long. He supposes that he will have to get used to it. After a while, Gregory, holding a cup in his hand, exhaled and asked if maybe they shouldn't team up. Each time they have one violation after another. The protagonist brought the cup to his mouth and replied that he knew it. Gregory asked when MC was leaving. Vlad put the cup down and replied that in 5 days. But if everything is ready earlier, he will leave earlier. Gregory agreed and noted that the results were not very good. But thanks to MC, they did everything they planned. The Black Bear gang has disbanded, and Cantor's expansion from Sora is a done deal, and negotiations with Lord Joseph have already been completed. The protagonist smiled and noted that at least they got something out of it. Gregory said that he owes Vlad a great deal. His elder wants to repay the debt by sponsoring the protagonist for life. MC smiled and asked, "Does that mean he'll eat sausages for free for the rest of his life?" Gregory laughed and agreed, and said that he'll give Vlad so much that he'll feel sick from them. He fell silent and thought for a moment and noted that he felt awkward talking about it. But then the protagonist acted in a way no other knight had. MC was amazed and Gregory added that he didn't even remember when that happened. Religion, politics, personal gain, ambition. The protagonist ignored all of it. Vlad only followed the Swordmaster's code. They live in a time when true knights are rare. He felt ashamed of himself. Gregory looked at the protagonist and said that he was proud of him. He brought the cup to MC and asked him to be careful out there. Vlad smiled and agreed and hit Gregory's cup with his own. After some time, the ships are at sea. Harvin happily noted that this was good. How long has it been since he saw ships? This is a top-class ship. The river is frozen. The captain must have had a hard time. The protagonist noted that it was very expensive. MC asked if his friend still wanted to go to sea. Harvin agreed, and Vlad asked if his friend wanted to go far from Sora. The friend confidently agreed and asked what was wrong with the protagonist. Suddenly, he offered to look at the ships. MC looked at the ship and said that this one cost 2 gold. Harvin clarified that it was a fishing ship. Vlad agreed and said that it was much cheaper than the others. The friend remembered something and noted that this is why most merchants use it. Vlad replied that this is why he bought it. Harvin was very surprised, and the protagonist thought to repay his friend for the fact that Harvin did not doubt and supported him with Zamina. He swore to repay his friend no matter what. Even if Harvin limps on land, he won't have to at sea. MC handed over the book and said that these are the documents for the ship. He asked his friend to sign them. Harvin looked at the documents in amazement. Vlad clarified that the ship was now Harvin's. The friend smiled and replied that he did not believe it. The protagonist calmly put the hat on his friend's head. He happily removed his hand and congratulated the captain of Harvin. The friend cried with happiness, holding the documents in his hand. After some time, Vlad finally said goodbye to the old blacksmith, whom he would not see for a long time. He thanked Maxim, who defended the smile of the rose instead of him, and Borden, who asked for MC. The protagonist met Gregory and Cade, who helped to secure the future of the children. And so, one by one, Vlad paid off all the debts and let go of the names that had been accumulating in his head, leaving only those to whom he would not be able to repay the debt. Time flies so quickly. The protagonist said that he had spoken with Sir Gregory. When the river thaws, Harvin should go to Sturma and receive cargo from the Cantor family. There is no need to go out to the open sea, but this is a good start. Harvin asked if his friend had already acquired trade connections. Vlad calmly asked Harvin to get ready. He asked Otar to help Harvin with business and noted that Otar would greatly help his friend. Vlad agreed with a smile, and Harvin noted that tomorrow. He asked if the protagonist had greeted the mayor in the morning. MC confirmed this and clarified that he was leaving at dawn. The mayor clearly distinguishes between the personal and the public. The mayor is currently busy with the bishop, so he was unable to meet with him. One greeting by Vlad can give the Vatican leverage. Harvin leaned his cheek on his hand tiredly and noted that these damn levers. Did the protagonist meet everyone he wanted? MC looked up and replied that there was one person left. After some time, Zemina was sitting on the bed with her face buried in the blanket. Vlad knocked and asked her to open the door. How much longer will she sit by the room? He needed to tell her something. Otherwise, the protagonist would break the door down. Zemina sadly noted that Harvin had told her about what had happened to Captain Hoover's hideout. MC specified that she knew him. If he said so, he would do it. Vlad asked her to move away from the door. He counted to 3 and knocked it down. The protagonist began to count and Zemina quickly ran to the door. She sadly opened the door for him. His friend, looking away, asked what he wanted to tell her. The protagonist could say it and leave. MC said that he would like to wait a little longer, but there was no time. He asked her to understand him. Zemina raised her head and asked what that meant. Vlad instantly grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder. Zemina screamed. What was he doing? Her friend asked him to let her go and the protagonist told her to go with him. Zemina screamed, moving her legs. After some time, Zemina embarrassedly ordered him to let her go. MC noted that she had been sitting in the room for a whole week. Her friend made him pull her out of there. Zemina screamed. Where are they going? It's already late. What is the protagonist doing anyway? Vlad sadly said that he was leaving tomorrow. Zemina lowered her head and noted that this was why he didn't need any problems. The protagonist said that he used to run away, but now he was being chased away. She put her head on his shoulder and called him a fool. MC noted that at least he was being chased away, not killed. Zemina looked away and said that it was already curfew. Vlad specified that it was later than he thought, so he needed to run up. His friend asked in surprise, what did that mean? The protagonist instantly ran at a tremendous speed, and Zemina threw her head back from the powerful flow of wind. She screamed in rage that he had gone crazy. They ran through the gate at lightning speed. After some time, Zemina opened her mouth in admiration. She looked at the black sparkling dress hanging on the mannequin. The old man happily turned to MC. Vlad apologized for being so late and asked if the old man had completed his order. The old man raised his hand and answered that of course he had. He wanted to take it to the protagonist tomorrow because he hadn't found it today. The protagonist turned his head to the side and asked Zemina to try on the dress. After some time, under the falling snow, MC noticed that when she put on that dress, Zemina was very beautiful. She stopped and Vlad turned his head to the side. He smiled and asked why his friend was so embarrassed. Zemina asked with flushed cheeks what he was talking about. The protagonist said that it was good that the size fit. He was afraid that she had grown up. Zemina raised her fist in irritation and asked if he was tired of living. MC smiled and asked his friend not to take from Madame anymore and to use her own. Zemina sadly lowered her head and said that a necklace, earrings, shoes, cosmetics, and even a fan. How much does it cost? Vlad answered that it was about the same as forging a sword. Zemina asked if he was joking. The shoes alone cost more than 5 gold coins. The protagonist noted that it would be better if he had time to style her hair, but he was busy. Zemina, looking sternly down, clarified that it was because he was being kicked out. When will her friend come back? Vlad sadly answered that who knows. He was not told anything, so he does not know. Zemina squeezed her other hand and asked, does that mean he might not come back? MC smiled and asked, what, will she follow him then? Zemina became very embarrassed and screamed, is she crazy? Why would she leave a rose smile? The protagonist remembered something and said that the madam said that she wanted to hand over the management of the hotel to Zemina. The girlfriend was very surprised and MC noted that they need to return before she goes bankrupt. Does the girlfriend know how much money he invested? Vlad will definitely come back to get his investment back. He smiled and asked Zemina to take care of their house. Zemina became very embarrassed and wondered, is it really their house? Vlad held out his hand and asked her to take it. He clarified that it was his handkerchief. The protagonist calmly said that he did not know before that nobles did this. Zemina asked with interest, how? MC got down on one knee and turned to Lady Zemina. He raised his head and asked if she would give him her handkerchief. Zemina was very embarrassed, clutching the handkerchief in her hands. A knight can accept a handkerchief from a lady in 2 ways, on the hilt of his sword or directly into her hands. The knight knelt before his lady and her handkerchief passed from her hands into his. Maybe the lady did not understand, but the knight took on a great duty. It was an oath to protect her. After a while, the city was covered in snow. The protagonist gallops along the snowy streets on Noir. Goethe asked why they were leaving so early. He, shaking from the cold, noted that they hadn't even set off yet, and he was already frozen. MC looked at his comrade and asked what Goethe was doing here. Goethe asked, and what did the captain think? He was the knight's squire. Vlad asked his comrade not to lie and noted that he was a knight in exile. He asked Goethe to stay and take care of business. His comrade confidently asked him to forget about it. He noted that he had invested so much in the protagonist and was now leaving everything. There were so many scammers that if MC went alone, he would be broke in a week. Vlad clarified that it was not for his comrade to talk about scammers. Goethe smiled decisively and asked him to trust him and go. The protagonist might know the streets, but he knows the world. Goethe climbed on his horse and asked, MC bought his friend a ship. Will he thank him in the same way later? Vlad smiled and exhaled, saying, We'll see. Goethe asked, Where are they going? The protagonist calmly replied, To the east. The comrade was surprised and said that it was unexpected. MC looked at the elven amber inserted into the sword. He confidently lifted the weapon and said that he needed to find something there. Goethe noted that it was better than wandering aimlessly. Vlad turned his head to the side and looked at the castle. He mentally asked Sora to take care of herself and turned around. He headed towards the gate and announced that it was time to go. After some time, the comrades gallop rapidly away from the castle. At the same time, Joseph looks out the window, watching them. Jaeger noted that it was very cold. Joseph replied that his soul was even colder. No, it's not cold, it's pain. The protagonist didn't even look back, which means he has a goal. Now things will be more difficult. They need more power to keep what is already theirs. Jaeger put his hand on his chest and replied that he would follow the Lord. But Joseph is sure about that? MC is unpredictable. The Lord could send Vlad on a mission or to a specific location. Joseph said that he could not deprive the one who has been following orders all his life of the experience of finally making decisions on his own. This is a historic moment. The knight goes on a journey with only his honor. This is the revival of a long-lost tradition that was previously seen in the generation of their grandfathers. Squora sheltered the protagonist, and the Bayazid raised a knight to carry the banner. Sometime later, in the capital of the Brigantes Empire, Sarnas, sitting on the throne, asked how Pierre's proposal was to his son. Mircea, kneeling on one knee, replied that it was a very good plan. Both an advantage and an excuse at the same time. Sarnas agreed and said that the old bishop had proposed a smart idea. He accepts his offer to place his banner in the north.